In the dead of night in Tianyuan city on the Tianmu continent, Ren Xiaoyao suddenly awoke in a cold, desolate room of the Lu family. Known as the Sword Emperor, he was ranked second among the top 10 titled martial emperors in the divine martial realm. At the age of 60, he had mastered both sword and dan cultivation, achieving the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Just moments ago, he had perished alongside countless demons. Yet now he found himself reborn in the body of a bandaged young man. As he pondered whether he had taken over another's body, a sharp headache struck, flooding his mind with memories. He discovered he had been reborn a century later, inhabiting the body of Lu Chun, a prodigious youth from the Lu family, one of the four great families of Tianyuan city. 6 years prior, Lu Chun's father, Lu Yi, was ambushed by a mysterious figure in the falling Maple Mountain range, leaving his dantian and meridians destroyed. Once a formidable figure who had elevated the Lu family to a status second only to the city lord's residence, Lu Yi was stripped of his position as patriarch, succeeded by his elder brother, Lu Qian. Lu Qian's fate was even more tragic. At the age of 12, he awakened the dual attributes of gold and earth, becoming the most gifted individual in Tianyuan city in 3 centuries. In just 4 years, he had advanced to the 7th level martial master realm and was promised apprenticeship by Li Wu, the 9th elder of the Sword Pavilion, during his travels. However, at the peak of his fame, a conspiracy against him quietly unfolded. Invited to the Tianxiang Pavilion during the day, he was subsequently accused of molesting Lin Xian, the esteemed daughter of the Lin family. His dantian and meridians were destroyed, and he was brutally beaten by so-called righteous individuals, who broke his limbs and carried him back to the Lu family. It was not until tonight, when Lu Chun unwillingly breathed his last, that Ren Xiaoyao was reborn into this shattered body. As Ren Xiaoyao lamented this crippled form, he noticed a black stone bead, the size of a dove's egg, in his hand, a trinket Lu Chun had casually picked up in life. Determined, he attempted to rise to examine it, but his internal injuries caused him to cough up blood. Astonishingly, the bead absorbed the blood, emitting an eerie yellow glow as it hovered above his head. In the next instant, a terrifying suction force erupted from the bead, and amidst excruciating pain, Ren Xiaoyao's figure vanished from the room. After a moment of disorientation, Ren Xiaoyao found himself lying in a vast desert. The scorching sun baked the earth, and fierce winds whipped up clouds of sand, dancing wildly across the desolate landscape. Despite the barren scene, Ren Xiaoyao's breath quickened with excitement. He finally confirmed the true identity of the stone orbit was a legendary divine weapon. As the god of weapons, this artifact not only possessed its own independent world, but could also establish its own laws, making it the supreme existence among weapons. In his previous life as a martial emperor, he had encountered countless weapons, but never witnessed a divine weapon firsthand, even considering it a mere myth. The existence of this independent world before him completely validated the rumors. Not only did the divine weapon exist, but it had also been obtained by its previous owner. However, the joy lasted only a moment before reality brought him back down. I am now a cripple. Even possessing a divine weapon is useless. Before he could finish speaking, a chaotic light orb suddenly appeared in the void, shooting straight toward him and merging into his body. Ren Xiaoyao looked up at the sky in disbelief, discovering that his mind now held a scroll of a miraculous technique called the Yin Cannon. While a vast energy surged within him, he immediately attempted to cultivate this technique. As the Yin Cannon circulated, the energy within him seemed to find its direction, gradually repairing his damaged meridians and injuries. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Ren Xiaoyao focused intently on his cultivation. A day passed in the blink of an eye. With the help of this mysterious energy, Ren Xiaoyao not only fully restored his meridians and injuries, but also developed a black and white yin-yang dual core within his body through the yin-yang cannon. His previously crippled body regained the qualification for cultivation, not only becoming a martial artist again, but also advancing to a super genius with 9 attribute divine veins. Sensing that 2/3 of the energy remained, Ren Xiaoyao continued to concentrate on his cultivation. 3 days later, he broke through to the 3rd level of the martial disciple realm. In the martial arts system of the divine martial world, cultivation levels are ranked from low to high as martial disciple, martial warrior, martial master, martial king, martial lord, martial emperor, martial venerable, martial saint, martial emperor, and martial god, with each level further divided into 9 sublevels. Although the martial god realm theoretically exists, in Ren Xiaoyao's long cultivation journey in his previous life, he had never encountered a true martial god. The martial emperor was the pinnacle of martial achievement. Gazing at the increasingly vast desert world before him, Ren Xiaoyao pondered. This world seemed to expand as his martial realm advanced. Just as he was about to continue testing this hypothesis, a voice called from outside. "Chun, it's time for breakfast." Recalling the memories of his previous life, Ren Xiaoyao immediately withdrew his energy and, with a thought, returned to the real world. He lay on the bed, carefully concealing his martial aura. The light of the stone orb faded away, merging into his mind, as the door opened and a young boy entered with breakfast. The young boy was about the same age as Lu Chun, with an ordinary appearance, slightly tanned skin, and a square face. He wore simple clothing. Through the memories of the previous owner, Ren Xiaoyao knew that the boy in front of him was named Lu Zhan, 15 years old, the son of his fourth uncle, Lu Kuang. The head of the Lu family, Lu Xiaodian, had 4 sons. The eldest, Lu Qian, the second, Lu Ming, the third, Lu Yi, and the fourth, Lu Kuang. Lu Kuang had admired his elder brother Lu Yi since childhood. The two were very close and had exceptional martial arts talent, with Lu Yi once being the strongest in the Lu family. Among the other 3 sons, Lu Qian and Lu Ming had more ordinary martial arts talent, with one at the 6th level of martial master and the other at the 7th. After Lu Yi's martial arts were crippled, Lu Kuang, who possessed top-grade earth attribute profound veins, became the strongest in the Lu family. Lu Zhan had always been close to Lu Chun, idolizing him. Despite Lu Chin's downfall, Lu Zhan remained one of the few who cared about him. However, Lu Zhan did not inherit his father's martial arts talent, and instead had a very poor aptitude, with only a low-grade earth attribute yellow vein. In a world where martial arts were revered, such talent was nearly the lowest, whether in the 4 great families or among ordinary martial artists. At 15, his martial arts level had just broken through to the 3rd level of martial disciple. After entering the room, Lu Zhan carefully placed the food on the bedside table, then walked to Lu Chen's side and asked with concern, "Brother Chun, are you feeling better today?" Ren Xiaoyao looked at Lu Zhan with a touch of warmth in his eyes and asked, "Brother Zhan, what will you do if I stay bettered like this?" Lu Zhan's eyes were firm. "Brother Chun, if you remain like this, I will take care of you and never let anyone bully you or let you go hungry." Ren Xiaoyao nodded gently. "All right, help me sit up." Seeing Lu Chun wrapped tightly in bandages, Lu Zhan appeared anxious. "Brother Chun, you're seriously injured. You should stay lying down to avoid aggravating your wounds. Let me feed you." Without waiting for Ren Xiaoyao's response, he picked up the food and began feeding Lu Chun bite by bite. Lu Chun did not refuse, quietly accepting Lu Zhan's care. Watching this cautious and caring young man, Ren Xiaoyao couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart. In a world where the strong were revered, there were countless who would seek favor with the powerful, but very few who would stand by you in your time of need. Lu Chin's tragic fate was lamentable, but having a genuine brother like Lu Zhan was a blessing. As time passed, Ren Xiaoyao couldn't help but remember his brothers from the past. 100 years ago, they were at the pinnacle of the divine martial world, but now, a century later, he had fallen to weakness. Back then, they might have surpassed everyone and become the strongest in the divine martial world. Bang! Suddenly, the door was violently kicked open, shattering the room's tranquility. 5 men stormed in aggressively. The young man who kicked the door had a thin face, was in his early 20s, dressed elegantly, and exuded a sharp aura with a martial arts level of the 3rd level martial master. His name was Lu Ming, the youngest son of the Lu family's head, Lu Qian. The 4 who followed him were older but had lower martial arts levels, all at the martial disciple level, dressed plainly, clearly Lu Ming's followers. Before Lu Chun was crippled, Lu Ming, though envious, dared not act excessively due to Lu Chen's strength. Now that Lu Chun was crippled, the elders of the Lu family and his second uncle Lu Ming's faction often took the opportunity to humiliate and ridicule Lu Chun, venting their past grievances. Lu Zhan, fearing that Lu Ming might bully Lu Chun, stood straight in front of Ren Xiaoyao with anger in his voice. "Lu Ming, this is Brother Chen's room. What are you doing here?" A cold smile appeared on Lu Ming's lips, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. "You useless fool. What do you think I'm here for? How would I know why you're here?" Lu Zhan replied, clenching his fists tightly, his voice icy. Lu Ming took a few steps forward, his tone clearly provocative. "Lu Zhan, if I said I came here today to see if Lu Chun is dead, would you believe me?" "Lu Ming, how dare you curse Brother Chun?" Lu Zhan couldn't hold back his anger any longer. He threw down the bowl and chopsticks in his hands and swung his fist straight at Lu Ming's face with a whoosh. A trace of disdain flickered in Lu Ming's eyes as he casually threw a punch. With a loud bang, Lu Zhan flew towards the wall like a kite with a broken string. He crashed heavily into the wall, spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath in agony. Looking down at the kneeling Lu Zhan, Lu Ming sneered. "Even a useless person like you dares to take me on. You're courting death. If it weren't for your father, I wouldn't have gone easy on you." "Easy?" Ren Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with a cold light as he glared at Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, I'll remember this punch you landed on Brother Zhan today. One day, I'll return it tenfold." Under Ren Xiaoyao's intense gaze, a wave of inexplicable fear surged in Lu Ming's heart. He scrutinized Ren Xiaoyao, then silently cursed himself for being foolish. Lu Chen's dantian and meridians were destroyed, he was nothing but a cripple. What was there to fear? Lu Chun, you may have the will, but I think you have no hope. Lu Ming resumed his disdainful tone. Do you want to kill me? Ren Xiaoyao asked coldly. Kill you? Lu Ming shook his head, a sinister smile on his face. You're just a useless person. I have no interest in killing you. If someone wants to kill you, it won't be me. With that, he turned and ordered the 4 followers behind him. Bring in the stretcher and take our young master Lu Chun to the main hall. Yes, young master Ming. 2 of his followers immediately brought in a stretcher, roughly pulled Ren Xiaoyao off the bed, and threw him onto it. Lu Ming, what exactly are you doing? Lu Zhan shouted, enduring the pain as he stood up. Brother Chun is injured. He can't be moved. Get out of the way. Lu Ming pushed Lu Zhan aside disdainfully and, with his 4 followers, carried Ren Xiaoyao towards the Lu family's main hall. After the unexpected passing of the old family head, the Lu family split into 4 factions, with the head of the family and 3 branches jointly managing affairs. On this particular morning, the usually quiet main hall of the Lu family was bustling with people, and the tense atmosphere was almost palpable. At the head of the family, Lu Qian, dressed in a brocade robe, sat upright. His strength as a 7th-level martial master gave him an air of gravity. To his right sat Lu Ming, head of the 2nd branch, who bore a resemblance to him. Though silent, his 6th-level martial master skills exuded a subtle pressure. Across from them sat 2 contrasting figures, the imposing and renowned Lu Kuang, at the pinnacle of the 9th-level martial master, and the pale, frail Lu Yi. Once the most brilliant talent in Tianyuan City, Lu Yi had reached the martial king level before 30. However, a devastating attack by 3 martial kings 6 years ago shattered his dantian and meridians, reducing him from a prodigy to a mere mortal. A group of uninvited guests stood in the hall, hailing from the Lin family, one of the 4 great families of Tianyuan City. Leading them was Lin Kong, wielding a large blade and possessing a 7th-level martial master cultivation. Beside him stood Lin Xian, a young girl in a pink dress. Despite her youth, she was already at the 7th-level martial warrior, and it was a dispute involving her that led to Lu Chen's death. All 27 members of the Lin family eyed the Lu family with evident hostility. Footsteps approached, and Lu Ming entered the hall with 2 followers, carrying a bandaged Mandarin Xiaoyao. The Lin family members smirked at the sight, while the Lu family responded with cold indifference. Father, that worthless Lu Chun is here, Lu Ming said coldly. The word worthless made Lu Yi tremble, his already pale face turning even more ashen, with cold sweat beading on his forehead. For 6 years, this label had haunted him, and now it had been placed upon his son, a torment that was almost unbearable. Lu Yi and Lu Kuang quickly moved to Ren Xiaoyao's side. Chener, after resting last night, how do you feel now? Concern filled their eyes. Faced with such genuine care, Ren Xiaoyao's heart surged with emotion. As an orphan who had never experienced familial affection, he made a decision at that moment. He would continue living as Lu Chun, eliminate all threats, and reclaim everything that rightfully belonged to Lu Chun. Father, Uncle 4, I'm fine, Ren Xiaoyao replied softly. Lu Kuang breathed a sigh of relief. Chener, as long as you're all right. Focus on recovering. Let your uncle handle everything else. Upon hearing this, Lu Qian, seated at the highest position, wore a stern expression. His gaze was as sharp as a knife as he looked at Lu Kuang, his voice devoid of warmth. 4th brother, don't speak too soon. This little brat harassed Lin Xian, and now they're here demanding compensation. Can you handle this? Lu Kuang clenched his fists, anger blazing in his eyes. He stepped forward, his voice thundering. Big brother, a person should have a conscience. Have you forgotten how many spiritual herbs Chun'er gathered for the Lu family before his dantian and meridians were damaged? A year ago, elderly Wu from the Sword Pavilion gave Chun'er 4 cleansing pills and 7 meridian pills, and he didn't use a single one for himself. He gave them all to the family. Have you forgotten that too? Lu Qian's face changed several times under Lu Kuang's angry retort, and he finally fell silent. He had to admit that before being crippled, Lu Chun had indeed made significant contributions to the Lu family. Those 11 precious pills, Lu Zhan used too, and the rest were divided between him and Lu Meng's son. Seeing this, Lu Kuang pressed his advantage. Chun'er did everything for the Lu family, and now that he's injured, you call him a brat. Aren't you afraid of chilling the hearts of the Lu family members? These words struck like a heavy hammer on the hearts of every Lu family member present. Their previously indifferent expressions gradually showed complex emotions, and their gazes contained a touch of sympathy. They thought to themselves, Lu Chun devoted himself to the Lu family, yet he didn't know the family would treat him like this. If he had known he would be treated this way after being crippled, he might not have risked his life every month to gather spiritual herbs in the falling Maple Mountain range. If not for that, he would still be the first prodigy of Tianyuan City and would not have been besieged and rendered a cripple with destroyed meridians and dantian. Noticing the unusual gazes from the clan members, Lu Qian's face grew even darker. At this moment, Lu Ming stepped forward, shouting sternly. Fourth brother, big brother is just explaining the Lu family's current situation. It's a bit presumptuous of you to sow discord within the family. Lu Kuang was undeterred, staring directly at Lu Ming. Second brother, fairness resides in people's hearts. Whether I am sowing discord within the Lu family, you all know it well. Lu Ming was at a loss for words and coldly replied. Fourth brother, since you want to be the good person, tell us. Now that he's recklessly harassed Lin Xian and they're demanding compensation, what should we do? Lu Kuang looked down at Lu Chun, his gaze softening considerably. Chunner, they say you harassed Lin Xian. You were unconscious yesterday, so your fourth uncle doesn't know the situation. Now, tell your fourth uncle the truth. Did this happen? The hall fell into silence, everyone holding their breath, waiting for Lu Chen's response. Lu Chen did not answer directly, but instead lifted his head, calmly asking in return. Fourth uncle, do you think I would be interested in her? Wow. This short sentence exploded in the hall like a thunderclap. All eyes instantly focused on Lu Chun, and the air seemed to freeze. Everyone present knew that before being crippled, Lu Chun was the first prodigy of Tianyuan City, not even considering the mayor's daughter. But now it was different. He was just a cripple, while Lin Xian was the top genius of the Lin family, with outstanding beauty, whom Lu Chen should find unattainable. At this moment, Lu Chen publicly said such words, not only shocking the Lu family members, but also leaving Lin Xian extremely embarrassed. Lin Xian stared daggers at Lu Chun, her eyes filled with killing intent. She bitterly regretted not taking his life yesterday, knowing he would humiliate her like this. Upon hearing this, Lu Kuang suddenly burst into laughter, his voice full of pride and satisfaction. Good. Truly worthy of being a son of the Lu family. Upon hearing this, Lin Kang's face darkened immediately, his voice low and suppressed. Lu Kuang, what do you mean by that? Lu Kuang's expression was icy, his tone even colder. Lin Kang, are you deaf? Didn't you hear Chenner say it himself? He doesn't care for your niece at all. So where does this talk of molestation come from? Lin Kang was furious, shouting angrily. Lu Kuang, you'd better watch your mouth. It's well known that Lu Chen molested my Xianer. Lu Kuang's gaze was sharp as a knife, coldly retorting. What's well known is just something you fabricated. I trust my Chenner. Lin Kang let out a cold laugh, a mocking smile playing at his lips. What good is your trust? If the Lu family doesn't compensate today, the Lin family won't let this go. We'll make you pay in blood. Lu Kuang's eyes flashed with disdain as he scoffed. Lin Kang, you've been losing to me since we were kids. If you want to fight, bring your second brother, Lin Feng. You're not qualified. Hearing this, Lin Kang was so enraged that his face turned red, yet he was at a loss for words. Indeed, from childhood to now, he had never matched Lu Kuang in martial arts. Only his second brother, Lin Feng, had the strength to confront Lu Kuang directly. As Lin Kang was left speechless, his lips trembling and fists clenched, Lin Xian suddenly spoke up with a hint of malice in his voice. Fourth uncle, why waste words with him? If they refuse to compensate, we'll ask the city lord's mansion to intervene and demand it. Lu Kuang frowned, his voice serious. What does this have to do with the city lord's mansion? Lin Kang's smile was cold, his tone laced with smugness. Lu Kuang, perhaps you don't know yet? Xianer is the fiancée of Zhang Yang, the young master of the city lord's mansion. That good-for-nothing Lu Chun dared to molest the future mistress of the city lord's mansion. Do you think the city lord's mansion will let him off? The moment these words were spoken, the Lu family's expressions changed, and the atmosphere became tense. Although Tianyuan City had 4 major families, the true power lay with the city lord's mansion, backed by the duke. The family's conflicts were usually about territory and resources, with mutual boundaries maintained. However, once the city lord's mansion got involved, even the strongest family could be annihilated instantly. A tense pressure quickly spread, and the Lu family members wore heavy expressions. Some instinctively glanced at Lu Chun, their eyes filled with blame and resentment. If not for his troubles, how could the Lu family face such a crisis? At this moment, a steady voice tinged with coldness broke the silence. Lu Yi, Lu Chen's father, stepped out of the crowd, his expression stern and his gaze sharp. Lin Kang, what compensation does your Lin family want? Lin Kang's lips curved into a smile, his demeanor arrogantly confident. Our Lin family wants 10 of the Lu family shops. As soon as he said this, the Lu family erupted. Lin Kang, you're asking for too much. Why not just rob us? Lu Kuang shouted angrily, his voice filled with intense fury. In Tianyuan City, aside from the city lord's mansion's properties, most territories were divided among the 4 major families. The Lu family, once prosperous, controlled 35 shops. Now, they had only 21, barely enough to sustain their cultivation resources. Lin Kang's demand for 10 shops was nearly half their assets, a move clearly intended to destroy the Lu family. Lin Kang watched coldly, his voice chilling to the bone. Lu Kuang, these are the Lin family's terms. You have to give them, whether you like it or not. Otherwise, prepare to vanish from Tianyuan City. In the past, if Lin Kang had dared to say such things, Lu Kuang would have slapped him. But now, With Lin Xian supported by the city lord's mansion, Lu Kuang could only suppress his anger. He slowly unclenched his white-knuckled fists, choosing not to argue further. He knew well that the true power of the city lord's mansion far exceeded the four families, and the cost of offending them was something the Lu family couldn't bear. In the oppressive silence, the Lu family members' expressions grew darker, their anger and anxiety turning into silent resentment towards Lu Qian. It was he who dragged the entire Lu family into this mire. Seeing this, Lin Kang's sense of triumph grew. At this moment, a Lu family member, Lu Qian, approached with a conciliatory smile, tentatively asking, Lin Kang, 10 shops are too many. Could you possibly make a concession? Lin Kang didn't even glance at him, his tone as cold as iron. Not one less. If there's even one less, we'll have the city lord's mansion demand them. His words pierced like a blade, leaving the Lu family in a dead silence. Upon hearing this, Lu Qian completely lost hope and angrily shouted at Lu Yi. Old third, this is the trouble caused by your disgraceful son. What do you propose we do? His voice was filled with despair and blame. At this moment, Lu Yi seemed to have aged overnight. He didn't respond directly but instead turned his somber gaze to his fourth brother, Lu Kuang, and said, Fourth brother, how about we use the shops from our third and fourth houses to compensate? Lu Kuang remained silent for a moment before speaking. Third brother, as long as we can save Chen'er, I have no objection. But, Lu Qian sneered, the third house only has 2 shops, and the fourth house has merely 6. Even combined, we're still short by 2 shops. The remaining 2 shops should come from each of your families, Lu Kuang suggested calmly. Lu Ming slammed the table and shouted angrily, Old fourth, it's the son of the third family who caused this mess. Why should we pay? Neither my family nor the eldest brothers will contribute. I won't contribute either, Lu Qian coldly agreed. A flash of disappointment crossed Lu Kuang's eyes as he sighed deeply and shook his head slowly. If that's the case, then let's all do nothing and wait for the city lord's mansion to destroy this decaying Lu family. His tone was as cold and final as a death sentence. Lu Qian and Lu Ming's expressions changed immediately. Despite their ongoing conflicts with the third and fourth houses, they did not wish for the Lu family to be annihilated. The two exchanged a glance, and after a moment of silence, Lu Qian finally spoke. Old fourth, we can each provide 1 shop, but the Lu family will no longer supply any cultivation resources to the third and fourth houses in the future. Agreed. Lu Kuang responded without hesitation. Since that's settled, second brother, you and Lin Kang go and handle the shop transfers to resolve this matter quickly, Lu Qian ordered, his tone like that of a commanding officer. Understood, big brother. Lu Ming got up and walked forward. As he passed by Lu Qian, he couldn't suppress his resentment and gave Lu Qian a harsh kick. This scene filled Lu Kuang and Lu Yi with anger, but they chose to hold it in. Lin Kang observed everything, smirking mockingly. The once-in-a-century genius of Tianyuan City. Who would have thought you'd fall so low? Lu Yi clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, causing blood to drip through his fingers onto the ground. At that moment, his heart was filled with deep pain and anger. Lu Qian glanced coldly at Lin Xian, who continued to mock him, and his voice was calm but chilling. Are you sure I molested you? Lin Xian laughed, unconcerned. Lu Qian, it's already a fact you tried, even if you didn't succeed. If you had succeeded, the Lu family would have been doomed long ago. Lu Qian's gaze was as calm as water, still indifferent. In that case, you can leave now. But remember, fortunes change, and one day, I will reclaim everything that is mine. Everyone present paused, turning to look at Lu Qian. At that moment, there was a depth and aloofness in Lu Qian's eyes that couldn't be ignored, instilling an indescribable fear in others. Although no one understood why they feared a supposed failure, the intuition was undeniably real. After a moment, everyone shook their heads, questioning if they were overthinking. Lin Xian sneered. Lu Qian, 2 generations of the Lu family gave you and your father, and the fortune has long been exhausted. From now on, just stay put and be a failure, while you look up to me as the strong figure you need to admire. With that, he turned away satisfied, leaving the hall with the others. After the Lin family left, feeling triumphant, Lu Qian was helped back to his small courtyard by Lu Kuang and Lu Yi. They carefully laid him down on the bed, and Lu Kuang's usually stern face showed a hint of distress. Chen'er, don't take their words to heart. You don't owe them anything, Lu Kuang gently reassured him. Lu Qian frowned. Fourth uncle, but it's a fact that because of me, the Lu family lost 10 shops. Chen'er, you're mistaken, Lu Kuang replied firmly. The loss of those shops was just an excuse. The real reason is that your uncles are incompetent and couldn't protect the family business. Lu Yi stood by, his eyes welling up with tears, though he remained silent. He, once a tough man, knew well that he owed nothing to the Lu family, but owed too much to his fourth brother, Lu Kuang. Over the years, the eldest and second brothers used his downfall as a pretext to seize his shops, and it was Lu Kuang who secretly protected him and his son. Now, Lu Kuang had given up all the shops to the Lin family for Lu Qian, yet he was still comforting his nephew. Fourth uncle. Lu Chun looked directly into Lu Kuang's eyes, his voice resolute. The Lu family isn't worth it, but you and brother Jean are. From now on, it'll be my turn to protect you. Lu Kuang knew well that the fallen Lu Chun had no ability to protect anyone, but he still managed a slight smile. All right, Chunner, get some rest. When you're better, it'll be your turn to protect your fourth uncle. With that, the rugged man quickly left the courtyard. As soon as he stepped outside, he covered his face with his hands and wept openly. Louis followed him out, gently patting his brother's shoulder. Fourth brother, you've worked hard all these years. Lu Kuang wiped away his tears, his voice hoarse. Third brother, it wasn't hard on me. It's you who has been wronged. I'm useless. I can't even get justice for you and Chunner. An unusual glint flashed in Lu Yi's eyes. Fourth brother, you know everything? In Tianyuan city, who else but the city lord's mansion could have ruined you back then, and now Chunner? Lu Kuang's voice was filled with suppressed anger. Lu Yi fell silent. Understanding who the true enemy was, he had vehemently opposed the marriage alliance between the city lord's mansion and Lu Chen 2 years ago, unwilling to see his nephew controlled. At that moment, he began to doubt if his decision was correct, if agreeing to the marriage would have spared Lu Chen. But he quickly dismissed the thought, knowing the city lord's character wouldn't tolerate anyone who might threaten his rule. Fourth brother, Lu Yi cautioned quietly, what's done is done. Pretend it never happened. Lu Kuang's eyes were filled with hatred. Third brother, don't worry. I won't act rashly until I've reached the level of a martial king. Even if you reach martial king, don't provoke the city lord's mansion. Their power is far greater than you imagine. I understand. Third brother, Lu Kuang replied briefly, giving Lu Yi a hug before leaving without looking back. As Lu Kuang walked away with a resolute stride, Lu Yi felt a mix of gratitude and helplessness. He stood there for a long time, his eyes following the gradually receding figure until it completely disappeared from view. Only then did he slowly turn around and, with heavy steps, return to Lu Chen's room. Upon opening the door, he saw Lu Zhan carefully feeding Lu Chen. Lu Zhan held a porcelain spoon, his movements gentle, wary of touching Lu Chen's wounds. Lu Yi's eyes welled up once more. As Lu Chen had said, the only things worth cherishing in the Lu family were Lu Kuang and Lu Zhan. Zhan, Lu Yi wiped away the tears at the corner of his eyes and took a few steps forward. Your face doesn't look too good. Go rest. I'll take care of Chunner. Lu Zhan was in great pain, sweat beading on his forehead, yet he endured silently. Hearing Lu Yi's words, he nodded slightly, handed the bowl and chopsticks to Lu Yi, then turned to Lu Chun, his voice filled with concern. Chun, eat well and take care of yourself. I'll visit when I can. Go ahead, Zhan. I'll be fine, Lu Chun said with a faint smile, looking at Lu Zhan with gentle eyes. With Lu Chen's reassurance, Lu Zhan finally stood up and left the room, his steps a bit unsteady. Once Lu Zhan's footsteps faded away, Lu Yi gently closed the door and sat down by Lu Chen's bed. He studied his son's pale face, his eyes filled with pain and complexity, and seriously asked, Chunner, do you regret it? Lu Chun tilted his head slightly, a trace of confusion in his eyes. Regret what? Regret everything you did for the Lu family. Lu Yi's voice was low and hoarse. Lu Chen looked at his father, who had gone through the same experiences, and asked in return, Father, do you regret what you did for the Lu family? Lu Yi was silent for a moment, a flash of pain in his eyes, then said slowly, Chunner, I do regret it. If I could do it all over, I would leave the Lu family with you. Father, I'm different from you. I don't regret it. Lu Chen's voice was weak but firm. Why, Chunner? Lu Yi asked, frowning in confusion. Lu Chen's gaze was calm as he replied, Father, only at dusk can we see who the true believers are. Without these hardships, how could we know who truly cares for us? But now we've been cast aside. What use is it to know who truly cares? Lu Yi asked, perplexed. It matters, Lu Chen said softly, with a certainty that Lu Yi couldn't understand. Lu Yi wanted to ask more, but Lu Chen gently interrupted him. Father, go rest. I'll be fine. Lu Yi's eyes fell on the layers of bandages wrapped around Lu Chen, worried. Can you eat like this? Go on. Lu Chen smiled faintly. I'm not so weak that I'd starve. All right, rest well, Lu Yi said, taking one last look at his son before leaving the room. As Lu Yi left, Lu Chen sat up and quickly finished his meal, clearing all the food in just 2 minutes. He then returned to the stone orb world. From the moment he returned to his room that morning, Lu Chen realized that the flow of time in the stone orb world differed from that of the outside world. Although he had spent 4 entire days in the stone orb world, only one night had passed outside. This discovery both shocked and filled him with hope. He calculated that the time in the stone orb world flowed roughly 10 times faster than outside. 1 day outside equaled 10 days in the stone orb world. This disparity made him realize that whatever the 4 great families or the city lord's mansion had once given him, he would repay them tenfold or even 100-fold. Upon returning to the stone orb world, Lu Chun devoted himself to cultivation and quickly broke through to the fourth level of the martial disciple stage. Simultaneously, the territory of the stone orb world expanded with his cultivation progress, growing by a full quarter. This confirmed his earlier suspicion that the realm of the stone orb world would continue to expand as his cultivation advanced. Lu Chun was delighted by this discovery. However, upon reaching the fourth level of the martial disciple stage, the chaotic energy mass within him was completely refined, leaving a void that put him in a predicament. He now had neither spirit stones nor any cultivation resources. For a martial artist, the inability to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth meant that the speed of cultivation would slow dramatically. The lack of cultivation resources implied that his martial journey would come to a standstill. Faced with this helpless situation, Lu Chun decided to return to the outside world. Back in bed, he lay down and fell into deep thought. In his previous life, through dual cultivation of pill and martial arts, he possessed soul power stronger than ordinary people. Upon his rebirth, his soul power was already nearing the level of a first-grade alchemist. As night fell and everyone else was asleep, Lu Chun quietly released his soul power. After confirming that no one was watching, he silently left the room. The moment he stepped out of the door, a flash of starlight appeared beneath his feet, and he vanished from his original spot, reappearing 10 meters away. Soon after, Lu Chun left the Lu family and, utilizing the Lingxiao step technique, swiftly traversed the streets. After several streets, he stopped in front of a shop with a sign that read Ling Yao Tang. This shop, run by the Lin family, one of the four great families, primarily sold various elixirs. Tonight, it would become Lu Chun's target. He planned to sneak into Ling Yao Tang, seize the opportunity to plunder and gather spirit crystals, thereby accumulating cultivation resources for himself and taking some early interest from the Lin family. As he approached Ling Yao Tang, Lu Chun released his soul power, and instantly, everything within 50 meters was projected into his mind. Through this perception, he discovered that the defense of Ling Yao Tang was quite stringent. 6 guards were stationed there, for at the martial disciple stage, and the shopkeeper was at the third level of the martial warrior stage. Upstairs, there was also a strong individual at the first level of the martial master stage. Clearly, the Lin family had arranged very tight security to protect this place. Realizing all of this, Lu Chun frowned. Currently being only at the fourth level of the martial disciple stage, facing these 6 guards, with 2 of them above the martial warrior stage, achieving success seemed almost impossible. To be safe, Lu Chun decided to abandon the Lingyao Hall. After some thought, he arrived at a Lin family shop that sold fabrics. This shop was guarded by a middle-aged man at the 9th level of the martial disciple realm, who was currently asleep in a room on the 2nd floor, snoring steadily. Lu Chun cautiously surveyed the surroundings and, seeing no one was watching, deftly climbed the wall to the man's window. He carefully lifted the curtain and peered through the gap to assess the room. Confirming the man was alone, Lu Chun silently vaulted over the windowsill and landed quietly on the floor. As he stealthily approached the bed, within 3 meters of the sleeping man, a sharp cat's meow suddenly came from outside the window. Meow. Who's there? The man jolted awake, shouting sharply as he scanned the dark room with alert eyes. Realizing his plan was disrupted, Lu Chun immediately used the Lingxiao step, his figure flickering like a phantom to the man's bedside, simultaneously launching a soul skill attack on the man's consciousness. The man grunted coldly as his body stiffened momentarily, allowing Lu Chun to swiftly grab the large knife beside the bed. However, due to Lu Chun's insufficient soul power, the effect of the soul skill lasted less than 3 seconds. The man quickly regained his senses, his eyes widening in recognition of the intruder. You're Lu Chun. Lu Chun sneered, the blade glinting coldly in the moonlight. That's right, it's your Uncle Lu here to claim your life. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he unleashed another soul skill to disorient the man, while bringing the knife down unhesitatingly toward the man's neck. With a muffled thud, blood splattered as the man's head rolled to the corner of the bed, his headless body collapsing onto the bed, warm blood quickly soaking the sheets. Unfazed by the blood spatter on his face, Lu Chun immediately began searching the man's body. He found 5 spirit crystals, and with a dismissive snort at the meager haul, tossed them into his stone bead world. Relying on his earlier soul power perception, Lu Chun noticed something unusual about the man's pillow. He grabbed it, tore it open, and found a stash of spirit crystals, 32 in total. So poor. Lu Chun muttered under his breath, throwing these crystals into the stone bead world as well. He hadn't expected the Lin family shop to have so little wealth. Having completed the upstairs raid, Lu Chun quickly descended to the shop floor, selecting over 20 outfits from the piles of clothing that he thought might be useful later. After finishing this, he employed the Lingxiao step, disappearing from the shop like a shadow, and silently returned to his room. Once back in his safe place, Lu Chun immediately entered the stone bead world and began a new round of cultivation. In the 10 realms of martial arts, A martial apprentice enhances their cultivation by absorbing the elemental spiritual energy from the world or from spirit crystals, storing it in their dantian. The Yin Yang Manual, a powerful technique surpassing the imperial level, allows Lu Chun, a martial artist with divine veins, to absorb spirit crystals at a much faster rate than ordinary practitioners. While it takes a typical martial apprentice 7 to 8 days to deplete a single spirit crystal, Lu Chun can absorb 37 crystals in just 1 hour. When the external world reached the hour of Cho, Lu Chun ceased his cultivation, surrounded by 37 dull, spent stones. Despite his dantian overflowing with spiritual energy far beyond that of others in his realm, he was unsatisfied as his martial arts level showed no breakthrough after consuming the spirit crystals. Gazing at the vast, barren desert before him, Lu Chun sighed. Even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice, and I can't even improve my cultivation. The night stretched on, long and oppressive, and Lu Chun knew he had to venture out once more to make progress. Aware of the scarcity of cultivation resources, he quietly rose and left the Lu family. This time, he did not go to the Lin family to demand spirit crystals as he had before. Although his intention was to weaken the Lin family's power, the day's events made him hesitant. The tension between the Lu and Lin families was escalating, and further action against the Lin family might lead them to blame the Lu family, with dire consequences. After some contemplation, Lu Chun decided to target the Wu family. As one of the 4 major families, the Wu family controlled numerous businesses that could provide him with the spirit crystals he needed. He infiltrated 2 of their shops and looted their wealth. An hour later, Lu Chun returned to his room with 85 spirit crystals, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction, and then he entered the stone orb world. In the stone orb world, Lu Chun focused entirely on his cultivation. After exhausting 67 spirit crystals, he finally broke through to the 5th level of the martial apprentice realm before dawn, enhancing his dual core strength and subtly expanding the territory of the stone orb world. After this breakthrough, Lu Chun shifted his focus from martial arts to cultivating soul power through the soul refining technique. The next day, Lu Zhan brought breakfast to Lu Chun as usual and stayed by his side. Lu Chun casually hinted at his recovery, knowing he could no longer pretend to be bedridden and lifeless. Just then, Lu Ming burst into the room with 4 followers, demanding them to attack. However, as they moved to strike, Lu Kuang suddenly appeared, swiftly breaking their legs with a wave of his hand and throwing them out of the room. After dealing with Lu Ming's followers, Lu Kuang coldly addressed Lu Ming. This is the first and last time. If I catch you bullying Chinner again, I'll break your legs just like theirs and throw you out. Furious, Lu Ming glared at Lu Kuang, gritting his teeth. 4th uncle, I'll tell my father. Lu Kuang sneered. My bottom line includes your 3rd uncle, Chunner, and Johnner. Even if your father bullies them, I'll still beat him up. Fine, 4th uncle, protect him if you must. I'll see if you can shield this burden to the Lu family for a moment, or for a lifetime. Lu Ming retorted angrily, storming out after throwing his harsh words. Once Lu Ming's silhouette vanished from the doorway, Lu Kuang turned to check on Lu Chen's injuries. After ensuring his well-being, he left the room with Lu Zhan, leaving Lu Chun to ponder alone. Once the 2 left, Lu Chun entered the world of the Stone Pearl. While using his soul power to sense the situation outside, he practiced the soul refining technique to enhance his soul power. In Tianyuan City, overnight, 3 shops were emptied, with shelves overturned and goods vanished. The heads of the Lin and Wu families were furious upon hearing the news. They slammed their fists on the table and immediately dispatched their elite members to search for the culprit. However, Lu Chun moved like a phantom, leaving no trace to follow. The Lin and Wu families searched every street and alley in Tianyuan City for half a day without finding a single clue, eventually returning empty-handed. With no other choice, the Lin and Wu families had to swallow their losses. They ordered the remaining shops to tighten nighttime security, posting additional guards at each entrance to prevent another robbery. As night fell again, Lu Chen's figure appeared like a shadow on the streets of Tianyuan City. Unlike the previous night, he set his sights on the Li family, another of the 4 major families. He skillfully slipped into 3 shops, sweeping away valuable items with ease. After looting the 3 shops, Lu Chen's haul was substantial 157 spirit crystals. He quickly returned to his room, eagerly sitting cross-legged to absorb the energy from the spirit crystals for cultivation. The crystals gradually lost their luster in his hands, turning to powder, while the power within him continued to rise. Several hours passed, and when the energy of the last crystal was fully absorbed, Lu Chun felt a warm current break through his limits, naturally advancing his martial arts cultivation to the 6th level of the martial apprentice realm. After the breakthrough, he didn't stop. He immediately switched to practicing the soul refining technique, continuing to enhance his soul power. The next day, news of the Li family's 3 shops being looted spread like wildfire throughout the city. Considering the similar fates that befell the Lin and Wu families the previous day, all 4 major families were on edge, especially the Lu family. The Lin, Wu, and Li families have been robbed in succession. Our Lu family is surely next. Lu Qian analyzed gravely in the Lu family's council hall. Since compensating the Lin family with 10 shops, the Lu family had only 11 shops left. Now, even these remaining assets were at risk, leaving Lu Qian and Lu Meng on edge. In times of trouble, they thought of Lu Kuang first and immediately went to his residence to discuss strategies. The Lu family is no longer my concern. Lu Kuang replied coldly to their request, turning away and shutting the door heavily. After being rebuffed by Lu Kuang, Lu Qian and Lu Meng left, cursing under their breath, and then gathered all Lu family members to discuss increasing the guards for the shops. These so-called Lu family members mostly lived with the family for protection and monthly cultivation resources, despite having no blood ties. With only 11 shops left, the cultivation resources we receive are already scarce. Now we have to risk our lives to guard them. Question 1 dependent. The council hall erupted in an uproar. Amidst the rising complaints, over 30 people out of the 100+ stood up, resigning from the Lu family to become independent martial artists. Ungrateful wretches. After all the Lu family has done for you. Lu Qian and Lu Meng cursed angrily, but their words couldn't sway the determined crowd. Within minutes, over 30 people packed their belongings and left without looking back. Seeing the dire situation, Lu Qian quickly promised the remaining members an additional 20% of cultivation resources each month. This promise barely stabilized their morale. Subsequently, Lu Qian selected 22 individuals to strengthen the guards at each shop. Night fell over Tianyuan city, as Lu Chun took action once more. This time, he chose not to attack the remaining 11 shops of the Lu family, but instead targeted several shops that had recently been taken over by the Lin family. Within 2 hours, Lu Chun had ransacked 4 shops, collecting 232 spirit crystals in the process. Even the martial guards of these shops were not spared during his raids. After completing his nocturnal activities, Lu Chun returned to his room to continue his secluded cultivation. As his martial arts skills advanced, the amount of spiritual energy required for breakthroughs increased significantly. That night, he only managed to break through 1 Yin Dan, while the Yang Dan remained untouched. After exhausting all his spirit crystals, Lu Chun practiced the soul refining technique as usual, aiming to enhance his soul power and strengthen his abilities in a short time. In the morning, Lu Chun, feeling refreshed, returned to his room just as Lu Zhan entered with breakfast. As he walked in, Lu Zhan recounted the major events that had rocked the city overnight. Brother Chun, I heard that the assassin struck again last night, hitting 4 shops in one night. The whole of Tianyuan city is buzzing with the news, he said, placing the meal before Lu Chun. Lu Chun chuckled softly, feigning ignorance. Brother Zhan, with 4 shops hit in one night, the first and second branches must be furious. Lu Zhan scoffed. I would love to see them that angry, but unfortunately, the shops that were hit weren't theirs. Lu Chun was momentarily taken aback and curiously asked, Brother Zhan, didn't you say it was our Lu family's turn last night? Haven't the first and second branches already strengthened their defenses? Lu Zhan smirked. Yes, but the assassin didn't target their shops. They hit the ones we used to own. Lu Chun laughed knowingly. Serves them right. The Lin family just took over our shops, and now they've been robbed. I bet they're feeling the pain. Lu Zhan grumbled. They treat you worse than the first and second branches. I hope that assassin cleans out all of Lin's shops. Lu Chun smiled calmly. He probably will. No, he won't. Lu Zhan suddenly sighed, shaking his head. Lu Chun pressed. Why do you say that, Brother Zhan? I heard it's caused such a stir that the city lord's mansion is investigating. The assassin is probably scared and won't dare to strike again for now, Lu Zhan sighed. A flicker of contemplation crossed Lu Chen's eyes. As the dominant force in Tianyuan city, the city lord's mansion would undoubtedly dispatch martial artists of master level, possibly more than one. This realization made him understand the need to lay low for a while. If the city lord's mansion tracked him down, the entire city might label him a public enemy. As Lu Chun pondered his next steps, Lu Zhan's voice broke through his thoughts once more. Brother Chun, Brother Chun. Lu Chun snapped back to reality, noticing Lu Zhan waving a hand in front of his face. What is it? He asked, slightly distracted. Lu Zhan raised an eyebrow. What were you thinking about? I've called you several times, and you didn't respond at all. Lu Chun sheepishly waved it off. Nothing much, just wondering who that assassin is, daring to offend all 4 major families in Tianyuan city. Lu Zhan shook his head, smirking. Who knows? But I do hope he keeps causing trouble, just to see how the Lin family handles it. After saying this, Lu Zhan handed the prepared food to Lu Chun. Once Lu Chun finished eating, Lu Zhan left, and Lu Chun returned to the stone orb world to continue practicing the soul refining technique, further enhancing his soul power. While Lu Chun was deeply engrossed in practicing the soul refining technique, the Lin family estate was buzzing with furious commotion. The Lin family members were livid, their fists clenched, and some were even stomping in anger. They had just managed to seize 10 shops from the Lu family, expecting to make a fortune, only to find 4 of them looted overnight. All potential profits vanished, and the guards at the shops were brutally killed. This venture into taking over the Liu family shops had turned into a complete disaster. What infuriated the Lin family even more was the apparent targeting of their family in this series of raids. Last night, it was the original Liu family shops, and tonight, it was the Lin family's turn. This blatant provocation forced the Lin family leaders to gather in the hall to discuss their response with grim faces. Ultimately, they reached the same conclusion as the Liu brothers. They needed to deploy more people and strengthen their defenses. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the Liu family estate was equally tense. Although Liu Chun hadn't targeted the shops belonging to Liu Qian and Liu Ming the previous night, the brothers were far from relieved. In front of them lay a newly updated personnel list, and the numbers were alarming. 24 more martial artists had quietly left the Liu family overnight. Liu Qian's hand trembled slightly as he held the list. During Liu Yi's leadership, the Liu family had over 300 martial artists. Now, including those of direct Liu family descent, only a pitiful 63 remained. In just 6 years, only a fifth of the Liu family's martial strength was left, forcing the brothers to confront a harsh reality. The Liu family was truly in decline. Liu Qian gazed at the empty hall, his thoughts drifting back to 6 years ago. Back then, he had conspired with his younger brother Liu Ming to undermine Liu Yi and ultimately seize the position of family head from the deposed Liu Yi. At that time, he was full of ambition, believing that becoming the head would allow him to control the Liu family, access more cultivation resources, and wield supreme power. However, reality dealt him a harsh blow. Under Liu Yi's leadership, the family was unified internally, and the other 3 major families dared not show any disrespect externally. Under Liu Qian's leadership, the family was divided, and the other families frequently oppressed them, with Liu family shops being continually seized. Regarding cultivation resources, each person used to receive at least 10 cultivation crystals a month, but now even the most valued martial artists from outside the family received no more than 10 crystals. Liu Qian had to admit that he was not on par with Liu Yi. He neither commanded Liu Yi's respect, nor did he gain more cultivation resources by becoming the family head. For the first time, he felt the position of family head was like a red-hot iron, making him restless. Second brother, Liu Qian spoke with unprecedented despondency. People are leaving one after another. What should we do next? Liu Ming snorted, a fierce glint in his eyes. Big brother, if they want to leave, let them. We don't need them. But if everyone leaves, we won't have anyone to guard the shops, Liu Qian said worriedly. Hearing this, Liu Ming fell into brief silence. Moments later, a sly smile appeared on his face. Big brother, if people leave, we can have the 4th brother guard the shops. With his strength, no one would dare make a move. Liu Qian frowned. Second brother, although the 4th brother is strong, because of that brat Liu Chun, he no longer listens to us. Big brother, I have a plan. Liu Ming's eyes gleamed with cunning as he quickly moved to Liu Qian's side, leaning in to whisper something in his ear. After hearing Liu Ming's plan, a smile gradually appeared on Liu Qian's face. The 2 of them then stood up simultaneously and headed toward Liu Kuang's courtyard. Upon finding Liu Kuang, Liu Qian unusually displayed a friendly smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he got straight to the point. 4th brother, your second brother, and I have something to discuss with you today. Liu Kuang stood expressionless at the door, his tone indifferent. If there's something to say, say it. I'm busy. Suppressing his frustration, Liu Qian maintained his smile and said, 4th brother, the assassin in the city hasn't been found yet. Big brother would like you to help check on the shops. I don't have the time. Liu Kuang rejected firmly and turned to leave. Liu Zhan, standing nearby, watched coldly. 4th brother, Liu Qian raised his voice. The Liu family is what father left us. As a member of the Liu family, can you really bear to watch it decline and be removed from the 4 great families? This remark caused Liu Kuang to pause, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. As a descendant of the Liu family, he indeed found it hard to let go of his attachment to the family. Seeing Liu Kuang's hesitation, Liu Qian and Liu Ming quickly stepped up. Liu Ming smiled and said, 4th brother, we are brothers. Although there have been some frictions in the past, when problems arise, we should stand united, right? However, this backfired. Liu Kuang's wavering resolve instantly solidified. He turned abruptly, his eyes red with anger as he shouted, now you know we should be united? Where were you when 3rd brother was crippled and you didn't stand united? And when Chun'er was crippled and the Lin family blocked the main hall? Where were you? 4th brother, you've gone mad. Siding with 2 crippled people against big brother and second brother. Liu Ming shouted angrily. The words crippled people cut like a knife, piercing Liu Kuang's heart. It was not only the pain of Liu Yi and Liu Chun, but also a wound he couldn't let go of. Looking at Liu Qian and Liu Ming, who showed no remorse, Liu Kuang felt utterly disheartened. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his fury and said blankly, leave, I don't want to see you. With that, he took Liu Zhan back into the courtyard and slammed the door shut. Outside, Liu Qian and Liu Ming exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. In their minds, Lu Kuang, like Lu Yi, had always prioritized the family. As long as they invoked the family's greater good, he would agree. Yet, this strong refusal was something they hadn't anticipated. Big brother, let's go. Don't bother with that obstinate guy, Lu Ming said angrily, pulling Lu Qian away. Meanwhile, in the Stone Pearl world, Lu Chun was unaware of this dispute. Lacking spirit crystals, he focused on enhancing his soul power. For the past few days, he hadn't ventured out to seize spirit crystals as usual, opting instead to lay low temporarily. On the night of the third day, just as Lu Chun was about to begin his training, he detected a trace of anomaly with his soul power. He walked over to the discarded waste stones, picked up a piece close to the desert, and inspected it closely, discovering that the side of the stone near the desert inexplicably had a small amount of earth attribute spiritual energy. After examining the area thoroughly, Lu Chun began to inspect the other discarded stones. With his keen eye, he noticed that all the abandoned stones contained spiritual energy, and a pattern emerged. The earlier they were discarded, the higher their spiritual energy content. As he gazed at the hundreds of stones emitting faint spiritual glows, a bold hypothesis formed in his mind. This desert seemed to possess a magical ability to rain-fuse these stones with spiritual energy. Although the current spiritual energy in these stones was minimal, given enough time, they could eventually transform back into spirit crystals suitable for cultivation. With this thought, Lu Chen immediately took action. He dug a deep pit in the desert and collected all the exhausted stones, depositing them one by one into the pit. After completing this task, Lu Chun left the Stone Pearl world and used his Lingxiao step to arrive at the Lu family's back mountain. This unremarkable mountain, just a few hundred meters high, stood out due to its lack of large trees, with only a few sparse shrubs growing here and there. As a member of the Lu family, Lu Chun was very familiar with the 100-meter-deep pit at the back of the mountain, which had been used for years to dispose of household waste and discarded stones. That night, Lu Chun initially planned to gather discarded stones from the pit to bury them in the Stone Pearl world's desert, attempting a turning stones into gold experiment. However, upon setting foot on the back mountain, his sharp intuition, honed from his previous life as a powerful martial emperor, alerted him to something unusual about the mountain. Drawing from his vast experience, Lu Chen knew that unless it was a pure stone mountain, no peak should be so barren that not a single tree could grow. Recalling experiences from his past life, he speculated that an undeveloped mineral vein might lie hidden beneath the mountain, siphoning off the surrounding spiritual energy and preventing vegetation from thriving. To verify this hypothesis, Lu Chun extended his soul power to sense the area carefully and discovered that the earth element spiritual energy here was less than a tenth of that at the Lu family estate. This finding brought a smile to his face. There must be an earth element mineral vein beneath the mountain. Following his soul's guidance, Lu Chen searched for the area with the densest earth element spiritual energy, knowing it would be closest to the mineral vein. Before long, his steps led him above the large pit used for waste and stone disposal. As the foul odor wafted up from below, Lu Chun murmured to himself, "It seems the entrance to the mineral vein is right beneath this pit." Lu Chen glanced at the large pit, then at his own body, wrapped in bandages. Without a word, he took out some clothes he had looted earlier from the Stone Pearl and wrapped himself tightly in 2 layers to ensure no flaws were exposed. Confident in his disguise, he used the Lingxiao step technique, his form ghostly as he descended from the edge of the pit, landing steadily at the bottom after a few swift leaps. The air here was thick and putrid, the stench almost unbearable. Yet, Lu Chun narrowed his eyes, quietly releasing his soul power, and was taken aback. The earth element spiritual energy beneath his feet was denser than in any corner of Tianyuan city, almost solid in its concentration. Suppressing his excitement, he picked up a broken, discarded weapon from the pile of trash and began digging furiously into the side of the pit. The rusty blade scattered debris as it struck the rock wall, and with the aid of his spiritual power, Lu Chun persevered for over 2 hours. In the first hour, he dug 2 meters sideways, and then 5 meters down. The concentration of spiritual energy doubled, prompting a surge of joy. He continued to dig deeper, storing the excavated earth in the Stone Pearl world to avoid the hassle of repeated transport. Time slipped by. After 3 hours, Lu Chun had dug nearly 30 meters down when suddenly, a powerful burst of earth element spiritual energy erupted from below, as if a sealed chamber had been opened. His eyes lit up as he looked down to see mist-like spiritual energy rising like a fountain, with golden earth element spirit crystals glimmering in the dim light. "I've struck gold," he exclaimed, unable to contain his laughter. With this vein, he wouldn't lack spirit crystal resources even up to the early stages of the martial master realm. Barely finishing his sentence, he began to wildly swing his weapon at the vein, tossing the extracted spirit crystals into the Stone Pearl world. Unbeknownst to him, dawn had broken, and he had already harvested over 10,000 earth element spirit crystals, which now piled up like a small mountain inside the Stone Pearl world. The deeper he dug, the larger and purer the spirit crystals became, their quality improving significantly. However, as the vein was further excavated, Lu Qin's brow furrowed. The outpouring spiritual energy was so dense it nearly formed into mist. Without concealment, the vein would soon be discovered. Decisively, he returned all the previously stored earth back into the pit, then dug up a new batch of soil from elsewhere on the hills to cover and disguise the area, filling it up to the trash heap entrance. He then compacted and leveled the ground until the leakage of spiritual energy was significantly reduced. Even so, the concentration of earth element spiritual energy around the pit was still at least 1.5 times that of other areas in Tianyuan City. Though concerned, Lu Qin saw the morning light and had to set his worries aside. He removed his dirty clothes and quietly slipped back into his room. Inside, he adjusted his bandages and meticulously checked to ensure there were no flaws before finally lying down to rest. During the day, Lu Zhan, Lu Kuang, and Lu Yi came by as usual to visit and bring meals. He interacted with them as before, revealing no hint of his secret. After seeing the trio off, Lu Qin immediately entered the Stone Pearl world. Exhausted from a night's work, he slept for a few hours. Once rested, he sat cross-legged, holding a spirit crystal, and began cultivating with the Yin-Yang manual. Gradually, spiritual energy flowed into his body, converging in his meridians. Soon, with an internal surge, the spiritual power in his dantian intensified. A faint glow flickering across his skin. His yang pill had finally broken through to the 7th level of the martial apprentice realm. Taking a deep breath, a determined glint flashed in his eyes. Without pausing, he gripped the spirit crystal tighter and delved deeper into his cultivation. At night, after everyone else had fallen asleep, Lu Qin quietly made his way to the deep pit in the back mountain. The moonlight, as gentle as water, illuminated his cautious steps. He leaned down to inspect the pit and was relieved to find no signs of disturbance, allowing his tense shoulders to relax slightly. In a moment of realization, he understood. During the Lu family's heyday, someone would dump trash into the pit daily. However, with the family's decline and the population reduced to just 57, clearly, no one had come to dispose of garbage today. Besides, such chores were usually handled by servants unable to cultivate, and a 1.5-fold change in spiritual energy would be nearly imperceptible to them. A slight smile appeared on Lu Qin's lips as he found himself grateful for the Lu family's decline, which had inadvertently provided him with an advantage. He quickly changed into the prepared dirty clothes, the rough fabric scraping against his skin, yet effectively concealing his presence. Wasting no time, he leaped into the pit, immediately digging into the previously filled soil layer. The soft backfill made the work progress swiftly, and what normally would have taken 4 hours to dig through took him only 1. His clothes soaked with sweat, Lu Qin paid no mind and continued to delve into the vein for mining. Throughout the night, Lu Qin's hands worked tirelessly against the mine walls. By dawn, he had extracted over 50,000 spirit crystals, their surfaces shimmering faintly in the dim light. As the sky brightened, he quickly refilled the soil, erased any traces, and quietly returned to his room, pretending nothing had happened. Over the next week, Lu Qin's life settled into a routine, mining at night and resting and cultivating during the day. This dual-track lifestyle brought him an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and freedom. After 7 days, the results were remarkable. Lu Qin's dual martial arts paths simultaneously advanced to the 1st level of the warrior realm, and the spiritual energy in his dantian transformed into a more refined spiritual liquid, significantly boosting his strength. In the same period, he extracted over 500,000 earth element spirit crystals from the vein, creating a vast space within it large enough to accommodate several people. In stark contrast to Lu Qin's busy and fulfilling days, most of those who depended on the Lu family had fled, leaving only 29 to remain. Those who left readily sought refuge with the other 3 major families, their departure marked by a sense of despair for the Lu family's future. Since Lu Chun had ceased robbing shops, Tianyuan City gradually returned to its usual calm. The streets bustled with pedestrians, and the lively calls of vendors filled the air once more. The officials at the city lord's mansion, unable to capture the culprit after so long, reluctantly abandoned the investigation, setting the matter aside for the time being. On this day, 3 men named Lu Zhan, Lu Yi, and Lu Kuang gathered in Lu Qin's room, not for any other reason than it being the agreed-upon day to remove his bandages. As they pushed open the door, both Lu Yi and Lu Kuang widened their eyes in unison. The scene before them was astounding. Lu Chun had already removed his bandages himself and was sitting by the window in a clean blue robe. The sunlight streaming through the window framed his upright silhouette. What was even more surprising was that Lu Qin's skin bore no scars. Instead, it had become as smooth and fair as a newborn's, owing to the mystical yin-yang technique, making even women envious. His deep eyes, paired with his fair skin, made Lu Chun, already recognized as the most handsome man in Tianyuan City, even more striking. However, The shock on Lu Yi and Lu Kuang's faces was not due to Lu Chen's appearance, but because they sensed a clear spiritual energy emanating from Hema trait only warriors possessed. This discovery left them utterly astonished because everyone in Tianyuan City knew that Lu Chen's meridians and dantian had been completely destroyed. How could he possibly become a warrior again? Chunner, you have spiritual energy. Lu Yi's voice trembled, barely believing his senses. Lu Chun had already prepared his explanation. With a slight smile, he calmly replied, Father, my dantian and meridians have recovered. Really? Lu Kuang and Lu Yi exclaimed simultaneously, their eyes filled with disbelief. Of course it's true. Lu Chen smiled, extending his hands. If you don't believe me, father and uncle can check for yourselves. The two were momentarily stunned, but then approached to examine him. Their fingers lightly touched Lu Chen's pulse, and spiritual energy probed into his body to carefully sense the condition of his meridians and dantian. Moments later, they withdrew their hands, their faces filled with excitement and disbelief. The examination confirmed Lu Chen's words. His meridians were indeed fully restored, and a new white dantian had formed within him. The only downside was that his martial realm had fallen from a 7th-level martial master to a 1st-level warrior, a drop of 15 sublevels. However, for someone who had been deemed crippled, this was a miraculous recovery. Chunner, how did this happen? Lu Yi asked excitedly. Weren't you crippled? How are your dantian and meridians restored now? Lu Chen scratched his head, feigning confusion as he replied. Father, I'm not entirely sure either. Last night, while I was sound asleep, I dreamed of an old man with white hair. He said he could help restore my meridians and dantian and grant me a great fortune. When I woke up, I found my dantian and meridians restored, and my martial realm had become that of a 1st-level warrior. Hearing this, Lu Yi and Lu Kuang exchanged a meaningful glance. They immediately thought of 2 rare elixirs, 5th-grade Meridian Repair Pill and the 6th-grade Great Restoration Pill. The former was rumored to heal severed meridians, while the latter could defy fate and reconstruct a dantian. They never doubted Lu Chen's honesty, believing instead that he had encountered a master in a half-dream state and consumed these rare elixirs, thus restoring his meridians and dantian. Seeing Lu Chun restored to his former self, Lu Kuang and Lu Yi burst into laughter, and then all their pent-up emotions surged like a flood as they embraced Lu Chen tightly, crying openly. Standing in the corner, Lu Zhan wiped his tears silently upon hearing the news of Lu Chen's ability to cultivate again. Previously, he had held back his tears to avoid upsetting Lu Chun, but now all his strength dissolved into tears at the corners of his eyes. After a while, Lu Chun gently patted Lu Yi and Lu Kuang on the back, soothing them with a gentle tone. Father, 4th uncle, there's no need to cry anymore. It's all in the past. Upon hearing this, the two wiped away their tears, their expressions solemn. Lu Yi, with a serious expression, said in a deep voice, Chunner, from today on, you are still the person whose meridians and dantian are destroyed. Lu Kuang echoed quietly. Chunner, until you reach the martial king stage, you mustn't let anyone know that your meridians and dantian have recovered. Lu Chen shook his head, his eyes resolute. Father, 4th uncle, I understand your concerns, but I don't want to hide anymore. I want to show my true self. Lu Yi frowned and asked gravely. Chunner, do you know who your enemies are? The city lord's mansion, Lu Chun replied without hesitation. Lu Yi's eyes narrowed as he continued. Knowing that, do you still dare to reveal yourself as a warrior? Aren't you afraid the city lord's mansion will target you again? Lu Chun replied firmly. Father, the city lord's mansion is indeed powerful, but as long as I don't leave Tianyuan City, they won't act rashly. After all, they still need to maintain appearances outside. Seeing this, Lu Kuang sighed and advised, Chunner, in my opinion, pretending to be a crippled person is safer. With your martial talent, it won't take long to seek revenge. Lu Chen responded earnestly, 4th uncle, it's really okay. Don't worry. Chunner. Lu Kuang hesitated, clearly uneasy. Beside him, Lu Yi suddenly interjected, interrupting Lu Kuang. 4th brother, you've watched Chunner grow up. You know his character, don't you? Stop trying to persuade him. Just do as he says. But, Lu Kuang still worried. Let it be. Lu Yi sighed softly, patting Lu Kuang's shoulder. He then took out 1,000 spirit crystals from his storage ring and handed them to Lu Chun. Chunner, here are 1,000 spirit crystals. Use them for now. Lu Chen smiled. Father, there's no need. I have spirit crystals. Lu Kuang was puzzled. The family shops had long been lost, and the Lu family no longer provided resources. Where did the spirit crystals come from? However, a peculiar smile flickered in Lu Yi's eyes, and his expression grew profound. He looked at his son with a meaningful gaze. He didn't force the spirit crystals on Lu Chun, but instead naturally put them away. Since you don't need them, I won't insist. Lu Kuang was a bit anxious. 3rd brother, how can you trust Chunner so much? Lu Yi turned to Lu Chun and smiled. Chunner, since you're fine, focus on your training. Your father and fourth uncle won't disturb you any longer." With that, Louis wrapped an arm around the frustrated Lu Kuang, and the three left the room together. As their footsteps faded, Lu Chun gazed at the door, somewhat lost in thought. Suddenly, he felt as if his father had seen right through him, as if his secrets were laid bare. But soon, he let go of his doubts. After all, Lu Yi was his father. Even if he knew something, it wouldn't pose a threat to him. With this in mind, Lu Chun changed into a loose black outfit, donned a black cloak, and quietly left the Lu family estate. Each of the 4 Lu family estates spans thousands of square meters, exuding luxury. After leaving Lu Chun, Lu Kuang was pulled into the living room by his third brother, Lu Yi. As soon as he stepped inside, Lu Kuang wore a look of displeasure and spoke urgently. "Third brother, what's going on? You let Chun'er do whatever he wants, and you don't even try to talk sense into him." Lu Yi smiled, handed him a cup of tea, and said slowly, "Fourth brother, don't rush. Listen to me first. It's not too late to get upset afterward." Seeing his brother's smile, Lu Kuang felt a bit puzzled. After all, Lu Yi was a smart man. If he hadn't thought about Lu Chen's situation, he would have dealt with it long ago. With this in mind, Lu Kuang took the tea and sat down heavily, staring at Lu Yi with lingering dissatisfaction. "Third brother, if you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, we won't be done with this." Lu Yi chuckled softly. "Won't be done? What do you mean by that?" Feeling a surge of anxiety, Lu Kuang organized his thoughts and finally made up his mind, staring at Lu Yi. "I'm not leaving today. How about that?" Lu Yi laughed heartily, unconcerned. "Not leaving? Great. Stay and keep me company." He then sat down slowly, his expression turning serious. "Fourth brother, the reason I'm letting Chun'er be is because I suspect there's someone powerful behind him." Lu Kuang's eyes lit up, and he leaned in closer, speaking in a low voice. "Third brother, are you saying the strong person who rebuilt Chun'er's Dantian and meridians hasn't left?" "I suspect so," Louis nodded. "Otherwise, Chun'er wouldn't refuse my spirit crystals, nor would he continue to act so low-key after suffering once." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Kuang said slowly, "Third brother, that might be true. Thinking back, when the 4 major family shops were looted recently, I think it was done by the person behind Chun'er." Louis paused, a hint of agreement flashing in his eyes. Yes, it seemed like the 4 major families were looted, but the Lu family was untouched, likely because of Chun'er. Lu Kuang slapped the table excitedly. "Third brother, that's definitely it. Otherwise, why would that person spare our Lu family?" "Exactly," Lu Yi sighed lightly. "If they can produce pills like the Meridian Continuation Pill and the Great Restoration Pill, they're obviously someone extraordinary. Protecting Chun'er should be no problem." A hint of anticipation appeared in Lu Kuang's eyes. "Third brother, since that person can save Chun'er, wouldn't they be able to help you too? Should we ask Chun'er to help rebuild your meridians and Dantian?" Lu Yi's expression changed, turning serious. "Fourth brother, don't talk nonsense. The fact that the master behind Chun'er saved him is already a great favor. We shouldn't be greedy and risk displeasing them." "All right." Lu Kuang nodded disappointedly. Lu Yi sighed, his eyes complicated. "I just hope Chun'er stays safe. Nothing else matters to me anymore. A person capable of producing 5th or 6th grade pills must be at least a martial emperor level expert. Protecting Chun'er is naturally not an issue." Lu Kuang mused, feeling somewhat relieved. After a moment of silence, Lu Kuang finally relaxed, and with a lighter expression, he left with Lu Zhan. Meanwhile, Lu Chun was already using his Lingxiao step, heading towards the west gate of Tianyuan city. Over the past few days, Lu Chun had been busy mining spirit crystals, and the security in Tianyuan city had improved. During the day, the city was especially lively, with bustling crowds filling the noisy streets. Passing through the commercial areas dominated by the 4 major families, Lu Chun reached the center of the western district, entering the most prosperous part of Tianyuan city. In this area, aside from the Wanbao building, all other commercial establishments belonged to the city lord's mansion. After arriving at the center of the western district, Lu Chun, guided by the memories of his predecessor, navigated through a couple of streets before entering the largest marketplace in Tianyuan city. This marketplace spanned several acres and stood in stark contrast to other commercial areas in the city. It lacked orderly shops and was instead filled with countless stalls stretching endlessly. The items displayed at each stall were a dazzling array of goods, all essential for martial artists, including elixirs, magical instruments, and martial arts techniques. Most of the stall owners were quite powerful, and like Lu Chun, many were cloaked or masked, clearly wishing to remain anonymous. Thanks to his predecessor's memories, Lu Chun was aware of this marketplace's unique characteristics. With ample spirit crystals at his disposal, he decided to try his luck here. The marketplace was bustling with people, all of whom exuded a solid aura, indicating their not-so-weak cultivation levels. Lu Chun carefully surveyed his surroundings and quickly realized that most of the items at the stalls were fake. The air was filled with various sales pitches. "Don't miss out. An ancestral flame blade for just 100 spirit crystals. Take a look, sir," This is a genuine 4th level fire wind bird beast core, guaranteed to boost your cultivation by 2 levels. Only 50 spirit crystals. Don't leave, sir. I'll settle for 40. Amid the noisy shouts, Lu Chen discreetly released his soul power, carefully sensing each stall. Suddenly, something caught his eye. An inconspicuous stall drew his attention. Wow, I didn't expect to find something like this in a small place like Tianyuan City. What a pleasant surprise, he murmured to himself as he leisurely made his way toward the stall. Compared to other stalls, this one seemed particularly deserted. On the empty stand lay a neatly arranged pile of black, boulder-sized stones that, at first glance, looked no different from ordinary rocks. Lu Chen immediately recognized it as a stone gambling stall. As a former titled martial emperor, he was well acquainted with this business back in the day. He had funded the founding of his sect through stone gambling. In the divine martial realm, spiritual items often use stones as a vessel, which prevents spiritual energy from leaking and keeps the item intact. Stone gambling involves purchasing these seemingly ordinary stones, betting on whether they contain valuable spiritual items inside. The stall owner, a middle-aged man at the first level of martial master realm, had been calling out for a whole hour without any customers. Seeing Lu Chen approach, a gleam flashed in his eyes as he perked up and asked, "Sir, interested in stone gambling?" Lu Chen deliberately used a middle-aged man's tone to reply, "Just browsing." "You've come at the right time," the owner said with a smile. "These are top-quality stones that just arrived yesterday. Feel free to take your pick." Pointing at a few stones, Lu Chen remarked disdainfully, "Stop exaggerating. These stones look so bad. It's obvious there's nothing inside them." "Sir, you might not know," the owner explained. "In stone gambling, the most attractive stones are often deceiving, whereas the plain-looking ones might actually be the real treasures." Lu Chen didn't argue further and directly asked the price. "How much for these stones?" The owner held up 2 fingers. 2 spirit crystals each. "You must be joking," the owner laughed. "It's 20 spirit crystals per stone. That's outrageous." Lu Chen's face darkened as he raised his voice. In the divine martial realm, stones are the least valuable. Ordinary stones that wouldn't even be worth a single gold coin outside were being priced at 20 spirit crystals here, more than 200 times the Markupa blatant ripoff. Despite Lu Chen's dissatisfaction, the seasoned stall owner remained calm. "Sir, my stones are all premium quality. You could profit from opening any one of them, so the price is truly reasonable. But only if they contain something good," Lu Chen retorted with a cold laugh. "If nothing's inside, it's just an ordinary rock, not even worth using as a paperweight." The owner chuckled and said, "Why not pick a few more? If you buy several, I might consider giving you a discount." "Huh, I really believe your nonsense," Lu Chen replied with disdain. Lu Chen casually fiddled with a pile of stones, his fingers moving deftly over what appeared to be ordinary rocks, his eyes reflecting a professional gleam. After half an hour, he expertly picked out 6 of the most inconspicuous stones from the chaotic heap. These stones were rough and dull, unlikely to catch the attention of the average person. 6 stones for 80. "If you want to sell, I'll take them. Otherwise, keep them for yourself," Lu Chen said flatly, his gaze fixed on the vendor. The vendor, a middle-aged man, felt a surge of excitement at Lu Chen's interest in the most ordinary stones. He secretly rejoiced, thinking he'd found an easy mark from whom he could make a tidy profit. However, he maintained a facade of reluctance, a basic skill in his trade. "Sir, that's a harsh price," the man replied with a pained expression. "If I sell at that price, I'll be left with nothing." "Cut the nonsense. 80, take it or leave it," Lu Chen retorted bluntly, leaving no room for negotiation. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he saw through the vendor's feeble tricks, which might fool the average person but not him. His firm tone was intentional, to avoid drawing attention to the seemingly ordinary stones. "No deal," the vendor replied through gritted teeth, though his eyes betrayed a sense of loss. "Fine, keep them for yourself," Lu Chen replied coldly, turning away with a resolute stride, heading deeper into the market without a hint of hesitation or a backward glance. "Wait," the vendor, seeing a potential sale slipping away, quickly jumped from his stall and caught up with Lu Chen, grabbing his sleeve. "Yes." Lu Chen turned back, his expression showing a hint of impatience. The vendor quickly plastered on a sheepish smile. "Sir, let's not be hasty. We can work something out. I'll sell you the 6 stones for 80 spirit crystals today, even at a loss." Hearing this, Lu Chen returned, retrieving 80 translucent spirit crystals from his waist pouch and tossing them to the vendor. The vendor scrambled to catch the unexpected windfall, while Lu Chen swiftly pocketed the 6 unremarkable stones and continued browsing the market. Over the next hour, Lu Chen purchased 2 more items, both valuable spiritual herbs. One was a first-grade spirit grass, freshly picked, costing him only 2 spirit crystals for 10 stalks. The other was a third-grade blood lingji, an expensive item that set him back 300 spirit crystals. The blood lingji had a faint blood-red glow, as if soaked in blood. After securing the blood lingji, Lu Chen carefully stored it away before turning to leave the bustling market. blending into the throng of people. As he stepped out of the marketplace gate, Lu Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. He deliberately quickened his pace, turning into a deserted alley, and finally stopped in front of a dead end. You've been following me for quite a while. Now that I'm cornered, are you sure you don't want to show yourself? Lu Chen suddenly turned around and demanded coldly. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause echoed from around the corner. A middle-aged man wielding a broadsword emerged slowly. It was the same man who had sold Lu Chen the bloodlingji at the market earlier. This man had reached the 7th level of warrior realm, exuding an intimidating aura. You certainly know how to do business. Sell first, then follow, Lu Chen remarked with a mocking smile. Old man, I don't want to waste words with you. Hand over the goods immediately, Liu demanded coldly. Just the bloodlingji, not my life? Liu's eyes flashed with a cold light. Hand over the bloodlingji, and I might let you die intact. Otherwise, your death will be quite miserable. Lu Chen understood that this man intended to kill him to cover up the scam and continue deceiving others with the bloodlingji. I should thank you for being so considerate, even offering me an intact corpse. Not going to give it up? I really don't want to give it to you. If you have the ability, come and take it, Lu Chen replied calmly. Then die. With a roar, Liu leaped into the air, his broadsword engulfed in scorching flames. As it descended, the air crackled. This move had claimed the lives of dozens of warriors before, but this time, he had chosen the wrong opponent. Lu Chen, the former titled martial emperor. Facing the fierce attack, Lu Chen remained indifferent. He executed Ling Xiao's step, disappearing instantly and reappearing behind Liu. Thunder Fist. Liu's expression changed drastically. He hastily raised his sword to block, but it was too late. Lu Chen's fist thundered down on his head with a dull thud. Blood filled Liu's eyes as he crashed heavily against the wall and slid down to the corner of the alley. Liu began, but Lu Chen silenced him with another powerful punch to a vital point. Liu struggled briefly before his life was extinguished. Without a word, Lu Chen removed the storage ring from Liu's hand and swiftly left the alley using his footwork technique. He casually walked through the western district streets and, once out of sight, used Ling Xiao's step to return directly to the Lu family estate. Back in his room, Lu Chen changed into everyday clothes and, after confirming no one was watching, entered the stone orb world. Eagerly, he approached the 6 stones, discarding 4 and focusing his gaze on the remaining 2. Betting on stones might fool others, but not Lu Chen. His gaze swept over the stall and finally settled on 2 unusual stones. One exuded a faint ancient aura, while the other was even more extraordinary. It caused a vibration in the stone bead within him. As a divine artifact, the stone bead's unusual reaction intrigued Lu Chen. Could this stone conceal a treasure similar to the stone bead? Suppressing his excitement, Lu Chen quickly decided to first unravel the stone with a life aura, leaving the more mysterious one for later. He carefully released his soul power and began the process of unsealing the stone. 15 minutes later, the true form of the first stone was revealed: a mouse about the size of a small cat. Its body was smooth and hairless, with plump skin that had the hue of a newborn chick. Though it appeared lifeless, its body maintained a temperature similar to that of a human. How is it a hairless mouse? Lu Chen was momentarily stunned. Just as he was caught between laughter and disbelief, the mouse's fleshy paw twitched slightly, it began to breathe, and its misty eyes slowly opened, staring straight at Lu Chen. Human, where is this place? The hairless mouse suddenly spoke, its voice clear. A hint of surprise flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. You can talk. It was known that generally, a beast could only speak human language upon reaching the 6th level and assuming human form. The mouse nodded, and Lu Chen briefly explained, This is my world. Your world. The hairless mouse stood up, looking directly into Lu Chen's eyes. Tell me exactly how you found me. Faced with this eloquent mouse, Lu Chen inexplicably felt no aversion. Despite having once been a high-ranking titled martial emperor, he willingly recounted the events. After listening, the hairless mouse thoughtfully pointed to the remaining stone. Kid, open that one too. Under the mouse's watchful gaze, Lu Chen carefully unsealed the second stone. Moments later, a miniature cauldron emerged. Seeing this treasure, the hairless mouse's expression changed instantly, its gaze shifting between Lu Chen and the small cauldron, as if contemplating something. It was clearly very interested in Lu Chen's identity. Not only had he found 2 ancient divine artifacts, but he also carried the aura of an old acquaintance. Lu Chen's attention was fully absorbed by the small cauldron in his hands, watching it intently. Without hesitation, he pricked his finger, allowing a drop of fresh red blood to fall onto the surface of the miniature cauldron. Buzz! With a clear sound, the cauldron suddenly broke free from Lu Chen's grasp, levitating into the air. Brilliant azure light burst from every part of the cauldron, illuminating the surrounding space. A delighted smile spread across Lu Chen's face, but before he could examine it closely, the cauldron began to spin rapidly, drawing him inside with a powerful suction force. Once inside, Lu Chen quickly realized that this cauldron was also a mystical artifact containing an independent space. Before him lay a vast desert world. Although slightly smaller than the world within the stone orb, the mysterious aura it exuded was no less potent. As he surveyed his surroundings, the sky suddenly changed. A fierce wind howled, and a mass of chaotic light descended like a meteor, directly entering his consciousness. In an instant, a cultivation manual called the Chaos Alchemy Scripture unfolded slowly in his mind. In his previous life, Lu Chun was a renowned 9th-grade emperor-level alchemist in the divine martial realm, and his expertise in alchemy was considered masterful even among the many alchemists in the alchemy domain. However, as he began to study the Chaos Alchemy Scripture, it felt like a new door had opened. His past knowledge seemed quite shallow in comparison to this classic work. The Chaos Alchemy Scripture is divided into 4 volumes, with the first volume detailing the 9 Nether Soul Manual, a technique specifically designed to enhance soul power. Its cultivation method is extremely domineering. The practitioner must first condense a soul slave, then have the soul slave repeatedly tear and devour their own soul, thus tempering and strengthening the soul body. This cultivation method immediately reminded Lu Chun of the formidable overlord martial emperor, Tianyuan, who was the top among the 10 titled martial emperors in the divine martial realm. Known for his habit of flaunting his muscles shirtless in front of women, Tianyuan made a name for himself in the titled martial emperor battle, claiming the top spot with astonishing strength. His cultivation technique, the Overlord Manual, was quite similar to the 9 Nether Soul Manual, with one focusing on tempering the body and the other on the soul. Recalling the grueling 3-day and 3-night battle with Tianyuan, Lu Chen still felt a twinge of fear. His proud sword Dao of 3000 was never able to breach Tianyuan's physical defense, and ultimately, Lu Chen conceded due to exhaustion, securing Tianyuan's place at the top of the martial emperor rankings. The alchemical techniques recorded in the 3rd volume left Lu Chen in awe. His eyes moved swiftly over the ancient text, each technique more exquisite than anything he had encountered before. The methods were so advanced that he had never seen anything similar in any other texts. As he turned to the 4th volume, he was met with a plethora of dense alchemical formulas. Lu Chen's eyes scanned the pages rapidly, and the more he read, the more astonished he became. Until then, he had thought that the only elixir beasts could consume was the transformation pill, but the Chaos Alchemy Scripture completely overturned his understanding. The book detailed exclusive formulas for hundreds of different clans, with a wide variety. There were pills for humans, known as human elixirs, beast-specific beast elixirs, and even mysterious soul elixirs and bone elixirs, among others. Just within the category of human elixirs, thousands of formulas were recorded. As Lu Chun carefully compared them, he found that while some of the elixir names were familiar, their formulas were entirely different. What surprised him even more was that over 90% of the formulas were completely unheard of. As he focused on one particular formula, he realized that the ingredient ratios in the Chaos Alchemy Scripture were more precise, and the refining methods more refined, promising effects far superior to existing elixirs. This discovery filled Lu Chun with excitement. This was no ordinary alchemical scripture. It was clearly an ancient tome that surpassed current alchemical knowledge by leaps and bounds. He eagerly sat down cross-legged, immersing himself in practice until a hairless mouse in the stone pearl world reminded him that someone was approaching, reluctantly bringing him back to reality. By then, the night had deepened. Lu Zhan entered, carrying a meal. Accepting the food, Lu Chun considered that uninterrupted practice was crucial, and with a smile, he said, "Zhan, you don't need to bring me meals anymore. I'll go eat when I'm hungry." "Brother Chun," Lu Zhan said with concern, "Lu Ming and the others really hold a grudge against you now. I'm worried they'll take the chance to bully you." Lu Chun smiled easily. "Uncle has already warned them. They won't dare to act rashly. Besides, I'll avoid their meal times." "All right, I won't bring meals every day then," Lu Zhan agreed. Lu Chen nodded in agreement and started his meal. Half an hour later, he saw Lu Zhan out the door and returned to his practice with renewed focus. After Lu Zhan left, Lu Chen immediately returned to the Stone Pearl world. Due to the time difference between worlds, when he re-entered the Stone Pearl world, the previously listless hairless rat seemed to have regained much of its energy. At that moment, it was nonchalantly sitting on a pile of earth spirit crystals, gnawing on them with a constant crunching sound. Lu Chen looked closely and saw that the pile of earth spirit crystals had been significantly consumed, with over 50,000 spirit crystals reduced by nearly a 20th in just a few days. The thought of the hairless rat devouring thousands of spirit crystals in such a short time made Lu Chen's heart ache. He quickly strode over to the ravenous rat. "Big rat," he asked through gritted teeth, "how many spirit crystals did you eat while I was in the small cauldron world?" "What big rat? Call me Master Rat," the hairless rat snapped, glaring at Lu Chen. "Master Rat?" Lu Chen sneered. "You want me to call an ugly rat like you master? Dream on. You brat, calling me ugly," the hairless rat roared. and before the words had fully left its mouth, it vanished from sight. Lu Chen's heart tightened as a strong sense of danger washed over him. Almost instinctively, he summoned all his spirit energy and swung a punch behind him, sensed a faint breeze from his back. Brat, your senses are decent, but you're too slow, the hairless rat's voice sounded, filled with disdain. Although Lu Chen reacted swiftly, it wasn't fast enough. In the instant he turned around, the hairless rat had already appeared to his left, its chubby paw delivering a powerful kick to his backside. Damn, Lu Chen was horrified, realizing he was in trouble. Brat, realizing it now is too late. The hairless rat sneered, its tone dripping with mockery. Then, Lu Chen felt a tremendous force from behind, sending him flying into a sand pile. Sand scattered everywhere as his body carved an arc through the air before landing in a heap. So painful. Lu Chen groaned, the intense pain making it nearly impossible for him to stand. Pain is good. Serves you right for having a foul mouth and calling me ugly, the hairless rat said mercilessly, its words like sharp knives piercing Lu Chen's ears. As Lu Chen struggled to get up, before he could react, the hairless rat appeared again, this time targeting him even more ruthlessly. Without time to respond, he was kicked back into the sand pile. Damn it, Lu Chen cursed, the repeated attacks leaving his bones feeling shattered, the pain blurring even the sensation of his blood surging. He gritted his teeth, trembling violently, trying to stand, but his body seemed too weak to support him. However, the hairless rat was determined to teach Lu Chen a harsh lesson. It showed no sign of relenting, each attack leaving Lu Chen off balance, with hundreds of consecutive blows rendering him powerless, each one feeling like a heavy hammer striking him, the pain almost unbearable. By the time the hairless rat stopped, Lu Chen was completely collapsed in the sand, sprawled out like a battered ragdoll, a pitiful sight. At that moment, Lu Chen was filled with resentment towards the hairless rat. He felt a deep humiliation, having never been beaten so badly in years, and to think his assailant was a mere rat. The hairless rat smugly approached, looking down at Lu Chen with a self-satisfied expression, and coldly said, "Brat, do you still dare to call me ugly now?" Lu Chen barely managed to open his eyes, responding with a pained smile. "You are ugly." Thud thud, the hairless rat landed 2 more kicks, the sound echoing loudly. Lu Chen's swollen mouth, barely recognizable, struggled to form words, only to be met with 2 violent kicks that sent him flying. When he landed on the sand again, looking as pitiful as a dog eating dirt, a flash of anger crossed the hairless rat's eyes, and its teeth ground audibly. "You little brat, how dare you defy me? If I can't beat you into submission, my 3 millennia in the ancient era would have been for nothing." Lu Chen was almost bursting with rage, but those words made his eyes widen despite the swelling that nearly closed them. He forced himself to endure the pain, sensing something amiss ancient era. In a sudden realization, he understood that this wretched rat wasn't an ordinary beast, it was a relic from the primal times. In his past life, Lu Chen had encountered many forbidden secrets due to his immense strength. He learned from an ancient text that the divine martial world had gone through 4 great eras: the ancient, the chaotic, the immortal martial, and the spirit martial. The spirit martial era had lasted over 43,000 years, the immortal martial era over 400,000 years, and the chaotic era over 500,000 years. The ancient era, lasting over 1,000,000 years, was said to be the most glorious period of martial arts in the divine martial world, teeming with countless races, geniuses, and powerful beings. Now, hearing the hairless rat's words, Lu Chen realized that this creature was not only deeply rooted in history, but was even more formidable than he had imagined. This creature was a super old monster from the ancient era. "What? Are you scared?" the hairless rat sneered, seeing the stunned look in Lu Chen's eyes. With swollen lips, Lu Chen managed to utter, "Are you really a rat from the ancient era?" Smack! At the word rat, the hairless rat flew into a rage and kicked Lu Chen again without hesitation. Then, with a displeased look, it corrected him. "Not rat, call me Master Rat." Lu Chen couldn't help but curse inwardly, but he swallowed his pride and silently cursed the rat's ancestors 1,000 times over. He finally recognized that this creature was not to be trifled with unless he could defeat it. Otherwise, it was best not to provoke it. In the end, Lu Chen said nothing. Enduring the severe pain, he slowly crawled to the pile of spirit crystals, picked up 2, and bit into them, a look of determination flashing through his tear-filled eyes as he began to cultivate. He understood that only by becoming stronger could he earn the right to stand against this rat. The hairless rat looked at Lu Chen's aggrieved face, barely suppressing a smile. In the next instant, a flash of light appeared, and without warning, it was right beside Lu Chen. Lu Chen instantly became alert, his body reflexively dodging as he glared at it with anger. "What are you doing? I don't want to deal with you anymore. So why do you keep hitting me?" Well, seems like you know fear now," the hairless rat teased with a smirk. Lu Chen shot at a glance, suppressing his anger. He knew this wasn't the time to be stubborn. Discretion was the better part of valor. He chose to remain silent, forcibly shifting his focus back to himself, continuing to practice the Yin Canon to heal his injuries. Seeing Lu Chen no longer reacting, the hairless rat didn't get annoyed. It plopped itself onto a pile of spirit crystals, its fluffy paws casually playing with them, and proposed with a grin. Kid, as long as you stop calling me ugly and respectfully address me as Rat Lord, I won't hit you anymore. Lu Chun inwardly sneered, self-deception. But he didn't dare say it aloud, knowing full well it would only earn him another beating. The hairless rat eyed him with a playful glint and leisurely asked, Kid, you've acquired 2 ancient treasures, but do you really know how to use them? Ancient treasures? Lu Chun was startled, his hand gestures pausing. He suppressed the pain within and began to speak. Great. But caught himself, quickly correcting. No, I mean Rat Lord. The hairless rat raised an eyebrow, its expression visibly softening, and it hummed in satisfaction. That's right, calling me Rat Lord isn't so hard, is it? You'll get used to it after a few times. Lu Chen didn't waste any more words and asked coldly, Rat Lord, do you know how to use them? Of course I do, Rat Lord replied with a sly smile. I don't believe you. Lu Chen frowned. Rat Lord glanced at the battered Lu Chun, chuckled, and countered. Kid, where are we right now? In a stone bead, Lu Chun answered honestly. The stone bead you have, along with that small cauldron, are both ancient treasures, Rat Lord explained slowly. The stone bead is called the Chaos Pearl, and the small cauldron is the Chaos Cauldron. The flow of time inside them is 10 times faster than outside. Lu Chun had suspected as much, but he was surprised at how much Rat Lord knew. He quickly followed up, besides the time difference, do these worlds have other uses? Rat Lord shook its fur and lazily replied. The Chaos Pearl world can nurture minerals, while the Chaos Cauldron world can nurture spiritual herbs. Explain it more clearly, I don't understand, Lu Chen frowned. Simply put, Rat Lord yawned. Any mineral you bury in the Chaos Pearls world will quickly become a top-grade mineral. As for the Chaos Cauldron, it's suitable for planting spiritual herbs. Any living herb planted inside will grow rapidly, eventually becoming a top-grade spiritual herb. Lu Chen gasped, utterly shocked. If these treasures were truly as Rat Lord described, he essentially owned 2 inexhaustible sources of resources. Rat Lord observed Lu Chen's stunned expression without comment, seemingly expecting such a reaction. After a moment, it suddenly became serious, speaking in a low tone. Kid, let me warn you, no one must know about these treasures. If anyone finds out, no matter the cost, you must eliminate them. Hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes flickered, and he gave Rat Lord a sidelong glance. You already know. Should I kill you? You're welcome to try, Rat Lord taunted, as long as you're not afraid of getting beaten even worse. Before Lu Chun could respond, it burrowed into the pile of spirit crystals, and the sound of it gnawing on the crystals echoed loudly. Lu Chen glanced at the pile, choosing to ignore it. Unable to defeat it, and with no shortage of spirit crystals himself, he let it be and continued to focus on healing with the Yin Canon. The Yin Canon harnessed the powers of Yin and Yang, with Yin being cold as ice and Yang as hot as fire. These opposing forces flowed through his body, cleansing every inch of his meridians and bones like a baptism of ice and fire. To his delight, this power was not only formidable, but also accelerated his healing. Wow, the Yin Canon can heal too. How many more uses does this technique have? Lu Chen murmured, his resolve strengthening. For the next while, he concentrated entirely on healing, not daring to let his attention waver. Half a day later, the injuries inflicted by Rat Lord were completely healed, leaving no trace of bruises behind. He stood up, without hesitation, and grabbed the living spirit grass and blood lingji he had bought earlier from the market, diving into the world of the Chaos Cauldron. After entering the world of the Chaos Cauldron, Lu Chen first planted the spirit grass, and then carefully buried the crushed fragments of the blood lingji into the soil. Once he completed these tasks, he swiftly returned to his room, lightly leaped, and used the Lingxiao step to head towards the back mountain, ready to start his mining work for the night. Although Master Mouse was busy gnawing on spirit crystals, its bright little eyes remained fixed on Lu Chen's every move. Seeing that Lu Chen not only mastered the Lingxiao step technique, but also possessed a mind, it became intrigued. Kid, I must say, you have quite the fortune, always stumbling upon good things, Master Mouse said with a grin. I used to think so too, until I bought you during a stone gambling at the market, Lu Chen replied, his tone laced with obvious resentment. Don't hold grudges, Master Mouse chuckled. As long as you don't cross me, I promise not to hit you anymore. Besides, meeting me is a great fortune for you. With me around, you'll gain countless benefits. Lu Chen looked Master Mouse up and down, his face full of disdain. I haven't seen any benefits, just plenty of trouble. All you do is eat my spirit crystals, thousands at a time. Let me out, you brat. Master Mouse immediately demanded, pulling a face at the disdain. Reluctantly, but to avoid a beating, Lu Chen released Master Mouse. Isn't it good to stay in the inner world? What are you up to now? Master Mouse leaped onto Lu Chen's shoulder, giving him a shoulder massage while flattering him. Don't be so stingy. I'm here to help you work. You? What work can you do? Lu Chen asked with a sidelong glance. Are you looking down on me? Master Mouse was instantly infuriated. That's right, I am looking down on you. All you're good for is eating, Lu Chen retorted bluntly. Although his injuries had healed, the indignity of being reprimanded by a mouse still irked him. He secretly vowed to find a way to regain his dignity. Fine, just wait. I'll show you what I can do today. Master Mouse declared, raising its front paws into a fighting stance. Fearful of another beating, Lu Chun immediately used the Lingxiao step to dodge, cautioning, Master Mouse, don't start a fight. Such a coward, scared after just one beating. Master Mouse sneered at him before transforming into a streak of golden light that shot towards the mine wall. It drilled into the rock like a miniature drill, quickly excavating several cubic meters of ore. Gazing at the pile of earth element spirit crystals, Lu Chun was astounded. Wow, you eat a lot, but work just as efficiently. Thus, for the remainder of the night, the pair worked in harmony. Master Mouse handled the excavation, while Lu Chen swiftly collected the spirit crystals into the Chaos Pearl world. Through their cooperation, the spirit crystals in the mine rapidly dwindled. It wasn't until dawn that Master Mouse finally ceased its busy activity. The entire vein of Earth-attributed spirit crystals had been excavated, leaving the Chaos Pearl world with over 50 million spirit crystals overnight. Lu Chen looked around the now empty mine tunnel, nodding in satisfaction. Although it was just a small vein, extracting over 50 million spirit crystals was more than enough to please him. He bent down to pick up the last spirit crystal glowing with an earthy yellow light, carefully placing it into his storage bag, then exhaled deeply and slowly sat on the rough rock. Not far from Lu Chen, Master Rat, who had worked tirelessly all night, lay exhausted on the ground, his furry little belly rising and falling heavily, his labored breathing echoing through the empty mine. Damn it, Master Rat complained breathlessly. I just woke up and my body is so weak it's almost dead, with barely any strength left. Just digging this mine nearly killed me. Hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes lit up, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as a sly glint flashed in his eyes. Master Rat, if I were to beat you up now, could you still take me on? These words struck Master Rat like a bolt of lightning. Ignoring his fatigue, he scrambled up from the ground, cautiously retreating a few steps, his little paws held defensively in front of his chest. You brat, you can't be so shameless as to bully me while I'm weak. Compared to beating you up, who cares about shame? Lu Chen laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of revenge. Before he finished speaking, Lu Chen dashed forward, swiftly grabbing the unsuspecting Master Rat. His fingers tightened around the plump rat, mercilessly giving it a good thrashing. In his excitement, he even grabbed Master Rat by the hind legs, swinging him like a whip and slamming him onto the ground repeatedly, each blow accompanied by Master Rat's cries and the dull echoes reverberating through the mine. After a quarter of an hour, Master Rat was barely conscious, his muscles twitching uncontrollably, his round eyes rolling back, and his plump little tongue hanging limply from his mouth. If Lu Chen didn't know that this creature was an ancient relic with incredible vitality, he might have thought he had beaten it to death. But Master Rat's chest still rose and fell faintly, and his body wasn't cold, clearly still clinging to life. Having vented his frustration, Lu Chen felt great. He lifted Master Rat by the hind legs, suspending him in the air, and looked at the once arrogant rat now in such a sorry state, feeling an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. You brat, you jerk, bullying an old man like this. Master Rat, though barely conscious, didn't forget to curse weakly, his voice almost inaudible. Lu Chen shrugged, showing no remorse. Master Rat, turnabout is fair play. You beat me up once, and now I've done the same to you. We're even. With that, Lu Chen casually tossed Master Rat into the Chaos Pearl world to let him recover by consuming spirit crystals. He then quickly filled in the gaps in the mine, covering all traces, and dusted off his hands before silently returning to his room. At midday, Lu Chen was deeply focused on his cultivation in the Chaos Pearl world. Although only an hour had passed outside, it equated to a full day within the Chaos Pearl. With the nourishment of thousands of spirit crystals, Master Mouse had fully regained his vitality and approached Lu Chen uninvited. Seeing this, Lu Chen immediately became alert and, with a Lingxiao step, distanced himself by over 10 meters. Master Mouse, what are you up to? Don't even think about ambushing me. Huh. Master Mouse glanced at him disdainfully. If I wanted to take you down, you'd have been flat on the ground dozens of times by now. Do you really think you'd still be standing here talking? Then why aren't you off eating spirit crystals? What are you doing here? Lu Chen asked, puzzled. Idiot, there's someone outside. Master Mouse shook his head in annoyance. Prompted by the reminder, Lu Chen ended his cultivation and returned to his room in the real world. Moments later, a loud bang echoed as the door was violently kicked open. Lu Ming stormed in, accompanied by 4 henchmen, seething with anger. Lu Ming was in a sorry state. His left cheek was swollen, his right eye was bruised, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Clearly, this usually arrogant young master had suffered a significant setback on the street. Seeing Lu Chen sitting there calmly, engaged in cultivation, only fueled Lu Ming's rage further. You scoundrel! You disgraced the Lu family name and caused us to lose a shop. Yet here you are, lying around without a care. You deserve to die. Lu Ming roared, throwing a punch at Lu Chen. His punch, driven by uncontrolled anger, was wild, and the air crackled with a sharp sound. The four henchmen behind him turned pale. They had thought Lu Ming merely intended to vent his anger by teaching Lu Chen a lesson, not realizing he meant to strike a fatal blow. It was well known that Lu Chen was considered a cripple now, and this punch could very well be lethal. Worse, Lu Kuang had explicitly declared Lu Chen untouchable. If Lu Chen were killed, Lu Kuang might demand Lu Ming's life in exchange. As Lu Chen faced the incoming punch, he recalled Lu Ming's viciousness during his previous attack on Lu Zhan, and a fire of anger ignited within him. I deserve to die? I think you're the one who deserves it. Thunder fist. Their fists collided in midair. With a thunderous boom, Lu Ming was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. His arm, used in the punch, was shattered by the violent force of the thunder fist. Meanwhile, Lu Chen remained steadfast, calmly retracting his fist. The four henchmen were dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. Hadn't Lu Chen's dantian and meridians been crippled? How had he not only recovered but also defeated Lu Ming with a single punch? Lu Chen glanced indifferently at Lu Ming's four lackeys, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. With a light tap of his toe, he appeared like a specter in front of the wailing Lu Ming. Useless. Weren't you supposed to be crippled? How can you still use spiritual power? Lu Ming's eyes widened in terror at Lu Chen's impressive martial technique. Lu Chen smirked coldly. Just because you say I'm crippled doesn't make it true. You weren't crippled. You've been pretending all along. Lu Ming shouted in anger. If I didn't pretend, how else could I see the true faces of you worthless people? Lu Chen's tone was mocking. Damn it. Lu Ming's face turned deathly pale. As the most formidable young talent in the city of Tianyuan, Lu Chen's martial arts skills were astonishingly high. For 3 years, his reputation was unrivaled among his peers. More importantly, Lu Chen was known for being extremely clear about gratitude and grudges, generous to the Lu family, but ruthless to outsiders. Over the years, many so-called geniuses from the 3 major families had suffered at his hands. So, when Lu Chen was thought to be crippled, they intensified their humiliation of him. Lu Ming realized he was in deep trouble. He had mocked Lu Chen when he was vulnerable and even harbored murderous intent today. Given Lu Chen's character, how could he let this slide? His 4 lackeys also understood the gravity of the situation and immediately knelt to beg for mercy. Young Master Chen, we didn't mean to offend you. Please forgive us. They kowtowed repeatedly. I won't kill you, Lu Chen said coldly. Thank you, young Master Chen, for sparing us. The 4 felt as if they'd been granted a reprieve, bowing gratefully. However, Lu Chen continued, I can't let you off easily. Otherwise, people might think I'm easy to bully. Their faces turned bitter, but they accepted their fate. As they wondered what Lu Chen would do, a leg shadow flashed before them. In the next moment, they were all sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Intense pain exploded from their lower abdomens. Lu Chen had destroyed their dantians with a single kick. The 4 looked at Lu Chen with dead eyes, filled with resentment. In this world where martial prowess was everything, crippling their dantians was a fate worse than death. Get out. Leave the Lu family, Lu Chen said indifferently. If I see you again, it will be your end. Though furious and tempted to fight to the death, reason prevailed over their impulse. They left in despair, at least able to live on as ordinary people. Watching his lackeys being crippled, Lu Ming trembled all over. Ignoring the pain, he tried to escape with a sudden move. But how could Lu Chen let him go? In a flash, Lu Chen appeared like a ghost, blocking Lu Ming's path. Lu Ming stepped back continuously, his eyes filled with anger as he glared at Lu Chen and shouted, Bastard! You've already crippled one of my arms. What more do you want? Lu Chen responded with a cold laugh. What do I want? Haven't you already seen? No, you can't cripple me. I can't lose my martial arts. Lu Ming's voice turned hoarse as he cried out in pain. Lu Chen's gaze was icy. Now you're scared? Why didn't you think about this when you bullied Zhang Di? Bang! A dull thud sounded, and Lu Ming was forced to his knees, his eyes filled with terror and regret. He lowered his head, his tone almost pleading. Lu Chen, I was wrong. Please, for the sake of us being cousins, spare me this time. I won't dare again. Lu Chen sneered. Now you remember I'm your cousin? Why didn't you remember when you were bullying me and Zhang Di? Why didn't you go easier on us? Lu Ming was speechless, his arrogance shattered. He realized that if Lu Chen decided to play dead now, he wouldn't have the courage to resist any further. Seeing Lu Ming silent, a cold smile appeared on Lu Chen's face. Don't bother begging. It won't work. You'd better spend your next life repenting. Before Lu Chen could finish, he kicked Lu Ming hard in the chest. However, Just as Lu Ming was about to be kicked away, a burly figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Lu Kuang caught Lu Chen's foot, forcibly sending him back. It's him. Lu Ming's face turned pale instantly, feeling a chill that kept him from moving, trembling as he hid behind Lu Kuang. Lu Chen frowned, looking at Lu Kuang coldly. Fourth uncle, why are you stopping me? Shouldn't I cripple him? Lu Kuang smiled faintly, his tone calm, yet unquestionable. Chunner, he hurt Genre last time and bullied you too. It's right for you to beat him up, even crippling another arm, and I wouldn't stop you. But since you want to cripple him, take it easy. After all, he's your cousin. Just this once, for the sake of your fourth uncle, spare him. Lu Kuang was the only person Lu Chen respected, besides Lu Yi. Seeing his fourth uncle intervene, Lu Chen didn't continue, coldly looking at Lu Ming, who was kneeling on the ground. Remember, this is the first and last time. If you dare to provoke me or Zhang Di again, I will definitely cripple you. Lu Ming trembled all over, suppressing his humiliation and anger. He could only clutch his shattered right hand and sullenly escape from Lu Chen's courtyard. After Lu Ming left, Lu Kuang approached Lu Chen, smiling as he patted his shoulder. Chenner, you did well. After your transformation, your combat power is stronger than before. Lu Chen pursed his lips, his tone slightly displeased. Fourth uncle, don't think a few compliments will make me less angry. Lu Kuang laughed heartily, wrapping an arm around Lu Chen's shoulder with a mischievous smile. Chenner, you're generous. Fourth uncle believes you won't be mad at me. Next time, remember not to show mercy so easily. Lu Chen remained calm, unperturbed by the recent conflict. In his heart, his fourth uncle, Lu Kuang, had always been the most respected elder, so how could he be upset with him over an insignificant person? All right, this won't happen again, fourth uncle. Lu Kuang laughed heartily. After chatting for a while in the room and ensuring Lu Chen was well, Lu Kuang left, reassured. Once his uncle departed, Lu Chen immediately entered the chaotic pearl world. As soon as he entered, he saw Master Shu swaggering over, teasing with a grin. You really went for it today, didn't you? You actually intended to cripple him. A glint of coldness flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. In this world of survival of the fittest, one must be ruthless to stand firm. If it weren't for our blood relation, just provoking me like that would not only have cost him his arm, but also his life. Master Shu mused. True, but although you didn't cripple his core, you did break his arm. I doubt his father will let this slide. He'll probably come after you soon. Let him come, Lu Chen replied with a chilling resolve. If he angers me, what's stopping me from killing him too? Surprised by the intense killing intent emanating from Lu Chen, Master Shu found it rare for someone so young to have such a hardened heart, as it usually takes years to develop such a disposition. Kid, Master Shu asked mockingly, does that mean you don't care about family ties anymore? Lu Chen retorted, Master Shu, what family ties are there between me and the first and second houses? Seeing Master Shu's silence, he continued, in my heart, only fourth uncle and brother Zhan are family. As for the first and second houses, from the moment they bullied me and my father, they were as good as dead to me. Master Shu nodded approvingly. Clear about your grudges, not bad. Given how sensible you are, I won't hold a grudge for you kicking me when I was down. Master Shu, wasn't that settled long ago? Lu Chen replied, rolling his eyes. Kid, remember, Master Shu said seriously. In this world where the strong rule, it's up to me to decide if it's settled. Lu Chen agreed wholeheartedly. In this harsh world, weakness itself is a crime. Kid, Master Shu said as he turned to leave. You may have great fortune, but your strength is still too weak. Focus on improving it. With that, he dove into a pile of spirit crystals, continuing to gnaw on them. Listening to the sound of Master Shu munching on spirit crystals, Lu Chen calmed his mind. Sitting cross-legged in the desert, he picked up a spirit crystal and began to concentrate on his cultivation. On the other side, Lu Ming fled from Lu Chen's courtyard in a rage, intent on finding Lu Qian to seek revenge. However, before he could enter, he ran into his older brother, Lu Xiu. Lu Xiu, at 20 years old, was the most powerful among the younger generation of the Lu family. Now, he was at the peak of the 5th-level warrior realm, with strength second only to Lu Qian and 2 others. Seeing his younger brother Lu Ming in a state of panic and dishevelment, Lu Xiu frowned and asked coldly, Third brother, who did this to you? Seeing his older brother, Lu Ming's fears slightly subsided, and he pleaded sorrowfully. Big brother, you have to stand up for me. Lu Xiu patted his brother's shoulder, comforting him. Don't rush, third brother. Tell me everything, and I will make sure justice is served. Lu Ming then exaggerated the incident, describing how Wu Yong had injured him and blaming Lu Chun for his injuries, even attributing his broken arm to him. After listening, Lu Xiu's expression darkened. He had long been envious of Lu Chun, feeling overshadowed by him. Despite having swallowed his pride numerous times due to Lu Chen's prowess, he was overjoyed to hear that Lu Chun had been crippled in the falling Maple Mountain range. With Lu Chen out of the picture, Lu Xiao could become the leading figure among the Lu family's younger generation and solidify his position in the Lu family and Tianyuan city. However, just after a few days of peace, Lu Chen had regained his strength and had even crippled Lu Ming's arm, which infuriated Lu Xiao. Taking a deep breath, he coldly asked, "Third brother, you said Lu Chen's Dantian wasn't crippled, but he should be heavily injured, dropping to the first-level warrior realm, correct?" "Yes, big brother, that's right." Lu Ming nodded eagerly, his voice firm. "Absolutely no mistake." A glint of coldness flashed in Lu Xiao's eyes as he sneered. "Let's go see this cripple. I'll make sure you get your revenge. He crippled your arm, so I'll cripple all 4 of his limbs and make him crawl like a dog, begging for mercy." A sinister smile appeared on Lu Ming's face, filled with resentment as he imagined various ways to torment Lu Chen, his hatred boiling over. "Whatever you say," Lu Xiao said coldly, then led his brother towards Lu Chen's courtyard. As they stepped inside, Lu Chen, having learned about the outside events from Master Mouse, immediately returned to the room from the Chaos Pearl world. When the 2 brothers entered, Lu Chen stood up, his gaze icy. Lu Chen's martial talent and combat prowess were well known in Tianyuan city, and if he hadn't been injured, Lu Xiao wouldn't dare to act rashly. But now, sensing that Lu Chen was merely at the initial stage of the first-level warrior realm, Lu Xiao felt relieved. He stood confidently, with a cold glint in his eyes, believing that with his current strength, dealing with Lu Chen would be a simple task. Lu Xiao shouted coldly, "Lu Chen, we're all cousins, yet you crippled third brother's arm and intended to cripple his Dantian. You deserve to be punished." At that moment, Lu Xiao's eyes burned with intense anger, ready to take down Lu Chen and eliminate the person who had once overshadowed him. Lu Chen ignored Lu Xiao, his gaze fixed directly on Lu Ming, his voice calm and indifferent. "Lu Ming, do you remember what I told you before?" Standing behind Lu Xiao, Lu Ming's eyes flashed with disdain. With Lu Xiao as his backing, he was full of confidence and completely disregarded Lu Chen. He didn't believe for a second that Lu Chen could defeat Lu Xiao, which gave him all the courage he needed. "Loser, stop acting arrogant here," Lu Ming sneered, his voice full of resentment. "Now that my big brother is here, you should get ready to kneel and beg for mercy." Lu Chen's lips curled slightly, non-committal. "As long as you remember." With that, he shifted his gaze to Lu Xiao, his eyes filled with undisguised mockery. "So, after beating up my underling, you, the defeated, can't wait to come here and throw your life away?" "Lu Chen," Lu Xiao shouted angrily, veins bulging on his face. "You're not the same as before, don't be so arrogant. Others may fear you, but I don't." "Really?" Lu Chen casually cleaned his ear, his tone full of sarcasm. "If you're not afraid of me, then how do you plan to deal with me, oh useless young master Lu Xiao?" Lu Xiao squinted, his eyes glinting with cold light. "If you kneel and kowtow to me 3 times, I might consider sparing you. Otherwise, I'll cripple you today." "Wow. You plan to cripple me. How impressive." Lu Chen chuckled softly, moving to sit down on the side and taking a sip of tea, as if the people before him were nothing more than air. Seeing Lu Chen's blatant disregard, Lu Xiao's chest heaved with anger, and he struggled to suppress his fury. "Lu Chen, are you refusing to kowtow and admit your mistakes?" Lu Chen set down his teacup, his expression serene. "Sorry, I don't have the habit of kowtowing to anyone. But if you'd like to kowtow, I can sit here and accept it." "You're asking for it." Lu Xiao could no longer contain his rage, his eyes bloodshot. Tiangang fist. A furious roar shook the room as Lu Xiao's body surged with spiritual power, launching a fierce Tiangang fist at Lu Chen. Lu Chen remained unfazed. Although his martial arts were only at the first level of the warrior realm, if he unleashed his full abilities, even a lower-tier martial master wouldn't escape death. To him, Lu Xiao, the so-called 4th strongest of the Lu family, was nothing but a joke, an overconfident clown. Some people are destined to court death, and Lu Xiao was one of them. Facing Lu Xiao's aggressive assault, Lu Chen remained calm and composed, his right fist gathering power, releasing a thunderbolt punch. In an instant, a blinding flash of lightning appeared, and the 5th-level warrior Lu Xiao was sent flying out of the room, just like Lu Ming before him. Bang! The next moment, Lu Xiao crashed heavily to the ground, his right arm shattered, and he let out a piercing wail of agony. In the room, even someone as strong as Lu Xiao was rendered powerless by a single punch from Lu Chen, leaving Lu Ming utterly terrified. His eyes widened, face turned pale, and his body trembled uncontrollably as he turned to flee towards the door, as if staying a second longer would cost him his life. However, Lu Chen watched his retreat coldly, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. He had spared Lu Ming's life once before. There would be no second chance for mercy. With a swift movement, Lu Chen vanished like a phantom, reappearing in front of Lu Ming in an instant. Caught off guard, Lu Ming's eyes filled with fear as he saw Lu Chen raise his foot for a fierce kick aimed at him. Facing another threat of being crippled, Lu Ming let out a desperate roar and instinctively abandoned protecting other parts of his body, crossing his arms tightly over his abdomen where his dantian was. Thud! Lu Chen's foot landed heavily. Although it didn't strike the dantian directly, the powerful force caused Lu Ming to spit blood, sending him flying like a kite with a broken string, landing heavily beside Lu Xiao. Despite his efforts to protect his dantian, his internal organs were severely injured, causing him to cough up more blood, staining the ground. After injuring Lu Ming with a single kick, Lu Chun remained expressionless, approaching the two step by step, each step seemingly pressing on their hearts. Fear flickered in Lu Xiao's eyes as he trembled and asked, Lu Chun, what do you intend to do? Lu Chun looked down at him coldly. You wanted to cripple me. What do you think I intend to do? Lu Xiao's expression changed drastically, his voice rising sharply as he shouted. We are from the same clan. You can't cripple me, or everyone will condemn you for your cruelty. To hell with being from the same clan. Lu Chen's anger ignited by those words. His eyes flashed coldly as he stepped forward, his right foot striking like lightning towards Lu Xiao's abdomen. Thud! A dull sound echoed as Lu Xiao's dantian shattered instantly. At the moment of its destruction, a surge of spiritual energy dispersed from his body like smoke, and without its support, Lu Xiao collapsed to the ground, weakened and deflated. You actually crippled my dantian. Lu Xiao's face turned ashen as he pointed a trembling finger at Lu Chun, his eyes filled with deep-seated hatred. Lu Chun, you are so ruthless. Lu Chun sneered, looking down at him. I'm merely using your methods against you, and now you call me ruthless? How laughable. Hearing this, Lu Xiao's face turned deathly pale, his eyes hollow. He was crippled, and from today, he would become a waste like Lu Yi. Thinking of Lu Yi's miserable experiences over the years, the last glimmer of hope in Lu Xiao's heart was extinguished, swallowed by a tide of despair. Having dealt with Lu Xiao, Lu Chen slowly turned his icy gaze to Lu Ming. Witnessing Lu Chun ruthlessly cripple his elder brother, Lu Ming completely broke down, wetting himself out of fear. He wanted to escape, but his legs were as weak as noodles, unable to support him. When Lu Chen's gaze locked onto him, Lu Ming's mental defenses collapsed entirely. He crawled towards Lu Chun, begging for mercy. Lu Chun, I was wrong. Please give me another chance. He banged his head on the ground, the sound of thud, quickly followed by blood from his forehead. Lu Chun watched this scene impassively, his voice cold as ice. I already gave you a chance, but you squandered it. Before he finished speaking, he moved with lightning speed, his foot landing precisely on Lu Ming's dantian. With a bang, Lu Ming's dantian shattered instantly, and the man who often called others useless now became truly useless himself. With his dantian destroyed, Lu Ming felt as if all his strength had been drained, collapsing to the ground, staring blankly at the ceiling. At this moment, both brothers appeared soulless, their eyes vacant, as if their world had crumbled. But Lu Chen's revenge was not yet complete. He looked down at the two on the ground, a cold smile on his lips. You both enjoyed watching others beg for mercy. Now it's your turn. Bow to me, and maybe I'll let you go. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao lifted his head abruptly, shouting, Lu Chun, you can kill me, but you can't humiliate me. I will never bow to you. Lu Chun responded with a slow, deliberate smile. Refusing to bow just means the price isn't high enough. When the stakes are right, I believe you will bow. Lu Xiao let out a bitter laugh. Lu Chun, my dantian is already destroyed. You have no more leverage over me. Do what you will. Really? Lu Chen's deep eyes locked onto Lu Xiao's, a subtle threat in his voice. Lu Xiao wanted to retort defiantly, but when he met Lu Chen's eyes, which seemed to see through everything, an inexplicable fear surged within him, and he chose silence, not daring to speak another word. Seeing the situation, Lu Chen slowly said, in this world, life is the most important thing. As long as you're alive, anything is possible. If you lose your life, it's like a lamp being extinguished, everything is gone. He paused and flashed an innocent smile, his gaze sweeping over the two of them. Tell me, are you really willing to die just like this? Lu Ming's face turned red with anger as he shouted, you coward, I don't believe you dare to kill me. If you do, my father won't let you get away with it. Lu Chen's smile vanished instantly, his expression turning icy as his gaze pierced Lu Ming like a knife. Lu Ming, you give your father too much credit. I respect him because he's the head of the family, but if I choose not to, he could die at any moment. Lu Chun, you're a madman. Upon hearing such rebellious words, Lu Xiao and Lu Ming were momentarily stunned before launching into a tirade of insults. Despite Lu Chen's current martial arts level being only at the first tier of warrior rank, the two dared not truly doubt his words, as they had learned from past experiences. They were puzzled by his transformation. Previously, Lu Chun had a strong sense of family honor and always prioritized the Lu family, which was how the first and second branches managed to control him. But ever since his powers were stripped, Lu Chun seemed like a different person. To him, the family became meaningless and could no longer restrain him. Even now, they couldn't understand why he had changed so drastically. Lu Chun let out a cold laugh, his eyes flashing with a chilling light. Yes, I'm mad. But it's because you pushed me to this point. Today, you either bow to me until I'm satisfied or prepare to die. Bow or die. Lu Xiao and Lu Ming exchanged glances, hesitating briefly. But soon, they made their choice, both kneeling and bowing fervently to Lu Chun. Better to live in disgrace than die. They weren't ready to die and lacked the courage to face death. Watching the two humbly bow before him, Lu Chun shook his head, suddenly finding it all very uninteresting. To him, becoming a strong person requires martial talent. But more importantly, it requires a strong will and determination. If someone lacks the heart to become strong, even with unparalleled talent, they are doomed to mediocrity. Lu Xiao and Lu Ming had so easily abandoned their dignity. Their spirits were broken. Even if their abilities were intact, they were destined to achieve nothing in life. Thinking about willpower and determination, a simple-minded boy's image surfaced in Lu Chen's mind, followed by 6 other young men and women around him. Seeing the group teasing each other, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile softly, a nearly benevolent expression on his youthful face. It's been 100 years, he wondered how those 7 young ones were doing now. A gentle breeze brought Lu Chen back to reality. In that moment, as he looked towards the direction of Xiaoyao sect, he felt a wave of loss and an inexplicable longing for those 7 little ones. After a moment, Lu Chen shook his head, looking at Lu Ming and Lu Xiao with disdain. All right, get out of here. Don't get in my way, he said, turning to return to his room. As Lu Chen's figure disappeared, Lu Xiao and Lu Ming stopped bowing, supporting each other as they stood up. Their eyes filled with resentment, they stumbled out of Lu Chen's courtyard. Returning to his room, Lu Chun entered the world within the Chaos Pearl. Master Shu walked over with small steps, his eyes flickering with dissatisfaction. You little brat, you can't even grasp what's happening within 100 meters around you. Your soul power is too weak, Master Shu pointed out bluntly. Lu Chun pouted and defended himself. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Haven't I been focusing on improving my martial arts skills lately? Master Shu's sharp voice carried an undeniable authority. Soul power is more important than spiritual power. It not only helps you understand your surroundings earlier, but also assists in alchemy. Even in combat, soul cultivators are superior to spiritual cultivators of the same level. You should work on boosting your soul power. I'm tired of watching your back all the time. As a former 9th grade alchemist, Lu Chen naturally agreed with Master Shu. He realized he had indeed neglected his soul cultivation recently. The thought of the 9 nether soul cannon from the Chaos Danjing crossed his mind, invigorating him. He immediately sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began cultivating the 9 nether soul cannon. As the technique circulated, wisps of black energy began to emanate from Lu Chen's ethereal soul body. These wisps gathered around him like ink dissolving in water, slowly and steadily. Lu Chun understood that this black energy was the material needed to condense soul slaves, transformed from his original soul power as per the 9 nether soul cannon. The first step in cultivating the 9 nether soul cannon is to condense soul slaves, which then tear and devour soul bodies to shape a purer and stronger soul body. As time passed, the black substance around Lu Chen's soul body increased, gradually forming under the guidance of the 9 nether soul cannon. While Lu Chun was engrossed in cultivating the 9 nether soul cannon, Lu Xiao and Lu Ming, who had escaped from his courtyard, stumbled back to the loft of the main house. As soon as they entered, they rushed to the study to find their father, Lu Qian, who was in the middle of cultivation. Lu Chun, you're so vicious to have crippled both my sons. Moments later, Lu Qian's furious roar echoed from the study, shaking the paintings on the walls. After the outburst, Lu Qian seemed to age a decade. He slumped into a carved wooden chair, his lips and hands trembling uncontrollably, his eyes filled with shock and despair. Lu Ming knelt on the ground, wailing, Father, Lu Chen crippled my brother's Danchins. As the head of the family, you must avenge us. Tears welled up in Lu Qian's eyes, but then his gaze turned fierce as he gritted his teeth. Ming'er, don't worry. I will avenge you and make sure your suffering is not in vain. At this moment, Lu Xiao was much calmer than Lu Ming. He did not cry but stood aside and asked coolly, Father, how do you plan to avenge us? That little beast crippled you too. I'll go cripple him. Lu Qian clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. Lu Xiao frowned slightly, his voice low. Father, Lu Chun is not weak, and he has Uncle Four's protection. If you want to cripple him, Uncle Four might not agree. Lu Qian slammed the table and roared. If old Four dares to stop me from crippling that little beast today, I'll sever our brotherly ties. Lu Xiao looked at his father without expression, calmly asking, Father, do you think you are more important to Uncle Four, or is Lu Chun, that little beast, more important to him? Lu Kuang had been following Lu Yi in cultivation since childhood, and his character and temperament were influenced by Lu Yi. In the Lu family, he only listened to Lu Yi. Lu Qian had never liked the brute force approach of Lu Kuang, who in turn despised him. While Lu Kuang would support him against outsiders, he knew that when it came to crippling Lu Chun, he was not as important as Lu Chun. Realizing that with Lu Kuang's obstruction, He couldn't avenge Lu Xiao and Lu Ming. Lu Qian's heart sank into the depths, overwhelmed with rage. Seeing Lu Qian remain silent, a hint of urgency flashed in Lu Xiao's eyes. He stepped forward, his voice low and firm. Father, with fourth uncle in the way, you can't avenge us on your own. Lu Qian furrowed his brows, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table. Xiaoer, are you suggesting I should call on your second uncle too? Lu Xiao slowly shook his head, a trace of helplessness appearing on his face. Father, even if you call second uncle, it won't be enough. Even together, you aren't a match for fourth uncle. This harsh reality weighed heavily on Lu Qian's heart. He had to admit that Lu Kuang's strength was terrifyingly formidable. Even if he and Lu Ming joined forces, they were no match for Lu Kuang. The room fell into a brief silence, and the hope for revenge seemed to be slipping away. Watching his father and elder brother's grave expressions, Lu Ming couldn't help but ask, Big brother, in the Lu family, only second uncle is strong. If we don't call on him, we have no other help. A cold glint flashed in Lu Xiao's eyes, and a strange smile crept onto his lips. Third brother, since no one in the Lu family can help us get revenge, we'll seek outside help. Many people in Tianyuan City want that little brat dead. These words made Lu Ming and Lu Qian's eyes flicker simultaneously. Lu Qian was torn, as this meant betraying their own. But Lu Ming, whose martial foundation had been destroyed, was different. His twisted mind had only one thought: destroy Lu Chun by any means necessary. Seeing his father still hesitating, Lu Xiao squeezed out a couple of tears, gripping Lu Qian's hand tightly, his voice choked with emotion. Father, that little brat Lu Chun crippled your two sons. Don't you want revenge? Lu Qian's gaze swept over his two pale-faced sons, and hatred eventually clouded his judgment. His expression turned cold, and his voice was low. Xiaoer, do you have a plan for revenge? Lu Xiao leaned closer to his father, lowering his voice. Father, we spread the word that the little brat hasn't been crippled. Surely, the other three families won't let him go. That's a good idea. A vicious glint flashed in Lu Qian's eyes. When those who've been bullied by that little brat come knocking, your second uncle and I will stand aside. I don't believe fourth uncle can still protect that little brat. At this moment, Lu Ming, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up in a low voice. Father, big brother, we might not even need to spread the news. Tianyuan City will soon find out that the little brat hasn't been crippled. Lu Qian frowned, looking at his youngest son. Minger, why is that? Lu Ming's voice was soft, but carried obvious hatred. Besides me and big brother, that little brat Lu Qian also crippled 4 other Lu family members and expelled them. Even better. Excitement flashed in Lu Xiao's eyes. We'll spread the news together. In less than a day, everyone will know that the little brat's crippling was a sham. Yes, let's do it. Lu Qian slapped the table, immediately making the decision. After their discussion, Lu Qian quickly summoned 2 trusted confidants, handing them a heavy bag of silver and quietly instructing them to secretly spread the word that Lu Chun hadn't been crippled, but was severely injured, his level dropping to a first-level warrior. The news spread like wildfire through Tianyuan City, and soon the entire city was abuzz with the topic. The 3 major families and the city lord's mansion even convened their senior members to urgently discuss countermeasures. Lu Chun was unaware of the schemes of Lu Qian and his son, nor did he care to know. Half an hour had passed in the outside world, and within the Chaos Pearl realm, Lu Qian's face lit up with joy. His eyes sparkling with excitement, had finally succeeded in refining his first soul slave using the 9 Nether Soul Manual. This soul slave was entirely black, resembling a skull. As soon as it took form, it shrieked like a hungry ghost and lunged at Lu Chen's soul body. Its sharp teeth bit down mercilessly, freezing Lu Chen's smile in an instant. Hiss! The soul body sensitivity was dozens of times greater than that of the physical body, and the excruciating pain from the soul slave's bite made Lu Chen gasp sharply. Veins bulged on his forehead, cold sweat poured down like rain, and he collapsed, convulsing uncontrollably from the unbearable agony. Damn it! This is too painful, Lu Chen cursed through gritted teeth. Only now did he truly understand the terrifying strength of Tianyuan. This self-destructive form of cultivation was something ordinary people simply couldn't endure. No pain, no gain. If you're not dead, keep pushing yourself. Determined to reclaim the honor lost in the Battle of the 9 Heavens, Lu Chen shouted to motivate himself. At the same time, he accelerated the operation of the 9 Nether Soul Manual, increasing the pace at which the soul slave devoured his soul body. Although the soul fragments had entered the soul slave's mouth, they were still part of Lu Chen's soul, and he could vividly feel the soul-wrenching pain with each chew. Amidst the pain, Lu Chen vaguely noticed a curious phenomenon. After the soul slave devoured his soul, it released a portion of a purer, clearer soul. When these purified souls reintegrated with his main soul, Lu Chen found his perception seemed to have heightened. This discovery invigorated him. He realized that the essence of practicing the 9 Nether Soul Manual was to achieve transformation through the devouring of souls. So, In the time that followed, Lu Chun cursed in agony while frantically operating the 9 Nether Soul manual, experiencing a peculiar sense of pain mixed with joy. In the pile of spirit crystals, Master Mouse observed Lu Chen's perseverance with a glint of satisfaction in his eyes, then accelerated his consumption of spirit crystals, shamelessly depleting Lu Chen's precious resources. In the Chaos Pearl realm, the sun rose and set, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 days, Lu Chen's soul body was repeatedly devoured by the soul slave countless times, and the number of soul slaves increased from 1 to 3. Through continuous practice, Lu Chen discovered that not only could the original soul body refine soul slaves, but the soul slaves themselves could also create new soul slaves by splitting after devouring a large number of wasted souls. Among these 3 soul slaves, only one was directly refined by the main soul over these 2 days, while the other 2 emerged from the division of the initial soul slave. After these 2 days of cultivation, Lu Chen's soul body had shrunk by half, yet he was extraordinarily pleased. Despite the reduction in size, it had become more refined and tangible, and his soul power had significantly increased. Based on Lu Chen's years of cultivation experience, the results of these 2 days of practicing the 9 Nether Soul manual were equivalent to a month's worth of progress in his previous life. Kid, your father and your 4th uncle are heading this way. Just as Lu Chun was immersed in the transcendent experience of his practice, Master Mouse's voice came from afar. Hearing this, the Naunum Lu Chun immediately ceased his cultivation, groggily changed into a clean set of clothes, and returned to the outside world. A moment later, Lu Yi and Lu Kuang hurriedly entered the room. Lu Chen sat to the side, covering his forehead, evidently having just endured a painful ordeal. His face was pale, and his brow was furrowed, showing signs of extreme fatigue. Seeing this, a flash of concern crossed Lu Yi's eyes, and he quickly approached, asking with concern, "Chener, what's wrong? You look utterly exhausted." Lu Chen slightly opened his eyes, shook his head, and with a faint smile, replied softly, "Father, I'm fine. I've just been overdoing my training a bit and feel a little tired." Hearing this, Lu Yi felt a slight relief, yet his worries weren't entirely dispelled. Lu Kuang, standing by, anxiously asked, "Chener, did you incapacitate Lu Xiao and Lu Ming again?" Lu Chun gently shook his head, responding calmly, "Uncle, it wasn't entirely my fault. I intended to let Lu Ming off as you suggested, but unexpectedly, he brought his brother along to confront me, trying to incapacitate me. I had no choice but to take them both down in self-defense." Upon hearing this, Lu Kuang furrowed his brows, speaking urgently, "Chener, I'm not blaming you for what happened to them, but the situation is a bit tricky now." "What's going on?" Lu Chen asked curiously, looking at Lu Kuang. To him, these people were just weaklings who posed no real threat. Lu Yi's expression turned serious, and he spoke in a low voice. "Chener, the entire Tianyuan city knows you're not incapacitated. The only change is that your martial arts level has dropped a grade, falling to the warrior level." Lu Chun was taken aback, frowning. "Father, did Lu Ming spread the news? I just dealt with Lu Xiao and Lu Ming this morning, and by afternoon, the whole city knows. I can't think of anyone else who could have leaked it." Louis nodded, a thoughtful look in his eyes. "It seems these people are quite clever, trying to use others to get rid of you." Lu Chen let out a cold laugh, with a hint of disdain in his voice. "Interesting, using such tactics against me. They really thought it through." "Chener, you think it's interesting? You need to figure out how to handle this situation," Lu Kuang urged anxiously. Lu Chen chuckled, reassuringly. "Uncle, don't worry. Tianyuan city is full of small fry. They can't stir up much trouble." Lu Yi's brows furrowed tightly, and he asked in a serious tone, "Chener, what if they come looking for trouble?" Lu Chen confidently replied, "If it's the younger generation, I'll deal with them just like I did with Lu Xiao and Lu Ming. If it's the older generation, don't worry, someone else will take care of it." At this, Lu Chen's tone turned slightly colder, clearly referring to Master Shu. He believed that with Master Shu's strength, even a martial king-level opponent could be swiftly handled. Lu Yi and Lu Kuang exchanged a glance, a complex expression in their eyes. They had suspected that Lu Chun might have powerful backing, but they hadn't expected it to be so straightforward. Lu Kuang, with a hint of doubt, cautiously asked, "Chener, are you really that confident you can handle them?" Lu Chen still wore a smile, casually reassuring them, "Uncle, father, rest assured, I'll be fine." Seeing Lu Chun so confident, Lu Kuang finally relaxed, smiling. "Since you say so, we can be at ease." Lu Chen nodded, then shifted the topic. "Uncle, father, is there anything else you want to discuss besides this?" Louis looked at Lu Chun with curiosity, asking in a serious tone, "Chener, why do you ask?" Lu Chen scratched his head and smiled slightly. "If there's nothing else, you should go rest. I still need to train for a while." Louis patted Lu Chen's head, reminding him, "Training is important, but you must also take care of your health. Balance is key for long-term success." Lu Chen smiled lightly, responding casually, "Father, I understand." With a hint of humor, Louis looked at Lu Kuang, speaking in a relaxed tone. Uncle, since Chunner thinks we're in the way, shall we leave? Let's go then. Lu Kuang replied with a smile, and the two supported each other as they left Lu Chen's room. The door closed quietly, and Lu Chun returned to the world of the Chaos Pearl, where tranquility instantly resumed. Master Mouse, can you defeat the Martial King now? Upon entering the world of the Chaos Pearl, Lu Chen's gaze fell on the pile of spirit crystals glistening with a crystalline glow. A disdainful snort emanated from the pile, followed by Master Mouse appearing atop it, looking down at Lu Chun. Defeat the Martial King? Don't dream. Master Mouse's voice carried a hint of disdain. I don't have that ability. Really? Lu Chun looked up directly at Master Mouse. I think with your strength, dealing with the Martial King should be no problem. Master Mouse shook his head. That's what you think. Instead of relying on me, you should focus on improving your own strength. As a former martial emperor, Lu Chun knew well that Master Mouse's strength was certainly above the Martial King. This probing was merely to test Master Mouse's intentions. He understood why Master Mouse chose to feign ignorance. He too once hoped his disciples would grow independently rather than rely on him for everything. Lu Chun sat down nearby and continued his cultivation of the 9 Nether Soul Codex. Just past the hour of Su, his soul body suddenly shook violently, and his soul power naturally broke through to the 2nd grade. His perception range instantly expanded to 200 meters, and the power of his soul techniques increased several times. Master Mouse, who was indulging in the spirit crystals, noticed this change and immediately came to Lu Chen's side. You rascal, now that your soul power has reached the 2nd grade, you should consider alchemy. I'd love to, Lu Chen shrugged, but I don't have a pill cauldron. In the cultivation world, techniques, spirit crystals, spiritual items, and pills are all key to a warrior's advancement. Pills are particularly revered as essential tools for cultivation, to the point where the saying goes, cultivation without pills is futile. Idiot, Master Mouse said, exasperated. You already have the Chaos Cauldron. Why do you need another cauldron? Only then did Lu Chen realize, and with a thought, a fist-sized Chaos Cauldron flew out from his body, emitting a blue divine light as it rotated in the air. Can such a small cauldron be used for alchemy? The Chaos Cauldron can change size at will, Master Mouse said impatiently. It's not limited to just this size. Lu Chen scratched his head with an embarrassed smile, and then controlled the Chaos Cauldron to gradually expand until it was the size of the cauldron he used in his previous life, placing it on the ground. With the cauldron ready, the next step is to find spiritual herbs, Master Mouse said seriously. Cultivation is not just about spirit and soul. It also includes body refinement, alchemy, crafting, and array inscription. To become truly supreme, you must master all these aspects. Lu Chen looked at Master Mouse, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. It was easy to say, but human energy is limited. In his previous life, he was stretched thin just cultivating the way of the sword and alchemy. The other 9 titled martial emperors specialized in one path. They all understood that trying to excel in everything could lead to mastering none. Master Mouse, with a confident air, rattled off all the possible paths of cultivation. If Lu Chen didn't know Master Mouse was an ancient relic, he might have thought it was just spouting nonsense. Lu Chen looked directly at Master Mouse, who immediately frowned. What are you staring at, kid? I didn't say anything wrong. Master Mouse, human energy is limited, Lu Chen replied, shaking his head. If you spread yourself too thin in cultivation, you'll end up with nothing but half-baked skills. Master Mouse dismissively waved a paw. That might be true for others, but you're different. You have an advantage, so those issues don't apply to you. Why? Lu Chen asked, raising an eyebrow. Master Mouse pointed to the nearby Chaos Cauldron. You have the Chaos Cauldron and the Chaos Pearl. Their time flow is 10 times faster than the outside world. With 10 times the time, as long as you have enough comprehension, you don't need to worry about not having enough energy. All right, Lu Chen was convinced. As night fell, Lu Chen donned tight-fitting nightwear and silently left the Lu family, heading straight for the Tianyuan City Commercial District. His target was clear the Lin family's Spirit Medicine Hall, which he had set his sights on from the start. Since he had been lying low for a while, the 4 major families had lowered their guard, and the extra security at the shops had been reduced to its original state. Lu Chen released his soul power and quickly locked onto the strongest guardian of the Spirit Medicine Hall. The man was already asleep, snoring loudly. Lu Chen leaped to the guardian's window, silently infiltrating the room, using his Lingxiao step, and killed him without him noticing. The slight noise made when the guardian was killed alerted the neighboring martial realm shopkeeper. The shopkeeper hastily dressed and approached the guardian's door, knocking lightly and calling out. When there was no response, he pushed the door open. Lu Chen was already hiding behind the door. As soon as the shopkeeper entered, Lu Chen used his soul technique to control him and swiftly snapped his neck. After killing the 2, Lu Chen quickly looted the spirit crystals from their bodies and swiftly dealt with the remaining 4 people in the shop, clearing out all the spirit medicines. After leaving the shop, Lu Chen didn't stop. He turned his attention to other Lin family shops, raiding 4 in total before returning to the Lu family, satisfied with his haul. Back in his room, Lu Chun immediately entered the Chaos Cauldron world and planted all the spirit medicine seeds he could. When he returned to the Chaos Pearl world, Master Mouse was disdainfully sorting through the stolen spirit medicines. Kid, the spirit medicines from this shop are not only few in variety, but also poor in quality, Master Mouse said with a sneer. You probably can't even refine a decent pill from them. Lu Chun rolled his eyes. I know they're not great, but there's nothing I can do. Tianyuan City doesn't even have an alchemist, so what do you expect from the spirit medicines? Isn't there a better pharmacy in Tianyuan City? Master Mouse asked. Lu Chun shook his head. There are some, but with my current strength, trying to steal from them would be a one-way trip. Where exactly? Master Mouse's eyes sparkled with curiosity. In Tianyuan City, the place known for having the most complete variety, best quality, and largest stockpile of spirit medicines is the Wanbao Building, Lu Chun explained. Besides Wanbao Building, the Jifeng Hall, directly managed by the City Lord's mansion, and the City Lord's own spirit medicine reserves are much better than other places. Excellent. Master Mouse licked its lips, looking eager. Lu Chen's expression turned serious. Master Mouse, the City Lord's mansion and Wanbao Building are dangerous, guarded by martial kings. I wouldn't dare go there. Master Mouse chuckled. Kid, I'm not asking you to go. If not me, then do you plan to go yourself? Lu Chen asked, frowning. What else? Master Mouse, even though you're stronger than me, you're no match for a martial king, Lu Chen cautioned. You shouldn't go, or you might get killed. Master Mouse scoffed. You silly kid, I'm going to steal, not fight. Stealing and fighting are two different things. If you're so determined to go, should I let you out? Hurry up and let me out, Master Mouse urged. I can't wait to visit those 3 places you mentioned. All right, go ahead, but don't blame me if you get killed, Lu Chun said, releasing Master Mouse. Master Mouse transformed into a streak of flesh-colored light and quickly left the Lu family. After Master Mouse left, Lu Chen's lips curled into a cunning smile. Although he wasn't sure of Master Mouse's full capabilities, he knew that dealing with a martial king would be a breeze for Master Mouse. His earlier words were merely to provoke Master Mouse into raiding the City Lord's mansion, seeking both revenge and valuable loot. Pleased with his little scheme, Lu Chun turned back to the Chaos Pearl world, picked up 2 spirit crystals, and began cultivating with the yin yang cannon. Half an hour passed, and Lu Chun thought that Master Mouse should be back soon. He ended his meditation and returned to his room with a thought. Once inside, he began pacing back and forth, intentionally putting on a worried look. Shortly after, the ground near the wall suddenly rose, and Master Mouse popped out from the earth, looking around like a curious little mouse. Hey there, kid. I didn't expect you to be so concerned about me, Master Mouse said with a mischievous grin as he shook the dirt off himself and walked toward Lu Chun. Lu Chun curled his lip and snorted. Even though you're annoying, you're still my Master Mouse. If anyone's going to mess with you, it's going to be me, not anyone else. Master Mouse rolled his eyes and said disdainfully, yeah right, just admit you care. Lu Chun couldn't be bothered to argue with Master Mouse. He raised an eyebrow and curiously asked, Master Mouse, did you get the stuff? You didn't get lost, did you? Ridiculous. When Master Mouse is on the job, there's nothing that can't be done, Master Mouse replied smugly. Well, let's see what treasures you've stolen, and what Master Mouse has brought back, Lu Chun said with a hint of pleasure, eagerly awaiting Master Mouse's spoils. Master Mouse grinned and transported Lu Chun into the Stone Pearl world. Moments later, various spiritual herbs spilled out from Master Mouse, forming a small mountain. The air was filled with a rich herbal fragrance, and a gentle breeze seemed to carry a hint of mysterious power. 3rd grade spiritual herb blood ginseng. 4th grade spiritual herb 7-star lotus. 4th grade spiritual herb earth spirit vine. And even a peak 4th grade spirit Dao fruit. Lu Chen's eyes lit up as he spotted a fist-sized spirit Dao fruit with a faint spiritual glow. He couldn't resist picking it up to feel the powerful energy contained within. So, kid, isn't Master Mouse impressive? Master Mouse said, looking very pleased with himself, clearly waiting for Lu Chen's praise. Not bad, Master Mouse. This heist was quite impressive. Lu Chen's smile deepened, and he began to feel a surge of excitement. Seeing these spiritual herbs filled him with a strong sense of satisfaction. However, Lu Chen soon couldn't help but voice a concern. Master Mouse, you took so much. You didn't empty the City Lord's mansion and the Myriad Treasures Tower, did you? No, Master Mouse waved his paw dismissively. I only took from the Jifeng Hall and the City Lord's mansion. I didn't touch the Myriad Treasures Tower. Really? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit skeptical. Of course it's true. I checked the sign before I went in. I can still read. Master Mouse responded confidently. Lu Chun was momentarily stunned, wondering if he had underestimated Master Mouse's audacity, but he didn't press further. He smiled slightly and casually asked, then why didn't you steal from the Myriad Treasures Tower, Master Mouse? That's a secret, Master Mouse replied mysteriously, as if there was an important secret he couldn't reveal. Lu Chen shrugged, not pursuing the matter any further, though he understood now. The Myriad Treasures Tower was deeply connected to him. It was the business of his brother's family in his past life, and now one of the 3 major commerce towers in the divine martial realm, with countless branches. He had once been invited by his brother to serve as a guest elder, and many precious pills had been crafted by his own hands, helping the Myriad Treasures Tower stand out among the 3 commerce towers. It was actually good that Master Mouse didn't target it, as stealing from it would be akin to stealing from his own family. However, the spiritual herbs stolen from the city lord's mansion delighted Lu Chen. Seeing those precious herbs filled his heart with joy. The city lord's mansion has probably never suffered such a loss before, Lu Chen chuckled. You've emptied them out today, and they're probably going to be furious. I just take the goods. Whether they're upset or not is none of my concern. Master Mouse shrugged indifferently, clearly unconcerned about the matter. Lu Chen smiled subtly, a playful glint in his eyes. He knew that Master Mouse had indeed done an excellent job this time. Haha, let them be angry. Taking down the city lord's mansion today is like collecting some interest in advance, Lu Chen said with a faint smile. Curious, Master Shu asked. Kid, do you have a grudge against the city lord's mansion? Lu Chen snorted coldly, a sharp glint in his eyes. It's more than a grudge. We're mortal enemies, a blood feud that won't end until one of us is gone. Given the chance, I'll uproot the entire city lord's mansion. His words were filled with a chilling menace, which left Master Shu momentarily stunned. Although he was a cunning old fox, he couldn't help but feel a shiver, and he developed a certain wariness towards the city lord's mansion. After a moment, Master Shu calmed himself and sighed. Kid, revenge can wait. I've brought you the spiritual herbs, so let's focus on alchemy for now. No need to learn. I already know how. Lu Chen said confidently. Really? A hint of surprise flashed in Master Shu's eyes. You do? If I say I do, I do. Why would I lie to you? Lu Chen chuckled disdainfully, then began selecting the herbs he needed from the pile on the table. After a quarter of an hour, Lu Chen had neatly arranged 3 piles of spiritual herbs in front of him, each containing over 30 kinds of precious herbs. The materials for blood spirit pills, meridian pills, and marrow washing pills were all there. Master Shu glanced at the herbs and said casually, blood spirit pills, meridian pills, marrow washing pills. It seems you've made good choices. Lu Chen was taken aback, not expecting Master Shu to recognize these pills. Master Shu, you know alchemy? Alchemy? That's nothing. The old mouse, know much more than that. Master Shu scoffed, looking at Lu Chen with disdain. Unlike you, who knows nothing. Oh, shut up and stop boasting. Lu Chen retorted with a laugh, then took out a bronze-colored chaos cauldron and sat cross-legged on the ground. The process of alchemy is meticulous. First, the effective components of the herbs are refined, then the medicinal liquid is mixed with alchemical fire, and finally, the pills are nurtured. Each step requires precision, as any mistake can affect the pill's quality or even cause the cauldron to explode. As a former 9th-grade alchemist, Lu Chen was at ease, focusing without distraction as he channeled his spiritual power to control the alchemical fire. Unlike his past life, this time he used the alchemy methods recorded in the Chaos Alchemy Manual. As time passed, Lu Chen deftly added one herb after another into the Chaos Cauldron, where the medicinal liquid was quickly extracted and separated in the alchemical fire. Master Shu, watching Lu Chen's alchemical techniques, was surprised. His graceful movements were like a dance, and the pure medicinal liquid appeared instantly in the cauldron, causing Master Shu's initially contemptuous gaze to grow more serious. An hour passed, and Lu Chen had completed the refinement of the 34 herbal liquids needed for the meridian pills. At this point, the liquids glowed brilliantly in the blazing fire. A typical alchemist would move to the next step mixing the liquids, but Lu Chen wasn't in a rush. He continued to use his soul power to evenly heat the liquids in the alchemical fire until their volume reduced to 1/3. Then began the fusion process. As each drop of liquid merged, the temperature and firepower within the chaos cauldron remained precisely controlled, and the entire process was smooth and orderly. By now, Master Shu, though captivated by the alchemical scene, refrained from interrupting, simply lying nearby, gnawing on a spiritual crystal. Another hour passed, and with a soft exclamation from Lu Chen, the cauldron flipped, and 6 azure pills shot out like meteors, landing steadily in his palm. Lu Chen smiled, his expression relaxed and slightly smug, while Master Shu silently watched him, a complex look flashing in his eyes. The 6 pills were perfectly identical in size and evenly colored, with intricate patterns on their surfaces that caught the eye. Lu Chen picked one up and examined it closely. Although this was his first attempt at using the alchemy techniques from the Chaos Dance scripture, and he was still a bit inexperienced, the quality of the finished product was quite impressive. As he was contentedly inspecting the pills, Master Shu appeared beside him unnoticed, his sharp eyes fixed on Lu Chen, and he spoke in a meaningful tone. Kid, did you take over this body? The sudden accusation startled Lu Chen, but he quickly composed himself, feigning confusion. Master Shu, what do you mean by take over? I don't understand. Taking over involves using a special secret technique to transfer your soul into another body. Master Shu explained bluntly. Lu Chan pretended not to understand. Taking over sounds impressive, but everyone has their own body, so why would anyone need to switch? You're oversimplifying it, Master Shu remarked, shaking his head. Cultivation can extend one's life, but it doesn't grant immortality. Some people, unwilling to die naturally, choose to take over another body when their time is near. Others, burdened by too many enemies, might do it to escape pursuit and live under a new identity. Master Shu, taking over is an act against nature, something ordinary people can't accomplish. Why would you think I've done it? Luchan inquired. Master Shu began to elaborate. Alchemy involves 3 steps: refining the spiritual herbs, mixing the potion, and nurturing the pill. There's no room for error in any step, as it would affect the final quality and quantity. I understand that, Luchan nodded. Since you understand, you should know why I asked, Master Shu said with a hint of implication. Seeing Lu Chen's puzzled expression, Master Shu pointed out the key issue. You're only 16, yet you can refine pills to their maximum potential, each with a pattern. That's beyond what someone your age should be able to do. So that's it, Lu Chen thought to himself. In the martial world, an alchemist's skill level directly influences the yield of pills. Those with strong soul power and refined techniques can perfect every detail, wasting no potion, thus producing more pills than ordinary alchemists. However, the potency of each spiritual herb is limited, and a single batch of materials can yield a maximum of 6 pills, known as the extreme number. As for the patterns, they are a crucial indicator of pill quality. Pills are categorized into lower, middle, upper, and supreme grades, each with unique markings and effects. Lower grade pills are the most common, containing more impurities, which not only diminish their effectiveness over time, but also negatively impact a cultivator's foundation, hindering future progress. A medium grade pill is accompanied by a halo, free of impurities and without diminishing effects, but it may destabilize one's foundation. A high-grade pill has patterns resembling human meridians, perfectly harmonizing with the body, offering only benefits to a martial artist's cultivation without any drawbacks. As for a supreme-grade pill, it exists only in legends, said to possess intelligence, and not even Lu Chen in his past life could create it. Lu Chen's fingers gently caressed the freshly crafted pill, its surface emitting a faint glow with the halo clearly visible. Engrossed in assessing the pill's quality, he was suddenly interrupted by the voice of Master Mouse. Kid, your pill-making technique isn't something a beginner would have, Master Mouse remarked, squinting with sharp eyes fixed on Lu Chen. The owner of this body certainly didn't have such skills. Lu Chen paused, slightly startled, but maintained a calm exterior. He looked up at Master Mouse, a slight smile forming on his lips. Master Mouse, is it so hard to believe I have a natural talent? Master Mouse let out a derisive snort, his whiskers twitching slightly. Don't play dumb with me. Alchemy is different from martial cultivation. It requires time and practice. No matter how talented you are, without extensive practice, you can't produce quality pills. These words struck a chord with Lu Chen. He scrutinized the seemingly ordinary-looking mouse, realizing that Master Mouse was not only skilled in alchemy, but likely a master far surpassing his own level. Yet, despite his identity being seen through, Lu Chen remained unperturbed. From their first meeting until now, he had never felt any threat from Master Mouse. The inquiry seemed to stem from genuine curiosity. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen put down the pill and met Master Mouse's gaze. Master Mouse, you're right. I'm not the original owner, but I haven't possessed this body. He recounted his experiences, the cultivation in his previous life, the unexpected death, and the inexplicable transition into this body, without holding back any details. Master Mouse listened silently, his tail gently tapping the ground. It seems you're destined. Your death in the previous life was merely a chance for rebirth. Master Mouse, do you have any other questions? Lu Chen asked with a smile. No more. Master Mouse shook his head, his whiskers twitching. Knowing what happened to you, I finally understand why you sometimes act beyond your age. Lu Chen shrugged. I'm not that old, just about 60. Master Mouse rolled his eyes at Lu Chen, his tail flicking impatiently. You cheeky brat. I was going to guide you in alchemy, but since you were dual cultivated in alchemy and martial arts in your previous life, I'll leave you be. Go on, eat your spirit crystals. Lu Chen chuckled and said no more, turning back to focus on his alchemy work. Forming seals with his hands, spiritual energy flowed, and the process of crafting another batch of pills began anew. While Lu Chen was busy refining elixirs, the night patrol of the city lord's mansion noticed something unusual during their routine. Check the heavy doors of the spirit herb warehouse were ajar, gently swaying in the night breeze. 12 guards rushed into the warehouse, only to be left paralyzed by the sight before them. Thousands of specially crafted spirit herb boxes were neatly arranged, but each one had been opened, leaving them completely empty. Moonlight streamed through the window lattice, casting a glow on the empty boxes and reflecting the guards' terrified faces. Captain, Captain, one guard, trembling and with a voice altered by fear, stammered, "What are we going to do?" Lin Yao, the captain of the guards and a middle-aged man at the first level of the martial master realm, forced himself to stand. He staggered through the rows, inspecting each box, eventually confirming the worst: the entire warehouse had been cleaned out, not a single herb left behind. "It's over, it's all over." Lin Yao's face was ashen. "Captain, the city lord is notoriously ruthless. Even if just one herb was missing, he wouldn't spare us," a guard said in a trembling voice. "Should we escape before anyone finds out? If the city lord learns about this, we're as good as dead," another suggested. Lin Yao gave a bitter smile. "Tianyuan city is only so big, and the city lord's mansion has eyes everywhere. Where could we possibly escape to? Even if we can't get away, it's better than waiting here to die." The group debated and ultimately agreed on the plan to flee. Lin Yao gritted his teeth. "Then let's head to the falling Maple Mountains." The group quickly appointed him as their leader. The 12 of them continued their patrol as if nothing was amiss, and when they reached a secluded corner, they swiftly scaled the wall and left the city. By the time the next shift of guards discovered the theft, dawn was breaking. They immediately reported the incident, throwing the entire city lord's mansion into chaos. Zhang Yan, the city lord of Tianyuan City and a first-level martial king, roared with rage as he looked at the ransacked warehouse. For a man who ruled the city like an emperor, the loss of the spirit herbs accumulated by the Zhang family over 2 generations in a single night was a devastating blow, akin to a bolt from the blue for a family that monopolized 70% of the city's resources. This is more than just a loss of millions. It's a blatant provocation against the city lord's mansion, and Zhang Yan absolutely cannot tolerate it. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over those present and finally settled on a trembling middle-aged man. "Chief Commander, summon all the guards who were on patrol last night immediately." Zhang Yan's voice was as cold as ice. "Yes, sir." Zhou Kai, a martial artist at the 9th level, received the order and quickly left the hall. He immediately ordered the news to be sealed off and gathered all the patrol guards from the previous night. Soon, a disturbing discovery surfaced: the entire guard team, led by Lin Yao, had disappeared. Zhou Kai had some suspicions and, after a brief hesitation, brought the remaining 4 guard teams to the Spirit Herb Treasury. "Where's the 5th team?" Zhang Yan's gaze swept over the 5 guard teams, his voice carrying a chilling intensity. "City Lord, the team responsible for the Cho Hour patrol, they can't be found," Zhou Kai replied, his voice trembling. "Did they flee to escape punishment?" It seems so." Zhang Yan narrowed his eyes and turned to the remaining guards. "Which team was responsible for the Z-Hour patrol?" A guard at the 2nd level of martial arts immediately knelt. "Reporting to the City Lord, the Z-Hour patrol was under my charge. At that time, the treasury was intact, with no anomalies." Zhang Yan scrutinized the guard closely. Though nervous, the guard's eyes were steady, not like someone lying. Clearly, the Spirit Herb Treasury was robbed after the Z-Hour patrol. The guards failed in their duty, leading to the theft of the Spirit Herbs. "Execute all those on duty last night," Zhang Yan ordered. "Spare us, City Lord." The 5 guard teams fell to their knees, pleading tearfully. "Because of your negligence, Spirit Herbs worth millions were stolen. How dare you ask for mercy?" Zhang Yan shouted angrily. "City Lord, we were responsible for the Mao Hour patrol and had not yet been on duty. We have nothing to do with this," someone cried out. Seeing this, Zhou Kai couldn't bear to see these innocent guards suffer unjustly and knelt to plead. "City Lord, please spare their lives." "Chief Commander, I have yet to hold you accountable for failing to manage your subordinates, and you dare to plead for them?" Zhang Yan's eyes glinted coldly. "City Lord, I am willing to die, but I cannot allow anything to tarnish your reputation. If these men are executed, it would only confirm that the Cho Hour guards were right to flee. People would then perceive you as cruel." Zhang Yan stood with his back to Zhou Kai, spiritual power already surging in his palm. In this city of Tianyuan, no one had ever dared to threaten him with the opinions of outsiders. Just as Zhang Yan was about to take action, a graceful figure in white stepped forward. It was his eldest daughter, Zhang Xian, a young woman in her early 20s. Her white dress fluttered gently in the breeze, and her skin was fair as snow. With features as delicate as a painting, she had already reached the 5th level of martial mastery. Known as the brilliant strategist of the City Lord's mansion, she was always cherished by her father. "Father, I believe the Chief Commander has a point. The theft of the spiritual herbs is indeed their fault, but it doesn't warrant death. Executing them would only play into the hands of the thieves." Zhang Xian spoke with a clear, yet steady voice. Zhang Yan looked into his daughter's resolute eyes, and his murderous intent began to fade. "In light of the young lady's plea, I will spare your lives today. However, while you are spared from death, you will not escape punishment. Your salaries will be docked for 3 months from today." "Thank you, City Lord, for sparing our lives." "Thank you, young lady." The guards, feeling as if they had been granted a great reprieve, repeatedly bowed in gratitude. None dared to object to the punishment. "Dismissed." Zhang Yin said coldly. The guards, feeling relieved, hurriedly left. Back in the main hall of the city lord's mansion, Zhang Yin sat silently in his seat, creating a heavy atmosphere. After a long pause, a young man who bore a resemblance to Zhang Yin couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up. Father, we can't just let this slide. The speaker was Zhang Yan's 17-year-old son, Zhang Yang, whose martial talents were mediocre, only reaching the 8th level of martial mastery. Known for his arrogance, the young master of the mansion often bullied the people of Tianyuan City. Seeing his father's lenient handling of the theft, he was the first to lose his composure. Do you think I need you to tell me that? Zhang Yin glared at his son. Zhang Yang, rarely seeing his father so furious, wisely shrank back and held his tongue. Just as Zhang Yin was about to ask Zhang Xian for a strategy, 3 subordinates burst into the hall, looking flustered. Leading them was Qi Jian, a master at the 9th level of martial mastery, followed by 2 others at the 7th level, all reliable managers of the Jifeng Hall. We are guilty and await your punishment, City Lord. The 3 knelt as soon as they entered. Zhang Yan's heart sank. What is your crime? City Lord, we failed in our duties. Last night, all the spiritual herbs in Jifeng Hall were stolen, Qi Jian reported, his words plunging the entire hall into silence. After the spiritual herb treasury, Jifeng Hall had also been completely robbed. In just one night, all the spiritual herbs of the city lord's mansion had been taken. Everyone was shocked. Who could be so audacious as to brazenly challenge the city lord's mansion? Qi Jian and his 2 companions knelt on the ground, trembling, awaiting their fate. In the grand hall, Zhang Yan's body trembled violently as he sat on the high seat, gripping the armrests tightly until a crisp crack echoed. The armrests shattered under his grip, the sound like thunder striking, causing Qi Jian and the other 2 to tremble with fear. An indescribable pressure enveloped them as if the air had solidified, and a strong sense of dread filled their hearts. They knew that if Zhang Yin decided to act, they wouldn't stand a chance. However, Zhang Yin didn't immediately take action. Instead, he took a deep breath, working hard to suppress his anger, and asked coldly. The Jifeng Hall was robbed, and you 3 were completely unaware last night? The city lord's mansion held absolute power in Tianyuan City, and its defenses had never been lax. The 3 hadn't anticipated anyone daring to commit such a brazen theft. They had gone to bed early the previous night, oblivious to any disturbances. Faced with Zhang Yan's sharp questioning, they lowered their heads, unsure of how to respond. Zhang Yan's gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over the 3, seemingly having already deduced much. His tightly furrowed brow relaxed slightly as he took a deep breath, controlling his anger. He then turned to Zhou Xian beside him, speaking in a deep voice. Xian, in one night, all the spiritual medicine from the city lord's mansion was stolen. What do you think? Zhou Xian's expression was solemn, her tone steady. Father, I believe we are facing a formidable enemy this time. A flicker of doubt crossed Zhang Yan's eyes. A formidable enemy? Why do you say that? Zhou Xian spoke slowly. Even if Qi Jian and the others were negligent, with their strength, there's no way all the spiritual medicine could have been stolen without a sound. We are undoubtedly dealing with someone of considerable power. Zhang Yan was silent for a moment, his gaze growing profound. Looking at the 4 great families, aside from a few individuals, no one could match Qi Jian, let alone someone capable of emptying the Jifeng Hall. His words were interrupted by Zhang Jie. Zhang Jie, Zhang Yan's second son, was only 20 years old and had already reached the 3rd level of martial master. He spoke with some indignation. Second sister, who do you think dared to steal from our city lord's mansion? Zhou Xian frowned slightly, speaking softly. I don't know who exactly did it, but I'm certain those who dared to break into the city lord's mansion last night are connected to the ones who looted the 4 great family shops recently. Moreover, that person is likely a martial king. Zhang Yan's face turned grim, and he spoke in a lowered voice. A martial king? There are only 5 martial kings in Tianyuan City. Aside from the 3 from the Wanbao building, the rest are me and your grandfather. The Wanbao building only does business and has always had a good relationship with our city lord's mansion, so it's unlikely they would do such a thing. Zhou Xian continued calmly. Father, I suspect the thief this time is a martial king from outside Tianyuan City. Zhang Yan's expression darkened further. He gripped the armrest tightly, his fingernails nearly embedding into it, veins bulging on his forehead. 6 years ago, he went to great lengths to overthrow Lu Yi to ensure his absolute control. He hadn't anticipated that even with the 4 great families of Tianyuan City devoid of a martial king, one would arrive from outside. The most troubling aspect was that this person was not only hidden within the city, but also operating in secret, leaving Zhang Yin feeling trapped and unable to maintain the easy control he once had. With a furious slam that shattered the table, Zhang Yin exclaimed, Exener, the spiritual herbs have been stolen. What do you think we should do next? Zhang Xian calmly replied. Father, in my opinion, we just need to have someone keep an eye on Wanbao Pavilion. Zhang Yin raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Exener, Didn't you say it was the work of an outsider martial king? Why are you suggesting we monitor Wanbao Pavilion? Zhang Xian sighed lightly, maintaining a composed demeanor. Father, haven't you figured it out? The thief stole the spiritual herbs to refine elixirs. A glimmer of hesitation flickered in Zhang Yan's eyes. Refine elixirs? Zhang Xian nodded. Exactly. The thief is not only a martial king, but also likely an alchemist. Think about it. Ordinary folk wouldn't need such a large quantity of spiritual herbs. Zhang Yan frowned. Even if they're an alchemist, what does that have to do with keeping an eye on Wanbao Pavilion? Zhang Xian looked at her father with resignation. Father, are you too upset to think straight? If the thief is an alchemist, they will need to refine elixirs. And once refined, they will need to sell those elixirs. In Tianyuan City, the only place capable of handling such a sale is Wanbao Pavilion. Zhang Yan suddenly understood and breathed a sigh of relief. Xian, you scared me for a moment. I thought you were targeting Wanbao Pavilion. Zhang Xian shook her head. Father, I'm not that foolish. The foundation and power of Wanbao Pavilion are formidable. If they were behind this, we would have no choice but to accept our losses. Zhang Yan took a deep breath, his expression serious. Our Zhang family is dominant in Tianyuan City, but beyond it, we're insignificant. Wanbao Pavilion is different. Their influence is incredibly strong, with branches in nearly every city. Even the Duke wouldn't dare to provoke them lightly. Zhang Jie interjected anxiously. Second sister, Father, should we send someone to act now? Zhang Yan replied solemnly. Monitoring Wanbao Pavilion is no small matter. You can't handle it alone. He then turned to Qi Jian and the other two, asking coldly. You three failed to guard Jifeng Hall properly, leading to the theft of the spiritual herbs. Do you admit your fault? The three lowered their heads and replied in unison. We admit our fault. There is no excuse for our negligence. Zhang Yan spoke sternly. Since you admit it, I'm giving you a chance. Keep watch outside Wanbao Pavilion. Are you willing? Though unwilling, the three knew they had no choice and reluctantly agreed. We are willing. Zhang Yan's gaze was sharp. Let me be clear. If you succeed in this task, the matter of Jifeng Hall's theft will be forgotten. If not, you'll bear double the responsibility. Feeling the weight of his words, the three nodded quickly. We won't disappoint the city lord. Zhang Yan waved them off lightly. All right, you may go. As the three prepared to leave, Zhang Xian suddenly stopped them. Wait a moment. They paused, and Zhang Yan asked, puzzled. Xianer, do you have anything to add? Zhang Xian's gaze was penetrating. You only need to watch for suspicious individuals to see if there's any elixir trade with Wanbao Pavilion. But no matter what happens, do not engage in conflict with Wanbao Pavilion. The other party likely possesses formidable strength beyond your ability to handle. If you notice anything unusual, report it immediately without taking any action on your own. Hearing this, the three felt a sense of urgency and responded in unison. We understand. Zhang Xian nodded. Since you understand, you may leave. The three exited, and Zhang Yan turned his attention to Zhou Kai. For the next 3 days, the Black Armor Army is under your command. Make sure to capture those 12 traitors. If you fail, I won't forgive you. Zhou Kai replied respectfully. I accept the order. Zhang Yan nodded. All right, go make the arrangements. Understood. Zhou Kai turned and left. After Zhou Kai left the main hall, the city lord's mansion immediately deployed the Black Armor Army, symbolizing the highest authority. The heavily armored soldiers quickly spread throughout the streets and alleys of Tianyuan City, conducting a thorough search. The sensational news quickly spread across the city as City Lord's mansion and the Jifeng Hall's spiritual medicine storerooms had been emptied overnight. At the same time, 5 shops owned by the Lin family were also looted. This news was even more shocking than yesterday's rumor that Lu Qin's Dantian was not destroyed. On the streets and in the alleys, the citizens were abuzz with discussion. As the second most powerful of the 4 great families in Tianyuan City, the Lin family's recent misfortunes were lamentable. Not long ago, the Lin family had extorted 10 shops from the Lu family, expanding their total number of shops to 43. It should have been their proudest moment. However, from that day on, nightmares followed one after another. In just 1 month, Lu Qin struck 3 times. The first time, he looted 1 shop. The second, 4 shops. And this time, 5 shops. Not only were the valuables taken, but the shopkeepers were also nowhere to be found. In desperation, the Lin family resorted to a temporary strategy, opening for business during the day and moving valuables out at night, closing up tightly. Upon hearing the news, the other 3 great families were also terrified. If even the city lord's mansion wasn't spared, their situation was even more precarious. Soon, the entire Tianyuan city was enveloped in a tense atmosphere, with major shops following the Lin family's lead. Meanwhile, in the Lu family, brothers Lu Yi and Lu Kuang were in high spirits. Early in the morning, they began to drink heartily. To hell with the city lord's mansion and the Lin family. Lu Kuang laughed loudly. Let them taste what we've endured all these years. Lu Yi raised his cup in agreement, unable to hide his delight. Lu Zhan, standing nearby, asked puzzledly, Father, third uncle, Was this really the work of the powerful figure behind Brother Chen? Genre. Lu Kuang lowered his voice. Who else but the one behind Chen could come and go freely from the city lord's mansion, let alone empty the entire storeroom? It feels so satisfying. Lu Zhan also laughed. Lu Kuang immediately turned serious and said, Remember, you must never speak of this outside, nor should you ask Chen about it, to avoid displeasing the senior. I understand, Lu Zhan replied solemnly. Unless Brother Chen brings it up himself, I'll pretend to know nothing. Lu Kuang nodded approvingly, and then raised his bowl of wine. Come, third brother, let's have another. All right, we won't stop until we're drunk today. The brothers drank in one go. In the Chaos Pearl world, Lu Chun was busy refining pills, completely unaware of what was happening outside. Over the course of a week, he meticulously transformed the spiritual herbs into blood spirit pills, purification pills, and meridian pills, amassing over 5,000 pills in total. The furnace glowed red hot, and the air was filled with the rich aroma of the pills as Lu Chen's fingers danced skillfully over the furnace, each batch releasing a potent fragrance. However, as a former 9th grade pill emperor, Lu Chun was well versed in the art of pill making. He deliberately crafted most of the pills to be of ordinary quality, leaving only a few hundred high-grade pills with intricate pill patterns. His fingers brushed over these beautifully patterned pills with a trace of caution in his eyes. High-grade pills with pill patterns promised extraordinary effects, but also attracted envy and danger. Given his current low martial arts level, he was in no position to handle any potential trouble, so he chose to hide his true capabilities for now. After completing the pill refining, Lu Chun continued to focus on advancing his martial arts level within the Chaos Pearl world. Time passed differently there, and while a week elapsed outside, nearly 2 months went by in the Stone Pearl world. During this time, Lu Chen's Yinyang dual pills reached the 5th level warrior stage, with his inner energy surging like a river and his aura steady as a mountain. At this point, if he were to fully exert himself, he would be unmatched below the king level. One day, while Lu Chun was meditating in the Chaos Pearl world, he sensed movement outside and quickly returned to reality, sitting on his bed as if he had been resting there all along. Moments later, Lu Zhan burst in with steaming hot lunch in hand. Chun, I've broken through to the 4th level warrior apprentice stage. Lu Zhan eagerly shared his martial arts breakthrough, his face beaming with unconcealed excitement. Lu Chen nodded with a smile. Congratulations, Zhan, your strength has improved significantly. Hearing this calm congratulation, Lu Zhan's smile gradually faded, and he looked at Lu Chun with some dejection. Chun, even though I've broken through, I still lag far behind others, he said, unable to hide his disappointment. Looking at his honest cousin, Lu Chun was momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Zhan's martial arts talent was indeed lacking. With his aptitude, reaching the mid-level warrior stage on his own was uncertain. Objectively speaking, Lu Zhan wasn't suited for martial arts. Perhaps living as an ordinary person would be his best path. However, being born into one of the 4 great families, even if he wanted to be ordinary, the environment wouldn't allow it. Seeing Lu Chen's silence, Lu Zhan's disappointment deepened. He asked softly, Chun, do you also think I'm a failure, unfit for martial arts? The word failure pierced Lu Chen's heart like a sharp blade. At that moment, he felt a deep compassion for his cousin, who had been looked down upon for so long. He knew how much ridicule and scorn Lu Zhan had endured over the years. Yet, instead of offering simple comfort, he gently patted Lu Zhan's head and asked earnestly, Zhan, do you enjoy practicing martial arts? Enjoy? Lu Zhan's eyes widened, and the confusion in his eyes cleared. After a moment of reflection, he murmured, Chun, even though practicing martial arts is tough, tedious, and often fruitless, I genuinely enjoy it. I love the feeling of breaking through, the power in my punches, and everything martial arts brings me. As he spoke with emotion, his eyes shone with determination. Lu Chun said softly, Zhan, practicing martial arts is also about cultivating the mind. As long as you have the heart to become strong, I believe you will one day become a great warrior. Really, Chun? Lu Zhan asked excitedly, his eyes full of hope. Lu Chen nodded slightly. Yes, really. With that, he took out 20 crystal-clear pills and handed them to Lu Zhan. Among them were 10 purification pills and 10 meridian pills, each adorned with exquisite pill patterns that glimmered in the sunlight. These were carefully selected high-grade pills, as Lu Chun wanted to give the best to his loyal cousin. Lu Zhan took the pills, his eyes wide with shock. Chun, where did you get these pills? Lu Chun whispered. Zhan, don't worry about where the pill came from. Just take it. When the time is right, I'll explain everything to you, okay? Lu Zhan nodded with determination written all over his face. All right, I'll listen to you, Chun. Lu Chen looked at him gently. Zhan, if there's nothing else, you should go and refine the pill's power. Okay, Lu Zhan agreed, carefully putting away the pill before leaving Lu Chen's courtyard. After Lu Zhan left, Lu Chen ate the meal Lu Zhan had brought, then entered the world within the Chaos Pearl. In that void space, he found Master Shu. Master Shu, do you know any way to enhance someone's martial talent? He asked directly. Master Shu looked at him, a smile tugging at his lips. Are you trying to help Lu Zhan? Lu Chen nodded. Zhan loves practicing martial arts. I don't want to discourage him. If I can help him, I really want to. Master Shu snorted lightly. Can't we just enhance his martial arts level without improving his talent? You mean using pills? Lu Chen frowned. Exactly. Using pills is the fastest way to improve martial arts levels. Master Shu replied indifferently. Lu Chen shook his head. Using pills in moderation can aid practice, but overuse can lead to unstable levels, making it hard to achieve greatness. Master Shu laughed disdainfully. With his talent, you expect greatness? Don't dream. If he can use pills to reach the martial king level, consider yourself lucky. Lu Chun was so frustrated he could grind his teeth. He had hoped to get guidance from Master Shu, but ended up feeling disheartened. He took a deep breath, suppressing his irritation, and said calmly, Master Shu, enough with the discouragement. I just want to know if there's a way to fundamentally improve Lu Zhan's martial talent. Master Shu's eyes turned cold as he shook his head mercilessly. No, there isn't. Lu Chun felt a pang of disappointment, realizing he was wasting his time. All right, then I guess I'll have him use pills and compensate with powerful martial techniques and skills. Seeing this, Master Shu shifted his tone and smiled. Don't dismiss me so quickly. While I can't directly enhance his talent, I do have a way to boost his combat power. Lu Chen's eyes flickered with doubt. Really? Of course, Master Shu replied mysteriously. Do you want to hear it? Lu Chen's mood lifted slightly with excitement. Tell me. Master Shu shrugged. There's a catch, though. My method involves an extremely painful training process. Are you sure you want him to go through it? Lu Chun raised an eyebrow. Is there anything more painful than being trampled on by others? Master Shu stroked his beard and nodded. Since you put it that way, I'll tell you. But whether you let him train is up to you. Before he finished speaking, Master Shu suddenly extended a paw, pointing at Lu Chun. Instantly, a white stream of light shot into Lu Chen's mind. A smile appeared on Lu Chen's lips as he contemplated the new knowledge in his mind. The cultivation technique gifted by Master Mouse, known as the creation battle technique, was a purely physical cultivation method, and its profound mysteries left him in awe. This technique was entirely different from traditional martial arts. It required the practitioner to completely abandon the path of spiritual cultivation and instead focus on using their own flesh and blood as a foundation to develop their body's potential to the fullest. Although progress in martial arts realms was slow, the result was a terrifying physique that surpassed even that of mythical beasts, not only resistant to attacks, but also possessing incredible regenerative abilities. What truly captivated Lu Chun was that once the creation battle technique was mastered, the practitioner could enter the Tao through their body. At that point, a single drop of blood could ignite mountains and boil seas. Of course, such transformation was not easily achieved. The cultivation process required the body to be tempered with external forces, verging on self-destruction. This was the pain Master Mouse had mentioned. Master Mouse, you always have quick ideas. If spiritual cultivation doesn't work, then switch to physical cultivation, Lu Chun said with a smile. Brat, are you planning to have Lu Zhan practice it? Master Mouse asked. Of course, such a great technique must be practiced. Lu Chun replied without hesitation, then asked, Master Mouse, can I teach the creation battle technique to others? For your dad. And my fourth uncle. Lu Chun said eagerly. Physical cultivation is the true path, but there are so few physical cultivation techniques that few can enter the Tao through the body. Master Mouse shook his head and said, your dad and your fourth uncle are still more suited to the path of spiritual cultivation. I understand my fourth uncle taking the spiritual path, but my dad's Dantian and meridians are ruined. Without physical techniques, he can only rely on the Great Restoration pill and the Meridian Renewal pill. Then refine the pills. For an alchemist, that's not a difficult task. I don't have enough soul power right now, nor do I have the materials, Lu Chen said, pouting. Master Mouse jumped onto his shoulder and patted him with a paw. Silly boy, isn't the treasure pavilion a ready-made option? Lu Chen's eyes lit up, but he looked at Master Mouse suspiciously. Did you think of this step long ago, which is why you didn't steal from the treasure pavilion? Master Mouse turned his head away. You're overthinking it. After a pause, he added, trust me, your dad and fourth uncle taking the spiritual path is the right way. All right. Lu Chen nodded in agreement and returned to the real world. Before leaving, he took down the sword left by his predecessor from the Wallace, the Sword Emperor. His strongest power could only be unleashed with a sword in hand. It had been a week since the theft at the city lord's mansion, and the tense atmosphere in Tianyuan city had gradually eased. Lu Chen strode out of the Lu family estate, a plan already forming in his mind. Zhou Kai failed to capture Lin Yao and his group. When the 3-day deadline passed, he had no choice but to withdraw his forces and voluntarily apologize to Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan, with a stern expression, immediately docked Zhou Kai's salary for 3 months. Thus, the theft of the spiritual medicine from the city lord's treasury and Jifeng Hall seemed to be temporarily concluded, with no new actions taken by the city lord's mansion for the time being. After leaving the Liu family, Liu Chun, dressed in a blue robe, walked confidently through the streets of Tianyuan City, heading straight for the West District, specifically targeting the location of Wanbao Tower. His steps were steady, and there was a certain determination in his eyes. Wanbao Tower was situated in the center of the West District of Tianyuan City, covering several acres, essentially forming a vast complex of buildings. At the forefront stood a nine-story tower, with the words Wanbao Tower gleaming in gold at the top, serving as the sales center. This imposing building could accommodate thousands of people on the first floor alone, soaring several dozen meters high, making it a standout in Tianyuan City. Adjacent to the sales tower were dozens of independent pavilions, artfully arranged around it, serving as residences for the powerful guardians of the tower. Further inside were north-south facing high-rise buildings with bright, clean windows, dedicated to storing and processing spiritual medicines. In the deepest part of the complex were several dozen more pavilions. The east-west ones were staff quarters, while the north-south ones were accommodations for distinguished guests. It wasn't long before Lu Chun arrived at the entrance of Wanbao Tower. Seeing the sparsely populated entrance, he couldn't help but sigh. The products of Wanbao Tower were top-notch, and in a city where martial arts flourished, it would surely be bustling with people and business thriving. However, Tianyuan City was just a small border town with few martial artists and limited talent, making it unsuitable for a high-end shop like Wanbao Tower. Well, I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's the Liu family's worthless young master. A mocking voice came from behind. Lu Chun turned around to see three young men standing not far away. They were in their early 20s, with the leader being a youth at the 5th level of the warrior realm, while the other two were at the 9th level of the martial apprentice realm and the 8th level of the warrior realm, respectively. Lu Chun immediately recognized the young man at the 5th level, Lin Kuan, a member of the Lin family, one of the four great families, and the second brother of Lin Xian. Before being demoted, Lin Kuan had been beaten multiple times by the previous Lu Chun, and since then, he avoided Lu Chun, not daring to provoke him. Lu Chun's lips curled into a slight smile, a cold sneer in his heart. This guy had been hiding for so long, and now he was coming to mock him, thinking he was easier to bully than the previous Lu Chun. The three approached slowly, with a look of vengeful satisfaction in Lin Kuan's eyes. Lu Chun sneered. Lin Kuan, you're not staying home and still dare to show your face around here. Looks like I didn't beat you hard enough before. Lin Kuan, who had always held a grudge against Lu Chun, was infuriated when his old wounds were exposed. Lu Chun, your level has dropped, and yet you still dare to be arrogant. How outrageous. Lu Chun mocked. Even with my level dropped, taking care of someone as worthless as you is still a piece of cake. Damn it. How dare you look down on me? Lin Kuan roared in fury, drawing the long sword from his waist. Its cold gleam aimed directly at Lu Chun's throat. Lu Chun's expression remained indifferent, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Drawing your sword in front of me. I wonder where you got the courage. Before he finished speaking, his sword was already out of its sheath, its cold light flashing. As the former sword emperor, Lu Chun's understanding of the sword was unmatched. With a slight flick of his fingers, a brilliant golden light burst forth. This was the legendary sword Aura. Lin Kuan, who was just about to launch an attack, turned pale at the sight. He hurriedly withdrew his move and retreated, losing all his previous arrogance. Sword Aura, a profound martial skill that converts immense spiritual power into an attack, can only be wielded by those of martial master level or above. Lin Kuan had originally targeted Lu Chun, thinking his martial prowess had diminished, but he didn't anticipate that Lu Chun's strength as a former martial master remained undiminished. The golden sword Aura sliced through the air at a breathtaking speed. Despite Lin Kuan's desperate attempts to dodge, Lu Chun's sword was too fast, striking precisely at Lin Kuan's right arm. With a piercing scream, Lin Kuan's entire right arm was severed, and blood gushed out like a fountain. The scene shocked everyone present. While the four major families often had conflicts, they typically only escalated to verbal disputes. Even when young members engaged in martial contests, injuries of this severity were unheard of. Each family understood that although there were differences in strength, an all-out war would lead to mutual destruction, which is why they had maintained peace for decades, only competing over minor issues like shop ownership in Tianyuan City. Lin Kuan, as the eldest son of Lin family head Lin Yao, was undeniably a central figure in the Lin family. Seeing Lu Chun disable Lin Kuan with a single strike left the two attendants stunned. They realized that a storm was about to break over Tianyuan City. Lu Chun, you've caused a major disaster. The Lin family won't spare you, one attendant shouted in fear. Lu Chun glanced over coldly, his tone indifferent. The Lin family won't spare me? Do you think I, Lu Chun, need the Lin family's mercy? You're insane. You're dragging the Lu family into a catastrophe, the other yelled. Lu Chun shook his head with a smile, stepping on the fallen Lin Kuan. Lin Kuan, do you really think the Lin family can bring ruin to the Lu family? Lu Chun, you're dead. Lin Kuan screamed, Pale-faced. You've ruined my arm, and I'll make sure you die without a grave. Bold words. Lu Chen nodded, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Since you're so bold, how about I take another arm? Before the words finished, the sword light reappeared. Lin Kuan's left arm was severed as well, and he curled up, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Lu Chen, you're a madman. If you have the guts, just kill me. Lin Kuan shouted through gritted teeth. A cold smile played on Lu Chen's lips. This is the first time I've received such a request. If I don't oblige, wouldn't that make me seem unkind? With that, he raised his bloodstained sword, aiming it at Lin Kuan's throat. As the cold steel neared, Lin Kuan finally succumbed to fear, pleading desperately, "Don't kill me." Lu Chen had no intention of ending Lin Kuan's life so easily, as that would be too lenient, failing to avenge the blood feud with the Lin family from years ago. Thus, he stopped the sword an inch from Lin Kuan's throat. Lu Chen gave a cold smile, his eyes fixed on Lin Kuan's soaked trousers, his voice laced with an undeniable threat. Lin Kuan, kneel and beg me, and I'll spare you today. Otherwise, I'll kill you. With that, he sheathed his long sword and stood up calmly. Lin Kuan was seething with anger and unwillingness, but the situation was against him. Facing Lu Chen, who showed no restraint, he had no choice but to temporarily submit. He struggled to his feet and knelt heavily in the pool of blood, bowing his head to Lu Chen, each nod a bitter swallow of humiliation. That's not enough. Lu Chen's eyes gleamed with a cruel satisfaction. You have to bow while loudly shouting. I was blind to offend young Master Lu Chen. I beg young Master Lu Chen to spare my life. Lu Chen, I've already bowed to you. Don't push it too far. Lin Kuan gritted his teeth, his voice trembling with anger. Will you say it or not? Lu Chen's face suddenly darkened, his wrist flicked, and with a swoosh, his sword was out, its tip aimed menacingly at Lin Kuan's chest. Lin Kuan trembled with rage, but under Lu Chen's oppressive presence, he yielded once more. He bowed deeply, shouting the humiliating words as demanded, his voice echoing around, drawing the curious gazes of passers-by. On the 9th floor of the Wanbao Pavilion, a young girl in a blue dress stood silently by the window, her gaze like water as she watched the scene below. Her face was veiled, a purple jade pendant swaying gently at her waist with her breath. She appeared to be about the same age as Lu Chen, but her calm demeanor revealed her level as a second-tier martial artist. She was Zhao Xian, the highest authority of Wanbao Pavilion in Tianyuan City. Beside her stood an elderly man, dressed as an old servant, but his sharp eyes hinted at the powerful aura of a third-tier martial king. Lu Chen seems different from before, Zhao Xian said softly, then turned back into the pavilion, gracefully taking a seat. Li Fu stood respectfully by her side, his voice deep. Miss, I also feel he has changed. He's more bloodthirsty, and seems more arrogant and reckless. Fu Bo, why do you think someone would change so drastically? Zhao Xian's eyes sparkled with curiosity. It's the experiences, Li Fu replied confidently. Before his injury, although he was somewhat youthful, he wasn't lacking in intelligence. Considering his family, he was more restrained, but it's different now. Zhao Xian gently pinched her chin thoughtfully. After the incident, the Lu family treated him coldly, and the Lin family framed him. He harbors hatred in his heart. Li Fu nodded. Hatred breeds a killing intent in a person, and when family ties weaken, it frees one from restraints, making them act more freely. Fu Bo, do you think this is a good or bad thing? Zhao Xian asked, her eyes glinting with wisdom. It has both good and bad sides, Li Fu replied. Zhao Xian smiled slightly. Tell me more. Li Fu pondered for a moment. The good is that with hatred, Lu Chen's martial arts progress will be faster than before. The bad is that his enemies will increase, and he may die young. Zhao Xian nodded, deep in thought. After a moment, she lifted her bright eyes to Li Fu. Fu Bo, how about we make an investment? Invest in Lu Chen? Li Fu asked perceptively. Yes, I believe he has potential and is worth investing in, Zhao Xian said firmly. Li Fu looked concerned. Miss, although Lu Chen is a good investment, our Wanbao Pavilion has rules. We only do business, not get involved in power struggles. If those above find out we broke the rules, you might face punishment. Zhao Xian gave a wry smile. Fu Bo, I've already been sent to this backwater place as punishment. What more can my father do to me? Hearing this, Li Fu sighed and fell silent. Indeed, this was already the worst situation, and Zhao Xian couldn't be punished further. Seeing this, Zhao Xian's tone was gentle yet resolute. Fu Bo, as soon as Lu Chen comes in, bring him to see me. All right, Li Fu agreed, turning to leave the pavilion. Outside the Wanbao building, Lin Kuan's arms were drenched in blood. He kept kowtowing while loudly begging for mercy as Lu Chen had demanded. Before long, due to excessive blood loss, his body began to sway unsteadily. Lu Chen looked at him coldly and said indifferently, Lin Kuan, since you are so sincere today, I'll spare you. You can leave. Pale-faced, Lin Kuan did not respond. He struggled to stand and slowly departed with the help of two of his subordinates. Kid, if you cripple him, the Lin family will cause you trouble. said Master Mouse with a laugh from the Chaos Pearl world. Let them come. I can take down the entire Lin family on my own. Lu Chun replied disdainfully. You're quite arrogant, kid. You remind me of myself in my younger days, Master Mouse teased. Whatever. Lu Chun shot Master Mouse a contemptuous glance and then stepped into the Wanbao building. Upon entering, Lu Chun noticed that although this branch in Tianyuan City was not even 1,000th the size of the main building, it was well equipped. Its layout was similar to the main building. The familiar environment brought to mind a certain unruly individual, and a wave of longing swept over him. Beast, just wait. I'll find you within 10 years. After a moment, Lu Chun refocused his mind and approached the counter. Just as he was about to inquire about materials for refining the Great Restoration Pill and the Meridian Continuation Pill, Li Fu calmly walked up to him. Martial King. Seeing Li Fu, a hint of surprise flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. In Tianyuan City, a martial king was a top-tier expert. Li Fu's martial arts level was at the 3rd level of the martial king realm, with a calm and restrained aura, marking him as the strongest in Tianyuan City. Young Master Lu Chun, my lady would like to see you, Li Fu said respectfully as he approached. Your lady? Lu Chun frowned slightly. From his predecessor's memories, he knew that the true master of the Wanbao building in recent years was a mysterious woman, but no one had ever seen her face. Rumor had it she was incredibly beautiful and of mysterious background, a direct descendant of a significant figure in the Wanbao building. Lu Chun had almost no interaction with the Wanbao building and had never met this mysterious master, which piqued his curiosity as to why she suddenly wanted to meet him. Although the Lu family held some status in Tianyuan City, it was insignificant compared to the Wanbao building. Yes, my lady wishes to have a word with you upstairs, Li Fu smiled. Kid, you've got a peach blossom encounter coming up. This is a golden opportunity, so go for it. Master Mouse urged loudly from the Chaos Pearl world. Lu Chun felt as if he was being manipulated by Master Mouse. This guy was full of schemes, always up to no good. You old rascal, Lu Chun cursed. Old rascal? I'm just helping you with your needs, Master Mouse replied nonchalantly. Get lost. Lu Chun glared at Master Mouse fiercely, then turned to Li Fu and said, in that case, lead the way. Li Fu gave Lu Chun a meaningful look. With his current strength, anyone in Tianyuan City would treat him with utmost respect, addressing him as a senior, not daring to show the slightest negligence. Yet Lu Chun, a mere teenager at the 5th level of the martial warrior realm, could face him calmly and without any awe in his words. At this moment, it felt as if Lu Chun was the martial king, and he was just a young martial warrior, which made him feel a strange sense of being looked down upon. Lu Chun's demeanor reminded Li Fu of several familiar figures from his youth, all of whom exuded an air of defiance and disdain for the world. Watching Lu Chun, Li Fu couldn't help but feel a growing fondness for him and silently agreed with Miss Zhao Xian's decision. With a gentle smile, Li Fu turned and led Lu Chun towards the Ninastery Pavilion. As they entered, a subtle fragrance enveloped them, filling the air with a calming scent. After a moment, a pink screen appeared before them, blocking Lu Chun's path. Behind it, a vague silhouette was visible. Lu Chun's brow furrowed slightly as he released his soul power, attempting to discern the figure behind the screen. To his surprise, his soul power was blocked by an invisible barrier, preventing him from perceiving the woman's appearance. Realizing this, Lu Chun understood that the people here wore soul-repelling jade, an accessory he was familiar with from his time as a guest at Wanbao Tower. This jade blocked soul perception, preventing others from spying. He had initially thought only the high-ranking members of Wanbao Tower wore such jade, but even a small branch manager in a place like Tianyuan City had access to such a precious item. Surprised, Lu Chun withdrew his soul power. At that moment, Li Fu circled the screen and respectfully approached Zhao Xian, softly saying, Miss, young master Lu Chun has arrived. Zhao Xian nodded slightly and warmly invited Lu Chun to sit. Once seated, Lu Chun, with a hint of curiosity, asked, Why have you called me here? Zhao Xian, sitting behind the screen, inquired with a slight smile. Young master Lu Chun, are you facing any trouble? None, Lu Chun replied without hesitation. Isn't the Lin family a problem? Zhao Xian gently interjected. If the Lin family counts as trouble, then going to the bathroom would count as trouble too. Lu Chun scoffed dismissively. Hearing this crude response made Zhao Xian blush slightly as she softly reminded him. You cut off Lin Kuan's arms. Aren't you worried the Lin family will come after you? Lu Chun waved his hand, showing no fear. Just the Lin family. As long as they don't provoke me, it's fine. If they do, I won't hesitate to wipe them out. Zhao Xian frowned slightly, clearly questioning Lu Chun's confidence. Young master Lu Chun, are you so confident? She asked softly. The current Lu family is not as strong as the Lin family. With Lin Kuan's arms destroyed, the Lin family will surely retaliate. The Lu family might suffer greatly. Where does your confidence come from? Can you really rely on yourself? Lu Chun smiled lightly, speaking with ease. Confidence is the pinnacle. Without it, why practice martial arts? Might as well marry, have kids, and focus on the next generation. Zhao Xian and Li Fu exchanged a glance, both shaking their heads, feeling that Lu Chen's arrogance had made him lose his investment value. After a moment's silence, Zhao Xian finally asked, "If that's so, what brings you to Wanbao Tower, young master Lu Chen?" "I'm looking for some spiritual herbs," Lu Chen stated directly. "What kind of herbs?" Zhao Xian inquired. Without hesitation, Lu Chen listed 75 kinds of herbs needed for refining the shumai and dahuan dan, though only part of the ingredients. Zhao Xian narrowed her eyes, a glint flashing as she focused on Lu Chen. "Can you acquire these herbs?" Zhao Xian asked, her tone slightly serious. "I can," Lu Chen replied confidently. Zhao Xian composed herself before speaking slowly. "This tower only has 7 of the herbs you mentioned. The rest need to be transferred from other branches, which will take some time." "How long?" Lu Chen pressed. 3 months, Zhao Xian replied. "In that case, please help me gather these materials," Lu Chen said without hesitation. Zhao Xian pondered for a moment before slowly saying, "Each of these materials is extremely expensive. Are you sure you can afford them?" "Don't worry about the money. Just find the items for me," Lu Chen replied indifferently, seemingly unconcerned. With that, Lu Chen stood up and headed towards the stairs. In a blink, he was at the stairwell, descending swiftly, leaving Zhao Xian standing silently in thought. After Lu Chen left, Li Fu's expression was dark and ominous. Clenching his fists, he asked, "Miss, Lu Chen is being too audacious. Should I teach him a lesson?" Zhao Xian shook her head absent-mindedly, her gaze fixed in the distance. "No, miss," Li Fu said with a furrowed brow. "Lu Chen may have some talent in cultivation, but outside of Tianyuan town, he is nothing. Why are you so tolerant of him? Why tolerate him?" Zhao Xian murmured softly, a thoughtful glint in her eyes. After a moment, she turned to Li Fu. "Fu Bo, do you know what those herbs Lu Chen was looking for are used for?" Li Fu shook his head. "Miss, I'm just a martial artist. I know little about medicinal herbs. Those are ingredients for refining the 5th grade continuation pill and the 6th grade great restoration pill," Zhao Xian revealed slowly. "What?" Li Fu's eyes widened. As the loyal servant who had watched Zhao Xian grow up, he knew her better than even her father. If anyone else had made such a claim, he wouldn't believe it. It was well known that the continuation pill and great restoration pill were among the most difficult to refine in their class, with few alchemists in even large cities able to succeed. But coming from Zhao Xian, he had to believe it because Zhao Xian was not only a martial artist, but also a 3rd-grade alchemist. This story began 4 years ago when Zhao Xian saved a gravely injured woman and nursed her back to health. Unbeknownst to her, this woman was Du Shiling, reputed to have the greatest alchemical talent in a century. It was said that Du Shiling was born with the divine veins of water, fire, and wood, and at the age of 6, was taken as a disciple by Ling Yuan, who was traveling through the Tianmu continent. Ling Yuan was a great alchemist in the divine martial realm and resided in the alchemy domain. His master was the second of the 10 titled martial emperors from 100 years ago in Shaoyao. Under Ling Yuan's guidance, Du Shiling had become recognized as the foremost alchemist on the Tianmu continent. Zhao Xian continued, "Fu Bo, he probably asked for only part of the materials to avoid arousing suspicion." Li Fu's thoughts turned to Lu Yi, who had been incapacitated for years. "Miss, is he planning to refine pills to help Lu Yi return to martial arts?" "Exactly," Zhao Xian's eyes sparkled with insight. "But the one refining the pills isn't Lu Chen, it's the alchemist behind him. The recent commotion in Tianyuan City was all because of that alchemist." Li Fu suddenly understood. "No wonder. With what you've said, everything makes sense now. I was wondering who had the skill to steal from the city lord's mansion." Zhao Xian's gaze was heavy as she slowly said, "It's because he has someone backing him that Lu Chen acts so recklessly, even disregarding the Lin family, which is one of the 4 major families." Li Fu stroked his beard and sighed. If the person behind him can truly refine the continuation pill and the grand restoration pill, then that person's martial arts skills must be at least at the martial ancestor level, possibly even reaching the martial emperor level. With such a strong backing, it's no wonder he wouldn't care about a small family like the Lins. A glint of light flashed in Zhao Xian's eyes. "Moreover, I suspect that Lu Chen was indeed stripped of his martial abilities by the city lord's mansion. His recovery is likely due to that person's grand restoration pill and continuation pill." Li Fu narrowed his eyes in deep thought. "That makes sense. Although the grand restoration pill and continuation pill can rebuild one's dantian and meridians, taking them usually leads to a significant drop in one's level, which perfectly explains Lu Chen's current state. Uncle Fu, since we now understand Lu Chen's background, we must stay close to him in the future and never offend him," Zhao Xian said with a serious expression. Li Fu immediately responded solemnly, "Of course. A 6th-tier alchemist is such a prestigious existence that even the master would have to treat them with great respect. Such a person wields immense power." Zhao Xian nodded in agreement. "Uncle Fu, please send a message to all the branch buildings and ask them to help find the materials." "Are you referring to the materials he requested, or should we also look for the materials for the continuation pill and grand restoration pill?" Find everything. Zhao Xian decided after a brief thought. All right, I'll arrange it right away. Li Fu bowed and exited, and shortly after, several swift-winged sparrows flew out from the secret passage of the treasure pavilion. After Li Fu left, Zhao Xian got up and walked to the window, her gaze directed toward the Lu family. She murmured to herself, Lu Chun, how many more secrets do you have? Recalling the initial move of Lu Chen's sword strike when he severed Lin Kuan's arm, she found it inexplicably familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. Over the past 6 months, she had uncovered the details of the city lord's mansion, yet Lu Chun, who was so close, remained an enigma. A quarter of an hour later, Li Fu appeared silently behind Zhao Xian. Miss, the matter has been settled. Uncle Fu, the city lord's people have been watching us for quite some time, haven't they? Zhao Xian asked calmly. They have indeed been around for a while, Li Fu replied with a cold tone. Zhao Xian's voice turned even colder. Pick a day to visit the city lord's mansion. If they don't restrain themselves, remove all their people outside. As you command, Li Fu replied, feeling not only affection for Zhao Xian, but also a growing sense of awe. As members of the treasure pavilion, they never initiated trouble, but were not afraid of it either. The city lord's blatant surveillance was undoubtedly a provocation. In the past, Zhao Xian might have chosen to tolerate it, but her words now showed she had grown. After a moment of contemplation, Li Fu asked, Miss, if the Lin family truly moves against the Lu family, should we intervene? No need. We'll just watch from the sidelines. Besides, I'm curious about who is really backing Lu Chun. You know, I should have at least heard of a 6th-tier alchemist on the eastern continent, even if I haven't met them, Zhao Xian said. Li Fu nodded with a smile, agreeing with her assessment. After leaving Wanbao Tower, Lu Chun began his journey home. The voice of Master Shu resounded teasingly in his ear. Kid, I gave you a chance, but you didn't make the most of it. Can't you speak a little more gently? Lu Chun frowned slightly. Why should I? Master Shu chuckled, lowering his voice. If you're a bit gentler, maybe she'll take a liking to you. Once you become the son-in-law of Wanbao Tower, you won't have to worry about money for spiritual medicines anymore. Master Shu, is that really a way to save money? Lu Chun shook his head in disbelief. There are many ways to save money, but this is the best. Master Shu squinted his eyes, smiling slyly. You save money and enjoy yourself. It's a win-win. Seeing Master Shu's lecherous expression, Lu Chun asked with a peculiar look. Master Shu, are you suggesting this because you've done it before? No. Master Shu quickly denied, though his tone lacked conviction. I'm heartless and loveless, solely pursuing the Tao. How could I do such a thing? Lu Chun didn't buy his story but decided not to press further. It was Master Shu's personal matter, and Lu Chun wasn't in the mood for gossip. The materials for refining the Sumai Dan and Huanyuan Dan were already being sought by Wanbao Tower. He just wanted to return to the Lu family and enhance his own strength. As Lu Chun reached the western district, a group of people marched aggressively down the main street. Ordinary martial artists nearby quickly stepped aside, fearing involvement. The group consisted of 14 people, 13 of whom were at the warrior level, led by a middle-aged man who was the strongest, having reached the first level of martial master. Isn't that Hu Yong from the Lin family? Why is he so furious today, looking like he's ready for a fight? Wondered a martial artist by the roadside. Someone nearby replied in a hushed tone, Brother, don't you know? I heard Lin Kuan had his arms chopped off recently. Hu Yong must be here because of that. Lin Kuan is the son of the Lin family head. No wonder they sent a martial master like Hu Yong. I wonder who had the courage to cut off Lin Kuan's arms. Why speculate? Let's follow and see for ourselves. Amidst the murmurs, a group of martial artists trailed from a distance. Before long, Hu Yong and the Lin family martial artists confronted Lu Chun. Lu Chun, you deserve to die. Hu Yong cursed angrily, drawing a large sword. You dared to cut off young Master Lin Kuan's arms. Lu Chun sneered, showing no fear in his eyes. Hu Yong, I suggest you get lost. Whether I die or not is uncertain, but you're definitely going to die today. Ha! Hu Yong burst into laughter, joined by the Lin family martial artists, as if they'd heard the biggest joke. Lu Chen's gaze turned cold. What are you laughing at? Hu Yong's expression turned disdainful. Kill me? Lu Chun, do you still think you're the most talented in Tianyuan City? You wanting to kill me is just a fool's dream. Exactly, you're just a mere warrior. How can you be a match for Master Hu? A Lin family martial artist chimed in. The onlookers shook their heads, thinking Lu Chun was overestimating himself, challenging Hu Yong despite his drop in power level. Seeing the Lin family's imposing stance, everyone assumed Lu Chun wouldn't get off easily today after all. Hu Yong wouldn't let him go unpunished for crippling Lin Kuan. In that case, let me show you whether I'm dreaming or not today. To Lu Chun, Hu Yong was no more than an ant. As he spoke, he twisted his wrist, and though the sword remained sheathed, the sword aura began to surge. At first, Hu Yong didn't take Lu Chun seriously at all. He thought that since Lu Chun had fallen from the warrior's realm, he was already useless, and Hu Yong could easily defeat him. However, when his gaze fell upon the sword in Lu Chun's hand, a sense of unease crept into his heart. The sword exuded a terrifying aura that seemed ready to unleash at any moment, making Hu Yong wary. Lu Chen's demeanor had also changed drastically. His cold eyes were filled with endless arrogance, as if he was no longer the boy he once was. To him, Hu Yong was nothing more than an insignificant ant. At that moment, Hu Yong couldn't help but feel a bit flustered. Faced with Lu Chen's icy stare, an uncontrollable fear surged from deep within him. He couldn't understand why he feared someone who was supposedly a fallen has-been. Shaking his head vigorously, he tried to dispel that inexplicable fear. "Lu Chun, die!" he shouted, swinging his blade down fiercely. As a formidable warrior, Hu Yong's strike was charged with accumulated blade energy, the blade slicing down like a blood-red lightning bolt towards Lu Chun, with an oppressive force driving forward. The onlookers murmured among themselves, convinced that Lu Chun was doomed this time. Sigh, youthful impulsiveness. If only he could endure a few more years. With Lu Chen's talent, Hu Yong wouldn't stand a chance against him, someone lamented. Despite the ferocity of Hu Yong's attack, to Lu Chun, it all seemed laughable. Hu Yong's control over spiritual power was lacking. Though his blade energy appeared formidable, its flaws were glaringly obvious. Lu Chun didn't even need to draw his sword. A mere fingertip was enough to dismantle it all. He said coldly, "Old fool, to break your strike, I need just one finger." Then, he focused spiritual energy at his fingertip, aiming at the weakest point of the blade energy. Just when everyone thought Lu Chun would be struck down, something unexpected happened. A beam of golden spiritual energy shot from Lu Chen's fingertip, precisely hitting Hu Yong's blade energy. In an instant, the supposedly indomitable blade energy exploded in midair with a resounding boom, shattering completely. Everyone was stunned. Hu Yong's formidable blade energy was effortlessly pierced by Lu Chun with just a finger, as if popping a soap bubble. Hu Yong, the one who had unleashed the attack, was even more shocked. His deadly strike had been nullified just like that. He stood frozen, staring at Lu Chun with a look of disbelief and fear. "Hu Yong, I gave you a chance. Since you refuse to leave, then you will die," Lu Chun said coldly. Before he finished speaking, a golden sword aura shot out from his hand. This sword energy, over 10 meters long, was far more powerful than Hu Yong's previous attack. As it passed, the swords of the onlookers vibrated restlessly in their sheaths, as if eager to be drawn. The crowd quickly held onto their sword hilts, their faces filled with shock. Under the sword aura's threat, Hu Yong turned pale and instinctively raised his blade to defend himself. "No!" His shout was cut short as he was split in two by the sword energy, blood gushing out. "Dead!" Hu Yong, a first-level martial master, actually died at Lu Chen's hands, someone murmured. It was only then that the crowd realized Lu Chun, whose strength had supposedly declined, was more terrifying than before. He was no longer the prodigious youth who merely incapacitated his opponents, but had become domineering and ruthless, ready to kill at the slightest provocation. When Lu Chen's gaze swept over the crowd, no one dared to meet his eyes. Many quietly withdrew, fearing they might be next. "Hu Yong is dead. How do you want to die?" Lu Chen coldly asked the remaining 13 from the Lin family. They immediately knelt and begged for mercy, admitting their mistakes. "Hand over all your spirit crystals," Lu Chen commanded. The 13 did not hesitate, trembling as they offered all their spirit crystals, totaling over 100 pieces. After collecting the crystals, Lu Chen warned them sternly not to repeat their mistakes, or they would end up like Hu Yong. Once they fled in panic, Lu Chen casually picked up Hu Yong's storage ring and left the bloodstained scene under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The news of Lu Chun defeating Lin family's Hu Yong with a single sword strike spread through Tianyuan city like wildfire, quickly reaching the ears of the four great families and the city lord's mansion. At this time, Lu Chun, oblivious to the commotion outside, returned to his room and entered the world of the Chaos Pearl to focus on cultivating with the earth-attributed spirit crystals. "Kid, the Lin family is coming for revenge." Half a day later, Master Mouse emerged from a pile of spirit crystals and came to Lu Chen's side to warn him. Hearing this, Lu Chen stood up and immediately returned to the real world. Almost simultaneously, Lin Kong led 21 Lin family warriors through the Lu family's main hall, heading straight for Lu Chen's courtyard. In the group was Lin Kuan, who had just had his arms severed by Lu Chun. Although his wounds were bandaged, his face was still pale. "Lu Chun, come out here and face your death," Lin Kuan shouted venomously as soon as he entered the courtyard. The shout disturbed Lu Kuang and Lu Yi, who were both in the midst of their cultivation. With the sound of rushing wind, they quickly arrived at the scene. At the same time, Lu Chen also stepped out of his room and stood beside them. Having been in closed-door cultivation, Lu Kuang was unaware of recent events in the city. Seeing Lin Kong leading people into their territory, his expression turned grim. "Lin Kong, what are you doing in the Lu family? Ask that little brat next to you what he's done." Lin Kong pointed angrily at Lu Chun, his voice filled with rage. Lu Kuang and Lu Yi looked at Lu Chun in confusion. Lu Yi asked, "Chunner, did you provoke them?" "Father, uncle," Lu Chen replied calmly. I cut off Lin Kuan's useless arms and also killed Hu Yong, who came seeking revenge. This statement made Lu Yi and Lu Kuang's eyes light up with surprise. Killing Hu Yong indicated that Lu Chun had regained his martial prowess. However, the current situation left no room for celebration. Lu Kuang turned to Lin Kong and said coldly, I trust Chun'er wouldn't kill without reason. Their deaths must be their own doing. Lu Kuang, how dare you say my Lin family deserve to die? You deserve death. Lin Kong roared in fury. Do I deserve death? Lu Kuang sneered. Why don't you try killing me and see? This blatant mockery made Lin Kong tremble with anger. He then turned his wrath toward Lu Yi. Lu Yi, Lu Chen crippled my Kuaner and killed my family strongman. What do you intend to do? My brother's stance is my stance, Lu Yi replied indifferently. So, you're prepared to go to war with the Lin family? Lin Kong threatened. I don't want war, but if you insist, the Lu family will not back down, Lu Yi stated firmly. Fine, very well. Lin Kong seethed. Within 3 days, my Lin family will erase yours from Tianyuan city. Lu Qian and Lu Meng, who had been observing from a distance, couldn't hold back any longer and rushed out. Lu Qian sternly rebuked Lu Kuang and Lu Yi. Old third, old fourth. This brat caused trouble outside, and you still won't hand him over to the Lin family to settle the score? Big brother, Lu Kuang retorted with a cold smile. If you're afraid of the Lin family, feel free to hand over your own son to appease them. We will never hand over Chun'er. The troublemaker is Lu Chun, so why should I hand over my son? Lu Qian argued. Since you know Chun'er isn't your son, what right do you have to demand others hand over their son to be dealt with? Lu Kuang countered. I am the head of the Lu family. I must consider the family's interests. Lu Qian declared self-righteously. Big brother, you have never cared for the Lu family. All you care about is your own interests, Lu Kuang replied coldly. Old third, old fourth, Lu Meng threatened. Either hand over Lu Chun, this brat, or leave the Lu family. We don't need people who bring disaster to the family. Lu Kuang shook his head in resignation. Lu Qian and Lu Meng, in order to protect themselves, were willing to expel them from the family. It was laughable. Despite living for decades, they didn't understand the principle that when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. Did they really think that by driving out the third and fourth branches, the Lin family would spare the first and second? Exchanging a glance with his brother, Lu Kuang said in a deep voice, if that's the case, from today on, the third and fourth branches have nothing to do with the Lu family. Lu Qian never intended to drive Lu Kuang away, as he knew that without the strength of Lu Kuang, it would be difficult for him and Lu Meng to protect the Lu family. Lu Kuang was simply too important. However, given the circumstances, he had no choice but to go along with Lu Meng's wishes. He spoke in a deep voice to Lu Kuang and his son. Since you've been expelled, leave immediately. The Lu family doesn't welcome you. Lu Yi sneered. Brother, the place we're living in now is private property and has nothing to do with you. We can stay as we please, and you have no right to kick us out. Faced with this provocation, Lu Qian remained silent. Seeing this, Lu Meng turned to Lin Kong and said, Lin Kong, as you can see, Lu Kuang and Lu Yi have been expelled from the Lu family. From now on, any grievances between them and the Lin family are no longer the concern of the Lu family. A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Kang's eyes, not expecting Lu Qian to sever ties so decisively, a move that undoubtedly relieved some pressure on the Lin family. Watching the internal strife within the Lu family, he smiled smugly. Rest assured, as long as you don't interfere in our issues with Lu Yi and Lu Kuang, the Lin and Lu families will remain friends. You have my word, we will not get involved, Lu Meng promised earnestly. Very well. Lin Kong nodded with a smile, then turned to Lu Kuang and his son with a cold sneer. Prepare to face the wrath of the Lin family. With that, he was about to lead the Lin family members away. At this moment, Lu Chun, who had been silent, suddenly stepped forward. Lin Kong, do you think you can just come and go as you please here? Lin Kong turned around, full of mockery. Young Master Lu Chun, I apologize if I've offended you. How do you intend to deal with me? Disable you. Lu Chun said, enunciating each word. Disable me? Lin Kong pointed incredulously at himself. Lu Chun, are you out of your mind? Even Lu Kuang wouldn't dare say such a thing, and yet you have the gall to boast. Lu Chun turned to Lu Kuang, a smile playing on his lips. Uncle, do you dare to disable him? The situation was different now. Knowing that Lu Chun had a powerful backer, Lu Kuang no longer feared the Lin family. He fixed his gaze on Lin Kong and said, Chun'er, if you want him disabled, your uncle will make it happen. Uncle, since we're already at odds with the Lin family, we might as well disable Lin Kong and weaken them, Lu Chun suggested. That makes sense. Lu Kuang nodded slightly, a murderous intent rising in his eyes. Sensing Lu Kuang's killing intent, Lin Kong finally panicked, his hatred for Lu Chun intensifying. He silently vowed to make him suffer if given the chance. Forcing himself to remain calm, Lin Kong warned with false bravado. Lu Kuang, if you dare lay a hand on me, the entire Lin family will make sure you and your nephew have no place to be buried. Still daring to threaten us, What an idiot. Lu Kuang said coldly, then channeled his energy and threw a punch at Lin Kong. Having been beaten by Lu Kuang since childhood, Lin Kong knew he was no match for the brute, even if they were at the same martial arts level. Seeing Lu Kuang make a move, his face changed drastically, and he hurriedly used his martial arts skills to flee, not even daring to engage with Lu Kuang. However, once Lu Kuang made his move, there was no way he would let Lin Kong escape. A gust of wind swept by, and Lu Kuang appeared before Lin Kong like a phantom, completely blocking his path. Lin Kong, weren't you quite arrogant when you threatened me last time? Come on, fight me. Why are you running? Lu Kuang smirked coldly, his eyes filled with undisguised murderous intent. Lu Kuang, you better let me go. Lin Kong shouted angrily, his face ashen. Otherwise, with Xiner and young Master Zhang Yang's relationship, the City Lord's mansion won't spare you. Lin Kong, the one thing I don't fear is threats. Lu Kuang's eyes turned icy. Today I'll kill you. I want to see how the City Lord's mansion won't spare me. Before he finished speaking, Lu Kuang moved like a tiger pouncing on its prey, attacking Lin Kong again. Madman, you and your nephew are both mad. Lin Kong yelled as he had no choice but to fight back, wielding his long sword that gleamed under the sunlight. However, after just 3 exchanges, Lu Kuang landed a punch squarely on Lin Kang's chest, sending him flying like a kite with a broken string. His body hit a flower bed heavily, scattering soil everywhere. Ugh! Lin Kong struggled to stand, coughing up blood, his face turning as pale as paper. Seeing Lin Kong severely injured by a single blow and Lu Kuang approaching with murderous intent, all the martial artists from the Lin family turned pale with fear. They had thought this encounter would be as easy as the last time, simply following Lin Kong to watch the show. But everything changed because of one sentence from Luchan. Lu Kuang went mad, injuring Lin Kong without regard for the consequences. Now that Lu Kuang dared to attack Lin Kong, a core figure of the Lin family, the subordinates feared for their safety. Lin Kuan was trembling, his legs feeling as heavy as lead. He had only wanted Lu Chun to pay for crippling his arms, not to be beaten again. Lu Kuang, you can't cripple me. Lin Kong pleaded in fear as Lu Kuang approached, his steps faltering. I won't cripple you, Lin Kong. Lu Kuang replied with a cold smile, his eyes filled with even more killing intent. But I will kill you. The feud between the Lu and Lin families starts with your death and Lin Kuan's. Fear consumed Lin Kong as cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Desperate, he looked towards Lu Qian and Lu Ming in the distance, hoping for salvation. Master Lu, help me kill Lu Kuang. The Lin family will give you 10 shops if you do. Hearing 10 shops, greed flickered in Lu Qian and Lu Ming's eyes, but when Lu Kuang's indifferent gaze fell upon them, they quickly suppressed their greed. For a moment, they considered exchanging Lu Kuang for 10 shops, but knowing Lu Kuang's strength, they realized they wouldn't stand a chance against him, even together with Lin Kong. Understanding this, Lu Qian said expressionlessly, I told you, I won't interfere in the feud between your Lin family and Lu Kuang or Lu Yi. Settle it yourselves. With that, the brothers turned to leave. Seeing this, Lin Kong was utterly despairing, his face drained of color. In the next moment, Lu Kuang struck again with lightning speed. In an instant, Lin Kang's anguished cries echoed in Lu Qian and Lu Meng's ears. When they looked back, Lin Kong lay in a pool of blood, lifeless. Realizing Lu Kuang had indeed killed Lin Kong, Lu Qian and Lu Meng were filled with fear and hurried away from the scene. Chun'er, what should we do with Lin Kuan and the remaining Lin family members? Lu Kuang asked, storing away Lin Kang's storage ring and turning to Lu Chun. Kill them. Lu Chun replied coldly, his eyes devoid of emotion. All right. Lu Kuang hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Young Master Lu Chun, I was wrong. Please spare my life. Hearing Lu Chen's decision, Lin Kuan collapsed in terror, kneeling and begging for mercy, his forehead quickly bleeding from his frantic kowtowing. Lu Chen looked at him indifferently. Lin Kuan, this is your life. In the next one, be more careful and don't mess with someone named Lu Chun. No, don't do this. I don't want to die. Lin Kuan shouted in despair, his voice hoarse. Ignoring him, Lu Chun turned away. Lu Kuang, seeing this, launched a bloody massacre against the fleeing Lin family members. Their screams and pleas for mercy filled the air, but none could escape Lu Kuang's grasp. Minutes later, the courtyard returned to silence, leaving only corpses and the stench of blood. Lu Kuang approached Lu Chun, blood still on his face, and asked with a smile. Chun'er, now that Lin Kong is dead, what should we do next? Lu Chun replied calmly. Fourth uncle, continue with what you were doing. If any Lin family members dare to come, they'll meet Lin Kang's fate. Lu Kuang and Lu Yi believed Lu Chun spoke with such confidence because he had powerful backing, so they didn't question further. Soon, the two left. After they departed, Lu Chun returned to his room, continuing his cultivation in the Chaos Pearl world. Due to Lu Kuang's massacre, the Lin family remained unaware until nightfall, not even noticing Lin Kang's safety. As dinner approached, Lin Xian finished her training and stepped outside, only to encounter Du Yu, a warrior of the 8th level. Du Yu approached her with a solemn expression. He had joined the Lin family 4 years ago, initially tasked with guarding Lin Xian. However, now that Lin Xian had reached the 7th level of warrior cultivation, Du Yu's role seemed less significant. Is something the matter? Lin Xian asked coldly, her tone revealing a slight detachment. In the past, she might have affectionately called him Uncle Du, but now she had no warmth to spare. Du Yu paused slightly before respectfully responding. Miss, Fourth Master took some men to the Lu family and hasn't returned yet. Are you suggesting that something happened to them at the Lu family? Lin Xian raised an eyebrow, a hint of disdain in her eyes. I'm just concerned they might have encountered trouble. Otherwise, why haven't they come back by now? Du Yu gently reminded her, his voice tinged with unease. Lin Xian let out a cold snort. You're overthinking it. Given the Lu family's current state, how could anything happen to Fourth Uncle and his men? Even if they were bold, they wouldn't dare harm him. Miss, Du Yu urged again, better safe than sorry. Hearing this, Lin Xian fell silent for a moment, her mind suddenly flashing to Lu Chun. Although the Lu family was indeed in a poor state, and Lu Qian and Lu Ming dared not oppose the Lin family, Lu Kuang remained a formidable presence she couldn't ignore. Despite his strength and courage, he was always hesitant to act. The only potential variable was Lu Qin, a bold, meticulous, and exceptionally talented individual. Recalling that Lu Chun had crippled Lin Kuan and killed Hu Yong earlier that day, Lin Xian's heart stirred slightly. Take some people to the Lu family and see what's going on. Du Yu hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. Yes, Mississippi. Soon after, Du Yu led 4 Lin family warriors and quietly left for the Lu family. When they arrived, they found the gate wide open, the dark courtyard eerily silent, as if the entire household was asleep. Du Yu's heart tightened with caution. Brother Du, why is the Lu family so quiet today? Asked a warrior of the 2nd level, scanning the surroundings with wary eyes. Du Yu frowned. I'm not sure. Something might have happened. Let's check the main hall first. The 5 quickly entered the Lu family's main hall and were taken aback. The hall was empty, its once lively atmosphere now desolate and silent. The only noticeable change was the disarray inside. The gold, silver, and precious items were nowhere to be seen. Brother Du, could it be that the Lu family, like the city lord's mansion, was plundered by some mysterious force? One person whispered, eyes darting around cautiously. Du Yu pondered for a moment, his expression serious. It doesn't seem like a robbery. Let's keep looking. The group searched each room of the Lu family, soon discovering that the main and 2nd branches were completely emptied, leaving no trace behind. When they reached the 3rd branch, a strong stench of blood hit them. Under the moonlight, the bodies of Lin Kong and others lay on the ground, their wounds ghastly. Retreat. Du Yu's heart trembled as he immediately decided, urgently shouting, Quick, retreat. However, just as they were about to leave, an unexpected voice echoed from the night sky. Since you're here, why leave so soon? With the sound of the wind, Lu Chun appeared before them, blocking their path. A flicker of fear crossed Du Yu's eyes, and his voice trembled slightly. Lu Chun, did your family kill Fourth Master? Lu Chen's expression remained cold and indifferent, without the slightest hint of emotion. Seeing his reaction, Du Yu's anger flared, and he raised his voice. Lu Chun, by killing Fourth Master, you're declaring war on the entire Lin family. The Lin family won't let you off. The Lin family won't let me off? Lu Chun let out a cold laugh, his eyes filled with a chilling intent. I won't let the Lin family off either. You're a madman. Du Yu was intimidated by the madness in Lu Chen's eyes and involuntarily stepped back, shouting. This guy has changed completely since his power diminished. I am indeed a madman. Lu Chen slowly raised his hand, a cold smile forming at the corner of his mouth. And now this madman is going to kill. Sensing danger, the 5 people hurriedly fled, but to Lu Chun, their strength was insignificant. After a few chilling screams, 5 lifeless bodies lay on the ground, gradually losing their warmth. Having dealt with the trouble, Lu Chun returned to his room expressionlessly and continued his cultivation in the chaotic pearl world. As night deepened, the bright moonlight bathed the earth. While Lu Chun focused on his training, a group gathered quietly in the woods outside the city. Lu Qian, Lu Ming, and others. Witnessing Lu Chen kill Lin Kong, the brothers were terrified and fled Tianyuan city overnight with all their possessions. Father, we can't return to Tianyuan city for a while. Where do we go next? The sickly Lu Ming panted as he asked. Lu Qian replied solemnly. Ming'er, we'll head to the Luofeng Mountains. With the strength of your uncle and me, we can carve out a place there. Lu Xiu gritted his teeth. Father, if there's a chance, we must kill Lu Chun. If not for him, we wouldn't be fleeing like stray dogs to the Luofeng Mountains. Rest assured, Xiu'er, Lu Qian's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. If there's an opportunity, I'll make that little brat beg for mercy. Lu Ming sneered from the side. Brother, since Fourth Master killed Lin Kong, they might not escape the Lin family's wrath. You might not get that chance. That would be a pity, Lu Qian lamented. As the night breeze blew, Lu Ming urged. Brother, we should get moving to avoid the Lin family's pursuit. Hearing this, Fear flashed in Lu Qian's eyes, and he swiftly led the remaining followers towards the Luofeng Mountains. Meanwhile, in the Lin family estate, Lin Xian grew increasingly uneasy after waiting for 2 whole hours. She hurried to find her father, Lin Yao, a slender, robe-clad man and the second strongest in the Lin family. "Xianer, why aren't you resting at this hour?" Lin Yao asked, puzzled, as he looked at his daughter. "Father, fourth uncle took people to the Lu family and hasn't returned. Du Yu, whom I sent to check, hasn't come back either," Lin Xian said, her brows furrowed. Lin Yao's expression changed dramatically. "Let's go to the Lu family immediately. If they dared harm a hair on your fourth uncle's head, they'll pay dearly. Father, why not bring along second and third uncles, just in case?" Lin Xian suggested. Lin Yao nodded in agreement. An hour later, under his leadership, 5 martial experts from the Lin family led a group of dozens, heading towards the Lu family under the cover of night. "Kid, the Lin family is here again." Late at night, Lu Chan was meditating with his eyes closed when a flash of light appeared and Master Mouse materialized beside him. "Are they all here?" Lu Chan asked calmly. 5 martial masters, the rest are warriors," Master Mouse replied succinctly. "The 4 sons of the Lin family are all martial masters. Not to mention, they have Hu Yong and Zhou Li as vassal martial masters. It's strange that even after Hu Yong and Lin Kong died, there are still 5 of them," Lu Chen pondered. "Kid, are you scared?" Master Mouse teased with a smile. "Scared?" Lu Chen sneered, his gaze sharp as a blade, showing no trace of fear. "They're just a bunch of clowns. Why would I be scared of them?" Master Mouse mocked. "If you're not scared, then why are you counting heads?" Lu Chen was speechless. "Master Mouse, does counting heads mean fear to you? Your logic is quite unique." As they conversed, Lu Chen's consciousness had already pierced through the void and returned to the outside world. Lu Kuang and Lu Yi, having killed Lin Kong, had been lurking outside the courtyard, waiting for the right moment. As soon as the Lin family members stormed into Lu Chen's courtyard, Lu Kuang appeared in front of them. Lu Yi wanted to help, but knew he was already crippled. He understood that going out would only burden Lu Chun and Lu Kuang, so he decided to hide with Lu Zhan. "Kid, come out and face me," Lin Yao shouted, his voice filled with rage, echoing in the night as he looked at the corpses scattered across the courtyard. Lu Chen stepped out of the house with a cold smile. "Lin Yao, what are you doing here in the middle of the night, making a scene instead of staying at the Lin estate?" Lin Yao glared at the bodies, pointing at Lin Kong and Kuan-er. "Did you kill my brother and Kuan-er?" Lu Kuang replied coldly. "Lin Yao, are you stupid? Chen's martial arts level has long declined. How could he kill your damned son and brother?" A flash of murderous intent crossed Lin Yao's eyes as he stared at Lu Kuang. "So you killed them all?" Naturally, Lu Kuang answered without hesitation, his tone cold and provocative. "You're courting death." Lin Yao roared, charging towards Lu Kuang like a bolt of lightning. Lu Kuang remained unfazed, smirking disdainfully. "I've been wanting to die for a long time. Let's see if you have what it takes to kill someone who's courting death." Beside Lin Yao stood a burly middle-aged man, as imposing as a mountain, with eyes like fire and an aura of intimidation. This was Lin Feng, the Lin family's strongest fighter. Lin Feng stared coldly at Lu Kuang. "Lu Kuang, it's been years, and your mouth has only gotten sharper, but your skills haven't improved at all." Lu Kuang chuckled. "Lin Feng, you're nothing but a defeated opponent of mine, yet you have the nerve to speak up just because you have numbers on your side?" Lin Feng's face darkened, his eyes flashing with cold light. At this moment, Lin Xian's voice came from the side. "Second uncle, stop wasting time with Lu Kuang. Join my father and avenge your defeat." "All right," Lin Feng grunted coldly. Before his voice had faded, he and Lin Yao charged at Lu Kuang together. Faced with the joint attack of Lin Yao and Lin Feng, Lu Kuang showed no fear. With a light shout, he wielded his 3-foot green blade and charged at them like a fierce tiger. Lu Kuang's combat prowess was renowned in Tianyuan City, second only to Wu Mian, the strongest of the Wu family. Few could match him. Even with Lin Yao and Lin Feng joining forces, they were no match for Lu Kuang. Under the increasing pressure, they struggled to hold their ground against him, eventually being suppressed by a single strike from Lu Kuang. Witnessing this, Lin Xian's expression darkened. He turned to Lin Min, an 8th-level martial master standing beside him. "Third uncle, join in and help my father and uncle deal with Lu Kuang." "Understood." Lin Min nodded and immediately joined the battle. With Lin Min's involvement, the 3 from the Lin family began to encircle Lu Kuang, intensifying the fight. As time passed, Lu Kuang started to show signs of fatigue, his moves becoming more defensive and his attacks less frequent. Watching the battle unfold in the distance, Lin Xian arrogantly said to Lu Chun, "Lu Chun, now that Lu Kuang can't even protect himself, how do you, a half-cripple, plan to die?" Lu Chen's face was icy, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Lin Xian, do you really think you've already won? Isn't it obvious?" Lin Xian smirked, his tone dripping with mockery. "Be careful not to celebrate too soon," Lu Chun replied calmly, his voice as still as dead water. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Lu Chun tapped his foot, starlight shimmering as his figure vanished like a phantom. In the next instant, he appeared silently behind Zhou Li, a warrior of the 4th rank, his aura locking onto his prey. Attacking me, Lu Chun? You fool! Zhou Li, sensing the killing intent from behind, turned furious. With a flick of his wrist, he drew his sword, slashing a crimson arc towards Lu Chun. The fool is you. Lu Chun coldly retorted, his wrist flicking slightly as a flash of cold light shot out, swift as lightning. Zhou Li's body suddenly froze, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Lu Chun. Lu Chun, you're ruthless. He struggled to lift his left hand, pointing at Lu Chun, his fingers trembling, his face twisted with unwillingness. As Lin Xian and others wondered why Zhou Li had stopped, a thin red line appeared on Zhou Li's neck, blood gushing like a fountain. With a heavy thud, Zhou Li fell into a pool of blood, lifeless. With just one strike, Lu Chun had swiftly killed Zhou Li. This outcome was beyond everyone's expectations. They had assumed that Zhou Li would easily kill Lu Chun, but it was Zhou Li who lay dead instead. Even after Zhou Li fell, the Lin family remained clueless about how he died. Did Lu Chun even draw his sword? They hadn't seen it. Yet Zhou Li was indeed slain with a single strike, in the most mysterious manner. Lin Xian hadn't seen Lu Chen's sword either, only a glint of cold light, and then Zhou Li was motionless. Lu Chen's sword seemed never to leave its sheath, yet it took lives effortlessly. Staring at Zhou Li's fallen body, Lin Xian felt a chill run through him, unable to meet Lu Chen's eyes. Lu Chen's sword was too fast, killing invisibly. Damn it, wasn't his power supposed to have dropped significantly? How can he be even stronger than before? Lin Xian raged internally, unable to accept the reality before him. To Lu Chun, Lin Xian was nothing more than an ant, not worth mentioning. After dispatching Zhou Li with a single strike, Lu Chun turned his gaze to another middle-aged man, fear evident in his eyes. Chen Kuan, how do you want to die? Chen Kuan, a warrior of the 3rd rank, had once been a vassal of the Lu family but had recently defected to the Lin family. Faced with Lu Chen's terrifying strength, Chen Kuan had no will to fight, quickly kneeling to plead for mercy. Young Master Chen, please spare me. I'll do anything to repay you if you let me live. Once a traitor, always useless. Lu Chen's voice was as cold as ice, his eyes filled with killing intent. In that case, don't blame me. Upon hearing this, Chen Kuan suddenly sprang up, his face twisted in rage, thrusting his sword towards Lu Chen's throat. You think you can ambush me? In your next life. But Lu Chun had already seen through Chen Kuan's ploy, countering with a swift sword strike, a flash of cold light. No, Chen Kuan roared, but in the next moment, his head flew off, blood gushing like a fountain. Another single strike. Chen Kuan was dead, and the Lin family members' hearts trembled violently. Lu Chun was terrifying. At this moment, Lu Chun seemed even stronger than Lu Kuang to them, like a god of death descending. In the distance, seeing Lu Chun kill 2 warriors with 2 strikes, Lu Kuang, struggling against 3 opponents, laughed heartily. Chener, you're amazing, a pride of your 4th uncle. Lu Chun chuckled. 4th uncle, be careful not to get hurt by those 3. Lu Kuang feigned anger. Chener, you're so strong. Aren't you going to help your 4th uncle? Haha, 4th uncle, hold on for a bit. Once I take care of the rest of these people, I'll help you deal with those 3 old dogs from the Lin family. Lu Chun replied with a laugh. All right. Before Lu Kuang's words faded, Lu Chun had already dashed into the Lin family crowd like a bolt of lightning. Screams echoed, blades and swords clashed, and blood splattered. In just a moment, dozens were killed, leaving only Lin Xian. Seeing the dire situation, Lin Xian tried to flee, but Lu Chun kicked her back with a loud bang, sending her crashing heavily into the corner, blood spilling from her mouth. After dealing with Lin Xian, Lu Chun stepped forward, his sword slicing through the air like lightning as he plunged into the battle surrounding Lu Kuang. His sharp gaze locked onto Lin Min, his eyes cold and calculating, as if everything was under his control. Lin Min, an 8th-level martial master, caught a flash of malice in his eyes the moment he saw Lu Chun. He swung his blade fiercely, aiming directly at Lu Chun. At the same time, Lin Feng advanced instead of retreating, brandishing his sharp weapon with a lethal strike aimed at Lu Kuang. Lin Yao, who had been facing away from Lu Chun, quickly turned, rushing towards him with the intention of eliminating him once and for all. The situation between the 3 shifted instantly. Lin Feng focused on restraining Lu Kuang, while Lin Yao and Lin Min teamed up against Lu Chun, forming a dual assault on him. Lu Kuang realized the urgency of the situation, his anger boiling over. He swung his sword at Lin Feng, hoping to break through and protect Lu Chun. However, Lin Feng sneered and shouted, Lu Kuang, don't be hasty. Once that brat's dead, we 3 brothers will have some fun with you. Lu Kuang's expression changed drastically, a deep unease rising within him. He knew if he didn't act now, they might truly fall into the enemy's trap. Despite the sudden attack from Lin Yao and Lin Min, Lu Chun remained calm, his eyes showing no hint of panic. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and calculations became meaningless. Try to outsmart me? Die, he uttered coldly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. As his words fell, his sword flashed, and the awakening thunder sword intent erupted. This strike embodied Lu Chen's unique understanding of the spring sword intent among the 3,000 sword intents. Countless tiny raindrops burst from the sword's edge, shooting out like a torrential downpour accompanied by thunderous roars, sweeping across the battlefield in an instant. Lin Yao and Lin Min were stunned by this phenomenon, their faces filled with terror. In their panic, they desperately tried to dodge, but the raindrop-shaped sword intent shot toward them like meteors. Despite their efforts to evade, they couldn't escape their fate. The sword intent surged like a tide, piercing through them in an instant. Lin Yao and Lin Min were impaled by the sword intent, their bodies collapsing to the ground, lifeless. From a distance, Lin Feng and Lu Kuang were frozen in shock at the sight. Sword intent. Lu Chun had comprehended a sword intent no one had discovered before. This power shook them to their core, filling them with unprecedented fear. Chunner, well done, Lu Kuang exclaimed, breaking into hearty laughter. Fourth uncle, I'll help you finish off this old dog Lin Feng. Lu Chun declared, his tone icy. Don't use it. Lu Kuang was about to stop him, but before he could finish, the awakening thunder sword intent had already descended. Dozens of sword intents shot toward Lin Feng like falling stars, piercing through his body in an instant. With a resounding crash, Lin Feng was struck down, his blood gushing out and soaking the ground. Struggling to rise, he trembled violently, blood oozing from his wounds with every movement, his eyes filled with pain and rage. Lu Chun, you will not die a good death, he roared in agony, pointing at Lu Chun, vowing revenge. Lu Chun sneered, Lin Feng, we won't die. As for you, this time next year will be your death anniversary. I'm afraid there will be no one left in the Lin family to visit your grave. You? Lin Feng was furious, his anger consuming him, but before he could finish speaking, his body succumbed to the sword intent's severe damage, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. With Lin Feng's death, the Lin family was nearly wiped out. Only Lin Xian remained, standing alone. Lu Chen slowly approached Lin Xian, his gaze as sharp as a blade, so cold it was unbearable to meet. Overwhelmed with fear, Lin Xian retreated continuously until her back hit the wall, unable to take another step. At that moment, her hair was disheveled, her face pale, the arrogance she once had vanished, leaving only deep fear and despair in her eyes. She looked like a stray dog on the streets, miserable and surrounded by threats. Lu Chun, don't kill me. Lin Xian struggled desperately, her eyes full of a hopeless desire to survive. At that moment, Lu Yi arrived with Lu Zhan in the courtyard, and the four of them stood at a distance, silently watching the once proud daughter of the Lin family. The air was heavy with silence, the atmosphere tense. Lu Chen asked coldly, Lin Xian, are you sure I assaulted you? His tone was just as cold and mocking as it had been in the Lu family's main hall. Hearing the question, Lin Xian's face changed instantly. She knew in her heart that Lu Chun resented her for the false accusation she had made against him. She let out a bitter laugh and retorted, Lu Chun, does it even matter what you say now? Lu Chen's expression grew even colder. That day, you lured me to Tianxiang Pavilion and drugged my drink. As soon as I entered, you tore your clothes and shouted that I had assaulted you. Then, a group of hot-headed fools rushed in and beat me nearly to death. He paused, his gaze fixed on Lin Xian, eyes filled with deep hatred. And at that time, in the main hall, you relied on the city lord's mansion to oppress me and my father. I said then that fortunes change, and one day, I would reclaim everything that was mine. I didn't expect that day to come so soon. Lin Xian said nothing, a trace of regret flashing in her eyes. She should have killed Lu Chen back at Tianxiang Pavilion. But there's no remedy for regret now, and she didn't have the luxury of time to dwell on it. The only thing she could do was survive. Only by surviving could she have a chance for revenge. She took a deep breath, pretending to be pitiful, and softly said, Lu Chun, I was wrong. As long as you spare my life, I'll do anything you ask. Feigning helplessness, she smoothed her disheveled hair and gently pulled her clothing off her shoulder, revealing her fair skin. Lu Chun, once an imperial martial emperor, had seen many beauties, but to him, Lin Xian was nothing more than rotten flesh. He chuckled coldly. I don't need anything from you. I just want you to die and repent in the cold earth. Lin Xian's face twisted in anger as she shouted, Lu Chun, I'm the fiancé of Zhang Yang, the young master of the city lord's mansion. Do you dare to kill me? Lu Chen remained indifferent. 6 years ago, Zhang Yan crippled my father, and over a month ago, he crippled me. Do you think the city lord's mansion can threaten me? The city lord's mansion has long been my target for revenge. Lin Xian stared in disbelief, unable to fathom that Lu Chun would dare to challenge the city lord's mansion. With a martial king backing it, and support from a regional prince, Lu Chun was courting death. I will make the entire city lord's mansion pay for the blood debt of me and my father, Lu Chun said coldly, his eyes filled with a grim determination. Hearing this, Lin Xian suddenly laughed. her smile filled with madness. She drew a long sword from her waist and, without hesitation, thrust it towards Lu Chen's chest. She was desperate, resolved to drag him to hell with her before she died. However, Lu Chen had long anticipated her move and was prepared to end it. His sword swiftly pierced Lin Xian's heart. Blood filled Lin Xian's eyes, and with a sinister smile, she locked her gaze on Lu Chen, saying, "Lu Chen, I'll be waiting for you down there." As her words faded, Lu Chen quickly withdrew his sword, coldly watching Lin Xian's lifeless body, his gaze icy. "Since you want to wait, then wait slowly and see if you ever get the chance." Without another word, Lu Chen sheathed his sword, while Lu Kuang and the others approached with cold smiles, showing not a hint of pity. Lu Kuang eyed Lu Chen up and down, frowning slightly. "Chener, aren't you a dual attribute warrior with gold and earth? How could you comprehend sword intent with water and lightning attributes?" Lu Chen scratched his head and gave a sheepish smile. "Uncle, there's actually something I haven't told you all." "What is it?" Lu Kuang pressed. Lu Chen replied seriously. "That night, not only were my dantian and meridians restored, but my martial veins also changed to become 9 attribute veins. According to the elder, I have hidden veins for wood, water, fire, wind, lightning, ice, and mist within me." Lu Chen had prepared this explanation in advance. He anticipated the questions from Lu Kuang and Lu Yi when he displayed his skills, so he had already thought of a response. "Hidden veins?" Lu Yi and Lu Kuang exclaimed in shock. Lu Zhan, looking puzzled, turned to his father and asked, "Dad, what are hidden veins?" Lu Kuang patiently explained, "Genre, hidden veins are a special type of martial vein." Lu Yi continued, "In the human body's meridians, only a few can connect with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and these are called martial veins, which are fundamental for becoming a warrior. Some alchemists have discovered that certain people's bodies have meridians that don't easily connect with spiritual energy, but have the potential to do so. These are called hidden veins. Normally, hidden veins are considered useless," Lu Kuang added. "But if a powerful figure clears them, they can be transformed into normal martial veins." Lu Zhan, thinking it over, said, "So, Chenga originally had 7 hidden veins, and now that they've been cleared by a powerful figure, he has 9 attribute martial veins." Facing the inquisitive gazes of Lu Kuang and Lu Yi, Lu Chen continued his tale. "Dad, uncle, I've also become a disciple of a master skilled in both swordsmanship and alchemy. So, when you mentioned rebuilding your dantian and meridians in a dream, it was actually done while you were awake?" Lu Yi asked. Lu Chen nodded. "My master said his identity is special, so he can't be exposed, which is why I had to keep it a secret." Lu Yi gently patted Lu Chen's head and chuckled. "Silly boy, we're not blaming you. Your master is right." Looking at his frail father, Lu Chen confidently said, "Dad, I'm already an alchemist. I can soon make the restorative pill and the great rejuvenation pill to help you return to martial arts." This news initially shocked Lu Kuang and Lu Yi, but considering Lu Chen's 9 attribute martial veins, it seemed reasonable for an alchemist to take him as a disciple. The idea of having an alchemist in the Lu family thrilled Themit's, a highly coveted profession among warriors. The Lu family's future seemed bright, and the city lord's mansion would be insignificant in comparison. "Chinga, that's wonderful. Third uncle won't have to endure any more disdain," Lu Zhan exclaimed excitedly. Lu Yi gently reminded, "Chener, there's no rush with your father's situation. Don't push yourself too hard." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Father, my master said that my talent for alchemy is 1 in a million. As long as I work hard, I'll soon be able to craft the Su Mai Dan and a Huanyuan Dan." A look of expectation flashed in Lu Kuang's eyes. "Chener, can you bring your master here? Not only did he reshape your dantian and meridians, but he also took you as a disciple and taught you alchemy and swordsmanship. He is truly a great benefactor to the Lu family. Your 4th uncle, and I would like to thank him in person." This request put Lu Chen in an awkward position because he didn't actually have a master. Facing the hopeful looks of his elders, he hesitated and said, "Father, 4th uncle, my master has already left. He said staying here would hinder my growth. If that's the case, then so be it." Although Lu Yi felt a bit disappointed, he quickly understood. Both he and Lu Kuang realized the intention of such a great figure having someone so powerful nearby might make Lu Chen too reliant and weaken his sense of urgency. Lu Kuang solemnly advised, "Chener, with your master gone, remember not to reveal that you are an alchemist or that you've grasped sword intent." "I understand," Lu Chen replied seriously. Lu Kuang then turned to Lu Zhan. "Zhaner, you must also keep this a secret." "Don't worry, father. I won't cause any trouble for brother Chen," Lu Zhan promised earnestly. At that moment, Lu Chen noticed a change in Lu Zhan's aura. "Zhan, have you broken through to the 5th level of martial apprentice?" Lu Zhan grinned. "It's all thanks to brother Chen's pills. Without them, with my limited martial talent, I couldn't have advanced so quickly." "Well done," Lu Chen nodded in approval, then pointed a finger at Lu Zhan's forehead, imparting the creation battle technique taught by Master Shu. Creation battle technique. Lu Zhan exclaimed as the profound knowledge flowed into his mind. Lu Chun spoke warmly. Zhan, this is a technique my master left for you. Train well, and no one will be able to bully you in the future. Lu Zhan's eyes reddened. Thank you, Brother Chun. Silly boy, no need to thank your brother. Lu Chun lightly ruffled his hair, scolding with a smile. Yes, I'll train hard, Lu Zhan said, tears welling up. Watching the deep bond between the two young men, Lu Yi and Lu Kuang felt gratified. Thinking of the rivalry between brothers Lu Qian and Lu Ming, they couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. Meeting each other's gaze, they seemed to see reflections of their younger selves. Lu Yi put an arm around Lu Kuang's shoulder, choking up. How wonderful! A gust of night wind brought with it the pungent smell of blood, reminding everyone of the bodies lying at their feet. Chinner, the Lin family is finished tonight. What are your plans? Lu Kuang asked. A cold glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Father, I am now invincible below the level of a martial king. I plan to first improve my strength and later settle the score with the city lord's mansion. Chinner, with your talent, revenge is only a matter of time. Don't be too hasty, Lu Yi quickly advised. I understand, Lu Chen replied, then turned to Lu Kuang. Fourth uncle, although the Lin family's strong members have been dealt with, some direct descendants remain. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to handle that tonight. Lu Kuang's expression turned cold. Don't worry, Chinner. I'll take care of it. With that, he left swiftly. Half an hour later, Lu Kuang stormed into the Lin family estate, conducting a thorough purge of their direct lineage, sparing no core members. At the break of dawn the next day, guards from the city lord's mansion were hit by a strong scent of blood as they passed by the Lin family estate. The guards exchanged uneasy glances before pushing the door open, and the scene before them made them gasp and shock. Bodies lay scattered across the Lin household, blood staining the ground. Their expressions changed drastically, and they immediately rushed back to the city lord's mansion to report the shocking news of the Lin family's annihilation. The city lord's mansion quickly dispatched elite forces to investigate the truth. Since Lu Kuang only targeted the core members of the Lin family and did not annihilate everyone, it took less than an hour for the news. The Lin family was wiped out by the Lu family, to spread like wildfire throughout Tianyuan City. The four great families had coexisted in Tianyuan City for nearly a century. Although open and covert struggles never ceased, no one expected the Lin family, ranked second in overall strength, to be destroyed overnight by the now weakest Lu family. As the news spread, skepticism arose, but the vassals of the Lin family who witnessed Lu Kuang single-handedly charge into the Lin estate with a sword left no room for doubt. In the Wanbao building, as the sun's rays just began to peek over the horizon, a shadow silently slipped into the ninth floor. Li Fu pushed open the door and calmly approached Zhao Xian, bowing slightly. Uncle Fu, have you found out everything? Zhao Xian's eyes were sharp. Li Fu respectfully replied. Miss, everything has been investigated. A slight smile played on Zhao Xian's lips. Uncle Fu, tell me what you found. Li Fu organized his thoughts and began. Miss, here's the complete sequence of events. Lu Qin crippled Lin Kuan outside Wanbao building. After Lin Kuan returned, the Lin family sent Hu Yong to assassinate Lu Chun, but Hu Yong was killed with a single strike by Lu Chun in the Western District. Later, Lin Kong led a group of Lin family martial artists to the Lu estate seeking vengeance, but by nightfall, none of them had returned. Instead, some people saw Lu Qian and Lu Ming hastily leaving the city with a group under the cover of darkness. Zhao Xian furrowed her delicate brows. Did they flee to avoid getting implicated? Lu Qian and Lu Ming have always been selfish and short-sighted, Li Fu analyzed. They must have fled after seeing Lin Kong killed, fearing they would be implicated. Zhao Xian pondered for a moment. Uncle Fu, do you think Lin Kong was killed by Lu Kuang, or by the powerful alchemist behind Lu Chen? It should have been Lu Kuang, Li Fu answered confidently. Why do you think so? Zhao Xian inquired. Li Fu explained. Based on my understanding of Lu Qian and Lu Ming, their tolerance is extremely low. If Lin Kong had been killed by the powerful alchemist behind Lu Chun and they had witnessed it, even if they hated Lu Chun for crippling Lu Ming and Lu Xiao and were jealous of his martial arts talent, they would have immediately tried to curry favor with Lu Chun. They wouldn't have fled the city with their entire family overnight. Makes sense, Zhao Xian nodded slightly, agreeing with the analysis. Li Fu continued. According to the Lin family's vassals, after Lin Kong was killed, Lin Xian seemed to have sent a few lackeys to the Lu estate, but they never returned. A cold smile appeared on Zhao Xian's lips. The Lin family sent people to the Lu estate one after another without returning. Have they finally realized the severity of the situation? It seems so, Li Fu nodded. At the hour of Su, the Lin family's strongest members went to the Lu estate. At the hour of Hai, Lu Kuang charged into the Lin estate alone and executed all the direct descendants of the Lin family. After hearing the entire account of the Lin family's destruction, Zhao Xian asked with interest, Uncle Fu, what do you make of the Lin family's annihilation? Miss, I believe the powerful alchemist behind Lu Chun must have intervened. Li Fu cautiously expressed his opinion. Otherwise, Lu Kuang alone couldn't have killed 5 Lin family martial artists. Zhao Xian smiled slightly. Uncle Fu, you haven't asked anyone from the Lu family and are still just speculating? Li Fu chuckled awkwardly. Miss, knowing that the Lu family has such a formidable figure, I dare not go there rashly for fear of offending them. Uncle Fu, you were right not to go, Zhao Xian said meaningfully. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Xian's gaze turned cold. But you know, if you don't offend the power behind Lu Chun, the city lord's mansion might not have such foresight. Li Fu chuckled softly. Miss, you're right. Upon learning that Lu Kuang wiped out the Lin family in one fell swoop, the city lord's mansion probably couldn't sit still and sent someone to the Lu family. Who went? Zhao Xian raised an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Zhang Jie, Li Fu answered simply. The second son of the Zhang family? Zhao Xian murmured, understanding dawning on her. Zhang Jie, the younger brother of city lord Zhang Yan, was already a 9th-level martial master. In Tianyuan city, only the martial king surpassed him in strength, apart from Lu Kuang and Wu Mian of the Wu family. The destruction of the Lin family prompted Zhang Yan to send Zhang Jie to probe the Lu family, a move characteristic of his style, and Zhao Xian had anticipated as much. Zhao Xian nodded slightly, pondering briefly before asking, Fu Bo, with the Lin family wiped out overnight, have there been any movements from the Wu and Li families? The Wu and Li families seem to want to avoid trouble. After learning of the Lin family's destruction by the Lu family, both families shut their doors, allowing no one to enter or leave, Li Fu replied. Zhao Xian chuckled lightly. They're smart. In all of Tianyuan city, only the city lord's mansion acts like a fool. Li Fu smirked with a hint of sarcasm. Miss, the city lord's mansion isn't foolish, they're domineering. They won't allow the Lu family to shake their position in Tianyuan city and want to remove them. In the past, they might have succeeded, but now, it's uncertain. If they really make a move, the Lu family might not be the only ones facing disaster. The city lord's mansion could end up in a worse state, disappearing from Tianyuan city before long. Zhao Xian nodded slightly, saying nothing more. Sensing her silence, Li Fu pondered for a moment before tentatively asking, Miss, if the city lord's mansion and the Lu family go to war, should we do anything? Zhao Xian raised her gaze, a hint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Do what? She fell into a brief silence before slowly speaking. Fu Bo, keep an eye on things from the shadows. If Lu Kuang and Lu Yi are truly in mortal danger, rescue them discreetly to earn a favor from Lu Chun. If not, act as though nothing has happened and turn a blind eye. I understand, Li Fu replied respectfully, disappearing into the shadows of the Wanbao building. Zhao Xian stood quietly by the window, her gaze distant, looking in the direction of the Lu family, her delicate face reflecting deep thought. Meanwhile, changes were quietly occurring within the Lu family. After a period of training, Lu Chen's strength had significantly improved. By dawn, his yin-yang dual cores had both advanced to the 6th-level martial artist stage, and the reserves of spiritual liquid in his dantian had doubled once more. As the sun rose, Lu Chun sensed footsteps approaching. Stepping outside, he saw 35 people standing in the courtyard, the atmosphere instantly becoming tense. Among them, 30 were 2 groups of guards from the city lord's mansion, with 28 at the martial artist stage. The remaining 5 had extraordinary auras, led by 2 low-level martial masters, while the other 4 were at least at the 5th-level martial master stage, with the strongest reaching the 9th level. Zhang Jie. A cold glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Zhang Jie was one of the 4 he had disabled in the Luofeng Mountains overnight. Though Zhang Jie had been masked that night, Lu Chun had never forgotten those eyes cold and venomous, especially the kick that had damaged his dantian. Zhang Jie scanned the courtyard, his gaze brushing past Lu Chun, a hint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes before he forcibly suppressed it. Lu Kuang, a man at the 7th-level martial master stage beside Zhang Jie, spoke arrogantly. You said this was a battlefield. Where are the Lin family corpses? It's getting hot, and I feared they'd rot, so I threw them to the back mountain to feed the dogs last night. Lu Kuang replied calmly. Yes, we dealt with it last night. The Lin family made a mistake. Though his words were casual, internally he admired Lu Yi's foresight. Before the city lord's mansion sent people to investigate, Lu Yi had anticipated it and preemptively disposed of the bodies. Now that the bodies had vanished without a trace, whether the city lord's mansion believed them or not, they would never link the incident to the Lu family. Upon hearing Lu Kuang's words, Zhang Jie's face turned dark, his brows furrowed, and his eyes blazed with anger. He slapped the hilt of his sword at his waist and shouted, Lu Kuang, do you really think you can wipe out the entire Lin family? Lu Kuang's expression turned cold, his gaze sharp as a knife, and his voice as icy as it was sharp. As long as I'm not provoked, everything is negotiable. But if you push me, any household in Tianyuan city, except the city lord's mansion, could end up as souls under my sword. Silence fell. Lu Kuang's words were like a heavy hammer, leaving everyone present stunned. The courtyard became deathly quiet, with only the rustling leaves and the breeze breaking the silence. The crowd exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. "This guy is too arrogant," someone whispered. Even though he specifically excluded the city lord's mansion, it still sounds like a threat to Zhang Jie and the mansion. Indeed, not even Lu Yi, who had broken through to the martial king realm, dared to speak such words. Now, Lu Kuang, still a martial artist, was making such bold claims. People thought to themselves, if he really broke through to the martial king, he might openly challenge the city lord's mansion. Zhang Jie clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. He couldn't tolerate anyone challenging the authority of the city lord's mansion. His chest heaved with anger as he shouted, "With such arrogance, I must face you today. I also want to see how much you've improved over the years, or if you're still as useless as before." Lu Kuang retorted coldly, disdain flashing in his eyes. "You're courting death." Zhang Jie roared from deep within his throat, his body moving like an arrow shot from a bow towards Lu Kuang. Lu Kuang snorted coldly, flipped his wrist, and drew his sword to meet the attack. The clash of blades sent sparks flying. In an instant, the two swordsmen, filled with murderous intent, were locked in fierce combat in the courtyard. Sword energy crisscrossed, spiritual power churned, and the powerful shockwaves made the ground tremble slightly, causing the city lord's mansion warriors to retreat quickly to watch from afar. Having crossed swords at least 10 times in Tianyuan City, except for Lu Kuang's initial 2 losses, he had won all subsequent encounters. Despite Zhang Jie's superior martial skills and resources from the city lord's mansion, he was repeatedly defeated by Lu Kuang. When this record spread, everyone said Zhang Jie was inferior to Lu Kuang, mocking him for his losses, which became a lifelong shame. Over the years, Zhang Yan regarded Lu Yi as a mortal enemy, while Zhang Jie saw Lu Kuang as a lifelong rival, aiming to kill him as a cultivation goal. The truth was, his talent was not as good as Lu Kuang's, and Zhang Yan's talent was not as good as Lu Yi's. Although Lu Yi's dantian and meridians were crippled, his understanding of martial arts remained. Under Lu Yi's guidance, Lu Kuang's mastery of swordsmanship and spiritual power was unparalleled in Tianyuan City, far beyond Zhang Jie's reach. After only a few moves, Zhang Jie, with his fierce attacks, fell into a disadvantage. Each of his strikes was filled with murderous intent, yet Lu Kuang easily neutralized them. Then, with a focused gaze and a flick of his wrist, Lu Kuang disarmed Zhang Jie, sending his sword flying. The sword arced through the air and landed with a clang, embedding itself in the ground. Without his sword, Zhang Jie's face turned extremely unpleasant, a mix of pale and ashen. For a moment, he glanced at his subordinates, seemingly considering having them join him in attacking Lu Kuang. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, knowing that if he couldn't last 7 moves, his men wouldn't last even 1. Lu Kuang had always been a madman in battle, and he feared Lu Kuang might leave them all dead like he did with the Lin family. With a sullen face, Zhang Jie walked over to his sword, bent down to retrieve it, his eyes filled with undisguised hatred. "Lu Kuang, mark my words, this isn't over. I'm always ready." Lu Kuang replied coolly, the tip of his sword slightly raised, gleaming coldly. "Let's go." Knowing there was no advantage to be gained by staying, Zhang Jie flicked his sleeve and left with his men, defeated and humiliated. After Zhang Jie left, Lu Yi and Lu Zhan approached. Lu Yi frowned slightly, reproaching him. "Fourth brother, you were a bit impulsive today." Lu Kuang sheathed his sword, the coldness on his face gradually fading, revealing a hint of regret. "Third brother, I keep telling myself to endure, but whenever I think about how they crippled you in Chun'er, I can't control the urge to kill him." Lu Yi sighed deeply, looking at his younger brother with a hint of concern in his voice. "Fourth brother, just hold on a little longer. Once you and Chun'er break through to the martial king realm, we'll make the city lord's mansion pay dearly. We can't let a moment of anger make us give up hope before dawn." Lu Kuang lowered his head, feeling downcast, but his voice was resolute. "Third brother, I understand. I'll hold on." He knew the logic, but emotions often make self-control difficult. Seeing Lu Kuang's continued gloom, Lu Chun walked over with a smile. "Uncle, stop frowning. Let me show you a sword dance to lift your spirits." "Chun'er, a sword dance won't cure your uncle's troubles." Lu Kuang shook his head. "It will help." Lu Chen smiled softly and moved towards the open space in the courtyard. Lu Kuang wanted to persuade him further, but as Lu Chun began to draw his sword with extreme slowness, words caught in his throat. His and Lu Yi's eyes were fixed, unable to look away. Lu Chen's sword drawing was incredibly deliberate, as if each inch was a fierce struggle against the sheath, or a playful tease of time. With every moment the sword left the sheath, the surrounding air seemed to pause. This wasn't just unsheathing a sword. It was as if an invisible aura was being released, perfectly resonating with the wind. Both men felt this aura growing stronger. Lu Kuang felt a tightness in his heart. Despite being a 9th-level martial artist, an indescribable dread welled up inside him. The sword intent held astonishing power, embodying a swordsman's lifelong pursuit and accumulation. He forced himself to suppress the tremor within and, along with Lu Yi, sensed every change in Lu Chun. By the time Lu Chun fully drew his sword, their vision blurred, as if shrouded by a mysterious force. Meanwhile, Lu Zhan observed from afar, seeing nothing unusual. He noticed Lu Yi and Lu Kuang standing motionless like statues. Yet, in places he couldn't see, the wind seemed to follow a pattern. Chun, brother, Lu Zhan called out in confusion. But Lu Chun raised a hand to stop him. Zhan, father and uncle are in a state of realization. Don't disturb them. Go train. Though puzzled, Lu Zhan trusted Lu Chun unconditionally. He nodded quietly, replied, all right, and then turned to leave, returning to his room to continue training. After sending Lu Zhan away, Lu Chun entered the Chaos Pearl to continue his cultivation. Master Mouse approached with a teasing smile. Kid, you've got quite a knack for understanding the sword. If you didn't have this talent, I wouldn't have walked the path of the sword and become the Sword Emperor in my past life. Lu Chun glared at Master Mouse, dissatisfied. You really underestimate me. Master Mouse chuckled smugly. With your grasp of swordsmanship and spiritual power, even the old man at Wanbao Tower isn't your match in this small city. You're already unbeatable. Lu Chun replied calmly. Master Mouse, my goal isn't just to be invincible in this little Tianyuan city. I aim to be the unrivaled master of the divine martial world, the foremost in swordsmanship. Hearing this, a strange light flickered in Master Mouse's eyes, as if pondering something. Then, as if speaking to himself or responding, he said, it will happen, and that day isn't far off. Lu Chun was taken aback. Master Mouse, you seem to know me better than I know myself? Master Mouse curled his lip, sneering. I'm just interested in eating spirit crystals. I don't have time to study you. Don't overthink it. With that, he darted into a pile of spirit crystals to continue his enjoyment. Lu Chun frowned slightly, sensing something amiss. Although Master Mouse wouldn't admit it, Lu Chun felt he was hiding something. However, he didn't dwell on it, knowing that what he needed most was to enhance his martial strength, not focus on trivial matters. Though his power was still weak, and he could be crushed by a mere grasshopper, he understood that only through cultivation could he go further. With this in mind, Lu Chun sat cross-legged and began to operate the Yinyang cannon, continuing to elevate his cultivation. After leaving the Lu family residence, Zhang Jia hurried back to the city lord's mansion. As he stepped into the grand hall, he noticed that all the direct members of the Zhang family were gathered, each wearing a serious expression. In the vast hall, almost all of the Zhang family bloodline was present. Zhang Jia had a son and a daughter. His son, Zhang Ju, and his daughter, Zhang Min. His elder brother, Zhang Yan, had 3 sons and 2 daughters. His eldest son, Zhang Ming, eldest daughter, Zhang Exine, third son, Zhang Jia, fourth daughter, Zhang Yao, and youngest son, Zhang Yang. At this moment, except for Zhang Yan's eldest son, Zhang Ming, everyone else was present, quietly waiting for something. Zhang Jia slowed his steps, furrowing his brow as he looked questioningly at Zhang Yan, who sat at the head of the table. Brother, why is everyone here today? Zhang Xian looked directly at Zhang Jia, her voice clear. Second uncle, we are all waiting for you. Waiting for me? Zhang Jia was even more puzzled, thinking that even if they were waiting for him, there was no need for such a grand gathering. Yes, waiting for you. Zhang Xian repeated firmly. Zhang Yin spoke then, his voice steady. Second brother, you went to the Lu family. Did you get a clear understanding of the situation? At the mention of the Lu family, Zhang Jia's expression darkened, a flash of anger in his eyes. Brother, I went to the Lu family. Now, most of them have fled, leaving only Lu Kuang and his son, Lu Yi. The others have fled? Zhang Yan's brow furrowed, clearly surprised by this news. That's right, the others have all run away. Zhang Jia nodded affirmatively. Zhang Yan's eyes flickered, his mind quickly processing the information. After a moment, he asked, was it really Lu Kuang who killed the Lin family? Brother, I didn't see the bodies of the Lin family, so I'm not sure if it was Lu Kuang who did it. But his strength is indeed formidable, Zhang Jia admitted, with a hint of frustration in his voice. What do you mean? Zhang Xian suddenly interjected, her gaze sharp on Zhang Jia. Zhang Jia replied coldly, his fists unconsciously clenching. Lu Kuang was disrespectful. I intended to teach him a lesson, but he defeated me in just 7 moves. I see. Zhang Xian's expression shifted slightly, a thoughtful glint in her eyes. Zhang Yan's eyes filled with a murderous intent, his voice low. It seems the Lu family is truly a threat, and none should be spared. One after another, they cause trouble. Zhang Jia gritted his teeth. Brother, in my opinion, Lu Kuang's strength is nearly at the level of a martial king. If we are to deal with him, we must act quickly. Zhang Yin did not respond immediately to this suggestion, but continued to probe. Second brother, you said you didn't see the bodies of the Lin family? I took people to the battlefield, but aside from bloodstains, there was nothing left, Zhang Jia recalled. Lu Kuang claimed he fed the bodies to wild dogs. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yin took a deep breath and turned to Zhang Xian. Xian, this is the situation. What do you think? Zhang Xian did not rush to answer. Instead, She turned to Zhang Jie. Second uncle, you saw Lu Kuang. How did he seem? Was he injured? No. Zhang Jie replied decisively, shaking his head. Zhang Xian nodded and turned to Zhang Yin, her tone steady. Father, I don't think Lu Kuang acted alone in destroying the Lin family. Other powerful individuals must have been involved. Zhang Yin nodded slightly, clearly agreeing with his daughter's assessment. Even if Lu Kuang's strength was close to that of a martial king, it was unlikely he could have killed 5 martial masters and emerged unscathed. Although he didn't know what exactly happened at the Lu family last night, he was certain that the destruction of the Lin family was not as simple as the rumors suggested. Zhang Yang spoke coldly. Father, even if others were involved, with your and grandfather's strength, we can easily take care of Lu Kuang and eliminate this unstable element. Zhang Yin glanced at Zhang Yang, and then turned his gaze to Zhang Xian. Xianer, what do you think? Absolutely not. Zhang Xian replied firmly. Zhang Xian shook her head and said, we cannot act recklessly until we figure out who is helping the Lu family destroy the Lin family. Zhang Jie frowned, his tone dismissive. It's just about taking down the Lu family. Why can't we act? Before he could finish, a loud female voice suddenly echoed from outside the hall. Well, how could such a big event happen without me? Moments later, a flamboyant middle-aged woman, dressed in a robe adorned with gold and jade, strutted into the hall. Her figure was striking, full of charisma, and her movements were bold, with no attempt to conceal her ample chest. Zhang Yan's eyes briefly showed a hint of disdain, but he quickly masked it with a smile. Rising from his seat, he hurried over to greet her warmly. Madam, what brings you here? The woman was none other than Zhang Yan's wife, Lin Qin. Hailing from Lin County, although not a direct descendant of the county's royal line, she was well protected by them and was a crucial support for Zhang Yan's rise to the position of city lord. Despite his domineering nature outside, Zhang Yan was always cautious and respectful towards Lin Qin, never daring to contradict her. Lin Qin's presence was commanding, her gaze sharp. The Lu family dares to slap you in the face, and you think I wouldn't come? Zhang Yan's expression darkened slightly, yet he dared not retort. Sensing her father's displeasure, Zhang Xian quickly stepped forward to support Lin Qin, gently persuading. Mother, it's not as serious as you think. The Lu family wouldn't dare to affront father. At most, they're just bullying the Lin family. Lin Qin snorted, glaring at her. I'm talking to your father. What right do you have to interrupt? Shut up. Since childhood, Zhang Xian had never been favored by Lin Qin. Hearing this, both Zhang Yin and Zhang Jie frowned, anger simmering beneath the surface, yet they had to suppress it. Meanwhile, Zhang Min and Zhang Yang secretly rejoiced, thinking that Zhang Xian's arrogance needed to be curbed. Zhang Xian opened her mouth but refrained from speaking further, retreating to the side quietly. After reprimanding Zhang Xian, Lin Qin turned her menacing gaze to Zhang Yin, her tone pressing. Zhang Yin, I'm asking you one question. Will you go and wipe out the Lu family or not? Zhang Yin took a deep breath, trying to keep his tone steady. Madam, as the city lord's manor is responsible for maintaining order in Tianyuan city, we need a legitimate reason to take action against the Lu family. Lin Qin scoffed. Isn't disrupting Tianyuan city's order enough? Zhang Yin shook his head. The conflict between the Lin and Lu families is personal and doesn't justify public intervention. At this point, Zhang Yang stepped forward, his tone indignant. Father, Lin Xian was my fiancé, and the Lin family is our kin. Now that the Lu family has destroyed the Lin family and killed Lin Xian, they are provoking the Zhang family. We can use this as a reason to act. As soon as he spoke, both Zhang Yin and Zhang Xian cursed him as a fool in their minds. However, with Lin Qin present, they couldn't express their anger openly. Lin Qin immediately responded coldly. Zhang Yin, Yang Er's reason is excellent and provides us with a perfect excuse to act. Zhang Yin hesitated, his expression full of doubt. Madam, I worry that the Lu family might have backing. If we act rashly, the Zhang family might face dire consequences. Lin Qin's face turned furious at his words, pointing sharply at Zhang Yin, her voice piercing. You coward. You don't even dare to touch a small Lu family. I was blind when I married you. Zhang Yin clenched his jaws, fists clenching and unclenching inside his sleeves, his facial muscles twitching slightly. He struggled to suppress his rising anger, holding back from lashing out. Seeing his silence, Lin Qin became even more aggressive. I've said it today. If you don't take down the Lu family, I'll return to my family and ask my cousin to come and destroy them. I can't count on you, useless thing. Vixen. Zhang Yin seethed with rage inside, the mention of her cousin making him want to strike her down. But he knew that as long as Lin Qin was alive, the Zhang family would have the protection of Lin County. Killing her would mean the end for the entire Zhang family. He took a deep breath, ultimately bowing his head in compromise. Madam, I will deal with the Lu family, but I need time to devise a thorough plan. Lin Qin snorted. It's just the Lu family. What plan do you need? Zhang Yin quickly smiled placatingly. Madam, just let me handle it. All you need to do is wait, and I will surely take down the Lu family to avenge you. I'll give you 3 days, Lin Qin snapped. If you haven't dealt with the Lu family by then, I'll immediately return to my family. With that, she cast a disdainful glance around the hall before swaying her hips and leaving without a backward glance. Watching Lin Qin's figure disappear, Zhang Yan's face gradually darkened, his fists trembling slightly, a fleeting murderous intent in his eyes. He struggled to calm himself, keeping his emotions in check to avoid losing control completely. After a while, as Zhang Yan's anger gradually subsided, Zhang Jia cautiously approached and asked softly, "Big brother, what should we do next?" Zhang Yan's eyes gleamed coldly, his voice sharp as ice. "You should go to the Wu family and the Li family. Bring Wu Yong and Li Tianxi to me." Zhang Jia frowned slightly, puzzled. "Big brother, why do you need them? You couldn't figure out how the Lin family was wiped out during the day, right?" Zhang Yan replied coldly. "I want them to help us test the Lu family's strength tonight." Zhang Jia's eyes lit up, thinking to himself that his brother was indeed smart. Using the Wu and Li families to probe the unpredictable Lu family was indeed a cautious strategy. However, he recalled the attitude of the two families earlier and hesitated. "Big brother, it's a good idea, but they seem unwilling to get involved in the conflict and have shut their doors. They might want to sit back and watch," Zhang Yan sneered, a commanding authority flashing in his eyes. "But they don't get to decide in Tianyuan city. Just summon them. Whether they come or not is up to them. I'm on it, big brother." Zhang Jia, impressed by Zhang Yan's commanding presence, respectfully bowed and quickly left the main hall of the city lord's mansion. An hour later, Wu Yong, the head of the Wu family, and Li Tianxi, the head of the Li family, arrived at the city lord's mansion. They looked serious and stayed for only half an hour before leaving in a hurry. By evening, the blood-red sunset cast a fiery glow over the land, turning the entire Tianyuan city a deep red. Along the roads, the incessant chirping of cicadas filled the air, their piercing cries unsettling the passers-by. In the Lu family's courtyard, Lu Yi and Lu Kuang were still sitting quietly in Lu Chen's yard. Lu Yi looked much the same as before, but there was a subtle change in his demeanor, a sharpness in his gaze that was as keen as a blade. Lu Kuang had changed more noticeably. Threads of visible spiritual energy flowed around him, resonating with the wind in the air. A falling leaf that drifted past him was instantly sliced into countless fragments by an invisible force. Sword intent. Lu Kuang had grasped the concept of sword intent from Lu Chen's sword-drawing technique, and his aura had grown significantly stronger, like a sheathed sword ready to strike. As the sun dipped behind the mountains, Lu Yi's gaze became clear, and a glint of sharpness crossed his eyes as he fully regained his focus. He looked down at his hands, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Turning to see Lu Kuang, who was still immersed in his realization, Lu Yi's excitement grew more evident. Not only had he gained insight from Lu Chen's sword stroke, but Lu Kuang seemed to have gained even more, his understanding deepened by the limitations of his damaged dantian and meridians. 15 minutes later, under Lu Yi's watchful gaze, Lu Kuang's sword intent reached its peak. He suddenly opened his eyes and, with a swift motion of his arm, unleashed a powerful slash. Buzz! In an instant, a streak of sword intent traveled through space, appearing 100 meters away. With a faint hum, a sturdy tree was cleanly sliced in half. Boom! The tree fell with a crash, the cut surface smooth as a mirror, free of any rough edges. Such was the power of a single sword strike. At the moment he unleashed the strike, Lu Kuang's spiritual energy surged violently, and the earth-based spiritual energy in the surrounding atmosphere seemed to respond to his call, rushing into his body. Fourth brother, realizing the sword path has shattered the last barrier to your breakthrough to Martial King, Lu Yi said excitedly. You must seize this moment to advance to Martial King. Lu Kuang understood this as well, and in his excitement, he immediately sat cross-legged on the spot, pulling out all his spirit crystals to absorb their pure energy through his cultivation technique. Seeing that Lu Kuang didn't have many spirit crystals, Lu Yi, without hesitation, handed over all his earth-based spirit crystals to support Lu Kuang's breakthrough to the Martial King realm. Martial practitioners at the Martial Master level store spiritual liquid in their dantian, whereas Martial Kings store it in their dantian C. A small, but significant difference. The spiritual liquid stored in the dantian is quite limited, which means that martial artists at the wuxia level can easily become exhausted when using martial techniques, and cannot sustain prolonged combat. However, once one breaks through to the Wu Wang level, and opens up their own danhai, even the weakest Wu Wang will see their dantian's spiritual liquid reserves increase by 30 to 40 times. Therefore, breaking through from wuxia to Wu Wang is not just an advancement in level, but a significant transformation in a martial artist's life. Wu Wang is a revered status among countless martial artists. Within the Chaos Pearl world, Lu Chen sensed the change in Lu Kuang's aura outside, and immediately ended his practice, quickly returning to his room in the real world. He opened the door and was greeted by the excited face of his father, Lu Yi. Chen'er, your fourth uncle has sensed the opportunity to break through to Wu Wang by comprehending sword intent. Lu Yi's voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement. Congratulations to fourth uncle on breaking through to the Wu Wang level, Lu Chun said with a smile, his eyes sparkling with joy. Lu Yi shook his head, a hint of concern appearing on his face. Chinner, what congratulations? Your fourth uncle didn't expect this day to come so soon and wasn't prepared with spiritual crystals. I'm afraid, even if he breaks through, his combat power will be limited. Not far away, Lu Kuang was seated cross-legged on the ground, watching his spiritual crystals deplete at a visible rate. The bitterness on his face was evident as he looked at the rapidly dimming crystals. Without the income from the shops, the Lu family could hardly support the cultivation of a Wu Wang. Lu Chen's lips curled into a confident smile. Fourth uncle, just focus on opening your Wu Wang Danhai. As for spiritual crystals, I've got plenty. With a flick of his wrist, he took out thousands of earth-yellow glowing spiritual crystals from the Chaos Pearl and arranged them around Lu Kuang, forming a small spiritual crystal array that instantly enveloped him in a sea of earth-element spiritual energy. Lu Kuang's eyes widened in shock, almost speechless. Chinner, how do you have so many spiritual crystals? My master left me several million elemental spiritual crystals when he left. I'm not lacking in cultivation resources now. Lu Chen casually fabricated a story about an unnamed master. Upon hearing this, Lu Kuang's worries vanished, replaced by joy. In that case, fourth uncle shamelessly accepts your generosity and will use your spiritual crystals to break through to the Wu Wang level. Use as much as you need, fourth uncle. If it's not enough, I have more, Lu Chun said generously. No need. This is more than enough. Lu Kuang quickly waved his hands, fearing his nephew would bring out even more crystals. Freed from the worry about spiritual crystals, Lu Kuang focused entirely on his breakthrough. He repeatedly pushed the spiritual liquid into his already full dantian, striving to open the legendary Danhai. Each attempt was accompanied by intense pain, but Lu Kuang gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, without uttering a single groan. Lu Chun and Lu Yi stood nearby, vigilantly surveying their surroundings to protect Lu Kuang. They understood that if someone disturbed him at this crucial moment, it could not only ruin his efforts but also damage his foundational martial arts. Time ticked by, the sun set, and the sky gradually darkened. Just as the last ray of sunlight disappeared over the horizon, Lu Kuang let out a thunderous roar. Lu Chun and Lu Yi were astonished to see Lu Kuang's speed of absorbing spiritual energy increase several times over, with the surrounding spiritual crystals dimming rapidly. His martial aura also broke through, reaching the first level of the Wu Wang realm. In areas unseen by the father and son, Lu Kuang's dantian was gradually expanding, evolving into a danhai. This was the most critical moment in breaking through to Wu Wang, as the size of the danhai being formed would directly determine Lu Kuang's combat power at the Wu Wang level and his future martial arts potential. If someone were to interrupt him now, Lu Kuang's danhai could not fully form, leaving him with only a fraction of the spiritual liquid reserves of a normal Wu Wang. In such a case, even though he had broken through to the Wu Wang level, he would be unable to perform the powerful techniques that require massive energy, rendering the breakthrough significantly less meaningful. Realizing this, Lu Yi's expression became extremely serious. He scanned the surroundings warily, instinctively looking at Lu Chun with eyes full of concern. Sensing his father's worry, Lu Chun smiled reassuringly. Father, rest assured, if anyone dares to interrupt fourth uncle's breakthrough to Wu Wang today, I'll make sure they regret ever coming into this world. All right. Lu Yi nodded, the tension on his face easing slightly. Lu Chun then released his soul power completely, forming an invisible barrier that enveloped the entire courtyard. Meanwhile, Lu Kuang continued to consume one spiritual crystal after another, expanding the danhai within him. An hour passed, and with the help of over 200 spiritual crystals, Lu Kuang's danhai finally took shape. He could feel that the spiritual liquid it could store was more than 60 times that of a peak wuxia level. At this point, Lu Kuang found that further consumption of spiritual crystals only marginally expanded his danhai, reaching its capacity limit. Seeing this scene, Lu Yi let out a sigh of relief, his face full of satisfaction. It's finally over. At this point, Lu Kuang also felt it was about time to conclude the expansion of his danhai. Just as he was about to stop, Lu Qin suddenly shouted, "Uncle, it's not over yet. Your danhai can still expand. You're not at your limit." Startled by Lu Qin's shout, Lu Kuang quickly resumed his cultivation technique, saying, "Chinner, the danhai space isn't expanding anymore. Uncle, don't worry about the expansion right now. Keep absorbing spiritual energy and continue compressing the spiritual liquid within the danhai," Lu Chun instructed firmly. Lu Kuang had never heard of such a method for expanding the danhai, but he trusted Lu Qin's judgment and followed his instructions without hesitation. As the spiritual liquid was gradually compressed, Lu Kuang felt his abdomen swelling intensely, as if it were overly full, causing him to tremble uncontrollably with unbearable pain. His face alternated between red and white, and sweat poured from him. making him appear extremely uncomfortable. Chun'er, are you sure this will work? Lu Yi asked nervously, almost reaching out to stop the process. Father, the process is painful, but to truly break through to the level of a martial king, this step can't be skipped, Lu Chun replied calmly, his eyes focused. Hearing the conversation between father and son, Lu Kuang didn't give up. He gritted his teeth, strengthened his resolve, and despite the excruciating pain, continued to absorb spiritual energy and compress the spiritual liquid in his Danhai, as per Lu Chen's guidance. Time ticked by slowly, and Lu Kuang had persisted for a full hour, with sweat pouring off his forehead like rain. During this time, he absorbed more than 60 spiritual crystals, but this led to severe changes in his body. His nose began to bleed, veins bulged on his forehead, his complexion turned a ghastly shade of blue, and his skin took on an unhealthy black tint, indicating poor circulation. Lu Yi anxiously grabbed Lu Chen's arm, eager to intervene, but ultimately decided to hold back. Suddenly, Lu Kuang clenched his fists and let out a cry of pain. At that moment, his Danhai split open and began to expand anew, filling the air with a strong wave of spiritual energy. Both Lu Chun and Lu Yi noticed that Lu Kuang's speed of absorbing spiritual energy from the surroundings had increased dramatically. It really worked. Lu Yi exclaimed in disbelief as he witnessed the secondary expansion of the Danhai. At this moment, Lu Kuang felt a surge of excitement, but dared not lose focus. He quickly calmed himself, quietly consuming spiritual crystals and continuing to expand his Danhai. The night grew deeper, and time passed unnoticed as Lu Kuang continued his cultivation for more than an hour. During this period, his Danhai's capacity for storing spiritual liquid reached 120 times that of a martial master, but once again, he hit a bottleneck. Chun'er, if it doesn't expand further, can I still hold on? Lu Kuang asked with difficulty, looking to Lu Chun for guidance. It's about time, Lu Chun replied softly. Lu Kuang understood that his martial talent was not exceptionally high, and breaking through to this extent was already his limit. With his current Danhai size, he no longer needed to worry about running out of spiritual liquid in battle. I've finally broken through to the martial king realm, Lu Kuang exclaimed, almost speechless with excitement as he finished his cultivation and stood up with a smile. However, when he looked down and saw the over 300 spiritual crystals depleted of energy on the ground, he couldn't help but sigh. The consumption of spiritual crystals by a martial king is truly astonishing. Uncle, advancing in martial arts is a good thing. If you ever run low on spiritual crystals, feel free to come to me. I have plenty, Lu Chan said with a smile, his words carrying a note of care. Chun'er, it should be the other way around, with me providing resources for you. Using your spiritual crystals to break through to the martial king today makes me feel quite embarrassed, Lu Kuang replied with a slight shake of his head, expressing his gratitude. I won't use your spiritual crystals again in the future. Lu Chun said unhappily. Fourth uncle, you're my uncle. What's mine is yours. If you keep talking like that, I'm going to get upset. With that, he deftly took out 2,000 transparent spirit crystals from his storage ring, combined them with the remaining crystals Lu Kuang had used, and placed them into Lin Yao's storage ring, then handed it to Lu Kuang. Lu Kuang looked at the storage ring glimmering with a faint light, a trace of emotion flickering in his eyes, but he still didn't reach out to take it. Chun'er, fourth uncle can't accept this. You should keep them for yourself. With my poor talent, it took me hundreds of spirit crystals just to break through to Martial King. You'll need plenty of spirit crystals in the future. Lu Chen's face suddenly turned stern as he turned to Lu Yi. Dad, fourth uncle treats us like outsiders. If you get beaten to death, don't expect him to protect you. Makes sense. Lu Yi immediately nodded in agreement, showing a perfect father-son understanding. Lu Kuang looked at the father and son helplessly, shaking his head. Third brother, Chun'er, how can you say that? Fourth uncle, you're drawing such clear lines between us. Just because you've broken through to Martial King, you look down on me and my dad, and want to split from the family. Lu Chun said, pouting slightly, a hint of mischief in his eyes. You rascal. Lu Kuang couldn't help but reach out and tap Lu Chen's head, thinking to himself that this kid was talking nonsense. He could never be like that. Seeing this, Lu Yi joined in persuading. Fourth brother, Chun'er being nice to you is what he should do as a junior. Just accept the spirit crystals. It's no wonder he gets upset if you're so formal with him. Lu Kuang looked troubled. Third brother, we have no income source anymore, and Chun'er needs a lot of spirit crystals for cultivation. I really can't take them. Fourth uncle, you're not being flexible. Lu Chun crossed his arms, a bit of exasperation in his tone. Spirit crystals are dead, but people are alive. Once we improve our strength, we won't lack spirit crystals, right? That's true, but... What's but? That's the reality. Lu Chun interrupted before Lu Kuang could finish, continuing. Besides, who said we have no source of spirit crystals? If we run out, I can make money by refining pills. Lu Kuang was left speechless, finally taking the storage ring from Lu Chen's hand. Sigh, you've grown up, and fourth uncle can't outtalk you. I'll shamelessly enjoy the benefits. That's more like it. Lu Chen laughed, hugging Lu Kuang's arm with a victorious smile on his face. Lu Kuang then asked, Chun'er, how did you know compressing the Danzi could expand it again? I've never heard of such a method. My master told me. He emphasized it before he left, Lu Chen said, pouting. In truth, he had discovered this by accident when he broke through to the martial king realm in his previous life. Apart from his 7 disciples and a few friends, he had never told anyone else. Well, your master is truly knowledgeable. Having a powerful master is a great help on the path of cultivation, Lu Kuang remarked, a hint of envy in his eyes. Lu Chen smiled. Fourth uncle, you've broken through to martial king and comprehended the swift sword intent. In Tianyuan city, you're almost unbeatable now. Chun'er, I owe my success today to you. If it weren't for your help, I'd be practically useless, Lu Kuang said sincerely, gratitude filling his eyes. Just as Lu Chun was about to respond, his smile suddenly froze, and he frowned. Master Mouse in the Chaos Pearl was alerting him that 6 martial artists had quietly entered the Lu family estate. Noticing Lu Chen's change, Lu Kuang asked cautiously, Chun'er, what's wrong? Some fools are here to die. Lu Chen's voice turned cold, a glint of hostility in his eyes. Lu Yi's expression changed. The city lord's mansion? No, it's the Wu and Li families. Lu Chen replied coldly. Lu Kuang's eyes immediately blazed with murderous intent, his hand unconsciously gripping the hilt of his sword. Well, we didn't go looking for them, but they came to us. Let's see how I deal with them today. With his breakthrough to martial king and his comprehension of the swift sword intent, he feared no one. Among the 4 prominent families, the Wu family has always been the most powerful. In contrast to the conflict between the Lu and Lin families, the Wu and Li families preferred to remain on the sidelines, maintaining their distance. However, Zhang Yan, with his cunning strategies, forced the 2 families to get involved, aiding the city lord's mansion. Ultimately, the Wu and Li families each dispatched 3 martial artists. The Wu family sent their pillar, Wu Mian, their 3rd strongest, Wu Qing, and their affiliate, Lu Yi. The Li family sent Li Tianfang, Li Tianxiang, and Zhu Shi. Among the 6, Zhu Shi was the weakest, with a martial level of 6, while Wu Mian was the strongest, nearing the martial king realm. The sound of the wind broke the night as the 6 silently descended upon the Lu family's 3rd house area. They planned to act quietly, choosing the early hours, but unexpectedly encountered Lu Kuang, who was breaking through to the martial king level. The unexpected meeting created a delicate situation. The 6 intended to strike covertly, but had to adjust their stance instantly. As Wu Mian, Li Tianfang, and the others approached, Lu Yi locked onto them with clarity. He asked coldly, Wu Mian, Li Tianfang, I recall there hasn't been any deep-seated hatred between the Lu family and your 2 families, has there? The members of the 2 families exchanged glances, their eyes flickering. Indeed, there was no blood feud. But as one of the 4 major families in Tianyuan city, they had always been secretly competing, opposing each other, though it hadn't erupted into open conflict. Wu Mian and Li Tianfang knew that if interests were involved, even without hatred, today's battle wouldn't be easy for the Lu family. Despite this, Wu Mian remained cautious when looking at Lu Kuang. That unusual aura made him wary. He spoke slowly. Of course, there's no blood feud. Lu Yi, however, didn't relax his guard. If there's no feud, why have your 2 families joined forces to appear at the Lu family? What exactly do you want? Li Tianfang sneered, his tone disdainful. Lu Yi, you were once the family head. Don't you understand what we're here for? Lu Yi was slightly taken aback, then calmly said, You intend to destroy the Lu family. A sharp glint flashed in Wu Mian's eyes. Lu Yi, Lu Kuang, in Tianyuan city, you are my only opponents. I didn't want to be your enemy, but whether due to the city lord's mansion's threats or family interests, you must die today. Lu Yi chuckled lightly. Then my brothers and I should thank you for considering us worthy opponents. Wu Mian suddenly turned to Li Tianxiang, his gaze cold. Li Tianxiang, do you believe that before I make a move, I could kill you first? Li Tianxiang was shaken by Wu Mian's gaze, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes, and quickly lowered his head, not daring to meet Wu Mian's eyes. Seeing this, Li Tianfang grew impatient and waved his hand. Wu Mian, although Tianxiang's words are unpleasant, he has a point. Let's act, it's getting late. With that, Li Tianfang's gaze shifted to Lu Yi and his companions, his eyes openly displaying contempt and indifference. To him, with the combined forces of the Wu and Li families tonight, the 3 were doomed. Lu Kuang's face showed no trace of fear. He turned to Lu Yi and said, Third brother, they've come to kill us. Shouldn't we strike first? Lu Yi remained silent for a moment, then nodded coldly. He then pulled Lu Chun back a few steps quietly, with a hint of reluctance in his heart, as if waiting for a final opportunity. Until the last moment, he was hesitant to reveal Lu Chun, his trump card. Lu Kuang instantly understood Lu Yi's intention. Before tonight, with Wu Mian from the Wu family present, he couldn't handle the 6 from the 2 families alone. To survive, he needed help from Lu Chen. But now the situation had changed, had comprehended the concept of the swift sword, breaking through to the martial king realm, and his combat power had surged. The six were no longer opponents in his eyes. The six were unaware of the true thoughts of the Lu family duo, mistakenly thinking Lu Yi was retreating with his son to avoid the battle affecting Lu Chen. Li Tianxiang sneered contemptuously. Lu Yi, you're going to die anyway. There's no need to retreat. Once we kill Lu Kuang, you and your son will be next. Before he finished speaking, Li Tianxiang, a 7th-level martial master, launched his attack. With a twist of his wrist, a magnificent sword flower bloomed in the air, followed by a scorching flame sword aura slashing towards Lu Kuang. Zhu Shi from the Li family also refused to lag behind, flashing forward with a martial skill, aiming a howling punch at Lu Kuang's side. Seeing the Li family make their move, Wu Mian from the Wu family gave a signal to Wu Qing and Lu Yi. They understood immediately and attacked from different angles, coordinating with the Li family to form a four-sided assault. Facing the four-pronged attack, Lu Kuang's eyes gleamed with battle intent. If numbers could decide the victor, there would be no supreme powerhouses in this world. Today, I'll test my sword on you. Whoosh. The sword light flashed as Lu Kuang drew his sword. In Li Tianxiang's view, a sharp sword intent rapidly expanded from a tiny point of light, culminating in a deadly strike. No, Li Tianxiang screamed in terror. In the next second, his voice abruptly stopped. The sword intent pierced through Li Tianxiang, splitting him in half. Bang! A single strike killed him, and the sword intent dissipated. Li Tianxiang's two halves fell into the courtyard in a mist of blood, staining a large area of ground red. The sound of the body hitting the ground was deafening, like a 1,000-pound hammer striking the remaining five's chests, making it hard for them to breathe. Sword intent. The five stared wide-eyed, faces filled with fear. Lu Kuang's sword was too fast, giving no time to react. From drawing the sword to the kill, it took merely 3 seconds. In such a short time, even a martial king might meet their end without time to respond, let alone martial artists like them. After instantly killing Li Tianxiang with one sword, Lu Kuang flipped his wrist and struck again. Zhu Shi from the Li family, attempting to change his move, was sliced apart before he could utter a scream. In this brief moment, Wu Qing and Lu Yi from the Wu family realized the dire situation, immediately retreating with pale faces, using their martial skills to distance themselves. However, Lu Kuang's strength had greatly evolved. With a cold gaze, he swiftly dispatched 2 more strikes at them. The sword light was as fast as lightning, impossible to see with the naked eye. In the face of Lu Kuang's current state and power, even Wu Mian, the top martial artist below the martial king in Tianyuan city, could only watch helplessly as his companions were slain. In an instant, Wu Qing and Lu Ye's bodies were pierced by the sword aura, falling into a pool of blood. In no time, the 6 martial masters from the Wu and Li families were reduced to just Wu Mian and Li Tianfeng, who hadn't acted yet. The evening breeze blew from the woods opposite, carrying the sharp scent of blood. For a moment, the two felt a chill down to their bones, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. For we're dead, and they were next. Wu Mian finally understood why Lu Kuang felt different today, had broken through to the martial king realm, and comprehended sword intent. Sword intent, the lifelong pursuit of every sword practitioner. He prided himself on having better talent than Lu Kuang. So how could Lu Kuang comprehend sword intent and break through first? At that moment, an uncontrollable jealousy surged within him. Yet, what could jealousy change? The brutal reality was already laid bare before them. After swiftly defeating 4 opponents, Lu Kuang was filled with excitement. The long sword in his hand trembled slightly, its blade still marked with fresh blood, a testament to the power of sword intent. He hadn't even exerted his full strength. A casual swing could easily decapitate a martial master. Such strength was almost unbelievable to him. Reflecting on the fact that he had only grasped a sliver of sword intent and his understanding was still in its infancy, Lu Kuang's eyes gleamed with anticipation. How terrifying would his power be if he mastered sword intent? Damn, I don't have to fear the city lord's mansion anymore, he thought, gripping his sword tightly and exhaling deeply. Due to the fate of Lu Yi and Lu Chen, he had always kept a low profile, fearing that Zhang Yin would see him as a threat and eliminate him. Now, years of restraint could finally come to an end. Lu Kuang cast a cold glance at Wu Mian and Li Tianfeng, his voice icy as he said, "They're dead. Now it's your turn. How do you want to die?" "Lu Kuang, you've been hiding your skills all along," Li Tianfeng exclaimed angrily. "You've secretly broken through to the martial king and even comprehended sword intent. You fooled the entire Tianyuan city. So what?" Lu Kuang admitted without hesitation. "You're ruthless." Li Tianfeng gritted his teeth. "If I hadn't hidden my abilities, would you have let me break through to the martial king? Would the city lord's mansion have allowed me to live until now?" Lu Kuang retorted coldly. Li Tianfeng and Wu Mian fell silent, their gaze involuntarily shifting to Lu Yi, who stood not far away, thin and pale. 6 years ago, When Zhang Yin was still in the ninth stage of martial mastery, the extraordinarily talented Lu Yi had already broken through to the martial king. Had he not been crippled back then, with his martial arts prowess, no one in Tianyuan city could have rivaled him, not even Zhang Yin. Officially, it was said to be the work of black-clad men, but everyone knew it was the city lord's mansion and its allies who crippled Lu Yi. Lu Kuang had seen this clearly, and thus concealed his strength. Now, having not only broken through to the martial king, but also comprehended sword intent, his power surpassed even that of the former Lu Yi, rendering the city lord's mansion powerless against him. Lu Kuang, Wu Mian suddenly spoke. It was you who looted the shops of the four great families and the city lord's mansion, wasn't it? It was me, Lu Kuang admitted without hesitation. Now that he had enough power to protect himself, he no longer feared the city lord's mansion or the remaining two families. Although Lu Chun had casually drawn his sword, allowing him to comprehend swift sword intent and break through to the martial king, he chose to keep Lu Chun's secret. After all, Lu Chun was the Lu family's greatest trump card, and it was best to keep it hidden if possible. From a distance, Lu Yi and Lu Chun understood Lu Kuang's intentions. Lu Chun thought it was somewhat unnecessary, while Lu Yi was moved by Lu Kuang's actions. I knew it was you, Wu Mian said. With old grudges and the ability to steal from the city lord's mansion without anyone knowing, only you could have done it. Lu Kuang said coldly. Stealing the spiritual herbs from the city lord's mansion is just the beginning. They crippled my third brother and Chener. One day, I'll make the entire city lord's mansion pay for this with their lives. Li Tianfang frowned slightly, a sense of unease rising in his heart. He hadn't expected Lu Kuang to be so bold. Lu Kuang had recently broken through to the martial king realm, with remarkable sword intent comprehension. Even though the city lord's mansion was formidable, Lu Kuang's current power could indeed match it, seeking revenge for Lu Yi and Lu Chun. However, the forces behind the city lord's mansion were not just about the martial king. Zhang Yin had the backing of a duke, and his wife, Lin Qin, was a member of the Lin Duke's family. If Lu Kuang opposed the city lord's mansion, the Lin Duke would definitely intervene. At that point, Lu Kuang would be doomed, and the Lu family would be erased from Tianyuan city. Lu Kuang asked coldly, "What? Do you think I'm not capable?" Considering the relationship between the Lu and Li families, Li Tianfang sneered. Lu Kuang, you are indeed powerful now, but I don't think you can defeat Zhang Yin. Whether I can or not, time will tell. But you two won't live to see the day I destroy the city lord's mansion. Lu Kuang replied, his tone as cold as ever. Li Tianfang and Wu Mian were the top fighters of the Li and Wu families. From the moment Lu Kuang easily killed 4 people, Wu Mian knew he probably wouldn't survive. Therefore, when Lu Kuang threatened to kill him, Wu Mian wasn't overly panicked. Instead, he said calmly, Lu Kuang, I came to kill you for my family's interests and under the city lord's mansion's threat. If you kill me, I have no regrets, for this is my own doing. But I have one request. What is it? Lu Kuang raised an eyebrow, surprised by Wu Mian's reaction, as Wu Mian was always proud. This was the first time he had asked for something. Spare my 2 children, Wu Mian pleaded, his eyes full of earnest hope. Lu Kuang sneered. Wu Mian, Wu Qi and Wu Shi have great potential and will achieve much in the future. Do you think I would leave such threats alive? Hearing this, Wu Mian's face turned ashen. Indeed, if he were in Lu Kuang's position, he wouldn't spare these potential threats either. Lu Kuang clearly understood the consequences of letting the tiger return to the mountain. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wiped out the entire Lin family. Beside him, Li Tianfang gritted his teeth, a look of determination in his eyes. He muttered, Wu Mian, we have to fight with all we've got. As long as we can leave here, that's enough. Wu Mian smiled bitterly. But can we escape? He wanted to flee, taking his children away from Tianyuan city. But with Lu Kuang's strength, even escaping Lu family's courtyard seemed impossible. How do we know unless we try? Li Tianfang was clearly unwilling to give up easily. He stared at Lu Kuang with a defiant gleam in his eyes. Wu Mian was also inspired by Li Tianfang's resolve. He looked at Lu Kuang with determination. Lu Kuang, I've never been defeated by you, and even if I die, I'll die standing. Lu Kuang nodded slightly. All right. Immediately, Li Tianfang and Wu Mian attacked almost simultaneously. Although neither had broken through to martial king, their martial arts had reached the pinnacle of 9th layer martial master. Their control and understanding of spiritual power were near perfect, lacking only the breakthrough opportunity. Facing former comrades in arms, Lu Kuang shouted and engaged them in a fierce battle without using his sword intent, relying on conventional moves. In moments, the 3 clashed fiercely, sword energy and spiritual power raging. Each of Lu Kuang's strikes carried intense pressure, while Li Tianfang and Wu Mian counterattacked with all their might, using their strongest abilities to contend with Lu Kuang. Not far away, Lu Chun and Lu Yi stood silently, their eyes fixed on the battle. As the intense exchange continued, the three's mastery over sword energy and spiritual power became increasingly precise. They could see that Li Tianfang and Wu Mian's breakthrough was imminent. Father, if they don't die, they will definitely break through to Martial King within 3 months, Lu Chen said, his gaze sharp. Lu Yi sighed. They indeed have the potential and talent to break through. It's a pity. Lu Chen was silent for a moment, then said softly, cripple them, leave them alive. Lu Yi frowned, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Chun'er, are you sure about not killing them? Letting them go could lead to endless trouble. Lu Chen replied calmly. The gap between opponents exists because they're on the same level. Whether to kill or not is no longer important. But the blood feud between you. Lu Yi seemed hesitant. No matter, Lu Chen said softly, then whispered a few words in Lu Yi's ear. A flicker of understanding crossed Lu Yi's eyes. Moments later, he turned to Lu Kuang and said quietly, fourth brother, don't kill them. Cripple their dantians so they can't seek revenge. Lu Kuang replied, all right. In the next instant, the battle reached its climax. Lu Kuang suddenly exerted his power, striking with his sword. Li Tianfang and Wu Mian spat blood and were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. In their despairing eyes, Lu Kuang showed no mercy, stomping on their dantians and destroying them. The top martial strength of the Li and Wu families was thus completely eradicated. Experiencing the destruction of one's dantian is indeed painful. Wu barely managed to maintain a calm demeanor, his face pale. In contrast, Li Tianfang couldn't accept the harsh reality. He roared angrily at the sky. Lu Kuang, you deserve to die? You've destroyed me. You might as well have killed me. Li Tianfang, don't act so pitiful, Lu Yi said coldly, staring at him. Tonight, you intended to destroy my Lu family, but instead, my fourth brother ruined your cultivation. It's only fair. Despite Lu Yi's words being true, Li Tianfang's heart was still filled with resentment. As the biggest victim of the night, the pain of having his dantian destroyed drove him nearly insane. Can we leave now? Wu asked expressionlessly, his voice tinged with weakness. Lu Yi replied indifferently. Go ahead. Tonight, the grievances between our Lu family and yours end here. You're not going to destroy the Wu and Li families. Wu asked in surprise. I said the grievances end here, so naturally, I won't destroy your families. Lu Yi's gaze turned sharp. But that's just the outcome this time. If you make another mistake in the future, neither of your families will have a reason to exist. Thank you. Wu, relieved, bowed to the two men before staggering out of the Lu family estate. Though filled with resentment, Li Tianfang understood it was not the time to act rashly, and he silently turned to leave. After they had gone, Lu Kuang approached Lu Yi and his brother, puzzled. Chinner, tonight was the perfect opportunity. Why let them go? Lu Chun smiled slightly. Fourth uncle, they pose no threat anymore. Our current opponent is the city lord's mansion. There's no need to be ruthless. I'm just worried their descendants might seek revenge. Lu Kuang expressed his concern. Fourth uncle, Lu Chun said with determination, their descendants will grow, but so will Zhan and I. As long as we grow faster, they won't dare to act recklessly. All right, I'll follow your lead. Lu Kuang nodded, thinking that with Lu Chen around, neither the Li family, the Wu family, nor the Duke of Lin County posed a threat. After reaching an agreement, the uncle and nephew each returned to their rooms. Meanwhile, in the distant woods outside the courtyard, Li Fu of the Wanbao Tower stood atop a large tree, witnessing everything. Shocked, he saw that the Lu family trio had no further actions and then vanished into the night like a shadow. Zhao Xian had been waiting for news from Li Fu. Late into the night, Li Fu returned to the Wanbao Tower, changed out of his nightwear, and approached the 9th floor pavilion. Come in. Zhao Xian immediately stood up upon hearing the knock. Li Fu tidied his clothes and pushed the door open. Miss, things didn't go exactly as we anticipated. What happened? Zhao Xian asked in confusion. Li Fu detailed everything that had transpired at the Lu family that night. Zhao Xian's beautiful eyes flashed with intrigue. Lu Kuang breaking through to the Martial King realm and comprehending sword intent is indeed unexpected. Miss, Li Fu said gravely. In my opinion, even if the two from the city lord's mansion joined forces, they might not be a match for Lu Kuang as he is now. Zhao Xian inquired about the level of his sword intent. I've only scratched the surface, Li Fu replied respectfully, though his eyes betrayed an undeniable surprise. Zhao Xian nodded slightly, a hint of admiration in her eyes. Even if it's just the basics, achieving sword intent makes one a sword king, elevating them beyond a simple martial king. In the divine martial realm, ordinary warriors were like weeds, insignificant. Those who carved their own paths were truly valued. The path of alchemy was highly esteemed for its unparalleled worth, though its demands were stringent and few could embark on it. The paths of artifacts and formations followed closely, with any talents in these areas being treasured and cultivated by major sects. Weapons like swords, knives, and spears were more common, accessible to the average warrior. In the realm of swordsmanship, only those who comprehended sword intent were considered true sword cultivators, gaining a significant boost in combat power. Typically, A warrior who grasped sword intent could easily defeat opponents of the same level and even challenge those of higher levels. This capability to battle across levels granted sword cultivators a prestigious status in the divine martial realm, making them welcomed wherever they went. In Tianyuan City, Lu Kuang, who originally had less aptitude than Wu Mian, was the first to comprehend sword intent and become a sword king. That was unexpected, Zhao Xian murmured, tapping her slender fingers on the table. Li Fu stepped forward and asked softly, Miss, if Lu Kuang was the one who looted the 4 major family shops and the city lord's mansion, were we wrong in our assumptions? Wrong. Zhao Xian shook her head with determination. No, I trust my judgment. Even if Lu Kuang did everything, Lu Chen still has issues. Confident in Zhao Xian's wisdom, Li Fu continued. Miss, now that Lu Kuang has advanced to martial king and grasped sword intent, should this old servant keep watching him? Keep an eye on him, Zhao Xian said with a distant gaze. I believe after tonight's probing by the Wu and Li families, the city lord's mansion will surely make a move against the Lu family. Mentioning the city lord's mansion, Li Fu's face showed a hint of a cold smile. Zhang Yin has been scheming all along. He probably never imagined that Lu Kuang would become a sword king right under his nose. Ultimately, scheming is a side path. Given the enmity between the Lu family and the city lord's mansion, they are destined not to coexist. One of them will disappear from Tianyuan City, Zhao Xian stated calmly, yet with an undeniable certainty. So, the city lord's mansion will disappear? Li Fu squinted, his voice tinged with anticipation. Zhao Xian nodded gently. The balance of power has now tipped in favor of the Lu family. The city lord's mansion is likely to become a thing of the past in Tianyuan City soon. Li Fu, having witnessed tonight's battle, shared this perspective. With the report completed, he noticed the late hour and respectfully exited the 9th floor pavilion. Elsewhere, Wu Mian and Li Tianfang, having narrowly escaped from Lu Kuang, stopped in the surrounding woods. Their Dantian had been destroyed, and they harbored deep resentment not only towards Lu Kuang's ruthlessness, but also towards the city lord's mansion's manipulation. If Zhang Yin hadn't forced them to confront the Lu family, they could have watched from the sidelines instead of ending up in such a dire situation. Now, with both families reduced to pawns for the city lord's mansion, their hearts burned with anger. Since Lu Kuang was about to confront the city lord's mansion, the two decided to conceal the fact that Lu Kuang had advanced to martial king and grasped sword intent. Although they were now crippled, they wanted both the Lu family and the city lord's mansion to suffer, ensuring neither side would have it easy. Upon returning to their respective families, they recounted the night's events half-truthfully to their family heads, who then relayed the information to the city lord's mansion. Learning that their family's strong members had either been crippled or killed, Wu Yong and Li Tianxi were furious. The next day, they conveyed the news to the city lord's mansion. The main hall of the city lord's mansion was silent. Zhang Yan sat at the head position, his gaze sweeping over everyone present as he awaited news from the Wu and Li families. Soon, Wu Yong and Li Tianxi entered the hall. After listening to their report, Zhang Yan's expression became deep and complex. Master Wu, Zhang Exine stepped forward, her voice clear. Are you certain that the Lu family now only consists of Lu Yi and his son Lu Kuang, and that all 6 of your family members were killed by Lu Kuang? Wu Yong clenched his fists, anger surging on his face. My second brother said it himself. Lu Kuang is now close to reaching the rank of martial king, and his understanding of swordsmanship is almost at the level of sword intent. The 6 of us were no match for him. Lord, Li Tianxi suddenly knelt down, his voice trembling. 3 from my Li family, 2 dead and 1 crippled. I beg you to avenge this blood feud for my family. Zhang Yin waved a hand expressionlessly. I will handle it. You should go back and rest. Leave the matter of the Lu family to us. His cold tone carried a clear hint for them to leave. Although Li Tianxi and Wu Yong were indignant, they had no choice but to suppress their anger and leave the hall dejectedly. Brother, as soon as they left, Zhang Jie couldn't wait to speak. We've figured out everything about the Lu family. It's time to take action. Zhang Yin turned to Zhang Xian. Xianer, do you think the time is right? A thoughtful look flashed in Zhang Xian's eyes. Father, I'm wondering if Lu Kuang is really the thief who stole the spiritual medicine as they claim. Zhang Yin frowned. Are you suspecting the Wu and Li families? Sort of, Zhang Xian replied sharply. At this point, we need to be cautious about what outsiders say. Zhang Yang interjected. Second sister, today is already the 2nd day mother said. If we don't act, she might be displeased. Zhang Yin glanced at his son. Xianer, what should we do next? Father, Zhang Xian replied confidently. To give mother an explanation, we could summon the Lu family here under the pretext that Lin Xian is our 5th brother's fiancé. You want to catch them in a trap? Zhang Yan's eyes lit up. Zhang Xian nodded. The city lord's mansion is safer than the Lu family. We shouldn't risk going to them. What if they don't come? Zhang Jie asked. Then it becomes easier. Zhang Xian analyzed calmly. If they don't dare to come, it confirms what the Wu and Li families said that only Lu Kuang remains as a strong fighter. Then we can demand justice and launch a full assault to wipe out the 4 members of the Lu family. Zhang Yan nodded in satisfaction and instructed, Yang Er, go call Zhou Kai and have him spread the word in the city. Meanwhile, pay a visit to the Lu family. Yes, sir. Zhang Yang left excitedly. Before long, Zhou Kai led a team into action, and the news that the city lord's mansion was targeting the Lu family quickly spread throughout Tianyuan city. In the Wu family, Wu Mian heard the news, sneered, and immediately arranged for his son Wu Qi and daughter Wu Shi to hide, while he stayed in his room, waiting for news from the Lu family and the city lord's mansion. Li Tianfeng and Wu Mian share a similar mindset. Although they are unafraid of death and eager to witness the mutual destruction between the Lu family and the city lord's mansion, they are unwilling to let their children get involved. Using the excuse of gathering spiritual herbs, he sent his 2 sons and a daughter to the Luofeng mountain range, strictly instructing them not to return to Tianyuan city for a month. When Zhou Kai led his men into the Lu family, Lu Chun used a secret technique called Spirit Lock to cleverly suppress Lu Kuang's martial aura to the peak of the 9th level martial master realm. After detecting Lu Kuang's aura, Zhou Kai secretly breathed a sigh of relief, made a cold remark, and left with his men. Chun'er, you suppressed 4th uncle's martial aura. Are you planning to visit the city lord's mansion? Lu Kuang saw through Lu Chen's intention. Let's go and give the city lord's mansion a surprise, Lu Chen said, a cold glint in his eyes. And while we're at it, we'll reclaim everything they've owed the Lu family over the years. Lu Yi was worried. Chun'er, shouldn't you wait until you break through to the martial master realm? No need. With 4th uncle and I, we're strong enough to handle it, Lu Chen replied confidently. Lu Yi watched his son, realizing that ever since his downfall, many of his actions had become unpredictable. However, since things seemed to be turning for the better, he said nothing more. Just as he was planning to hide with Lu Zhan to ensure Lu Chun and Lu Kuang had no distractions, Lu Chen stopped him. Father, Zhang Yan and the others destroyed your Dantian and meridians. You should see them experience the same fate, Lu Chen said. In the end, the 4 of them left the Lu family together, heading towards the city lord's mansion. The martial artists on the street murmured among themselves, believing that the 4 were courting death. As they passed Wanbao Tower, Zhao Xian and Li Fu observed from the shadows. To everyone's surprise, Zhao Xian was using Lu Chen's Lingxiao steps, each step leaving a trail of starlight. Master Shu's soul force had been monitoring the surroundings, and upon seeing Zhao Xian using the Lingxiao steps, he gave Lu Chen a peculiar look, as if he had detected something unusual. In the western district of Tianyuan City lies the commercial area, with the city lord's mansion occupying a significant portion, securing its resources. The eastern district is entirely under the control of the city lord's mansion, with no other forces intruding. In this area, the mansion has carved out a section to establish a military corps, assembling over 10,000 armed personnel. The main hall of the city lord's mansion stands majestically at the center of the eastern district, covering several acres, surrounded by formidable guards forming an impenetrable human wall to protect the mansion's core. As Lu Chen stepped into the eastern district, his sharp eyes quickly spotted numerous soldiers of the city lord's mansion concealed along the road. These soldiers openly stared at Lu Chen and his 3 companions, their eyes filled with vigilance and hostility. As soon as the group moved further, a heavy sound of closing gates echoed behind them. The soldiers had swiftly shut the gate to the eastern district. Outside the district, observing martial artists shook their heads and sighed at this sight. To them, Lu Chen and his companions seemed to be walking into a trap, unlikely to escape unharmed. However, Lu Chen found the city lord's mansion's actions laughable. A faint smile appeared on his lips, and a glint of disdain flashed in his eyes. How could mere gates stop them with their strength? Even more amusing was the fact that the city lord's mansion probably never imagined that they had no intention of escaping, but planned to annihilate the mansion completely, seeking blood for blood in revenge for past grievances. Under the watchful eyes of the mansion's soldiers, Lu Chen and his companions proceeded fearlessly, soon reaching the main area of the city lord's mansion. Here, the buildings were numerous and layered, showcasing the power and wealth of the mansion. Brat, in Tianyuan City, the city lord's mansion seems to have some strength, with over 50 martial masters. Mouse Master quietly reminded, his voice tinged with caution. No matter how many martial masters, the ones who should die will die, Lu Chen replied coldly, his voice icy and piercing. Mouse Master added, besides the martial masters, the city lord's mansion has 2 martial kings. One is an old guy, and the other seems to be the city lord. The old guy is Zhang Yan's father, Zhang Huan. I've encountered the 2 martial kings of the city lord's mansion before in the Luofeng Mountains. Lu Chen's eyes flickered with a flame of hatred. No matter how much time passed, he would never forget the scene when they crippled him with sinister faces. This time, he intended to let the people of the city lord's mansion experience the same despair and pain he had endured. As long as you know, Mouse Master replied coolly, saying no more. While the 2 conversed, the group of 4 had already arrived outside the main hall of the city lord's mansion. As they reached the spot, Zhang Jie and Zhou Kai approached them, their faces filled with arrogance and contempt. Enemies meeting again ignited intense hatred. Seeing Zhang Jie's smug expression, Lu Kuang's face turned icy, and his eyes erupted with undisguised killing intent. Zhang Jie sneered. Lu Kuang, weren't you so arrogant before? Show me your arrogance now, and let me see how tough you really are. Are you sure? Lu Kuang's voice was calm, yet carried infinite menace. Sure, I want to see if you have the guts today, Zhang Jie taunted, his face full of disdain. Idiot. Lu Kuang spat out the words coldly. In the next instant, Lu Kuang lunged forward like a fierce tiger, his sword gleaming coldly as it aimed straight for Zhang Jie's chest. The blade pointed, brimming with deadly intent. Lu Kuang, you dare commit murder here, Zhou Kai shouted angrily, drawing his sword to attack Lu Kuang from behind, attempting to save Zhang Jie this way. However, Lu Kuang, now having reached the martial king realm, was far beyond Zhou Kai's speed. When Zhou Kai was still 3 to 4 meters away, Lu Kuang had already swiftly closed in on Zhang Jie. Damn it, you can't kill me, Zhang Jie yelled in terror, instinctively raising his sword in front of him to block the deadly strike. But Lu Kuang wouldn't let him have his way. With a flick of his wrist, the sword's edge lifted, a flash of cold light, and Zhang Jie's head was neatly severed from his neck, blood spurting out. Lu Kuang swiftly defeated Zhang Jie with a single strike, and without pausing, his sword flashed like lightning towards Zhou Kai. Witnessing Zhang Jie fall, Zhou Kai was filled with terror and instinctively used his martial skills to flee towards the main hall. He knew he was no match for Lu Kuang, and that only the city lord, Zhang Yan, and his father, Zhang Huan, could save him. However, Lu Kuang had no intention of letting him escape. Just as Zhou Kai was about to reach the hall doors, a swift and deadly sword intent struck him down, ending his life in an instant. Blood pooled at the entrance as Zhou Kai's body collapsed heavily on the threshold. Lu Kuang, you're courting death. A furious roar erupted from inside the hall. Zhang Yan, like a streak of light, dashed outside, his sword imbued with fierce sword intent aimed directly at Lu Kuang's vital points. Lu Kuang's expression changed slightly, realizing that Zhang Yan had also grasped sword intent, perhaps even more completely than his own. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from above the hall, as a fiery dragon-like sword intent descended with a howl. Not daring to be careless, Lu Kuang immediately channeled his martial king energy to counter with his swift sword intent. With a resounding boom, the two sword intents clashed in midair, sparks flying before both dissipated. The first exchange ended in a stalemate. Damn it, the Wu and Li families dared to deceive me. Zhang Yan spat angrily. You are not a mere martial artist. You've broken through to the martial king realm, and even comprehended sword intent. Lu Kuang sneered. Had they not deceived you, with your cunning and suspicious nature, would you have invited us into your trap? You think breaking through to martial king is enough to kill me? Zhang Yan laughed angrily. I believe it's sufficient, Lu Kuang replied calmly. What if you have to contend with me as well? An icy voice emerged from deep within the hall, as Zhang Huan appeared beside Zhang Yan. You admit to crippling my third brother 6 years ago, and recently, my son Chen'er as well. Lu Kuang's eyes were sharp as knives. Zhang Huan responded coldly. Today, you will die here, so I have no need for further concealment. This secret will vanish with you. Yet Lu Kuang said, I don't believe we will die here. You think you alone can take on the two of us? Zhang Yan clapped mockingly, and from the shadows emerged dozens of martial artists from the city lord's mansion, surrounding Lu Kuang and his group. Kill those 3 useless ones first, Zhang Yan ordered. As Zhao Xian prepared to have Li Fu assist, Lu Chun had already made his move. Awakening thunder, he called softly, and suddenly thunder roared as countless sword intents transformed into a downpour of swords. The martial artists who had underestimated Lu Chun and the others now realized their grave mistake, their faces filled with terror as they scrambled to escape. But Lu Chun coldly declared, it's too late to run now. In an instant, the sword rain descended, and dozens of martial artists fell simultaneously, their blood staining the ground. Lu Chun, with one sword, stood like the Grim Reaper, annihilating all opponents. The scent of blood hung in the air, electrifying everyone's nerves. Zhang Yan initially believed victory was within his grasp, his eyes gleaming with smug confidence. He was about to order his martial artists to kill Lu Chun and his companions, wanting Lu Kuang to witness the consequences of opposing him. However, the situation rapidly deteriorated. In the blink of an eye, his men were slaughtered, their blood staining the courtyard red. Lu Chun moved like lightning, his sword flashing like frost, and the power of his swordsmanship exceeded everyone's expectations. The heavy scent of blood filled the air, causing Zhang Yan and the Zhang family members to involuntarily step back, shadowed by the threat of death. They realized too late that inviting Lu Chun and his group to the city lord's mansion was a fatal mistake, akin to seeking their own doom. From the shadows, Zhao Xian's eyes sparkled with surprise at Lu Chun's display of strength. Beside her, Li Fu was left speechless with shock. He had seen countless swordsmen, but never encountered such terrifying swordsmanship. Considering that Lu Chun was only 16 and had reached this level, Li Fu couldn't help but gasp given time. This genius might become unbeatable. After dealing with the martial artists, Lu Chun turned his cold gaze to Zhang Yan. Now, do you still think you can survive? Damn it. How did you comprehend such powerful swordsmanship? Zhang Yan shouted hoarsely, disbelief etched across his face. Your vision is too narrow, Lu Chun sneered. A schemer like you could never understand my world. Zhang Huan tried to remain calm and asked, Lu Chun, what do you want? It's simple. Lu Chun's eyes glinted with cold light. The way you treated my father and me back then, I will treat you the same today. You want to cripple us? Zhang Yan's voice trembled. Then, trying to muster courage, he said, my wife is a relative of the Prince of Lin County. Do you dare to touch us? Lu Chun dismissed the threat with disdain. Your threats mean nothing to me. Whoever dares to provoke me will pay the price. Madman. You're a madman. Zhang Yan shouted, losing his composure, clearly not expecting Lu Chun to disregard even the prince's power. Yes, I am a madman. Lu Chun's eyes were filled with murderous intent. But it's all thanks to you. Our family could have lived peacefully, but you forced us into a corner. Since you won't let us live well, don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhang Xian, who had been contemplating a solution, stepped forward, trying to remain composed. Lu Chun, actually, our families can coexist. Oh, let's hear it. Lu Chun looked at the Zhang family strategist with interest. Zhang Xian took a deep breath. From today, our Zhang family is willing to bury the hatchet with the Lu family. As an apology, we are willing to give all our properties in the Western District to the Lu family. Zhang Xian, oh Zhang Xian, Lu Chun shook his head mockingly. You're willing to pay a high price just to buy time. No, this is not a stalling tactic, Zhang Xian replied earnestly. This is our sincerity. Standing by, Zhang Yan quickly spoke up. If you still don't believe me, I can have Yaoer marry you, and our families will become in-laws. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun slowly turned his gaze towards Zhang Yao and the Zhang family crowd, a slight smirk on his lips. Your father wants to marry you off to me. Are you willing? Zhang Yao, already impressed by Lu Chun's strength, blushed slightly under his gaze and whispered softly, I am willing. Ha! Lu Chun suddenly burst into laughter, the sound laced with obvious mockery. Zhang Xian tentatively asked, Lu Chun, does this mean you agree? Agree? Lu Chun's expression turned cold. You think offering a woman can settle this grudge? There's no such easy way out in this world. Then what are your terms? Zhang Xian frowned. Lu Chun replied coldly. If Zhang Yan and Zhang Huan kneel and cow down 99 times to my father, I will spare your Zhang family. At these words, Zhang Yan and Zhang Huan's faces changed drastically. As lords of a city, kneeling to rebels? If this news spread, they would become the laughingstock of Tianyuan city. As the younger members of the Zhang family stood in fear, Lin Qin suddenly stepped forward, her voice sharp. Zhang Yan, Zhang Huan, are our family's lives worth less than your pride? Should we bear the consequences of your sins? Though Zhang Yan despised Lin Qin, he realized they were now at their mercy and had to bow their heads. The father and son exchanged a glance, slowly knelt down, and began crawling toward Lu Yi. In the shadows, Zhao Xian clenched her hands tightly. She knew the true nature of the Zhang family men and feared they might seize the opportunity to harm Lu Yi. Lu Kuang, aware of this possibility, immediately moved to Lu Yi's side, gripping his sword to prevent any sudden moves. The Zhang family duo continued their kowtowing, reaching over 50 times. Just as everyone thought the situation was calming, Zhang Yan and his son suddenly launched a surprise attack. Zhang Huan aimed to distract Lu Kuang, while Zhang Yan targeted Lu Yi directly. However, such a ploy could not escape Lu Qin's watchful eyes, who had been monitoring their every move with soul power. Just as Zhang Yan was about to strike, the Jingzhe sword swiftly met his face. Flash! With a single stroke, Zhang Yan was beheaded. The man who had oppressed Tianyuan city for so long finally met his end. Lu Qin's sword moved like lightning, cutting Zhang Yan down in a single stroke before he had any chance to react. This scene left the Zhang family members feeling as if they had fallen into an icy abyss, utterly despaired. Even now you still dare to act violently? You truly are a scourge. Lu Kuang shouted angrily, his swift sword slicing through the air straight for Zhang Huan's throat. Facing a life-and-death crisis, Zhang Huan hastily poured all his spiritual power into his sword. With a roar reminiscent of a tiger, a fierce tiger sword intent burst forth, his ultimate technique developed from years of hiding behind Zhang Yan. However, he clearly underestimated the power of Lu Kuang's rapid sword intent. At the moment when the two sword intents collided, the swift sword intent, like a silver lightning bolt, pierced through the throat of the tiger's sword intent. With a thunderous crash, the tiger sword intent shattered instantly. The remaining force of the sword intent, swift and unstoppable, slashed towards Zhang Huan. In a panic, Zhang Huan raised his sword to block, but it was too late. His right arm was severed, blood gushing like a fountain. In excruciating pain, Zhang Huan let out a harrowing scream. yet he was still unwilling to accept his fate. Clutching his severed arm, he attempted to flee towards the opposite pavilion. Lu Kuang quickly caught up, kicking him back outside the main hall. The Zhang family members who witnessed all this were terrified out of their wits. The once mighty city lord's mansion was now teetering on the brink. The Zhang family bloodline they once took pride in had become their death knell. Chun'er, this guy's now a one-armed hero. How should we deal with him? Lu Kuang asked with a smile. Fourth uncle, destroy his dantian and sever his meridians, Lu Chun replied coldly. Let him experience what it's like to become a cripple. Lu Kuang was overjoyed to hear this. It was the most satisfying day he had experienced in 7 years. While maintaining his sword intent as a precaution, he stomped heavily on Zhang Huan's dantian. No! Zhang Huan's anguished scream echoed as his dantian was crushed, and dense spiritual energy gushed out. His eyes turned vacant, his face ashen, utterly despaired. Yet Lu Kuang did not stop there. Under the horrified gaze of the Zhang family, he struck Zhang Huan repeatedly, shattering his meridians and venting years of pent-up hatred. When Lu Kuang finally stopped, Zhang Huan collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently. His face was pale, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and there was no trace of his former arrogance. Old man, are you enjoying this now? Do you understand the pain of having your dantian and meridians destroyed? Lu Kuang sneered, brushing the dust off his hands. Zhang Huan gasped for breath, his voice trembling. Lu Kuang, don't celebrate too soon. The Prince of Lin County won't let you off. Let him come. Lu Kuang replied fearlessly. If they dare to come, we'll make sure they leave horizontally. I'm waiting. Zhang Huan was so furious that he spat out another mouthful of blood, staring venomously at Lu Kuang. Lu Kuang kicked him toward the Zhang family members and turned to ask, Chun'er, what should we do with these people? Lu Chen looked at Lu Yi beside him. Father, what do you want to do? Kill them, Lu Yi uttered coldly. 6 years of pain and humiliation erupted at this moment. Now that his son and brother were strong, he wouldn't miss this chance for revenge. Uncle, since father says to kill them, let's kill them all. Lu Chen spoke indifferently. All right. Lu Kuang rolled up his sleeves, ready to act. No, Lin Xin screamed, abandoning her previous arrogance. Lu Chun, if you think Yaoer isn't enough, I can give you Zhang Xin as well, so you can enjoy both. Seeing that persuasion didn't work, Lin Xin changed her tone sharply. Lu Chun, don't be ungrateful. I'm the woman of Lin Ming, the son of the Prince of Lin County. Yaoer and Yang'er are our children. If you dare touch us, the prince's household won't spare you. Hearing this, Zhang Yao and Zhang Yang looked at Lin Xin in shock. Zhang Jia was confused, Zhang Xian seemed to have known, and Zhang Huan's face turned extremely grim. Mother, are you saying I'm the son of my uncle? Zhang Yang asked in a trembling voice. Yes, you and your siblings are. Lin Xin confessed. Zhang Yin, that useless man, isn't your father. Zhang Yang broke down, shouting. If we're all my uncle's children, why did he only take my brother to the prince's house and leave me and my sister here? Lin Xin explained. Your martial arts talent is too poor. Your grandfather didn't agree, and he had no choice. No choice. Zhang Yang pointed angrily at the city lord's mansion. He left me here to die. How can I not blame him? Uncle, Lu Chen said calmly. If you find this drama entertaining, watch a bit longer. If not, send them on their way. The drama's good, but I'd rather kill. Lu Kuang laughed, and as he moved, the Zhang family members fled in terror, but ultimately, they couldn't escape death. Thus, the era of the Zhang family in Tianyuan City came to a complete end. After eliminating the Zhang family, Lu Kuang walked over to the three of them with a sense of satisfaction. He let out a long breath, his face beaming with excitement. Today was amazing. Yeah, years of resentment have finally been resolved, Lu Yi remarked, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes. Third brother, Chun'er, our great revenge has been achieved. We must celebrate properly today, Lu Kuang suggested with a smile. Count me in. Lu Yi immediately agreed. I'm in too. Lu Chen nodded in agreement. Shall we go then? Lu Kuang was about to turn away when he noticed Lu Chen shaking his head. Lu Chen's gaze shifted to where Zhao Xian and Li Fu were hiding. He calmly said, Friends from Wanbao Tower, after watching for so long, aren't you planning to come out and say hello? Surprised at being discovered, Zhao Xian and Li Fu exchanged glances before confidently stepping out to face the four of them. Zhao Xian wore a faint smile. Congratulations to the Lu family for avenging your great enmity. I'd heard the highest steward of Wanbao Tower was a woman, but I didn't expect her to be so young, Lu Yi observed, his tone tinged with surprise as he examined the young girl before him. 16 isn't that young, Zhao Xian replied. She was dressed elegantly, her demeanor graceful, and she wore a pink veil that added an air of mystery around her. Same age as Chun'er, Lu Kuang mused, silently wary. A 16-year-old girl being the highest steward of Wanbao Tower in Tianyuan City surely had an extraordinary background. What brings Wanbao Tower here today? Lu Yi asked directly, regaining his composure. If I said we came to watch the show, would the Lu family master believe it? Zhao Xian replied with a smile. Lu Yi shook his head. With Wanbao Tower's status, The feud between the Liu and Zhang families probably doesn't interest you. You're here for Chen'er, aren't you? Sharp eyes, Liu family master, Zhao Xian praised. It's no wonder you once led the Liu family to the top of the four great families. What do you want with Chen'er? Lu Kuang frowned, expressing his concern. Sensing his wariness, Zhao Xian quickly reassured him. No need to worry, Senior Liu. We mean no harm to the Liu family. Joining Wanbao Tower is a dream opportunity for many warriors, Li Fu added. We wish to invite young Master Lu Chun to join Wanbao Tower. Old man, I can have a great future without joining Wanbao Tower, Lu Chun joked. I don't see anything special about it. Zhao Xian wasn't offended. Instead, she asked, young Master Lu Chun, have you heard of the Supreme Hall? No, I haven't. Lu Chun shook his head in denial, though he secretly chuckled to himself. The Supreme Hall was something he had once advised that beast on how to build. Zhao Xian explained that the Supreme Hall is a talent cultivation center under the Wanbao building. There, cultivators can access an endless supply of resources such as cultivation techniques, martial arts skills, spirit crystals, elixirs, and weapons, all of which are hard to come by in the outside world. Lu Chen listened and couldn't help but smirk inwardly. He knew the Supreme Hall all too well. It was originally an imperial artifact he had obtained in the 100 Battles secret realm in his previous life. Once, while drinking, he had whimsically gifted it to his friend, nicknamed Beast. At that time, Beast was troubled by a particular issue. Although Wanbao Building frequently recruited martial artists, it struggled to find truly top-notch fighters, let alone establish a loyal core team. This was inconsistent with Wanbao Building's ambition to become the #1 establishment in the divine martial world. To address his friend's dilemma, Lu Chun proposed a comprehensive talent cultivation plan. This plan included 4 core systems: a tier system, an elimination system, a recommendation system, and a joint liability system. The tier system divided the cultivation framework into dozens of levels, with the highest level set at Wanbao Building's headquarters, allowing entry into the Supreme Hall to study supreme martial arts. The lowest level was set at the county level. This ensured a fair path to advancement while attracting talent from various regions. The elimination system was reflected in the strict triannual assessments. Those who passed could advance to study more powerful techniques, while those who failed for 2 consecutive years would be eliminated. However, these eliminated individuals wouldn't be completely discarded, but rather assigned to lower-level branch buildings. The recommendation system required all candidates entering the cultivation framework to be recommended by internal Wanbao Building personnel, with each branch having corresponding recommendation quotas. In theory, a small place like Tianyuan City shouldn't have recommendation privileges, yet Zhao Xian could provide a quota, which made Lu Chen suspicious of her true identity. As for the joint liability system, it was designed to prevent favoritism and corruption. If anyone was found accepting bribes to improperly promote others, not only would the perpetrator be expelled from Wanbao Building, but all personnel of the same level would also be penalized. In his previous life, shortly after Lu Chun devised this system, he met his end in the Nether Mountain Range. Now, it seemed that Beast not only fully implemented the system, but also named it Supreme Hall. Chen'er, what do you think about going to the Supreme Hall? Lu Yi asked with great anticipation. Not interested, Lu Chen replied, shaking his head. To him, everything Wanbao Building could offer was already easily within his reach, making reliance on others unnecessary. Seeing this, Zhao Xian was so frustrated she wanted to lash out, but quickly reminded herself to maintain her fairy-like demeanor. She took a deep breath and forcefully handed a uniquely shaped token to Lu Chun. Take it. Whenever you want to go, just find any branch, and they'll arrange it for you. All right. Lu Chun casually accepted the token and tossed it directly into his storage ring. Seeing Lu Chun disregard the Supreme Hall token she offered, Zhao Xian furrowed her brow slightly and sighed inwardly. With Lu Chen's astonishing talent, Tianyuan City was indeed just a starting point for him. Once he left the city, many sects would undoubtedly extend invitations with generous terms to recruit him. As a representative of the Wanbao Pavilion, she didn't want to miss out on such a genius, but for now, she had to let it go and wait for another opportunity. Master Lu, since the dispute between the Liu and Zhang families has been settled, I shall take my leave, Zhao Xian said, turning to Lu Yi. Safe travels. Lu Yi replied respectfully. If you have some free time, feel free to visit Wanbao Pavilion, Zhao Xian said with a smile, then left with Li Fu. After they departed, Lu Yi looked curiously at his son. Chen'er, the conditions at Wanbao Pavilion aren't bad. Why do you seem uninterested? Father, I already have a master, so there's no need for me to join Wanbao Pavilion, Lu Chun explained with a smile. Oh, I see. I was being foolish, Lu Yi realized, feeling relieved. With such a powerful master, you indeed shouldn't join another place. If your master finds out, they might think you're being disloyal and expel you from the sect, which would be troublesome. Chen'er, if you don't want to join Wanbao Pavilion, why did you accept the token? Lu Kuang asked, puzzled. Lu Chun toyed with the Supreme Hall token, grinning mischievously. Uncle, this is a rare treasure. Since it was offered, why not take it? It might come in handy someday, and we could owe someone a favor. Haha. You're a clever one. Lu Kuang laughed heartily. Chenner, now that everything's settled, shall we head back? Lu Yi suggested. Yes, we should. But let's gather the spoils first, Lu Chun said as he began searching the bodies for storage rings. The other three quickly joined in, and in no time, they had collected all the storage rings from the deceased, finding a considerable haul. As the four of them left the city lord's mansion, full of vigor, the soldiers who had been eyeing them warily now remained silent, fearing to provoke Lu Chun. After they left, the soldiers rushed into the mansion like a tide, frantically looting the remaining valuables. In less than an hour, the mansion was emptied, and the soldiers discarded their uniforms and fled with the stolen goods. Unaware of what happened behind them, Lu Chun and the others confidently returned to the Lu family under the watchful eyes of the onlookers. When the news reached the Wu and Li families, they were shocked. Although Wu Mian and Li Tianfeng knew of Lu Kuang's strength, they couldn't understand how they managed to leave unscathed. Had the Lu and Zhang families reached some agreement? But given the long-standing feud and Zhang Yan's narrow-mindedness, this theory was quickly dismissed. Both men were left puzzled. The city of Tianyuan was in an uproar. News of the shocking events at the city lord's mansion spread quickly through the streets. Thanks to the soldiers who had escaped, Lu Kuang and his son Lu Chun not only wiped out everyone in the mansion, but both had also comprehended the essence of the sword. Lu Kuang had even broken through to the martial king realm. This news swept through the city like a hurricane, with everyone discussing the astonishing turn of events. Upon hearing the news, the Li and Wu families praised Li Tianxi and Wu Yong for their clever scheming. Although Lu Chen's unexpected rise prevented them from wiping out the Lu family entirely, getting rid of the city lord's mansion, which treated them like lackeys, was still considered a good outcome. Inside the Lu family residence, Lu Chun and three others raised their glasses in celebration. After drinking heartily, they each went their separate ways. Lu Chun returned to his room and entered the world within the Chaos Pearl. There, Master Rat emerged from a mountain of spirit crystals and approached him. What's your plan next, kid? Master Rat asked. First, I need to enhance my soul power to refine the Meridian Continuation Pill and the Great Restoration Pill for my father, Lu Chun replied. Are you planning to stay cooped up in Tianyuan City forever? Master Rat frowned. Seeing Lu Chun raise an eyebrow, Master Rat continued. In your previous life, you were a martial emperor. You should know that experience is the fastest way to improve. I suggest you go out and explore. But what if people from Lin County come looking for trouble? Lu Chun expressed his concern. You're too caught up in the moment. Master Rat shook his head in exasperation. The Wanbao Pavilion is eager to maintain a good relationship with you. With their support, a mere county prince wouldn't dare touch your father and uncle. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. That's true. While Wanbao Pavilion is gathering materials, I should go out and collect more resources for my father and uncle. By the way, Master Rat, why haven't you mentioned John D? Humph, that kid is practicing the art of creation. If he doesn't follow you, he'll never achieve anything in this life. Master Rat scoffed. All right then. Tomorrow I'll discuss with my father about taking Jean D to the Luofeng Mountains. Upon hearing this, Master Rat's eyes gleamed, giving Lu Chun the feeling of being outmaneuvered. He then focused on practicing the 9 Nethersoul Codex. The next morning, as the sun rose, Lu Chun emerged from his room, rubbing his aching temples. He found Lu Yi and Lu Kuang and explained his idea of taking Lu Zhan to the Luofeng Mountains for training. Though moved by Lu Chen's care for his brother, Lu Kuang still had concerns. Chenner, Zhaner is too weak and might hold you back. Uncle, brothers should support each other, Lu Chen smiled. Traveling together, he'll eventually grow stronger. Seeing Lu Chen's care for his son, Lu Kuang was too choked up to speak. Lu Yi patted his brother's shoulder. Let them go. We'll wait at home. Turning to Lu Chun, Lu Yi said sternly. Remember, if Zhaner gets hurt, I'll break your legs. Don't worry. Father, I won't let anyone bully Jean D. Go on, Lu Yi said, gazing at his son. The world outside is vast, and you should go see it. Lu Chun embraced his frail father and uncle tightly, then left the Lu family with Lu Zhan, under the watchful eyes of the 2 elder men. The Luofeng mountain range. Situated on the eastern edge of the Tianmu continent, this vast range is rumored to be as large as an entire domain. In the realm of Shenwu, the continent represents the highest tier, beneath which are numerous smaller lands. Each smaller land is divided into several domains, with their numbers varying from a dozen to several dozen, depending on their size. Within each domain, countless dynasties and factions exist. For example, Tianyuan City belongs to the Tianmu Eastern Continent, Xiling Realm, Donghua Domain, Qianyang Kingdom, and Lin County, making it a remote, outlying small city. The Luofeng mountain range is a land of towering peaks and deep waters, teeming with life and inhabited by fierce beasts. Over the ages, many precious herbs have been cultivated here. The beasts are extremely ferocious, making even the outermost areas unsafe. However, it is precisely because of the multitude of beasts that this place has become both a paradise and a graveyard for warriors. This so-called paradise exists because, despite the abundance of beasts, many of the powerful ones guard extremely rare medicinal herbs. Humans cannot easily gather these herbs, which are ancient and diverse in species. Once a warrior obtains just one, it could ensure a lifetime of wealth and freedom from want. Yet, it is also known as a graveyard, as the ferocity of the beasts means that any careless warrior could become their prey. Even in the outermost areas, countless powerful beasts lurk, ready to claim the lives of the unwary. Each year, countless warriors perish after venturing into this mountain range. Accompanied by Lu Zhan, Lu Chun did not rush along the main road but followed the advice of Master Mouse, guiding Lu Zhan along mountain paths. Throughout the journey, Lu Chun intentionally led Lu Zhan into areas where fierce beasts roamed, forcing him to face these wild creatures alone while he observed silently from the shadows. Days turned into nights, and 10 days passed swiftly. During this time, the two brothers traversed countless ridges and finally arrived at the foot of the Luofeng mountain range. By now, compared to his previously timid self in the Lu family, Lu Zhan bore many scars from the beasts, yet his entire demeanor had changed significantly. He exuded a more formidable aura, radiating an undeniable sense of strength. More importantly, his power had surged. He could now kill a fierce beast with a single punch. Standing at the mountain's base, Lu Chun and Lu Zhan gazed at the distant, ancient town of Luofeng. This town, located at the edge of the Luofeng mountain range, serves as a resting place for all warriors wishing to enter the mountains to gather herbs. Due to its unique geographical location, Luofeng town has become a hub for warriors. However, it is a lawless place where chaos reigns and murder and robbery can occur at any moment. For those without strength, entering this place is akin to stepping into a trap. As they walked down the bustling streets, a pervasive sense of vigilance and tension filled the air. Seeing the throngs of people in Luofeng town, a trace of excitement flashed in Lu Zhan's eyes. This was his first time stepping out of Tianyuan city and experiencing the outside world. Every corner of this ancient town intrigued him. Chun, is this the Luofeng mountain range? Lu Zhan couldn't help but ask. Although he had heard many tales about this place, seeing it in person still stirred his heart. Lu Chun nodded slightly, his gaze deep as he looked into the distance, his voice steady. Yes, this is the Luofeng mountain range. Let's rest in Luofeng town first, have something to eat, and then enter the mountains. All right, Lu Zhan responded with an excited smile, eager to begin. As they entered Luofeng town, they immediately attracted attention. Some eyes were curious, while others were wary and hostile. Those who cast curious glances clearly recognized Lu Chen's identity, aware that this seemingly ordinary young man had once cleaved an entire street with a single sword strike, his strength not to be underestimated. They weren't planning to target Lu Chun, they were just puzzled by the situation. The once disgraced Lu Chun had now returned as a warrior, though his level had fallen from a 7th level martial master to a 6th level martial warrior. On the street, a few newcomers who were unaware of Lu Chen's reputation set their sights on the seemingly unremarkable brothers, despite their decent attire. A burly man, wielding a large saber and possessing the strength of an 8th level martial warrior, followed them with a few underlings for several hundred meters before finally blocking their path. Got something to say? Lu Chen asked, his eyes slightly raised, his voice cold. Just want to borrow some money, the burly man said with a smug grin, his followers snickering behind him. I have money, but I wonder if you have the life to spend it, Lu Chen replied, his tone still calm. The burly man patted the blade of his saber, his threat clear. Just hand over the money. I'll spend however much you have. Otherwise, all right, I'll give it to you. Lu Chen's words were barely out when a flash of cold light swept by. Before Lu Zhan could understand why his brother was so agreeable, the burly man's head had already flown off, rolling into the roadside ditch. Well, I guess I overthought it. Lu Zhan sighed internally, knowing it was harder for Lu Chun to hold back than to kill. The onlookers who knew Lu Chun were stunned. Wasn't this guy ruined? His sword is even faster now. We used to see the shadow of his sword. Now the head's off before you even see it. Spare us, young master. The remaining underlings fell to their knees, sobbing and pleading for mercy. How naive, the old acquaintances sneered. This is Lu the Butcher. Expecting mercy from him is like waiting for the sun to rise in the west. Off you go to reincarnate. In 18 years, you'll be a good man again. Lu Chun said with the same indifference, his sword flashing decisively as he dispatched the remaining men. Zhan, let's go. Let's get something to eat. I'm hungry. Lu Chun turned and smiled at Lu Zhan. I'm hungry too. Chinga, Lu Zhan chuckled as he followed. The two walked straight into the largest inn in Falling Maple Town, choosing a window seat. Those who initially thought of fleecing the sheep quickly inquired about Lu Chen's background. Upon learning about his bloody past, they broke out in cold sweats, relieved that they hadn't acted sooner, or they might have ended up like the others. Hey, did that guy just smile? Someone whispered. It seemed like he smiled at the big oaf. No way. I thought he only had that deadpan face. Sure, keep it down. If he hears you, he might stop eating just to bury you on the spot. Right, I'm shutting up. That person immediately covered their mouth, afraid of provoking Lu Chen. The innkeeper was a well-dressed, rotund middle-aged man, draped in a glossy silk robe with a jade pendant jingling at his waist, hinting at his considerable wealth. He sat behind the counter, calculating with a frown, his fingers deftly flicking the abacus beads. When the corner of his eye caught Lu Chen entering the inn, his hands paused, and he looked up at Lu Chen. Under the gaze of the diners, the innkeeper put down his ledger, tidied his clothes, and cheerfully stepped out from behind the counter. Despite his corpulent figure, his steps were steady. He approached quickly, a broad smile on his face, his tone courteous but not obsequious. "Young Master Lu Chen, what would you like to eat?" Lu Chen casually replied, "Just a few good vegetarian dishes and a jar of fine wine." "All right, I'll have it arranged right away." The innkeeper's smile widened as he turned and loudly ordered the waiter to prepare. Inside the Chaos Pearl, Master Rat chuckled, his tone tinged with amusement. "Kid, this guy is probably the strongest person you've encountered so far." Lu Chen smirked, his expression calm. To thrive in Luofeng town and dare to run an inn, he must be no ordinary person. Without some skill, he'd have been wiped out long ago. "That's true," Master Rat agreed. "Everyone here has spilled blood before, and if you don't let them, they won't even glance at you, let alone leave you in peace." Although the innkeeper's past is unclear, I believe he's a sword cultivator, not just a flashy one like Zhang Yan. Lu Chen nodded slightly. As a former sword emperor, his sense of swords was incredibly sharp. Even though the innkeeper deliberately suppressed his aura and acted like an ordinary townsman, Lu Chen could still sense the hidden sword intent within him, like an undercurrent, formidable and not to be underestimated. Master Rat continued, "Not just here, it's the same everywhere. The weak are always bullied. Only here it's more straightforward." Lu Chen responded lightly, agreeing in his heart. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes, and where there are rivers and lakes, there are distinctions between the strong and the weak. Without strength, no matter where you go, you'll always be oppressed. Soon, the dishes were served one after another. The waiter carefully brought out steaming vegetarian dishes along with a jar of fragrant old wine, all of the finest quality in the inn. The vibrant greens filled the plates, their aroma mouth-watering. The brothers, not having smelled such appetizing food in a while, were famished and dug in eagerly. The meal was particularly satisfying. For the past 10 days, they had almost exclusively eaten meat, losing their taste for it. The light vegetarian meal was unexpectedly fulfilling. Seeing the two clear their plates, the innkeeper approached with a friendly smile. "Young Master Lu Chen, did the meal suit your taste?" "It was great." "How much?" Lu Chen asked casually, setting down his cup. The innkeeper clasped his hands in a salute, slightly bowing with a wide smile. "No charge. Consider this meal a gesture of our inn's acquaintance with young Master Lu Chen." Lu Chen didn't refuse. He understood that the innkeeper valued his strength, perhaps as a way to test the waters. Wiping his mouth casually, he suddenly remembered they'd be spending more time in the wilderness and asked, "Innkeeper, do you have any vegetables with roots still attached?" The innkeeper paused, a hint of confusion in his expression. "Our vegetables are grown by others, and those in the kitchen don't have roots, but there are plenty still growing in the fields." "What does young Master Lu Chen need them for?" "That's good." Lu Chen nodded. "Bring some of every kind of green vegetable with roots and soil intact. I'll buy them." The innkeeper initially wanted to advise against buying too much but kindly reminded him, "Young Master Lu Chen, even with roots, green vegetables wilt in 2 or 3 days, so you can't stockpile too many." "No worries, just handle it." Lu Chen's tone was calm, clearly having a plan. Seeing his firm attitude, the innkeeper stopped persuading and promptly instructed the waiter to prepare. Soon, whispers spread among the patrons, puzzled by Lu Chen's request, but the innkeeper paid no mind, managing everything smoothly. Half an hour later, several waiters, sweating profusely, brought in large baskets filled with a dozen types of green vegetables, each with 20 or 30 stalks, their roots fresh and moist with soil. "Thank you, innkeeper." Lu Chen beamed, storing the vegetables in his storage ring before getting up to leave. "Take care, young Master Lu Chen." The innkeeper smiled as he saw him off, his expression carrying a hint of deeper meaning. Lu Chen gave a slight smile, gently lifted his wrist, and 3 crystal-clear spirit stones landed steadily on the rustic wooden counter. Before the innkeeper could react, he had already turned and left, his figure quickly disappearing through the door. The innkeeper looked at the spirit stones, which were worth far more than the cost of the meal, and a knowing smile crept across his face. Although this young man gave a fierce impression, he acted with restraint and knew how to win people over with reason. He seemed like someone worth getting to know. After leaving the inn, Lu Chun and Lu Zhan weaved through the bustling streets. They first stopped at a clothing store to pick out some garments, then visited a general store to buy a variety of spices. All the items were effortlessly stored in his storage ring with smooth, fluid motions. The brothers traveled along the main road and reached the entrance of the Luofeng Mountains in less than 15 minutes. It was peak time for entering the mountains, and the crowd was bustling. Many who recognized Lu Chun began to scheme silently. Having such a powerful ally in the perilous mountains would undoubtedly provide extra security. Soon, a 5-member team approached Lu Chun, consisting of 2 warriors and 3 martial masters. The leader was a martial artist at the 4th level of the martial master stage. Lu Chun, hold on a second, the man called out loudly, drawing the attention of those nearby. What's up? Lu Chun's tone was icy. With a smile, Zhao Ziang said, we'd like to invite you to join us. Not interested. Lu Chun refused without a second thought. Bringing along this group of burdens was less appealing than turning back now. Lu Chun, you could. Don't say another word, Lu Chun interrupted coldly. If you keep babbling, I might just bury you all right here. Zhao Ziang's face turned pale, and after an awkward bow, he and his companions hurriedly left. Seeing this, others with similar intentions wisely dispersed. John, let's go. Lu Chun turned to his brother. Brother Chun, you're so fierce. Lu Zhan joked with a laugh. John, when you're out in the world, you have to learn to be fierce, Lu Chun said seriously. If you're not, others will be fierce to you and take advantage of you. Understand? Got it, Brother Chun. The two continued deeper into the mountains. As noon approached, the number of fellow travelers had dwindled to less than half the original crowd. Lu Chun looked up at the sky through the gaps in the leaves, then communicated with Master Rat in the Chaos Pearl. Master Rat, is there anything edible nearby? Not picky. I'm hungry. Anything edible will do. Head 10 miles northeast. There's some meat there. Got it, Lu Chun replied, and then sped through the forest with Lu Zhan. This scene left the people around them stunned. Although this area had few beasts, they were not absent, and running so openly seemed like a death wish. If it were them, sneaking around to steal beast spirit herbs, they wouldn't dare make such a commotion. Swoosh. In the forest, the silence was shattered by the sound of 2 figures cutting through the air as Lu Chun and Lu Zhan swiftly arrived at the location described by Master Shu. Amidst the dense foliage, they discovered a massive sleeping boar. This beast was hefty, weighing around 400 to 500 pounds, with tusks that curved and stretched over a foot long. Its skin was a stony dark gray, marking it as a peak first-tier wild boar. Known for its formidable strength and decent speed, the most daunting aspect of the wild boar was its tough skin and thick flesh. Even beasts of the same level, or those at the early stage of the 2nd tier, might struggle to defeat it easily. Upon seeing the wild boar, Lu Chun smiled slightly, a flicker of determination in his eyes as he made up his mind to use this beast to train Lu Zhan. Zhan, go and take it down, Lu Chun said calmly, his voice carrying a hint of nonchalance. Brother Chun, this creature is too strong. I'm not its match, Lu Zhan replied with a touch of apprehension in his voice. He knew that a peak first-tier beast's strength was comparable to a 9th-level martial apprentice, while he was only at the 5th level. Despite his recent progress, he still lacked confidence facing such a formidable opponent. Lu Chun gently patted his shoulder, his tone warm yet encouraging. Zhan, don't be afraid. Just use your fists on it. It's not as tough as it looks. Taking a deep breath, Lu Zhan nodded, mustering his courage as he leaped out from the bushes. Crack! The sound of snapping twigs echoed sharply in the quiet forest, waking the wild boar abruptly. It let out an angry roar, its eyes snapping open as it charged towards the intruder. Roar! The boar's deafening bellow seemed to shake the entire forest, its tusks gleaming menacingly as it lunged at Lu Zhan. Panic surged in Lu Zhan's heart, and he nearly turned to flee. But seeing Lu Chun watching him, he gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and stepped forward to face the challenge. Channeling his energy, he charged at the wild boar. Bang! His punch landed on the boar's skin but failed to inflict any real damage. The boar merely swayed slightly before mercilessly tossing Lu Zhan aside. Lu Zhan crashed to the ground, pain radiating through his chest. Before he could fully regain his senses, the boar was upon him again, its massive form causing the ground to tremble with each step, threatening to crush him. Imagining the crushing weight of 400 pounds, his heart clenched, and cold sweat broke out. Ignoring his pain, he scrambled to his feet and faced the boar once more. Bang, bang, bang. For the next few minutes, Lu Zhan was repeatedly knocked around by the boar, barely able to fight back. Each collision left him like a puppet battered by cannon fire, utterly powerless. Gradually, the boar seemed to take pleasure in the game, effortlessly tossing Lu Zhan into the air with its massive body. Whenever he was about to hit the ground, it would swiftly use its snout to send him flying again, treating him like a plaything. Meanwhile, Lu Zhan's condition worsened. His internal organs ached, his chest felt like it had been pounded by a hammer, and nearly all his ribs were fractured, his skin split, staining his clothes with blood. Sigh, this kid is hopeless. He doesn't even have the basic combat skills. Getting beaten up isn't supposed to be like this. Master Shu shook his head in exasperation, watching Lu Zhan's plight with disdain. To him, Lu Zhan was inferior to the wild boar, lacking even the most fundamental techniques. Without Lu Chun, his powerful brother, he would likely remain ordinary all his life. In martial arts, besides talent, intelligence is crucial. Lu Chun didn't argue, just smiled softly and stepped forward. With a light step, he effortlessly rescued the nearly unconscious Lu Zhan from the boar's attack range, gently placing him on the ground. Zhan, fighting isn't just about brute force. Watch how I handle this beast, Lu Chun said, his voice gentle yet filled with immense power. He stood tall, ready to demonstrate how to deal with the ferocious creature. Tears welled up in Lu Zhan's eyes as he finally saw Chen coming to his rescue. By now, he was covered in wounds, and any further delay might have cost him his life. The rampaging wild boar suddenly noticed another human approaching and flew into a rage, charging at Lu Chun just as it had attacked Lu Zhan. However, Lu Chun was incredibly agile, and each time the boar thought it was about to strike, he deftly dodged, causing the boar to miss its target. After failing dozens of times, the boar finally lost its patience. Its eyes turned bloodshot as it entered a frenzy, its speed and strength increasing significantly. In this state, if it hit Lu Zhan's waist, it would surely break on impact. Yet, Lu Chun remained calm, skillfully engaging the boar with his combat techniques without rushing to deliver a heavy blow. The enraged boar charged wildly, toppling trees within a few hundred meters. After another quarter of an hour, the boar, unable to harm Lu Chun even slightly, realized that this human was not the easily bullied Lu Zhan, but a formidable opponent far beyond its capability. It let out an angry roar and turned to flee. Trying to run now? Better be my lunch instead, Lu Chun laughed, swinging his sword. In an instant, the boar's body was cleaved in two, blood splattering everywhere. After dealing with the boar, Lu Chun turned and asked, Zhan, do you understand now how to handle these brutal creatures? Chun, I think I get it, Lu Zhan replied weakly. Zhan, you must learn to strike hard while also finding opportunities to dodge lethal attacks, Lu Chun advised seriously. Chun, my stomach hurts badly, like it's on fire, Lu Zhan said, wiping the blood flowing from his nose and mouth, clearly suffering from severe internal injuries. Lu Chun comforted him. With the creation battle technique, the more severe the injury, the better the cultivation effect. That's why I didn't save you immediately. Now, quickly use the technique to heal. It won't hurt as much soon. Chun, are you saying I won't die? Lu Zhan asked hopefully. With the creation battle technique protecting you, as long as you don't die on the spot, you'll survive even the worst injuries. Reassured by this promise, Lu Zhan felt relieved and immediately began practicing the creation battle technique. As he did, a special energy flowed through his body, continuously repairing his damaged organs. This discovery invigorated him, and he accelerated the technique's operation. Meanwhile, Lu Chun had already set up a fire and started roasting the boar meat. An hour later, Lu Zhan's organs had fully recovered, and most of his broken bones had healed. To his surprise, his physical abilities were even stronger than before the injury. Chun, not only am I healed, but my strength has also increased, Lu Zhan exclaimed excitedly as he stood up. Stop talking and eat already. I'm starving, Lu Chun said with a smirk. Hee meat time. Lu Zhan grinned, and the two brothers began to feast heartily. After finishing the barbecue, Lu Chun carefully saved a small piece of the best meat from the wild boar and continued deeper into the Luofeng Mountains with Lu Zhan. Considering that Lu Zhan's bones, broken by the wild boar, hadn't fully healed yet, Lu Chun deliberately slowed down their pace. Along the way, Master Mouse showcased an impressive talent for finding medicinal herbs, accurately pointing out their locations each time. Although they were still on the outskirts of the mountains and only found first-grade herbs, Lu Chun accepted them all, collecting 7 types of herbs into the Chaos Cauldron world. From noon until evening, the two advanced nearly 100 miles into the depths of the mountain range. Eventually, they stopped at a unique cliff. This cliff stood over 100 meters tall, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with the 4th side being a sheer, mirror-like rock face with almost no vegetation. The most striking feature was a naturally formed cave midway up the cliff, not large but spacious enough for a few people to take shelter. In this beast-infested mountain range, it was undoubtedly an ideal resting spot. Just as Lu Chun was about to lead Lu Zhan up the mountain, a hostile voice suddenly came from behind. Kid, this place was claimed by me first. If you know what's good for you, get lost, or don't blame me for being rude. Interesting, now even I get robbed, Lu Chun chuckled, recalling how he used to make others cry for mercy. Turning around, he saw 3 middle-aged men, one at the 6th level of the warrior realm, one at the 8th level, and the one who spoke was at the 3rd level of the martial master realm. Lu Zhan looked at these 3 and couldn't help but pity them. Even Zhang Yan, at the martial king realm, was easily killed by Lu Chun, and these 3 seemed to be courting death. Qian He, the 3rd level martial master, sneered. Just a lowly warrior. What's there to be afraid of robbing? Annoy me, and I'll kill you. Coincidentally, I was thinking the same, Lu Chun grinned. Kid, what do you mean? One of them shouted harshly. Annoy me, and I'll kill you. Lu Chen replied calmly. Ha! Qianli, the 6th-level warrior, laughed. Big brother, listen to this. A kid at the 5th level of the warrior realm saying he'll kill us. Truly doesn't know his limits. Qian he said with a dark expression. Third brother, go teach him what death means. Yes, big brother, Qianli responded, then approached Lu Chun with a sinister smile. Kid, I didn't want to take your life, but since you're asking for it, don't blame us for being ruthless. I'm afraid killing you will dirty my hands. But unfortunately, you really lack judgment, Lu Chen said coldly, casually breaking off a tree branch. Qianli, enraged, thrust his sword straight at Lu Chen's chest. Lu Chen nonchalantly waved the branch, and Qianli flew backward like a kite with a broken string, landing heavily at Qianli's feet. At this moment, Qianli's right cheek was a bloody mess, clearly the result of Lu Chen's strike with a branch. Wiping his face with his hand, he pulled away a chunk of flesh, his eyes filled with resentment. Big brother, this damn kid pretended to be weak and took advantage of us. Kid, you dare hurt my brother? I will slice you into 1,000 pieces. Come on, I'm right here waiting for you to kill me, Lu Chun replied with a cold sneer. Qian He, enraged, swung his sword fiercely at Lu Chun. Lu Chun glanced at him with disdain, thinking, you think you can kill me with skills like that? Foolish. He had no intention of wasting time. As Qian He approached, Lu Chun effortlessly sidestepped the blade. At the same time, he flicked a branch from his hand, aiming at Qian He's neck. The branch whistled through the air, transforming in speed and force, becoming as sharp as a sword. With a swift motion, it pierced Qian He's throat. His head fell off and flew towards Qian Yi, a warrior of the 8th level, landing directly in his hands. Ah! Qian Yi's face turned pale with fear, clutching the bloody head, nearly fainting. He quickly tossed it aside, his legs buckling as he fled in terror. Seeing this, Qian Li's face turned ashen, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He wanted to escape, but his legs felt as heavy as lead, unable to move. Lu Chen glanced at Qian Li indifferently, then grabbed a handful of leaves and hurled them at Qian Yi. The leaves spun through the air, accurately striking his chest, eliciting a piercing scream as Qian Yi's body turned into a blood-soaked mess. No, don't kill me. Qian Li was on the verge of breaking down, his voice trembling with fear. Qian He and Qian Yi are both dead. Please spare me. If I don't kill you, what's the point of letting you live? Lu Chen replied coldly. Before he finished speaking, the branch in his hand flew out like an arrow, piercing through Qian Li's heart. Qian Li's body collapsed, blood quickly staining the ground. Without pause, Lu Chen, along with Lu Zhan, climbed to the stone cave in the middle of the cliff and quietly prepared dinner. A moment later, he began roasting meat gathered from the surroundings. Lu Zhan sat beside him, calmly practicing his cultivation technique to heal, creating a peaceful atmosphere. As time passed, a few low-level beasts were drawn by the aroma of the roasting meat and the scent of blood from Qian He's group. They considered approaching but quickly realized that Lu Chun and Lu Zhan were not easy targets. Reluctantly, they turned away to seek other prey. Inside the cave, after eating his fill, Lu Chun took out a spirit crystal to enhance his martial arts level. He continued until Lu Zhan fell asleep, then quietly entered the world of the Chaos Cauldron. There, he skillfully planted the vegetables he had bought from the shopkeeper that morning and the herbs he had collected during the day in the sandy soil. Returning to the world of the Chaos Pearl, Lu Chen couldn't help but recall the day's events, filled with curiosity. Mouse Lord, how can you find the herbs so precisely? Is it all thanks to your soul power? The Mouse Lord wagged its tail proudly, responding arrogantly. Kid, I am an ancient forbidden existence with an innate talent that defies the heavens. Nothing with spiritual power can escape my nose. Is that so? Lu Chen's eyes lit up with anticipation. Mouse Lord, let me take you out. You can help me find the herbs. I'm not going. The Mouse Lord refused decisively. Why? Lu Chen asked, puzzled. The Mouse Lord rolled its eyes, haughtily saying, didn't you always complain that I do nothing but eat? I'm not going to find herbs for you. Sensing the Mouse Lord's little mood, Lu Chen quickly apologized. I was wrong, Mouse Lord, truly wrong. Don't be angry. Please help me find the herbs. I really need them. Seeing his sincerity, the Mouse Lord's eyes brightened, and after a moment of consideration, it finally agreed. All right, since you're so earnest, I will reluctantly help you find the herbs. Lu Chun smiled with satisfaction, filled with anticipation, and then continued to practice the 9 nether soul cannon diligently. In the early morning, the sun rose in the east. Golden sunlight bathed the Luofeng Mountains, and the beasts that roamed at night retreated to their lairs, bringing a newfound tranquility to the mountains. Lu Chun had already risen, bringing Master Shu out from the Chaos Pearl world and reheating the leftover wild boar meat from the previous night. The air filled with a mouth-watering aroma as Lu Zhan awoke, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Chingu, how come there's an extra? Before Lu Zhan could finish his sentence, Lu Chun, startled, leapt over and quickly covered his mouth. This is Master Shu. That's how you should address him. No disrespect, Lu Chen warned with a tense expression. He noticed out of the corner of his eye that Master Shu's gaze had turned unfriendly, and he felt relieved at his quick reaction. Memories of being beaten by Master Shu still haunted him, and he certainly didn't want Lu Zhan to experience the same. Though Lu Zhan didn't fully understand, seeing his brother's seriousness, he respectfully greeted Master Shu. Hello, Master Shu. Kid, remember this. If you get my name wrong, I won't show your brother any mercy. I'll throw you right off the mountain, Master Shu warned coldly. No, I wouldn't dare. Lu Zhan quickly hid behind Lu Chen. Lu Chen discreetly wiped his brow, thinking that Master Shu must have some psychological scars from his bloodline, making him so sensitive about titles. Once the tension eased, the three of them began enjoying the roasted meat. Despite his fear of Master Shu, Lu Zhan couldn't resist the delicious food. After the meal, Master Shu nimbly leaped onto Lu Chen's shoulder, and the trio proceeded deeper into the Luofeng Mountains. As they ventured further, signs of human presence dwindled, and the spiritual energy in the air grew denser. Compared to the outskirts of the mountains, the concentration of spiritual energy here had increased by more than 10%. This is where the second-tier beasts roam, Master Shu reminded them. Yes, I was here last time too, Lu Chen replied with a nod. This area marked the boundary between the territories of first-tier and second-tier beasts. According to the beasts' rules, they stayed within their territories unless there was a change in power dynamics. The more powerful beasts occupied larger territories and more favorable environments for cultivation, while the weaker ones could only survive in the peripheral areas. Venturing further in, the danger would multiply. While others might fear such danger, Lu Chen felt quite the opposite. He was thrilled, as it meant there were more spiritual herbs deep within. Master Mouse quickly caught the gleam of excitement in Lu Chen's eyes and pointed a paw towards the northwest with a hint of pride in his voice. There's a second-grade spiritual herb in that direction, Tianxin Blue. Well then, let's go, Lu Chen said eagerly, his eyes shining with anticipation. He immediately led Lu Zhan, using their movement technique, and they sped off like the wind in the direction indicated by Master Mouse. After covering nearly 20 miles, the two of them, along with the beast, simultaneously halted. They stood on a high ground overlooking a valley below. In the depths of the valley, 6 martial warriors were besieging a large, blue-skinned one-horned ox that glimmered faintly under the sunlight. A second-rank mid-stage peak strength azure ox. Though the azure ox lacked offensive power, its speed was exceptional, making it difficult for martial warriors to capture under normal circumstances. Somehow, it had been cornered in the valley by these 6. The ox was already covered in wounds, and under their relentless attack, it was on the brink of death, only able to make a final desperate struggle. Moo! The ox let out a pained wail as one warrior stabbed its hind leg from behind, and it mustered all its strength to charge towards the valley's exit, trying to escape the peril. The 6 warriors were prepared, with 3 quickly grouping together to strike simultaneously, 2 targeting the ox's legs, and 1 aiming directly at its head. Facing such a sharp offensive, the ox had no choice but to abandon this escape route and attack the others, seeking a new breakthrough. In its desperate struggle, the ox suddenly noticed Lu Chen and Lu Zhan atop the valley. It raised its head, casting a pleading glance at Lu Chen, its blood-red eyes full of imploring, as if begging him to save its life. Lu Chen initially didn't want to intervene in this hunt, but when he noticed the blood tears in the ox's eyes and its unusually swollen belly, a pang of compassion stirred within him. The ox was pregnant. The 6 had seized the opportunity of its exhaustion to drive it into the valley. Otherwise, with its speed, they wouldn't have been able to contain it. Sigh, since I've come across this, I'll save you today for the sake of your motherhood. Lu Chen sighed softly, ultimately moved by compassion. Just as one of the warriors excitedly raised his sword to stab the ox's belly, Lu Chen appeared like a specter, kicking the man away powerfully. Lu Chen, the 6 were about to curse, but upon recognizing him, their momentum dissipated instantly, and their expressions turned extremely unpleasant. Just as they were about to claim their prey, Lu Chen, a formidable figure, had unexpectedly intervened, disrupting their plans. Indeed, it's me, Lu Chen replied calmly, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. This is our prey. It's a bit inappropriate for you to jump in and snatch it suddenly, isn't it? Sun Li, at the 8th level of the martial warrior realm, said in a deep voice, his tone a mix of dissatisfaction and a hint of apprehension. Lu Chen took out a blood Ganoderma from the chaotic cauldron world, holding it up. I'm doing a good deed today. If you let me have it, I'll give you a 3rd-grade blood Ganoderma. How about that? Lu Chen, are you serious? Sun Li asked, half believing and half doubting. Although the entire azure ox was valuable, a 3rd-grade blood Ganoderma was even more precious, worth at least 300 to 400 spirit crystals if sold, far more valuable than the ox. If Lu Chen was truly willing to exchange the blood Ganoderma for the ox, they would gladly accept. It was easier to carry, and there was less risk of it being snatched on the way. Their concern was whether Lu Chen might be deceiving them, using the exchange as a pretext while intending to kill them and take the ox. Of course it's true. Lu Chen replied straightforwardly, tossing the blood Ganoderma directly to Sun Li. Receiving the blood Ganoderma, Sun Li's face lit up with joy, and he quickly clasped his hands towards Lu Chen, saying, "Thank you. The ox is yours now. We'll meet again if fate allows." With that, Sun Li led the other five away from the valley swiftly, fearing that Lu Chen might change his mind or harbor murderous intent towards them. After Sun Li and his group departed, Lu Chen turned to the green ox and said, "Let's go. Don't get caught again, or it could be the end of us." The green ox affectionately nudged Lu Chen with its rough forehead, then turned to lead the way with steady steps. Noticing the focused expression on the mouse on his shoulder, Lu Chen asked, "Master Mouse, is it telling us to follow?" "Yes," Master Mouse replied succinctly. "Then let's see where it leads us," Lu Chen said, following closely behind. The green ox led them to a large boulder, under which a rare Tianjin blue was quietly blooming, a striking heart-shaped blue flower atop for emerald green leaves. Although not of high grade, this second-tier spiritual herb was an indispensable component in many elixirs. The green ox nudged Lu Chen again, signaling him to pick it. "Are you giving me this Tianjin blue?" Lu Chen asked tentatively. The green ox responded with a gentle moo. "Since you're willing to give it, and I'm collecting spiritual herbs, I'll gratefully accept it," Lu Chen said, deftly uprooting the Tianjin blue and carefully storing it in his storage ring. Suddenly, the green ox collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain. Moments later, a small green calf was born from its body. The newly delivered ox mother struggled to stand, then knelt on its front legs, bowing deeply to Lu Chen in gratitude. Moved by this sincere gesture, Lu Chen immediately retrieved 2 blood Ganoderma from the Chaos Cauldron world and handed them to the mother and calf. "You've depleted your energy from giving birth and being hunted. These blood Ganoderma will help restore you." The green ox mother gratefully consumed the Ganoderma with her calf. Soon, both began to recover significantly, and the young calf playfully circled Lu Chen. "Now that you've recovered, it's time for us to take our leave," Lu Chen said, bidding farewell as he continued his quest for herbs under Master Mouse's guidance, leaving the reluctant green ox and her calf behind. Over the next week, Lu Chen followed Master Mouse's instructions, having Lu Zhan battle various demon beasts while he observed. With the experience from the boar fight, Lu Zhan became fiercer, engaging the beasts with near-reckless abandon. Despite being battered and bruised each time, Lu Chen's timely interventions ensured their safety. During this period, they ventured from the second-tier demon beast area into the more perilous third-tier territory. Lu Chen made significant gains, collecting 42 second-tier spiritual herbs. Though Lu Zhan remained at the 5th level of martial apprentice, his physical strength had reached the low-level martial warrior stage, marking a noticeable increase in combat ability. Boom. One day, a loud crash echoed through the forest, followed by a massive creature collapsing heavily onto the mudflat just 2 meters from the lake. This was a mid-tier, 3rd-level black-rock crocodile, whose previously impenetrable defense now seemed useless. Its thick skull was smashed open, its eyes were bloodshot, and it was already dead. "Chun, your strength is incredible. You killed it with just 1 punch," Lu Zhan exclaimed excitedly as he examined the crocodile's corpse, his face full of admiration. Lu Chen smiled calmly. "Zhan, did you understand what 100 Battle Fist is about?" "Not really," Lu Zhan admitted sheepishly, scratching his head. He hadn't fully grasped the intricacies of that punch. "The essence of the 100 Battle Fist lies in the combination of speed and power," Lu Chen patiently explained. "Your strength is good now, but you're lacking in speed. Once you can throw more than 3 punches in a second, you won't have to fear anyone." "I'll remember that, Chun," Lu Zhan nodded seriously, taking the advice to heart. At that moment, the mouse on Lu Chen's shoulder suddenly spoke. "Kid, collect its blood. Beast blood can be used for alchemy, but it doesn't keep well. Why collect it?" Lu Chen was puzzled but followed the instruction, quickly using a sword to carve out a stone bucket and collected the black-rock crocodile's blood. After dealing with the blood, Lu Chen sliced open the crocodile's head with his sword and extracted a thumb-sized blue crystal. "Chun, this creature actually had a monster core," Lu Zhan exclaimed with delight. This was the essence of a beast's cultivation, containing immense power. A 3rd-level monster core was worth hundreds of spirit crystals. However, only beasts above the 3rd level could produce a monster core, making this a pleasant surprise. "Kid, eat it," the mouse said, leaving both of them stunned. "Mouse, you know eating a monster core can cause someone to explode, right?" Lu Chen frowned. "It'll only cause an explosion if he can't handle it," the mouse replied nonchalantly. "Don't worry, anyone else might explode, but this kid definitely won't." Lu Chen, somewhat skeptical, handed the monster core to Lu Zhan. "Zhan, since the mouse says so, it must be confident. But it's your choice whether to eat it or not." Lu Zhan took the core, feeling the violent energy within it, and hesitated for a moment. Images of being bullied by Lu Ming and others flashed through his mind, and his expression suddenly became resolute. To become stronger, to protect what he wanted to protect, He was willing to risk everything, even death. He tilted his head back and swallowed the core, his determination causing Lu Chen's heart to ache, and even the usually dismissive Mouse's gaze softened slightly. Without talent, he had no choice but to fight with everything he had. Lu Zhan was finally showing what he was capable of. In the blink of an eye, Lu Zhan, who had swallowed the black rock crocodile demon core, fell to the ground in agony. A terrifying force surged through his meridians like a raging torrent, causing blood and spiritual energy to seep from his pores with every breath. The blood flowed down his skin, quickly turning him into a figure covered in crimson. Brother Chun, I'm going to die, Lu Zhan groaned, clutching his agonizing abdomen and rolling on the ground, his face contorted with despair. Zhan, don't worry about anything else right now. Focus on using the creation battle technique to refine the demon core of the black rock crocodile. It's your greatest asset. Lu Chen shouted sternly, his eyes filled with concern. Lu Zhan dared not delay a moment longer. He gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and repeatedly circulated the creation battle technique, trying to channel the violent energy of the demon core with his spiritual power, which flowed like a small stream. For the next hour or so, Lu Zhan teetered on the brink of life and death every second. His body felt like a vessel on the verge of exploding, with waves of blood gushing out, forming a shocking pool on the ground. His face turned as pale as paper, and his lips lost all color, yet he persevered with determination. Fortunately, with the aid of the creation battle technique, Lu Zhan managed to suppress the chaotic energy of the demon core time and again. Despite the risks, the benefits were evident. His strength was growing, and his body's recovery ability significantly improved as he repeatedly pushed his limits. After observing for over an hour, Lu Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although Lu Zhan looked terribly battered, he was no longer in mortal danger. Lu Chen moved aside to prepare the meat of the black rock crocodile they had hunted earlier. Kid, no need to roast the meat. Old Mouse approached with a mysterious smile. If we don't roast it, what are we having for lunch? Lu Chen asked with a skeptical look. Follow the lake, and you'll find out what we're having for lunch today, Old Mouse replied, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Really? Lu Chen looked at Old Mouse, half believing. Go and see for yourself, Old Mouse teased. All right, I'll go check. You stay here and watch over Zhan. Don't let any nearby beasts harm him, Lu Chen instructed before heading along the lake's edge to investigate. About 15 minutes later, Lu Chen reached the lake's inlet. There, he found a clear spring beside a damp cave covered in vines. Judging by the marks at the entrance, it seemed to be the black rock crocodile's lair. Peering into the cave, he saw nothing but darkness stretching infinitely. Recalling Old Mouse's cryptic words, Lu Chen released his soul power and cautiously waded through the water, steadily exploring deeper into the cave. A moment later, Lu Chen's eyes lit up, and he quickened his pace. When he stopped, he had reached the cave's end. It was a dry stone chamber about several cubic meters in size. With his soul power, Lu Chen clearly saw 15 large green eggs. Even more exciting was a beam of light shining in from above, illuminating a spiritual herb growing at the far end. Blood ginseng. Lu Chen's eyes widened. This is a third-grade blood ginseng. It was the black rock crocodile's treasure, but now that it's here, it's his for the taking. Lu Chen swiftly yet carefully harvested the blood ginseng and planted it in the chaotic cauldron world. With that done, his gaze returned to the green eggs. These green eggs must be the black rock crocodiles. As a third-tier beast, the eggs contained a wealth of life essence. Consuming them would surely bring significant benefits. Licking his lips, Lu Chen carefully stored all the eggs into his storage ring. However, after a moment's thought, he took out the egg with the most vibrant life force and placed it back into the nest. This was his usual approach, always leave a margin for others. Having secured his spoils, Lu Chen quickly exited the cave and found Mouse Lord and Lu Zhan waiting for him. At this time, Lu Zhan was still focused on refining the energy from the black rock crocodile demon core, and the remaining energy within him was almost depleted. Got the stuff? Mouse Lord asked with a cheerful grin. Got it, Lu Chen replied, producing 2 eggs and handing one to Mouse Lord while keeping one for himself. Holding the eggs, which were the size of millstones, both Lu Chen and Mouse Lord eagerly drank the contents. The black rock crocodile's egg liquid, unlike ordinary eggs, had a sweet and refreshing taste. They quickly drained the entire egg. Burp, Lu Chen let out a satisfied burp, then sat down to cultivate, using the yin-yang manual to refine the life energy from the egg liquid. An hour later, he successfully broke through to the 7th level of the warrior realm. At the same time, Lu Zhan had completely refined the demon core energy, advancing to the 6th level of the martial disciple realm. Zhan, how do you feel? Lu Chen asked with a smile as he saw Lu Zhan stand up. Chen, the process was painful, but the gains were immense, Lu Zhan replied, still a bit shaken. I feel like my body is brimming with endless power. Mouse Lord scrutinized Lu Zhan closely. His physical strength now rivals that of the 4th level of the warrior realm, and he can likely contend with fighters at the 6th or 7th level. The fortune battle art is truly formidable, Lu Chen remarked. To think it allows one to devour a demon core with a human body. That's nothing, Mouse Lord scoffed. The truly extraordinary part is yet to come. After a brief rest, the trio continued on their journey. By afternoon, Lu Chen had hunted a Tier 3 early-stage Gale Demon Wolf and a Tier 3 mid-stage Black-Striped Leopard. Just as he was about to extract the blood and demon core from the leopard, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. The newcomers were 3 young men, all under 20, dressed in matching white attire with sword-shaped badges on their chests. 2 of them were at the 7th level of the Martial Master realm, while 1 was at the 6th level. Kid, we saw it first, hand it over, one of the 7th level youths arrogantly demanded. Lu Chen glanced at the badge on their chests. Disciples of the Sword Pavilion? Seeing that Lu Chen recognized their insignia, the trio grew even more conceited. That's right, just hand over the black-striped leopard in your storage ring. The 6th level youth added. What gives you the right to be so arrogant? Lu Chen sneered. You're courting death. The youth was infuriated, drawing his sword and launching a dazzling attack aimed at Lu Chen's back. Trash. Lu Chen spat disdainfully, countering with a casual stroke of his sword. In an instant, the youth's face was filled with terror as his body was cleaved in 2, blood gushing forth. He's dead. The other 2 were dumbfounded. Their senior brother Li Yun, at the 7th level, had been slain with a single strike. Terror spread through their eyes. Realizing this strength surpassed even the 9 sons of the Sword Pavilion, second only to the elders. Since you've made a move, there's no reason to let you live, Lu Chen stated coldly. Before the words had fully left his mouth, his sword flashed, and the remaining 2 fell lifelessly to the ground. After dealing with the 3 ill-intentioned Jian good disciples, Lu Chen focused on bleeding the black-striped leopard. He skillfully collected the blood into a storage ring and then carefully extracted the demon core, which glowed faintly, from the leopard's head and handed it to Lu Zhan. Not far away, a purple vine stood out under a large tree. It was about 2 meters tall, with dense, diamond-shaped purple leaves adorned with 3 translucent, plum-sized purple fruits. Chun, this treasure looks special, doesn't it? Lu Zhan said, examining the demon core closely. This is a Ziyun vine, a high-grade Tier 3 spiritual herb, Lu Chen explained. It's a rare treasure for wood attribute warriors and beasts. After consuming the Ziyun fruit, one's affinity with the wood attribute can increase several times over the next 3 years. Will it work for those of us without the wood attribute? Lu Zhan asked curiously. Lu Chen didn't answer directly, but turned to look at Master Mouse on his shoulder. Master Mouse immediately chimed in. Kid, since you started practicing the creation battle art, your body has become all-encompassing. Any spiritual herb will benefit you. Quickly, dig it up and let's move. Master Mouse urged, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. I'm getting more and more excited about the treasures deeper in the mountains. Lu Chen shook his head silently. Master Mouse always got excited at the sight of spiritual herbs, like a dog seeing a bone, eager to pounce immediately. Under Master Mouse's guidance, the 2 of them searched for spiritual herbs, and by the next evening, they had gained a substantial haul. The essence blood of 13 Tier 3 beasts, 13 types of Tier 3 spiritual herbs, and 7 demon cores. As the sun set, Lu Chen had just finished bleeding a peak Tier 3 blue-striped snake. There's a cave up ahead. Master Mouse pointed northwest. Let's rest there for the night. Following a stream, they quickly found the cave. Master Mouse jumped onto a large rock and instructed them to gather dry firewood. Master Mouse, I still have eggs. No need for roasted meat, Lu Chen said. Who said it's for roasting meat? Master Mouse rolled his eyes. Gathering firewood today is way more interesting than roasting meat. The brothers soon returned with a large pile of dry wood. Master Mouse directed, make your cauldron as big as a water tank, then set up a hearth on the big rock. What are we cooking? Lu Chen asked, puzzled. You too. Master Mouse teased. What do you mean? Lu Chen was baffled. Just what it sounds like. Stop dawdling and get to work. Master Mouse urged. Lu Zhan clutched Lu Chen's sleeve, his voice trembling with fear. Chun, we didn't upset Master Shu, did we? What's gotten into him today? Why is he threatening to cook us in a pot? Watching Lu Chen squatting down to dig a stove, Lu Zhan grew even more anxious. Chun, Master Shu is planning to cook us, and here you are helping him build a stove. Isn't this just aiding him in cooking us? Lu Chen, however, gave a calm smile. Zhan, Master Shu is powerful. If he really wanted to cook you, there's no escaping it. Don't overthink it. Just do what needs to be done. Nearby, Master Shu squinted his tiny eyes and teased. You obedient brat, aren't you afraid I'll really cook you both up? Master Shu, with our friendship, you'd never eat me. I'm sure you have a purpose for this. Lu Chen replied confidently. Master Shu, seemingly dissatisfied with Lu Chen's calm response, waved a paw impatiently. How dull. Soon, Lu Chen had dug out a proper stove, set up the cauldron, and started a roaring fire beneath it, following Master Shu's instructions. Pour in all the fresh blood from the 5 types of demon beasts you've collected over the past few days, plus 10 blood lingji. Master Shu directed. Even though Lu Chun prided himself on his knowledge, Master Shu's methods were beyond his understanding. Despite his doubts, he followed the instructions meticulously. Once the blood of the third-tier demon beasts and the blood Lingji were added to the cauldron, it filled up instantly, and as the fire blazed, wisps of red mist began to rise. Seeing the blood boil, Master Shu said, "You boys can strip and jump in now." Lu Chun half-jokingly said, "Master Shu, are you seriously planning to make a nourishing soup out of us?" "Get lost." Master Shu chuckled. "I'm refining your bodies." "Is there really such a way to refine the body?" Lu Chun said wryly. "I'm worried that soon enough, there'll be nothing left but our skeletons." Master Shu explained, "Kid, you're a novice in this. To an alchemist, everything in the world can be refined, but the highest form of alchemy is refining people, achieving the ultimate warrior in one step." "Sounds reasonable, but I feel like you're pulling my leg," Lu Chun muttered under his breath, but he quickly started removing his clothes. Seeing this, the pale-faced Lu Zhan reluctantly followed suit. "Don't hesitate, kid," Master Shu laughed. "Jump in and enjoy. I guarantee you'll want a second round after this." "All right, I'll trust you this time," said Lu Chun, leaping naked into the cauldron. The scalding blood immediately made him break out in a cold sweat, but he didn't hesitate to activate the yin-yang technique. As the technique circulated, the yin and yang forces coursed through his meridians, and the once unbearable heat gradually became tolerable. Simultaneously, under the guidance of the blood Lingji, the life essence from the 5 types of demon beast blood began to seep into his body through his pores. "Wow, I didn't expect this to work. Today really opened my eyes." Master Shu's tiny eyes sparkled with surprise as he watched the dense blood aura emanating from Lu Chen's pores. This method of refining people was something it had discovered in a fragmentary text, claiming that boiling with the blood of myriad beasts and blood as a guide could forge the greatest demon body of all time. Seeing Lu Chen's unique physique, it whimsically suggested he collect the blood to try it out, never expecting the boy truly had the talent to endure such a refinement. Lu Chen nodded. Master Shu turned his gaze to Lu Zhan, who was still frozen with fear, and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. "Kid, Lu Chen's talent in martial arts is 1,000 times yours. If he's working so hard, what excuse do you have for slacking off?" "I understand, Master Shu," Lu Zhan replied, gritting his teeth, a look of determination in his eyes. Without hesitation, he jumped into the cauldron. However, he was clearly not strong enough. It wasn't long before he felt the power of the creation battle technique slipping away, and in the boiling blood, his skin began to scald. Master Shu watched, aware that this method of body refinement was unsuitable for Lu Zhan. "Get out of there, kid. This way of training isn't for you," Master Shu shouted, a hint of impatience in his voice. Lu Zhan struggled to get out, but by now his flesh was half-cooked, rendering him immobile. Seeing this, Master Shu felt a mix of helplessness and amusement. With a wave of his tiny paw, Lu Zhan was tossed out of the cauldron like a discarded rag doll, landing heavily on the ground, his body convulsing. Master Shu glanced at him with a touch of derision. "Stop shaking and start using the creation battle technique to heal yourself. If you don't hurry, your body will really perish." Terrified, Lu Zhan immediately began to channel the technique to heal his injuries. Meanwhile, Master Shu turned his attention to Lu Chun, who was still training in the cauldron. Flames roared beneath it, and the blood bubbled violently. Yet Lu Chun sat calmly inside, as if in deep meditation, seemingly oblivious to the pain. His pores opened, and the essence of the blood from 5 demon beasts formed a mist that seeped into his skin, nourishing his body. Time ticked by, and 2 hours quickly passed. As the temperature of the blood continued to rise, the once energetic demon beast blood turned into a black, foul-smelling liquid. Sensing a change, Lu Chen opened his eyes, a sharp gleam in them. He leaped gracefully from the cauldron, landing softly, unaffected by the ordeal. Lu Zhan had barely lasted a few minutes, and was nearly cooked alive. Yet Lu Chun had endured 2 hours in this furnace-like environment, and emerged unscathed. Master Shu was stunned, staring at Lu Chun with amazement and admiration. Lu Chen's skin was not only unburned, it seemed smoother and emitted an unusual sheen. What was even more astonishing was that Lu Chun had absorbed the essence of the 5 demon beasts' blood, resulting in a qualitative improvement in his vitality, almost as if he was transcending human limitations. Master Shu looked at him intently, his eyes flickering, and finally spoke with a smile. "Kid, didn't I tell you? This method of training is effective, isn't it?" Lu Chen's eyes lit up as he felt the growing strength within him. He praised, "Master Shu, you're a genius to have thought of using beast blood to forge the body. It's truly remarkable. How does it feel? Is the increase in strength noticeable?" Master Shu looked at Lu Chun with curiosity. "It's not just strength. Other attributes of the body have also improved. If I continue to train like this and absorb more powerful demon beast blood, my body could embody the power of 1,000 beasts, reaching a monstrous level." Master Shu's eyes widened further, and his mouth hung slightly open, losing his usual composure. Lu Chen's physique was already formidable, and with this training method, his future potential was unfathomable. If he continued to grow, who could stand against him in this world? Even Master Shu might not withstand a single move from him. Deeply shaken, Master Shu took a deep breath before speaking with difficulty. In that case, collect the blood of all demon beasts you encounter. Whenever you have the chance, continue refining the blood. Accelerate your training. Lu Chen's eyes gleamed with determination as he nodded, resolved to continue advancing on this path of strength. With such great benefits, Lu Chen naturally wouldn't let it slip away. He promptly discarded the waste material and carefully stored the alchemy cauldron. After securing the cauldron, he noticed Lu Zhan meditating not far away and couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Mouse, what's up with Zhan?" Mr. Mouse chuckled and replied, "What else? He stayed in there for a while and nearly got cooked. If I hadn't pulled him out in time, your little brother might have turned into soup. Isn't his creation battle technique supposed to be powerful? Why didn't it work this time?" Lu Chun asked with a frown. "You know as well as I do that such a formidable technique defies nature. Only you can use it. For others, it's like cooking meat," Mr. Mouse said, shaking his head with a tone of helplessness. Lu Chun gave a wry smile. "All right then." Just then, his stomach growled, and he took out a black-rock crocodile egg. He and Mr. Mouse happily ate until they were full, then continued their cultivation. The next day, as sunlight bathed Lu Chun, the air seemed to be filled with an indescribable aura, and his presence felt distinctly different. Lu Zhan awoke to the sound of birds chirping in the mountains, saw Lu Chun sitting there, and after rubbing his eyes, walked over to him. "Chun, it's morning. We should probably get moving," he said. Lu Chun opened his eyes, took out the last black-rock crocodile egg from his storage ring, and divided the egg liquid into 3 parts for himself, Lu Zhan, and Mr. Mouse. After they all drank it, they continued on their journey. Upon entering the area where third-tier beasts roamed in the falling Maple Mountain range, Lu Chun began hunting these beasts. Within 3 days, he had slain 17 third-tier beasts, using their blood for 3 rounds of body refinement. During these days, Lu Zhan was also busy. After consuming 3 beast cores, his physical strength broke through to the 9th level warrior realm, and his martial arts level reached the 7th level martial disciple realm, marking a significant improvement in his cultivation. One day, as the group entered the domain of 4th-tier beasts, they suddenly heard the sounds of fierce combat. The noise came from deep within the distant mountains, mixed with the cries of birds and roars of beasts, shaking the ground and indicating the intensity of the battle. Lu Chun, who loved a good spectacle, immediately led Lu Zhan towards the source of the commotion. Half an hour later, they arrived at the edge of a valley. Lu Chun suggested, "Let's climb that big tree to see what's happening." The group successfully climbed a 100-meter tree, parted the leaves, and from their vantage point, observed the fierce battle unfolding in the valley below. In the valley, a brutal confrontation was taking place. A massive black bird was fiercely clashing with a black python. The bird, with its enormous wingspan of 7 to 8 meters, boasted razor-sharp talons and a deadly beak like lethal blades. Its opponent, the black python, was equally formidable, measuring over 10 meters in length and as thick as a barrel, its black scales gleaming ominously under the sunlight. Both were mid-4th-tier beasts. The black bird circled the sky above the valley, emitting sharp cries. Each dive was a powerful assault on the black python. The python, with its head raised high and eyes sharp, countered each attack with precision. After an extended period of fierce fighting, both beasts were covered in wounds, with many of the python's scales scattered, and the battle was nearing its peak. From his perch, Lu Zhan watched the 2 colossal creatures in astonishment. "Chun, what are these 2 creatures? They look so big and fierce," he exclaimed. Lu Chun calmly explained, "The one in the sky is a 4th-tier beast called the ghost-eyed golden eagle, and the one on the ground is the black-bellied king snake. Both are top tier among 4th-tier beasts. The ghost-eyed golden eagle is the ruler of the skies, and the black-bellied king snake is the ruler of the land. Normally, they should be independent and not fight each other. So why are they battling today?" Lu Zhan wondered aloud. "That, I don't know," Lu Chen shrugged, focusing intently on the thrilling spectacle of their battle. After about 15 minutes, the golden-eyed eagle finally lost its patience. It let out a piercing cry and swooped down like an arrow, targeting the black-bellied king snake. Sensing its opponent's intentions, the snake raised its head and roared, its head becoming a dark shadow that struck like lightning. Relying on its natural agility, the eagle deftly dodged, and then precisely pecked at the snake's vital point. In excruciating pain, the snake let out a harrowing wail, its massive tail thrashing wildly against the ground, causing surrounding trees to topple. Seizing the advantage, the eagle held onto the vital spot with its beak while extending its sharp claws, attempting to extract the snake's demon core. In this critical moment, the snake changed tactics, retracting its rampaging tail and tightly coiling its lengthy body around the eagle. The eagle panicked, frantically flapping its claws in an attempt to break free, but the snake only tightened its grip. Soon, the eagle's struggles weakened. Seeing victory within reach, the snake hissed in excitement, raising its head to deliver a fatal blow. At this crucial moment, 5 figures suddenly emerged from the surrounding valley. There were 3 men and 2 women, all appearing to be in their 20s, exuding an extraordinary aura and dressed in fine attire. Their cultivation was impressive, with the weakest being at the 2nd level of the martial king realm, while the strongest had reached the 4th level. Interrupted from its meal, the snake was enraged, spitting venom at the leading man, while releasing the eagle and sweeping its massive tail towards the remaining 4. Sensing the terrifying power contained in the tail, the 5 martial kings were serious but not panicked. They knew this was a formidable demon of the Luofeng Mountains, yet they were confident in their combined strength. With a quick exchange of glances, they devised a strategy. 2 would engage the snake heathen, while the other 3 looked for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Meanwhile, in a nearby thicket, Lu Chun watched the hunt with great interest. Although he had only visited the Luofeng Mountains once, through conversations with local martial artists, he had gained a general understanding of the situation in the eastern Hua domain. There were 13 warring kingdoms, but the true centers of power were the 5 major sects: the Sword Pavilion and Lingyun sect, which focused on swordsmanship, the Bloodblade sect and Skyblade Pavilion, which specialized in blade techniques, and the 100 Poison sect, which practiced poison arts. These sects occupied strategic locations in the spiritual mountains, their influence extending over the 13 kingdoms and their surroundings, making them the true rulers of the eastern Hua domain. In the past years, the 5 major sects have annually recruited disciples, and over time, their numbers have grown to thousands. In today's Donghua domain, the 5 major sects attract not only ordinary martial artists but also nobles from the 13 dynasties, all eager to learn the sect's legendary martial arts and techniques. Lu Chun surveyed the valley and quickly determined that the 5 young people who appeared were not from the same sect, but were elite members from each of the 5 major sects. One of them, a young martial king from the Sword Pavilion, was remarkably skilled for his age, having reached the 4th level of the martial king realm. His sword techniques were domineering and powerful, even possessing a fierce sword intent, making him the strongest among the 5. Another young man wielding a sword, though also proficient in swordsmanship, had a graceful and gentle sword intent, markedly different from the Sword Pavilion's martial king. Lu Chun noticed a fine sword embroidered on his right chest with 2 white clouds beside it, indicating he was from the Lingyun sect. The martial king from the Heavenly Blade Pavilion was a spirited young woman with pigtails. Her movements were agile, her blade techniques grand and imposing, with a sword intent akin to raging waves, creating a sense of pressure. Unlike the domineering martial king from the Sword Pavilion, she excelled in confronting enemies hidden. The martial king from the 100 Poison sect was a beautiful and enchanting young woman, exuding a deadly allure. She was vastly different from the spirited girl from the Heavenly Blade Pavilion, being more captivating and voluptuous, leaving the men present mesmerized. If given a choice, almost everyone would choose her, as she was truly irresistible. Though the martial king from the Bloodblade sect wielded a red bloodblade and seemed less impressive than the others, his demeanor was calm and composed. He hadn't made a move yet, but every action revealed a sense of calculated thought. Lu Chun observed that this martial king from the Bloodblade sect was not only strategizing against the others, but also waiting for a chance to strike lethally. If Lu Chun's assessment was correct, he was merely biding his time for a deadly blow, and once he struck, blood would be shed. His level of experience even made Lu Chun hopeful for his future achievements. Brother Chun, the black-bellied king snake is about to go berserk, Lu Zhan suddenly spoke, looking towards the battlefield. It won't matter if it goes berserk. It's no match for any of them on your own. Now that the 5 are working together, it's destined to die here today, Lu Chun replied calmly, a hint of coldness in his eyes. Master Rat sat quietly on Lu Chun's shoulder, playing with its small paws, a faint, intriguing smile on its lips. It said nothing, merely observing. At that moment, a subtle change occurred on the battlefield. The martial king from the Bloodblade sect finally launched an attack from a blind spot, seizing the opportunity when the black-bellied king snake attacked the Sword Pavilion's martial king, while also guarding against the Heavenly Blade Pavilion's martial king. With decisive action, the blade flashed, and the martial king from the Bloodblade sect struck the black-bellied king snake. The snake's scales were exceptionally hard, nearly impervious to ordinary weapons, but the Bloodblade sect's martial king's technique was skillful. He targeted a damaged spot left from the snake's battle with the ghost-eyed golden eagle, striking with precision. The black-bellied king snake shuddered violently, and blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering all over the martial king from the Bloodblade sect. Despite being covered in blood, the martial king from the Bloodblade sect showed no change in expression, remaining extremely calm. He quickly withdrew his blade from the snake's body and retreated from the attack range, positioning himself between the spirited girl from the Heavenly Blade Pavilion and the young woman from the 100 Poison sect. At this moment, the enraged black-bellied king snake focused its fury on him, lunging towards him. only to be swiftly blocked by the two women from the Heavenly Blade Pavilion and the 100 Poisons sect. Injured and still daring to act up? If you were in full strength, wouldn't you swallow us all in one bite? The spirited girl from the Heavenly Blade Pavilion sneered, a trace of mockery in her eyes. Li Jingyun from the 100 Poisons sect chuckled. Feng Qinghua, she won't eat you. She'll take you to her lair and have you bear her little snakes. Li Jingyun, if anyone's going to be caught to bear snakes, it'll be you with your childbearing hips, Feng Qinghua retorted playfully. Their banter drew the attention of the black-bellied king snake, which roared angrily and lunged at Li Jingyun. Her expression changed slightly, and she swiftly dodged while tossing a black pill into the snake's mouth. The black-bellied king snake failed to evade in time and swallowed the pill. Instantly, it let out a pained howl, thrashing its massive body against the ground in agony. As time passed, the snake's cries grew weaker, and finally, its head collapsed powerlessly, its immense body falling to the ground like a heavy stone, marking the end of the battle. Who? Li Jingyun exhaled deeply, a look of relief flashing across his eyes. Li Jingyun, you truly live up to your reputation as the top young poison master of the Baidu sect, even managing to poison the deadly black-bellied king snake. Feng Qinghua remarked with a hint of sarcasm at the corner of her mouth. Li Jingyun smirked, eyes filled with amusement. Feng Qinghua, you're not bad yourself. So young, yet already the top prodigy of the Tian Dao Pavilion, and you've even grasped the three-part blade intent. Feng Qinghua remained silent. Among the 5 great sects, it was common to plant spies and gather intelligence, so they were well aware of each other's strengths and weaknesses. With the fall of the ghost-eyed golden eagle and the black-bellied king snake, 27 disciples from the 5 great sects poured into the valley. They were all powerful, high-level martial artists, with some even nearing the threshold of martial king status. The tension instantly escalated. Although they had just joined forces against the beasts, the 5 sects were inherently rival factions in the eastern Hua domain. Beneath the surface politeness lay fierce competition, with both leaders and disciples viewing each other as adversaries. If given the chance to eliminate a rival, they wouldn't hesitate to strike. With the beast slain, the critical moment of dividing the spoils had arrived. This was the true reason they had risked coming here. Everyone, Zhao Kuangyi, the martial king of the Lingyun sect, surveyed the surroundings and spoke. Now that the main task is complete, how should we divide these 2 beasts? Bai Xinghe, the martial king from the Jian Pavilion, said coldly. I want the demon core, claws, and beak of the ghost-eyed golden eagle. The rest is yours. At these words, Li Jingyun and the others' expressions changed sharply. The most valuable parts of the ghost-eyed golden eagle were these 3 items. The demon core, containing both metal and wind attributes, was ideal for crafting spirit weapons. If integrated into a sword, it could potentially create a spirit weapon, significantly enhancing Bai Xinghe's power. The claws and beak were rare treasures, whether sold or used for crafting. Li Jingyun narrowed his eyes, pointing to the black-bellied king snake. I killed the black-bellied king snake. I want its demon core and venomous fangs. You can have the rest. Chen Luo, the martial king of the Bloodblade sect, sneered. Huh. One of you wants this valuable item, and the other wants that. Are we just here to work for free? The other parts of the ghost-eyed golden eagle are also valuable. Bai Xinghe replied coldly, though even he felt the weakness of his argument. Chen Luo wiped the blood from his blade, his gaze sharp. Bai Xinghe, stop playing games. I've set my sights on the claws and beak of the ghost-eyed golden eagle. There's no room for negotiation. Bai Xinghe narrowed his eyes, his long sword quivering behind him, exuding a formidable aura. His gaze was fixed intently on Chen Luo, a murderous intent rising within him. Today, the beak and claws of the ghost-eyed golden eagle were his for the taking, and no one would stand in his way. No room for negotiation. Chen Luo spoke coldly, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. Prodigy? Who isn't one? Bai Xinghe is only a year older than me, slightly more advanced in martial arts, so what's the big deal? If he dares to provoke me, I'll ensure that the blood blade tastes his blood, even if it means mutual destruction. Very well. Bai Xinghe sneered, turning to the other 3. What do you 3 intend to do? Li Jingyun was the first to respond. I only want the demon core and fangs of the black-bellied king snake, nothing else. Feng Qinghua mocked. You all pick the best parts, leaving nothing but the meat for me. What's left for me to choose? Faced with the question, Bai Xinghe remained silent. Zhao Kuangyi's eyes gleamed. I won't fight with you all. After you've chosen, I'll take the body of the black-bellied king snake. So, all that's left for me is the ghost-eyed golden eagle's meat? Feng Qinghua gritted his teeth. Silence fell around them. With this division, Feng Qinghua was indeed getting the worst deal, as the eagle's meat was worth only 500 to 600 spirit crystals, not matching his combat strength, second only to Bai Xinghe. However, the others were clearly unwilling to compromise. In that case, I want nothing, Feng Qinghua sneered. But remember this, you 4. I, Feng Qinghua, will settle this score sooner or later. With that, he turned to the 4 disciples of the Heavenly Blade sect. Let's go. Although the disciples were reluctant, seeing the strength of the four present, they had no choice but to leave the valley in silence. Bai Xinghe wanted to kill Chen Luo immediately, but with Li Jinyun and Zhao Kuangyi watching intently, he dared not act rashly, fearing he would become the prey while hunting others. This time, I'll spare your life. Let's see if you live to use it, Bai Xinghe eventually said coldly. Whether I use my life or not is none of your concern. Chen Luo replied with a cold laugh. Bai Xinghe snorted, leaping to the ghost-eyed golden eagle, and thrust his sword towards the demon core. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. Master Shu suddenly looked up, gazing meaningfully at the triumphant Bai Xinghe. Lu Chan sensed something amiss and looked on in confusion. In the next instant, the dead, ghost-eyed golden eagle suddenly raised its head, its sharp beak aiming straight for Bai Xinghe's face. No! Bai Xinghe cried out in shock and anger, raising his sword to defend himself. But it was too late. With a scream, the eagle's beak severed his right arm. The excruciating pain brought him back to his senses, and he quickly retreated 100 meters. Seeing this, Li Jinyun instinctively looked at the black-bellied king snake, meeting its suddenly opened cold snake eyes. In a split second, she grabbed a nearby disciple of the 100 Poisons sect, pushing him towards the snake as it lunged to bite. Shoo! The disciple didn't even have time to scream before being swallowed whole by the black-bellied king snake. Li Jinyun seized the opportunity to dodge aside. How ruthless! The crowd was horrified, casting wary glances at Li Jinyun. Her expression remained cold and stern. Every man for himself, or the heavens will destroy you. If someone must die, I'd prefer it to be someone else. At the entrance of the valley, Feng Qinghua led her group forward when a scream from Bai Xinghe pierced the air behind them. She turned sharply to see that Bai Xinghe's right arm had been brutally pecked off by the ghost-eyed golden eagle, blood gushing and staining the surrounding ground. The two great beast kings, the black-bellied king snake and the ghost-eyed golden eagle, had risen again, their fierce nature fully revealed. Feng Qinghua shivered, inwardly cursing their cunning. They had feigned death together. Fortunately, she had moved away first, or she would have been the one closest to them and possibly the one with a severed arm. Bai Xinghe deserved it. It's too good for him that he wasn't bitten to death, remarked a young man at the 9th level of martial arts with a cold and gloating tone. Feng Qingyue's gaze lingered on Bai Xinghe. Once a prodigy and the future successor of the sword pavilion, he had now lost the arm he wielded a sword with. Even if he made it back to the sword pavilion, his martial path was essentially over. A once promising talent had met a tragic end, brought down by the sharp beak of the ghost-eyed golden eagle. The irony of this fate was truly lamentable. Senior sister, now that Bai Xinghe is ruined, what should we do? Li Qiuhua, another 9th level martial artist, asked, his eyes gleaming with greed as he looked towards the valley. Feng Qinghua didn't answer directly, instead asking, Junior brotherly, what do you think we should do? Li Qiuhua immediately suggested, Senior sister, I think we should head back. Now that Bai Xinghe is out of the picture, you're the strongest. All the good stuff belongs to our heavenly blade pavilion. Feng Qinghua merely gave Li Qiuhua a cold glance without responding. At this point, Feng Zhu, who was behind them, spoke up with concern. Senior sister, I think it would be wise for us to leave. We shouldn't be thinking about the black-bellied king snake and the ghost-eyed golden eagle. Junior brother Feng, don't you want the treasures those two demon kings carry? You know they're worth a fortune, Feng Qinghua asked calmly. Feng Zhu quickly explained. The treasures are tempting, but we need to be alive to claim them. The two demon kings are very powerful, and with Bai Xinghe out, we don't have the strength to challenge them. Are you doubting senior sister's abilities? Li Qiuhua suddenly interjected angrily, his eyes becoming hostile. I'm not. Feng Zhu immediately retorted. I think you are, Li Qiuhua said threateningly. The remaining two wisely kept silent, aware of the ongoing tension between Feng Zhu and Li Qiuhua and unwilling to get involved. Seeing this, Feng Zhu quickly apologized to Feng Qinghua. Senior sister Feng, I was only considering our safety. I didn't mean to doubt your abilities. Feng Qinghua nodded slightly, then turned to Li Qiuhua, her expression turning icy. Junior brotherly, you better drop your little schemes. If you try this again, I'll kill you. Please spare me, senior sister. Li Qiuhua's face went pale as he immediately knelt and begged for mercy. Feng Qinghua snorted coldly and announced to the group, let's not go down there. We'll stay here and watch. I want to see how they deal with the two demon kings. Yes, the four responded in unison, turning their gaze towards the valley. During this, Li Qiuhua, though keeping his head down, occasionally shot venomous glances at Feng Zhu. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Chan watched the dramatic turn of events in shock and turned to Lord Mouse. Lord Mouse, judging by your reaction, you seem to know this would happen? Lord Mouse replied irritably. I've been telling you to improve your soul power. See, with such weak soul power, you're practically blind, missing everything. I have been working on my soul power. Lu Chun defended himself. Lord Mouse advised earnestly. Kid, soul perception is far more powerful than eyesight. It's a martial artist's second pair of eyes, allowing you to see what your eyes cannot. Your current soul power is too weak, With a perception range of just over 200 meters, it's almost useless. To truly control the situation, your perception range needs to be at least 2,000 meters. Lu Chun frowned slightly upon hearing this. A perception range of 2,000 meters would require the cultivation level of a 5th-grade soul power, which seemed impossible for a 16-year-old who had only inhabited this body for less than 3 months. Nevertheless, he understood the importance of soul power and resolved in his heart to shift his focus to practicing the 9 Nether Soul Tome after the trip to the Luofeng mountain range. Just then, a terrified scream echoed from the valley. The black-bellied king snake and the ghost-eyed golden eagle launched a frenzied attack on the members of the 4 major sects, including Tianyuan. The 2 demon kings' assault was like a violent storm, leaving the group defenseless and scattering them in all directions. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen disciples lay in pools of blood. Although Chen Luo and the other 3 martial kings were temporarily unharmed, their expressions were grave. They had initially intended to take advantage of the 2 demon kings, but now found themselves in a dire situation where even escaping with their lives seemed a distant hope. Feng Qinghue, stop watching, let's join forces. Otherwise, none of us will leave here alive today, Chen Luo shouted towards Feng Qinghue. Before he could finish speaking, the ghost-eyed golden eagle swooped towards Feng Qinghue like a shadow, its metallic claws gleaming coldly. Feng Qinghue swung his blade and shouted to the 4 disciples of the heavenly blade pavilion behind him, retreat to the valley. The ghost-eyed golden eagle dodged the powerful strike, but shifted its gaze to Lu Chun and Lu Zhan. With a sharp screech, it dived down. It's actually targeting me, Lu Chun smirked. I was hoping to pick up the pieces, but since they're so useless, I guess I'll have to step in myself. Lu Chen's figure flickered as he effortlessly dodged the ghost-eyed golden eagle's attack. He grabbed Lu Zhan, and with starlight beneath his feet, used the Lingxiao step to swiftly move 100 meters away, landing lightly in the valley battlefield. What an elegant movement technique! Feng Qinghue and the others watched in shock. As disciples of a top sect in the Donghua region, they considered their own movement techniques to be top-notch, yet they paled in comparison to this mysterious young man at only the 6th level of the martial warrior realm. What kind of background could produce such a refined technique? The ghost-eyed golden eagle and the black-bellied king snake had reigned supreme in this area for years, with all the beasts within a 100-mile radius under their control. However, the arrival of Lu Chun disrupted this balance, especially since he was a mere warrior, yet managed to toy with the ghost-eyed golden eagle, filling the aerial overlord with anger and resentment. A fierce wind arose as the ghost-eyed golden eagle, filled with rage, swooped down from above the valley, charging at Lu Chun with the force of a storm. Its gaze was hostile, as if it saw Lu Chun as nothing more than prey to be easily captured. Lu Chun furrowed his brows, his eyes cold and stern, a hint of disdain playing at the corners of his mouth. If you're so eager to die, then come down here and meet your end, he declared. Before the ghost-eyed golden eagle's attack could land, Lu Chen's voice thundered through the valley. Everyone was shocked a mere warrior daring to speak so brazenly to such a formidable aerial ruler. Was this confidence or sheer folly? Yet the reality was far more astonishing than they had anticipated. As the ghost-eyed golden eagle dove down, Lu Chen showed no fear, swiftly drawing his sword. The blade flashed like lightning, and in an instant, the intent of the sword pierced the eagle's eye. With a flash of light, the ghost-eyed golden eagle let out a harrowing cry as its right wing was severed by a single strike, its massive body plummeting into the valley. With a resounding crash, blood spurted like a fountain as the ghost-eyed golden eagle crashed into the dilapidated forest, leaving the scene in disarray. Everyone present was stunned by the spectacle. Lu Chen's sword strike was so swift that they barely had time to react. As the sword light sliced through the air, the ghost-eyed golden eagle had no time to respond, its enormous body already losing balance midair and falling. It was then that they realized Lu Chen's sword was faster than any they had ever seen. Drawing, striking, and sheathing the sword all seemed to happen simultaneously, the process so rapid and precise it was nearly imperceptible. Lu Chen's strike shook everyone's confidence, a force that carried an undeniable threat, even surpassing the oppressive presence of the ghost-eyed golden eagle and the black-bellied king snake. Blood soaked the ground, yet Lu Chun frowned slightly, looking at the spilled blood of the demon king with a hint of regret. What a waste! He then retrieved a stone jar from his storage ring, lifting it with one hand as he slowly approached the fallen body of the ghost-eyed golden eagle. The onlookers were filled with curiosity, not understanding what Lu Chun intended to do. Meanwhile, the black-bellied king snake in the distance halted its slaughter, its serpentine body writhing slightly, clearly contemplating escape. Witnessing the ghost-eyed golden eagle's swift demise instilled a fear within it, causing it to question its underestimation of Lu Chun. The ghost-eyed golden eagle, still in shock, stared fixedly at Lu Chun, unable to comprehend why this human was so powerful. It had once confidently believed it could easily handle this insignificant human, yet now it found itself wingless and deeply bewildered. As Lu Chun approached step by step, the ghost-eyed golden eagle felt an unprecedented sense of threat, no longer daring to act rashly. It struggled to rise from the ground, blood gushing from its wound. Don't move. The more you move, the more you'll bleed, Lu Chun said softly, eyes filled with reluctance. This was Demon King blood, an excellent material for body refinement, and wasting it was truly a pity. With a swift and clean stroke, Lu Chun severed the legs of the ghost-eyed golden eagle. He expertly arranged 3 stone jars and deftly caught the blood gushing from the wounds, his movements seamless and unhurried. The golden eagle let out a piercing scream and lunged at Lu Chun in fury, its sharp beak poised to kill him in one bite. Unfazed, Lu Chun delivered a precise punch to the eagle's head, forcing the proud creature's head to droop. Taking advantage of its dizziness, Lu Chun agilely mounted its back and skillfully trapped its head under the left wing. This scene left the onlookers from the 5 major sects utterly astonished. The mighty Demon King, the fearsome ghost-eyed golden eagle, was subdued as easily as domestic fowl. Lu Chun showed no mercy, delivering a heavy slap to the eagle's head. Stop screaming. You should have expected this when you decided to come after me. Refusing to yield, the eagle stretched its neck to counterattack. Lu Chun snorted coldly, and with a swift flash of his sword, he beheaded the eagle. He quickly directed its neck towards the last stone jar, letting the blood drain completely. The members of the 5 sects were left speechless in shock. A warrior at Lu Chun's level managing to slay a demon king defied their understanding. Yet, Lu Chun did not pause. His gaze was now fixed on the black-bellied king snake attempting to stealthily escape. One down, now it's your turn, he said, his voice carrying a chilling hint of amusement. The black-bellied king snake, though fearful, refused to surrender without a fight. It hissed menacingly and fled like a shadow. Lu Chun pursued it with his Lingxiao steps, and with just a few swift strokes of his sword, he slew the second demon king. He then collected 2 jars of snake blood and dragged the massive snake carcass back to the valley. Seeing this, Lu Zhan promptly reported that the eagle's bloodletting was complete. Just as he was about to extract the demon core, a young man from the sword pavilion, who was at the half-step warrior king level, suddenly stepped forward and declared that the demon core should belong to senior brother Bai. This unexpected challenge caused varied reactions among the members of the other 4 sections. Although Bai Xinghe frowned, he remained silent, clearly determined to claim the demon core. Lu Zhan protested, the ghost-eyed golden eagle was killed by my brother Chun, so its demon core naturally belongs to us. Why should we give it to you? Zhu Jun's expression turned dark, his eyes filled with disdain. You just got lucky. If it weren't for us from the 5 major sects, do you think you could have killed the 2 demon kings? Hearing this, Lu Chen's brows furrowed, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He couldn't believe that if it weren't for his intervention, the 5 major sects would have been annihilated today. Yet Zhu Jun dared to twist the facts for the sake of the demon core. The members of the other 4 sects, including Feng Qinghue, watched Lu Chen's reaction closely. Seeing his grim expression, they were secretly pleased. If this incredibly powerful young man could take the opportunity to teach the sword pavilion a lesson, it would be most welcome. Lu Chen slowly turned around, his voice low and dangerous. What did you say? The wind was strong just now. I didn't quite catch that. Say it again. Intimidated by Lu Chen's aura, Zhu Jun avoided eye contact, his voice noticeably weaker. I said the 2 demon kings were killed by everyone together, so everyone should share. Zhu Jun, the 2 demon kings were killed by this young hero, and it has nothing to do with my Heavenly Blade sect. We have no intention of claiming any share. Feng Qinghue was the first to distance himself. Zhao Kuangyi quickly followed. It has nothing to do with my Lingyun sect either. Li Jinyun seized the opportunity to fan the flames. If not for this young hero killing the 2 demon kings, I wouldn't be alive. I'm grateful to him for saving my life, let alone covet the demon treasures. Chen Luo also shouted sternly. Zhu Jun, if your sword pavilion doesn't know right from wrong and covets the young hero's belongings, that's your business. Don't drag us Bloodblade sect into it. Zhu Jun cursed the 4 major sects for being cunning. He had hoped to rally them against Lu Chun and share the spoils, but instead, they publicly condemned him, leaving him embarrassed and awkward. Seeing the situation turning unfavorable, Bai Xinghe quickly tried to mediate. Young hero, Zhu Jun was just joking. Please don't take it to heart. No, it wasn't a joke, Lu Chun coldly interrupted. I've seen shameless people before, but never this shameless. If it weren't for me, wouldn't all of you here be dead by now? Bai Xinghe's face turned pale, his muscles twitching slightly, yet he had no retort. As the top prodigy of the sword pavilion, he had never suffered such humiliation. But now, with one arm lost and the 4 major sects watching the spectacle, he had no choice but to swallow his pride in front of Lu Chun, who had comprehended powerful sword intent. Silence fell around them. As members of the various sects, looking at their dwindling numbers, all knew Lu Chun spoke the truth. Without his timely intervention, their fate would have been grim. At this moment, they wouldn't dare to offend Lu Chun, nor did they want to save the sword pavilion. They were just here to watch the drama unfold. Seeing Bai Xinghe being humiliated, they were quite pleased. Seeing Bai Xinghe remain silent, Lu Chun cast a cold glance over everyone present, his voice as chilling as ice. I killed 2 demon kings to save your lives. Not only are you ungrateful, but you also plan to join forces with the 4 major sects against me. Now that the 4 sects choose to stand by, you claim it was just a joke. A cold smile played on his lips. You really think you can say whatever you want? Bai Xinghe had brought 7 trusted followers, and now only 3 remained. Watching the sword pavilion being humiliated, Li He, a martial master of the 9th rank, couldn't hold back any longer. He stepped forward, chest puffed out, and shouted, "Kid, Brother Bai has already lowered himself to give you an out. What more do you want?" Lu Chen's eyes were icy as he responded expressionlessly, "I can't stand being wronged. Since you've made me uncomfortable, I'll make sure you die." So domineering. The people from the 4 major sects were shocked, their eyes flashing with surprise. He was truly domineering, causing others to die just because he felt wronged. Was he really not afraid of the sword pavilion? On the surface, Lu Chen seemed to be facing only a few disciples of the sword pavilion, but in reality, he was confronting the entire sword pavilion. If Lu Chen truly killed these disciples, the sword pavilion wouldn't let him off easily. At this moment, they became increasingly curious about Lu Chen's background. They couldn't believe he dared to touch the disciples of the top sect in the Eastern Hua domain without some backing. Li He was confident Lu Chen wouldn't dare to harm him. Crossing his arms, he sneered, "Kill me? I'm standing right here. I want to see if you dare." "Indeed, if you kill us, you'll be making an enemy of the entire sword pavilion. No matter where you run, the sword pavilion won't spare you," Zhu Jun added, full of contempt. Idiots. Lu Chen was least afraid of threats. He merely uttered 2 words before flipping his wrist, swinging his sword at the 4 from the sword pavilion. The sword light flashed like lightning, chillingly bright. Not good. Seeing Lu Chen draw his sword, Bai Xinghe's face changed drastically, and he turned to flee first. The remaining 3 disciples of the sword pavilion also tried to escape, but their limited strength was no match. Before they could act, they were sliced in half by Lu Chen's powerful sword intent, blood splattering as their bodies fell heavily to the ground in 2 pieces. With one sword, Lu Chen killed 4 people, then expressionlessly withdrew his sword and pointed it at the still terrified Bai Xinghe, who had narrowly escaped death. His voice was as cold as if it came from the depths of hell. "They're dead, and now it's your turn." Lu Chen's words were like the judgment of death, chilling Bai Xinghe to the core, leaving him trembling. Before this, Bai Xinghe never thought Lu Chen would actually dare to kill them, given their affiliation with the Sword Pavilion, a dominant force in the Eastern Hua domain. Now, with his 3 junior brothers dead, Bai Xinghe lost all his arrogance as a disciple of the Sword Pavilion. He was truly afraid that this mysterious Lu Chen would take his life. Initially, the people from the 4 major sects were watching the spectacle, hoping Lu Chen would kill the Sword Pavilion's people. But once Lu Chen truly acted, they became uneasy. At this moment, they all pondered the same question. After killing the Sword Pavilion's people, would Lu Chen silence them as well? If he truly entertained such a thought, given his displayed strength, they were doomed, with no hope of leaving alive today. Facing Lu Chen's cold gaze, Bai Xinghe swallowed hard, feigning calmness as he said, "Young hero, I am the personal disciple of the Sword Pavilion's master. If we reconcile now, I can pretend today's events never happened and offer compensation." Bai Xinghe had softened. Hearing this, Feng Qingwei and others exchanged glances, realizing Bai Xinghe had finally come to terms with reality in the face of Lu Chen's overwhelming presence. Lu Chen coldly replied, "I don't kill the innocent, but I won't spare any enemy. You coveted what is mine, so there's no way I'll let you go." With that, he took a step forward, his figure ghost-like as he closed in on Bai Xinghe. Terrified, Bai Xinghe's first instinct was to flee. If he could escape, he could find various ways to seek revenge on Lu Chen later. However, just as he was about to use his movement technique, Lu Chen blocked his path, the sword tip locking onto his throat, its icy glint menacing. "Kid, if you won't let me live, then I'll take you down with me." Bai Xinghe roared, quickly pulling out a red pill from his sleeve and swallowing it without hesitation. After taking the pill, Bai Xinghe's body trembled violently, his head hung low, and his sole arm clenched into a fist, veins bulging as if enduring some unspeakable pain. To everyone's shock, Bai Xinghe's aura kept growing stronger, and in the blink of an eye, his martial prowess soared to the 6th rank of the martial king realm. Moreover, his facial muscles began to distort, with his face covered in snake-like red blood vessels, making him look terrifyingly grotesque. After a moment, Bai Xinghe slowly raised his head, revealing eyes that had turned completely blood red. This sudden change startled everyone present. Feng Qingwei frowned deeply, sensing that the current Bai Xinghe exuded an extremely dangerous aura, as if he was no longer the familiar opponent they knew. It must be related to the pill he took, Li Jinyun analyzed after a moment of thought. That pill has overdrawn his body, causing his strength to surge. Chen Luo and Zhao Kuangyi remained silent, but the deep apprehension in their eyes said it all. At this moment, Bai Xinghe felt far more dangerous to them than the two demon kings. Ha ha ha. The feeling of power is wonderful. Bai Xinghe laughed sinisterly under the wary eyes of the crowd, looking down at his single arm, completely intoxicated by this unprecedented power. Mad demon pill, interesting. Lu Chen observed Bai Xinghe's transformation with a knowing smile. As a former emperor of alchemy, he had seen all the common pills of the divine martial world, and even those less common, he had heard of them. The Mad Demon Pill, formerly known as the Blood Rage Pill, is a fourth-tier pill. When consumed, it grants the user combat strength far beyond their own for a short time. Lu Chen thought to himself. This pill was once sought after by countless mercenaries because it often saved their lives, allowing them to return alive. However, the drawbacks of the Blood Rage Pill soon became apparent. It was discovered that while it could provide immense power temporarily, it came at the cost of burning one's life and martial potential. Moreover, the pill would impair one's mind, causing many to become deranged and murderous after consumption, thus earning its name as the Mad Demon Pill. When the pill's drawbacks reached the alchemy domain, the elders there immediately ordered the destruction of its formula and banned all alchemists from crafting it. Since then, the Mad Demon Pill became a forbidden pill. Lu Chen was surprised to see such a long-banned pill reappear here. Kid, since you know about the Mad Demon Pill, you should be ready to die, right? Bai Xinghe sneered, his voice filled with a bloodthirsty desire upon hearing Lu Chen mention the pill. Die. Lu Chen scoffed disdainfully. It's just a Mad Demon Pill. You think a single pill can bridge the gap between us? Whether the Mad Demon Pill can bridge that gap, we'll only know after a fight. Bai Xinghe's eyes were fierce, his killing intent undisguised. Then I'll give you that chance today. Then you can die. Bai Xinghe roared, his voice full of madness and hatred, as he charged towards Lu Chen like an arrow released from a bowstring. Lu Chen stepped forward, engaging Bai Xinghe in an intense battle in the valley. During this, Lu Chen refrained from using his sword intent against Bai Xinghe, wanting to truly experience the changes brought by the Mad Demon Pill. He leveraged the advantages of his Ling Xiao step to continuously evade Bai Xinghe's attacks while testing him with sword moves familiar from his past life. In no time, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Through this exchange, Lu Chen realized that after consuming the Mad Demon Pill, Bai Xinghe's martial arts, reaction speed, and movement techniques had all improved significantly. Additionally, his frenzied sword intent was even more powerful, turning him into a pure aggressor who had completely abandoned defense. So strong. Feng Qingyue couldn't help but marvel at the fierce battle between the two. Feng Qingyue, who are you referring to? Li Jinyun's tone was clearly teasing. You don't know who I'm talking about? Feng Qingyue retorted coldly, with a hint of displeasure in her eyes. Zhao Kuangyi said, that guy's strength is unfathomable. Even facing Bai Xinghe, who is at the 6th level of the Martial King realm, he can handle it with ease. His power lies in two aspects, his sword intent and his body technique. Right now, just with his body technique, he can make Bai Xinghe unable to even touch him. Chen Luo nodded in agreement. Li Jinyun's chest heaved slightly, and her eyes flashed with complex emotions. Though he's not well known now, it won't be long before the name Donghua Domain becomes famous. Moreover, while we don't know much about Lu Chen's background, his talent is among the best, even in the Shilling realm. Feng Qingyue and the others did not argue. As top talents of the Donghua Domain, they were well aware of Lu Chen's potential. Judging by his talent, Lu Chen's rise was only a matter of time. Even in the Shilling realm, where experts were numerous, someone as outstanding as Lu Chen would still draw attention. In the valley, as time passed, the battle between Lu Chen and Bai Xinghe grew more intense. Each clash of sword intent and body technique whipped up a storm, as if stirring the entire valley. The two had exchanged dozens of moves, each becoming more fierce and powerful. Suddenly, Bai Xinghe's aura turned violent, and the blood in his body boiled more intensely. Although Lu Chen had been handling the situation with ease, he began to feel the pressure. Bai Xinghe's attacks became faster, and Lu Chen's evasive maneuvers grew slightly hurried. Boom! Suddenly, Bai Xinghe swung his sword down with a piercing sound, and a swath of trees in the distance instantly collapsed into ruins. Yet, Lu Chen emerged from the wreckage, his expression solemn. Bai Xinghe halted, his gaze sharp as a knife, and shouted angrily. Kid, if you don't dare face me heathen, what kind of hero are you? Lu Chen sneered, his tone contemptuous. It's not that I don't dare. I'm just curious to see the limits you can reach after taking the frenzy pill. Bai Xinghe, you might be a genius in others' eyes, but to me, you're nothing. If I got serious, one strike could end your life. Bai Xinghe was enraged by this, letting out a thunderous roar, his aura surging as he charged at Lu Chen with his sword once more. Lu Chen smirked, executing his Ling Xiao step, his figure ghostly as he easily dodged Bai Xinghe's sword. However, Bai Xinghe suddenly ceased his attack, turning his gaze to Lu Zhan not far away, a cold smile playing on his lips. Seeing this, Lu Qin's expression changed dramatically. Although Lu Zhan had recently increased his strength significantly, with the frenzy pill's boost, Bai Xinghe was beyond his ability to withstand. If Bai Xinghe succeeded, Lu Zhan would undoubtedly perish. Bai Xinghe, don't you dare! Lu Qin shouted, his figure shooting forward like an arrow, rapidly pursuing Bai Xinghe. Bai Xinghe sneered. He must be important to you, right? Today, I'll kill him, leaving you to live in eternal pain. You're courting death. Lu Qin's eyes blazed with killing intent. He roared, drawing his fingers across his sword, then swung it out. The summer sword intent from the Four Seasons sword intent Yang Zhou erupted forth. A fiery red sword aura slashed through the air like lightning, catching up to Bai Xinghe, who was about to attack Lu Zhan, in the blink of an eye. Bai Xinghe turned, seeing Yang Zhou coming at him, his eyes filled with cold amusement. He swiftly countered with a sword, unleashing a violent sword aura to block it. Boom! The moment the two sword auras collided, a deafening explosion rang out. Bai Xinghe's violent sword intent shattered instantly, breaking into countless fragments, while Yang Zhou pressed on, undeterred. No! Bai Xinghe's eyes filled with despair, letting out a cry of unwilling rage. Then, the Yang Zhou sword intent engulfed him completely, flames surging, reducing Bai Xinghe to ashes in an instant. Silence returned, leaving only Lu Qin standing in the valley, the air thick with the acrid scent of burnt ash. Gone, just gone. The people from the four major sects stared blankly at the spot where Bai Xinghe had vanished, disbelief etched on their faces. With just a single sword strike, Bai Xinghe was reduced to nothingness, not leaving even a trace behind. Such swordsmanship was truly terrifying. They had just witnessed Lu Qin's astonishing sword skills as he slaughtered two powerful demon kings, which was already shocking enough. Yet now, this young man, who appeared much younger than them, wielded an even more formidable sword intent. They couldn't help but wonder, when did this young man start his training? Could it be that he began honing his skills while still in the womb? As they faced the wrathful Lu Qin, everyone present felt an invisible pressure weighing down on them. Bai Xinghe's death left them in a dilemma. Would Lu Qin silence them to cover his tracks? If so, how could they defend themselves? While they were filled with unease, Lu Qin walked straight to the corpse of the ghost-eyed golden eagle and deftly extracted its demon core. The core, about the size of a pigeon egg, emitted a golden-purple glow, releasing powerful spiritual energy upon being removed. Normally, such a precious demon core would make the people from the four sects green with envy, but at this moment, they didn't dare entertain any covetous thoughts. The fate of the sword pavilion was a stark warning. Zhan. Lu Qin casually examined the core and called out, "Brother Chun." Lu Zhan responded immediately, quickly moving to Lu Qin's side, his face still showing signs of lingering shock. "Keep it, and take out the demon core of the black-bellied king snake as well," Lu Qin instructed, handing the core to Lu Zhan. "Got it," Lu Zhan replied, his tense nerves gradually relaxing as he cheerfully walked toward the black-bellied king snake's corpse. The people from the four sects couldn't help but speculate about the relationship between Lu Qin and Lu Zhan, and they were envious of such generosity. Lu Qin then cut off the ghost-eyed golden eagle's claws and beak, carefully collecting its blood into a storage ring. By the time he finished, Lu Zhan had already retrieved the black-bellied king snake's demon core and approached Lu Qin with both cores in hand. "Brother Chun, I've got the cores and the blood. Where to next?" Lu Zhan asked with a smile. "Let's just wander around," Lu Qin replied calmly. "Sure." Lu Zhan eagerly agreed, clearly indifferent to their destination as long as he could follow Lu Qin. He stored the two demon cores in his ring, and the two of them, along with a beast, departed. Watching Lu Qin's group leave, the people from the four major sects finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling fortunate to have escaped unscathed. "He actually spared us." Chen Luo squinted and remarked after a moment. "He probably doesn't even see us as a threat," Zhao Kuangyi analyzed. "He's confident in his strength and isn't afraid of the sword pavilion's revenge." "I really wonder who he is," Feng Qingwen mused. "This trip to the Luofeng Mountains has been an eye-opener." Previously, they had always considered themselves prodigies, towering over their peers in the Eastern Hua domain, highly respected figures. But today, Lu Qin, with just one sword, clearly demonstrated to them what a true prodigy is in comparison. They seemed insignificant. Li Jinyun and the others shared Feng Qingyue's sentiments. As they reflected on this, their eyes involuntarily fell on the corpses of the two demon kings. Li Jinyun was the first to speak. "Everyone, I still want the venomous fang of the black-belly king snake." As a practitioner of toxic arts, this fang was invaluable to her, though of little use to the others. "Since you want the fang, I'll take the body of the ghost-eyed golden eagle," Chen Luo responded decisively. Zhao Kuangyi turned to Feng Qingwei and suggested, "Shall we divide the black-belly king snake's body?" "Sure," Feng Qingwei replied absent-mindedly. After witnessing Lu Qin's display of strength, she felt quite disheartened, and even these prime monster corpses lost their usual allure to her. She then signaled 4 fellow disciples from the Heavenly Blade Pavilion to step forward and begin distributing the remaining Monster King corpses. Meanwhile, Lu Chun and Lu Zhan left the valley, using their martial skills to swiftly speed westward, their movements quick and their destination clear. Brother Chun, have you found another treasure? Lu Zhan asked curiously as he kept pace. Lu Chun smiled and glanced at Master Mouse, who explained, You brat, it's the spirit herb guarded by the Black Belly King snake. Great, we're hitting the jackpot this time. Lu Zhan exclaimed excitedly, knowing that a 4th-tier Monster King meant they could obtain a precious 4th-tier spirit herb. Suddenly, Lu Chun thought of something and asked, Master Mouse, if we're going for the Black Belly King snake's herb, won't they go for the ghost-eyed Golden Eagle's herb? Don't worry, the ghost-eyed Golden Eagle's nest is beyond my sensing range. They won't find it anytime soon, Master Mouse replied. Satisfied with this answer, Lu Chun felt relieved, and the two quickened their pace. Soon, they crossed 2 mountain peaks and entered a damp valley. In a cave filled with the stench of snakes, they found the spirit herb guarded by the Black Belly King snakia vine sprawling across half a rock wall, laden with round green fruits. It's snake saliva fruit. Lu Chun excitedly recognized the 4th-grade spirit herb. This rare fruit, maturing once every 100 years, could detoxify snake venom, enhance a warrior's strength, and was an essential ingredient in many elixirs, with each fruit worth 8 to 900 spirit crystals. Even though the fruits were not yet ripe, they made Master Mouse drool with desire. Urged by Master Mouse, Lu Chun carefully used his soul power to uproot the entire snake saliva fruit plant and stored it in his storage ring. Just as they were about to head back to search for the ghost-eyed Golden Eagle's nest, a commotion arose from distant mountains. 4 streaks of light tore across the sky, with 3 martial sect members chasing a young girl in green. This scene left Master Mouse wide-eyed with shock. The girl appeared to be about the same age as Lu Chun, wielding a slender sword, with breathtaking beauty and at the 7th level of the Martial King realm. She glanced coldly at Lu Chun and then swept over his head, fleeing deeper into the mountains. The 3 martial sect members pursuing her were so focused on the chase that they didn't even notice Lu Chun and Master Mouse below. Master Shu glanced at Lu Chun, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. He whispered to Lu Zhan, Kid, you might not be able to follow your brother anymore. Lu Chun frowned, puzzled. Master Shu, why can't Zhan come with us? Master Shu didn't answer immediately. Instead, he turned to Lu Zhan and asked in a slightly serious tone, Kid, do you want to find out what those 4 people were up to? Lu Chen's eyes lit up with excitement. Of course. I wouldn't want to miss such a show. Master Shu waved his hand gently. Exactly. Those people are either martial masters or have the strength of one, completely different from someone like Bai Xinghe. Your skills are decent, but the gap between you and them is too large. If something happens and you have Zhan with you, do you think you can protect him? Lu Chen's expression grew solemn. His abilities were capped at a mid-level martial king, and facing a martial master, his only option would be to flee. The agility of those 4 earlier made it clear that he might have a slim chance of escaping alone, but with Lu Zhan, they would undoubtedly be caught, with dire consequences. Seeing Lu Chen deep in thought, Lu Zhan spoke up. Master Shu, can you find a safe place for me to stay until you and Brother Chen return? Master Shu frowned. This place is crawling with beasts. Leaving you nearby isn't safe. How about going with the people from the 4 major sects? No way. Lu Chen immediately refused. I don't trust them with Zhan. Master Shu's gaze flickered with a hint of helplessness. Kid, not everyone in that group is bad. For instance, that girl with the twin ponytails seems trustworthy. Feng Qinghue. Lu Chen's brow furrowed. That's her. Master Shu nodded. When she faced danger, she chose to stay behind so her sect members could escape. Someone like that isn't a bad person. Lu Chun was silent for a moment, recalling everything that happened outside the valley, and finally sighed. You're right. Compared to the others, Feng Qinghue is indeed more trustworthy. Master Shu continued to persuade. Kid, trust me on this one. Zhan will be much safer with her than with you. Lu Chen hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded. All right, then go with her and wait for me in Luofeng town. Master Shu smiled with satisfaction as Lu Chen agreed and reminded Lu Zhan. Kid, when you're with Feng Qinghue, don't eat the demon cores in front of her. Lu Zhan nodded, looking resolutely at Lu Chun. Brother Chun, don't worry. You're right about Feng Qinghue. She's trustworthy. Lu Chen stared at Lu Zhan once more, thinking for a moment before deciding. Okay, be careful and wait for me in Luofeng town. Master Shu patted Lu Chun on the shoulder. Let's go, kid. Once this is over, everyone will be safe and sound. Lu Zhan nodded firmly, his eyes determined. Shuyi, I understand. I won't let them know I can enhance my power by consuming demon cores. Besides, if my brother and I don't return in 2 months, you should return to Tianyuan city on your own. Don't stay in Luofeng town any longer. Shuyi nodded, continuing, it's dangerous. Otherwise, I wouldn't risk offending your brother to send you away first. Lu Zhan furrowed his brows, asking worriedly, Shuyi, Is it really that dangerous for you? It is, Shu Yi replied seriously, looking at him. Otherwise, I wouldn't take this risk. His words carried an unmistakable sincerity and concern. Turning to Lu Chun, Lu Zhan whispered, Brother Chun, you and Shu Yi take care. If things go south, just run. Once we're stronger, we can come back for herbs. Lu Chun gently ruffled Lu Zhan's hair, offering a reassuring smile. Zhan, your brother isn't one to court death. Don't worry, just take care of yourself. All right, Brother Chun, I'll be waiting for you outside. Lu Zhan replied with a hint of reluctance in his voice. Seeing the situation was settled, Shu Yi urged, Kid, hurry and send him off before that girl leaves. Lu Chun huffed in annoyance. Got it. The two humans and one beast quickly retraced their steps. Before long, guided by Shu Yi, Lu Chun caught up with Feng Qingyue and her four companions, who had separated from the other sects and were about to leave Luofeng mountain range. Upon seeing Lu Chun, Feng Qingyue felt a jolt of tension, while the other four instinctively moved behind her, watching Lu Chun warily. Feng Qingyue spoke, her tone probing. Young hero, is there something else? Lu Chun smiled slightly, getting straight to the point. Miss Feng, I have matters to attend to and can't take my brother with me. Could I trouble you to take him out? As a reward, I'll give you everything from the ghost-eyed golden eagle. As he spoke, he handed over the eagle's claws, beak, and the demon core he'd taken from Lu Zhan. Hearing this, Feng Qingyue felt relieved it wasn't a pursuit. She composed herself and, smiling, declined the offer. Young hero, I can take your brother out. There's no need for any reward. Lu Chun didn't insist, lightly clasping his hands in gratitude. In that case, I'll take advantage of your kindness. Feng Qingyue nodded, speaking softly. Young Master Lu, you're too kind. It's just a small favor. With that, Lu Chun entrusted Lu Zhan to Feng Qingyue and watched as they gradually disappeared from sight. As soon as Lu Zhan was out of view, Shu Yi impatiently urged, Kid, hurry and catch up. If you miss it, you'll miss all the fun. Lu Chun frowned, glancing at Shu Yi. Shu Yi, you're not supposed to be this eager for a show. Are you up to something? Shu Yi scoffed. You're overthinking it. I, Shu Yi, am naturally drawn to excitement. No hidden agenda here. I don't buy it. Lu Chun retorted, rolling his eyes at Shu Yi. Yet, he had his own plans in mind and quickly used his Lingxiao step to follow in the direction Feng Qingyue and her group had taken. Shu Yi chuckled, his tone light. You're too slow. Let me give you a lift. As he finished speaking, Shu Ye's spiritual energy surged, transforming into a streak of flesh-colored light, racing forward. The mountains beside Lu Chun flew past in a blur, leaving him with no doubt about Shu Ye's speed. His earlier suspicions about Shu Ye's intentions vanished, realizing that Shu Yi had the power to protect both him and Lu Zhan. However, he was now more certain that Shu Yi had a hidden reason for sending Lu Zhan away, prompting him to remain vigilant. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Chun followed Mouse Lord for over 400 miles into the depths, where the surroundings suddenly changed. The strength of the beasts here was noticeably higher, with the weakest being mid-4th tier, and some even reaching the 5th tier, equivalent to a human martial master. Most of these 5th-tier beasts had awakened their racial talents, making them far more formidable than those of the 4th tier. Feeling the fierce aura of the surrounding beasts, Lu Chen's heart tightened. He noticed the battle scars and bloodstains on the ground and said to Mouse Lord, If it weren't for these clues, I'd think you lost track. Scared, are you? Mouse Lord teased. Get lost. How could I, the Sword Emperor, be scared? Lu Chun retorted with a forced smile, though he couldn't hide a trace of worry in his heart. If you're not scared, let's keep going. I believe they haven't gotten far. Before Mouse Lord finished speaking, he had already picked up speed. Just as Mouse Lord predicted, within minutes, the sounds of a fierce battle reached their ears. Hell, we're here. Mouse Lord glanced at the towering mountains in the distance and led Lu Chun to the highest peak. Standing at the vantage point, Lu Chun quickly spotted the 4 figures he had seen earlier. 3 of them were attacking a young girl above the vast forest. Although the girl only had the cultivation level of a 7th-tier martial king, she displayed combat power comparable to a martial master. Yet, against 3 determined martial master adversaries, she was gradually losing ground, with dozens of bone-deep wounds silently attesting to the battle's ferocity. Kid, what do you think? Mouse Lord suddenly asked. Lu Chun observed the battle intently and replied, Those 3 aren't particularly strong, but this girl is exceptionally gifted, likely possessing a special physique of considerable quality. Martial physiques are classified into 7 levels: mortal, spirit, king, emperor, immortal, celestial, and divine. While a mortal physique can sense the spiritual energy of the world, it rarely achieves greatness. The spirit physique, also known as the pure martial body, has a high affinity with spiritual energy and is often found in those with divine veins, making them heaven's favorites. Any special physique above the king level is enough to spark competition among major sects. Lu Chun immediately noticed the girl's unique pure white spiritual energy. This extreme energy was not only incredibly destructive, but also suppressed her opponent's spiritual energy. In Lu Chen's view, this unique energy suggested that the girl likely possessed an emperor-level physique, surpassing the king level. Master Shu's eyes flickered as he smacked Lu Chen on the head. Who asked you about that? I'm asking how you think that woman looks. She's fine, Lu Chen replied dismissively. He knew better than to say beautiful out loud, for fear of being labeled as a lecher. If you think she's decent, why aren't you rushing to save her? Master Shu urged impatiently. Lu Chen pointed incredulously at himself, then at the girl who was on the brink of death. Master Shu, are you sure you want me to save her? Although he had insights from his past life swordsmanship to handle some mid-level martial kings, facing these three experts seemed beyond his ability. If he acted rashly, they would surely kill him to silence him. You little punk, Master Shu rolled his eyes. Save a life, and you might just find a wife. Or do you want me to do it? Of course you should go, Lu Chen replied quickly. I'm not strong enough. Going in would be suicide. Only you can handle those three. You go, and I'll back you up, Master Shu said decisively. Lu Chen eyed Master Shu suspiciously. You're acting strange today. Normally you don't lift a finger without a benefit. Why the sudden urge to help? Stop wasting time, Master Shu insisted, eyes fixed on the battle. If you don't act, she'll die right here. Before he finished speaking, a muffled sound echoed. The girl was caught off guard by an elder with white hair, who pierced her abdomen with a sword, sending her plummeting toward the forest below. The three martial artists, delighted, swiftly followed her into the woods. Frowning, Lu Chen asked, Master Shu, since you say we should save her, do you have a plan? You don't expect me to just rush in and die, do you? Follow me. Master Shu transformed into a streak of light, darting forward. I'm doing this for your future happiness. Though puzzled, Lu Chen used his Lingxiao step to keep up. In the forest, the three sword-wielding elders formed a triangle, closing in on the injured girl. Her face was pale as paper, her left hand pressed tightly against her abdominal wound, and her right hand struggled to hold her sword, glaring coldly at the trio. She was at her limit, barely able to stand. Nangong Ling, give up. You can't escape. The leading elder, Gua Ziming, stopped 3 meters from the girl, sneering. Gua Ziming. Nangong Ling gritted her teeth. Your Wanjian Mountain has no shame. 3 old men ambushing a junior. Nangong Ling. Li Jun shouted sternly. Though you're a junior, you've threatened Wanjian Mountain status in the Shilling realm. You must be eliminated today. Li Bingchuan, another elder, looked at her with a fierce glint in his eyes. Only with your death can we have peace. This all started 3 years ago. Wanjian Mountain, the top sect in the Shilling realm, always dominated the top 10 of the Dragon and Tiger hero list. But 3 years ago, Nangong Ling from the 100 Flowers sect emerged, seizing the top spot and holding it ever since, unchallenged. Although the overall strength of the 100 Flowers sect was still below Wanjian Mountain, Nangong Ling's rapid growth had shaken the entire Shilling realm. To maintain their status, Wanjian Mountain decided to eliminate this variable. As Nangong Ling looked at the three before her, despair welled up. She had only come to the Luofeng mountain range for a rare herb, never expecting such treachery. Isolated and surrounded by beasts, she had no hope of rescue. It seemed she would not escape death today. However, just when Nangong Ling was about to give up resisting, an even more despairing scene unfolded. Gua Ziming's gaze slowly shifted from her pale but stunning face down to her heaving chest. In that moment, a lecherous glint flashed in his eyes. Eyeing Nangong Ling's alluring figure, he couldn't help but stroke his chin and chuckle softly. Such beauty. It would be a shame to end it with a sword right now. What do you want? Nangong Ling's face turned ashen, fear creeping into her expression. She feared death, but even more so, being defiled by the lascivious man before her. She could feel the greed in Gua Ziming's eyes, sending a chill through her heart. Her body trembled involuntarily, and she instinctively stepped back, edging closer to Li Bingchuan. As a fellow sect member, Li Bingchuan, along with Li Jun, was well aware of Gua Ziming's reputation from a young age. Known for his lecherous ways, Gua Ziming's pursuit of cultivation was merely a means to satisfy his desires. Over the years, he had secretly defiled countless female disciples, taking only female students and ultimately turning them into his playthings. Though the sect leader was aware of his actions, Gua Ziming's high talent and loyalty to the sect led the leader to turn a blind eye. For those female disciples who were of average appearance, if Gua Ziming showed interest, they would consider it a favor to send them to his bed. But Nangong Ling was different. Her extraordinary beauty made Gua Ziming's interest in her unsurprising. If it were any ordinary woman, they might stand aside to fulfill Gua Ziming's desires. But Nangong Ling was no ordinary woman. Li Bingchuan frowned. Senior brother Gua, this person must be killed. She can't be left alive. Li Jun agreed. Senior brother Gua, I share the same view as brotherly. There are plenty of women in the world. There's no need to waste time on her. We should act quickly to avoid complications. A hint of urgency flashed in Gua Ziming's eyes, and he grew anxious. Junior brotherly, there may be many women, but few like Nangong Ling. She still seems untouched, a rare find. Li Bingchuan and Li Jun remained silent, knowing Guo Ziming spoke the truth. Nangongling's beauty was indeed captivating. They exchanged a look, their expressions complex. Li Bingchuan spoke softly. In that case, let senior brother handle it, and we'll stand guard to prevent any surprises. Guo Ziming's eyes lit up, and he sighed in relief. I'm glad you two understand. Just give me a quarter of an hour, and I promise not to disappoint you. I'll offer golden spirit fruit and heavenly fragrance as thanks. Hearing the mention of golden spirit fruit and heavenly fragrance, a glimmer of greed appeared in Li Bingchuan and Li Jun's eyes. These were rare elixirs, enhancing cultivation speed and swordsmanship insight, extremely valuable. They exchanged a glance and finally agreed. Li Bingchuan said in a low voice, "All right then, senior brother, make it quick. We'll keep watch." Guo Ziming nodded, excitement coursing through him, and immediately prepared to act. Hearing this, Guo Ziming was so angry that his teeth were grinding. He had invested a lot to win over the beautiful Nangongling. Despite his heartache, he forced a smile and said to his two junior brothers, "Thank you both for your help. I appreciate your kindness." He then handed over the golden spirit fruit and the heavenly fragrance incense. Li Bingchuan took the golden spirit fruit, while Li Jun took the heavenly fragrance incense. Once they got what they wanted, they tactically retreated to a distance to keep watch for any unexpected events. Guo Ziming turned to Nangongling, his face breaking into a sinister smile. "Nangongling, after all this effort, you are finally mine." "Guo Ziming, I'd rather die than let you have your way." Nangongling shouted defiantly, her sword pointed at her chest. "Wanna die? It's not that easy." Guo Ziming sneered, swiftly snatching the sword and restraining her delicate hands. "Let go of me," Nangongling yelled, her voice filled with determination. Guo Ziming looked down at her exquisite face, a greedy glint in his eyes. "Letting you go is not an option. We should make the most of our time together." With that, he lifted Nangongling and carried her into a nearby cave. "Guo Ziming, please kill me instead of doing this to me," Nangongling pleaded desperately, looking at his hideous and aged face with revulsion. Guo Ziming roughly shoved a pink pill into her mouth, smirking. "Don't worry, soon you'll be begging for my affection. What did you make me take?" Nangongling felt a foreboding sense of dread. "Aphrodisiac pill." Guo Ziming laughed loudly, then sealed her hand meridians and placed her on a large stone inside the cave. Upon hearing the words aphrodisiac pill, Nangongling trembled all over. This dreadful pill could turn the most virtuous person into a slave of desire. She never imagined Guo Ziming would resort to such methods. "You beast!" Nangongling roared in anger. "Beast or not, you're not leaving today," Guo Ziming said as he undid his clothes and swallowed a pill himself. His body soon showed obvious changes. At this moment, Nangongling felt unbearably hot. Her fair face flushed, and her body temperature soared. She knew this was a sign of the drug taking effect, and struggled to crawl toward the cave entrance. "Help! Someone save me!" Nangongling cried out in despair. Guo Ziming dragged her back, sneering. "This place is deserted. Even if you scream your lungs out, no one will come. Just be my woman," he said as he began tearing at her clothes, his eyes filled with excitement. Nangongling fought desperately, but it was in vain. Guo Ziming greedily gazed at the scene before him, reaching out to touch her. Just then, a tall figure appeared in Nangongling's view. It was Lu Chun. He had finally arrived. In that moment, Lu Chun seemed like a savior, and Nangongling looked at him with pleading eyes, struggling to wave her pale hand. Lu Chun glanced at Nangongling with an impassive expression, instantly channeling all his spiritual power. His sword emanated a formidable aura, targeting Guo Ziming, who was lost in wicked thoughts. Despite being overwhelmed by desire, Guo Ziming's years of training had honed his instincts, allowing him to sense the deadly threat immediately. With a furious roar, he grabbed Nangongling's arm, using her as a shield against Lu Chun, while retreating swiftly to barely evade the fierce sword energy. "Ah!" Nangongling cried out in midair. Lu Chun reacted quickly, catching her steadily with one hand while maintaining his sword's momentum with the other. He executed his Ling Shao footwork, disappearing from the cave with Nangongling in an instant. "Punk, you've ruined my plans. I'll tear you apart," Guo Ziming bellowed, grabbing his sword and chasing after them. But as soon as he emerged from the cave, an even more terrifying sense of danger overwhelmed him. Driven by instinct, he swung his sword with all his might towards the source of the threat. Roar! A thunderous beast's roar echoed through the forest, followed by a flash of purple lightning. With a resounding crash, Guo Ziming's sword intent was obliterated, and he was flung like a broken kite, crashing heavily into the dense woods. Ugh! Barely clothed, Guo Ziming felt his insides churn and spat out blood as he struggled to rise. When he finally saw his attacker, he gasped in shock. A massive purple thunder tiger, its body covered in needle-like fur shimmering with lightning. Its aura indicated it was at the mid-tier of the 5th level, and its casual strike had left Guo Ziming severely injured. Just then, Li Bingchuan and Li Jun, who were on guard, arrived at the scene. "Brother Guo, what happened?" Li Bingxuan asked urgently. Thunder. Thunder Tiger. Li Jun stammered, eyes filled with dread. Before they could react further, the Thunder Tiger charged at them with the force of a storm. They hastily summoned their strongest sword intents to defend themselves, but the Thunder Tiger shattered them with a single blow, sending the three of them flying once more. The relentless beast continued its assault, forcing them into a desperate scramble to evade. Brother Gua, weren't you doing something else? How did you provoke this beast? Li Bingxuan asked while struggling to defend himself. Gua Ziming gritted his teeth. Nangong Ling was rescued by some kid, and that bastard brought this Thunder Tiger. At that moment, Li Bingxuan and Li Jun deeply regretted their decision. They shouldn't have agreed to Gua Ziming's outrageous request for the sake of a few golden spirit fruits and heavenly fragrance essence. The extraordinary talent of Nangong Ling sent a chill down the spines of Li Jun and Gua Ziming. They understood that if this unparalleled genius escaped today, within 10 years, no one in the entire Shieling realm would be able to challenge her. The thought of their actions today, especially Gua Ziming's attempt to violate her, made them shudder. Such hatred would inevitably lead to a blood feud. Brother Gua, the Thunder Tiger is beyond our ability to handle. We need to escape first, Li Jun said gravely. Once we're safe, we can go after that pair of scoundrels. Gua Ziming, realizing the seriousness of the situation, nodded repeatedly. The three of them fled frantically through the dense forest, constantly dodging the fierce attacks of the Thunder Tiger. The enraged beast, having lost its treasured green thunderwood, mistook Gua Ziming for the thief and was in a frenzy, chasing them down. It roared with the intent to reclaim its possession and tear the trio to pieces. The immense pressure made the surrounding lesser demons tremble and cower on the ground, not daring to move. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, Lu Chun was swiftly moving while carrying the poisoned Nangong Ling. The effects of the poison made this usually icy woman feverish, her gaze becoming increasingly dazed. Though she resisted internally, her body instinctively clung to Lu Chun, her arms wrapping around his neck. As time passed, the fire of desire within Nangong Ling grew more intense, and her eyes were filled with longing as she looked at Lu Chun. Suddenly, she wrapped her arm around his and leaned in to kiss his handsome face. Master Mouse, where's the place you found? If we don't get there soon, she's going to completely lose control, Lu Chun asked helplessly using his soul power. Hey kid, why not take advantage of her heat and claim this ice-cold beauty right here in the bushes? Master Mouse teased. Shut up. I'm not someone who takes advantage of others in their time of need, Lu Chun sternly replied. As they passed through a damp valley, Master Mouse suddenly transformed into a streak of flesh-colored light and disappeared, leaving behind the words, Oops, I'm out of here. Before Lu Chun could react, a massive creature resembling a leech, covered in mucus, suddenly emerged and spewed a mouthful of yellow liquid. Caught off guard, both Lu Chun and Nangong Ling were splattered with the slime. As Lu Chun used his Ling Xiao step to dodge, he saw the true identity of the attacker, and his face turned ashen. It was the dreaded Inen, feared by female cultivators everywhere. In the realm of Shenwu, there are many species of mythical beasts, but none are as notorious and despised as the Inen. While not particularly powerful in combat, the Inen possesses a unique innate ability. Before it transforms, its venom acts as an extremely potent aphrodisiac, so rare that just a single drop can ignite an overwhelming desire in any creature. The only way to quell this desire is through intense physical intimacy. Even the master alchemists of the Shenwu realm cannot concoct a cure. Without relief, the victim's organs cannot withstand the strain, leading to a gruesome death as blood pours from every orifice. Once transformed, the Inen's abilities evolve, allowing it to create even more powerful illusions, retaining the aphrodisiac's properties and doubling its potency. Typically, if an Inen is present in an area, it targets all female beasts within its domain to satisfy its urges. Over the ages, warriors have discovered that the Inen particularly favors human women. After transforming, it infiltrates human cities, capturing women to use as tools for its desires, simultaneously enhancing its own cultivation. In a past life, Lu Chun had heard of a transformed Inen that took over an entire city, where every woman became part of its depraved cultivation, until it was eventually destroyed by powerful human warriors. Now, faced with another approaching Inen, Lu Chun felt a surge of panic. He had no choice but to flee desperately before the venom took full effect. The Inen, confident in its venom, shrieked as it leisurely pursued him, knowing that Lu Chun and Nangong Ling could not escape far. It could track them by the scent of its venom. Meanwhile, as Lu Chun sprinted through the forest, his accelerated blood flow hastened the venom's effects. Within minutes, he was consumed by a burning desire, the physical response causing sweat to bead on his forehead. What troubled him most was that Nangong Ling, having succumbed to the venom, had lost all sense of self, seeking only Lu Chun's comfort. At this moment, Lord Rat reappeared, effortlessly navigating the dense forest at the same speed as Lu Chun. Seeing Lu Chun still struggling, Lord Rat chuckled. Kid, stop fighting it. Keep this up, and you'll be ruined. Lu Chun cursed angrily. You bastard, Lord Rat. You set me up. He realized he had been played by this damn rat. Otherwise, with Lord Rat's sole power, it would have detected the Enon long before the venom struck. Lord Rat shrugged. Kid, I didn't set you up. You fell into the trap yourself. You can't blame me for that. Lu Chun retorted. You say you didn't set me up, but from the moment you saw this woman, you've been scheming against me. All for her. I did not. Lord Rat denied. Still denying it. Lu Chun asked coldly. I deny it. Lord Rat spread his hands, clearly not planning to admit anything. Lu Chun threatened. If you don't confess, I'll abandon her, and your plan will fail. Master Shu was well aware of how potent the venom of the Enon was, and Lu Chun, being an imperial-grade alchemist, understood it even better. At this moment, Master Shu looked at Lu Chun with confidence, a smug smile playing on his lips. If you want to throw her away, go ahead, Master Shu said leisurely. But think carefully before you do it. Can be cured only in one way, through a union. If you discard her, you have two choices. Either find a place to await death or catch a female demon beast to relieve the poison. The thought of uniting with a demon beast made Lu Chun shudder with disgust, his face contorted in extreme displeasure. It was a fate worse than death to him. He wanted to beat the mouse in front of him, but with no other choice, he had to accept his fate. Master Shu, Lu Chun gritted his teeth. You've achieved your goal. Can you now tell me where I can find a place to stay? There's a cave 10 miles southwest. It's quite decent, Master Shu replied, his grin widening as Lu Chun conceded. I'll settle the score with you later. Lu Chun glared at Master Shu angrily, then sped off in the indicated direction. Don't worry, kid. Take your time and enjoy. I've got your back if anything happens. Master Shu laughed as he watched Lu Chun's figure disappear. You old rat, just wait. Lu Chun's angry shout echoed from the distance moments later. After Lu Chun left, Master Shu turned to face the approaching Enon. The massive snake halted before him, its head raised high, glaring at him fiercely. Do you think you can stop me? The Enon threatened in beast tongue. Master Shu sneered. In all these long years, you're the first demon to speak to me like this. You've got guts. Old rat, stop pretending. The Enon roared. I don't have time to waste. You better get into my belly. As it finished speaking, it lunged at Master Shu. Master Shu remained unfazed. Eat me? I'm afraid you'll burst. With that, he extended his left paw, instantly summoning a terrifying force of spiritual energy. In the face of this power, the Enon was reduced to an insignificant ant, its arrogance vanishing. It cowered on the ground, trembling. Master, I didn't recognize who you were. Please, spare me. The Enon pleaded, its voice shaking. You're of no use to me anymore. You can die now, Master Shu said coldly. At that moment, the Enon finally understood it was merely a pawn given to Lu Chun and Nangong Ling by Master Shu. Master, I know a bit about the major figures in the Luofeng mountain range. Which one are you? The Enon asked with a pitiful smile. Which one? Master Shu looked down at it. I'm the ancestor of all demons, and you think you can eat me? Maybe in your next life. Before the words even settled, Master Shu struck with a claw from afar, and the Enon let out a miserable cry before it dissolved into a mist of blood. Having dealt with the Enon, Master Shu quietly followed Lu Chun and Nangong Ling. Watching Lu Chun carrying the dazed Nangong Ling into the cave, he couldn't help but smile. Kid, enjoy yourself. You may blame me now, but one day you'll thank me for everything I've done today, Master Shu murmured to himself, considering Nangong Ling's special constitution. However, his expression quickly grew serious. As the saying goes, in troubled times, heroes emerge. With ancient constitutions appearing one after another, this era was destined to be extraordinary. Gazing into the distance, Master Shu pondered many hidden truths, a sense of heaviness settling in his heart. Lu Chun's current strength was still too weak. With this thought, he began planning anew in his mind. In the cave, Lu Chun carried Nangong Ling to the deepest part. He quickly found a clean spot, intending to set her down. However, Nangong Ling was completely lost at this point. Her hands clung tightly around Lu Chun's neck, her slender body pressed against him, eyes filled with confusion and desire, a stark contrast to her usual pride and aloofness. Feeling the surge of desire within him, Lu Chun sighed helplessly. He was known for being unscathed by the temptations of the world, yet now he found himself trapped by a scheme. But as he looked down at the stunningly beautiful Nangong Ling, whose exquisite features surpassed even the most beautiful he'd encountered in his past life, he felt a bit more at ease. In that moment of hesitation, the fire within him erupted uncontrollably. Lu Chun's eyes turned red as he forcefully removed Nangong Ling's hands and quickly shed his clothes. The two of them, driven by an unseen force, came together, and a fierce storm unfolded in the depths of the cave. Half an hour later, Nangong Ling curled up in a corner of the cave, her once fair and delicate hands tightly hugging her knees. She stared blankly into space, as if her soul had left her body. Lu Chun stood not far away. The venom had been completely purged, but the prolonged struggle left him exhausted. his waist aching as if it might break. He struggled to his feet, leaning against the rough cave wall, and began to dress. When Lu Chen finished dressing and turned around, he saw tears silently streaming down Nangong Ling's delicate face as she buried her head and wept, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Lu Chen sighed. Crying won't help. It's not my fault you got poisoned, blamed Guiziming. His gaze inadvertently fell on the glaring wounds on Nangong Ling's body, and with a sense of helplessness, he retrieved a blue outfit from his storage ring and offered it to her. Here, your clothes are ruined. Were mine. Hearing Lu Chen's voice, Nangong Ling abruptly stopped crying, her tears replaced by rage. She mustered all her strength and struck at Lu Chen, her palms slicing through the air. In her prime, Lu Chen would have been no match for Nangong Ling, but she was severely injured, struggling even to walk, let alone kill. Lu Chen easily deflected her attack. The exertion caused her wounds to flare, and she coughed up blood. Her face grew even paler, eyes filled with hatred. You vile boy, you've ruined my honor. I will kill you. Hey, be reasonable, Lu Chen said irritably. You asked me to save you. If not for me, that old creep would have had his way with you. I asked for help, but not for this, not for this. Nangong Ling trailed off, burying her head and crying again, tears streaming down her beautiful face. She lamented her lost innocence to this wretched boy. Lu Chen, who couldn't stand women crying, felt his anger dissipate and softened. He explained, I only wanted to save you initially. I didn't plan on anything else, but then the venom took over. You've heard of it, right? If we didn't, we both would have died. You were so willing at the time, I just went along with it to neutralize the poison. Seeing Lu Chen acting as if he had done her a favor, Nangong Ling's anger flared. She shouted, I wasn't willing. You caused this. If I get the chance, I'll kill you. Not wanting to argue further with the injured Nangong Ling, Lu Chen calmly replied, Fine, kill me later. But first, put on some clothes. Nangong Ling glared angrily at Lu Chen, clearly unwilling to accept the clothes he offered. Her clothes had been torn by Guiziming or were nearly destroyed by Lu Chen's rough handling. Despite her resentment, she realized that refusing to wear clothes would only benefit Lu Chen. Ultimately, with a face full of frustration, she took the clothes from Lu Chen and struggled to put them on. However, due to her severe injuries and Lu Chen's earlier harsh treatment, she was in too much pain and too weak to dress herself. Seeing her stubbornness, Lu Chen sighed helplessly. Let me help you. I don't need your help, get lost. Nangong Ling snapped. Hey, you're telling me to leave? Well, I'm not going anywhere. Today, I'm going to help you get dressed. Lu Chen's temper flared as well. He grabbed her and held down the resisting Nangong Ling. Then, he forcefully wiped away the marks on her body and dressed her. After dressing her, Lu Chen took out a bottle of blood spirit pills and handed it to her. In your current state, you can't even stand, let alone kill me. I have blood spirit pills here. Taking one might help you recover sooner. Nangong Ling gave Lu Chen a cold look, her eyes devoid of any emotion. She took the pill, swallowed it, and began to channel her energy to heal her wounds. Meanwhile, Lu Chen rubbed his waist and turned to leave the cave. As he emerged from the cave, Lord Mouse approached with a mischievous grin. Had a good time, kid? Get lost. She's trying to kill me. Lu Chen rolled his eyes. Lord Mouse chuckled. Women are like that. They're cold until you've won them over. Once you have, they're devoted. Lu Chen shook his head. She's not the type to become devoted just because of a relationship. Lord Mouse didn't deny it and asked, Why aren't you staying with her? What are you doing out here? Lu Chen replied, She's badly injured. Blood spirit pills alone aren't enough. I'm planning to find some spiritual herbs to help her heal. Thinking of Nangong Ling's shocking wounds, Lu Chen nodded. I'll leave that to you. Consider it a favor. Lord Mouse nodded with a smile and left, while Lu Chen released his soul power to stand guard outside. Meanwhile, Guiziming and his two companions had finally escaped Lei Hu's pursuit after an hour of life and death fleeing. Exhausted and disheveled, they reached a small stream and drank greedily from it. After regaining some strength, the three looked at their wounds and tattered clothes. Li Bingchuan and Li Jun turned their eyes to Guiziming, filled with resentment. If Guiziming hadn't been lustful towards Nangong Ling, they could have killed her early on, completed their mission, and avoided being chased by Lei Hu, nearly dying in the falling Maple Mountains. Now, not only did they fail to kill Nangong Ling, but they also attracted Lei Hu and almost lost their lives. Sensing their displeasure, Guiziming awkwardly changed into a fresh set of clothes and forced a smile. I'm sorry, brothers. It's all my fault. Though dissatisfied, Li Bingchuan and Li Jun didn't say more after Guiziming admitted his mistake. Li Bingchuan said, Brother Gua, what's done is done. Arguing about it is pointless. Let's focus on fixing this. Li Jun nodded. Nangong Ling is seriously injured and shouldn't have gone far. If we search carefully, we might catch up to her. Guiziming quickly agreed. You're right. The brat who rescued her is weak, just a 6th-level warrior. He must still be nearby. Li Bingchuan said coldly. In that case, let's rest a bit, and then go back. We must kill Nangong Ling and not let her leave the falling Maple Mountains alive. Li Jun expressed concern. That's the plan, but with Lei Hu alerted, that area could be very dangerous. We might encounter him. Li Bingchuan frowned. Nangong Ling must be eliminated, danger or not. Li Jun nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation, and said no more. Guo Ziming dared not object, knowing it was his impulsiveness that caused all this, and Li Bingchuan and Li Jun's actions were to clean up his mess. After a brief rest, the three rose and quietly headed back toward the cave, determined to find Nangong Ling and Lu Chun. Within his territory, Lei Hu was furious that he failed to kill Guo Ziming and his companions or retrieve the precious Qing Lei wood. His rage echoed through the mountains, terrifying the beasts under his rule. Spread the word. Every tribe must hunt down the thieves. I want them alive or dead. Lei Hu's roar shook the forest. Within half an hour, the entire region was in an uproar as hundreds of beasts searched tirelessly for any sign of human warriors across hundreds of miles. Outside a cave, Lu Qin stood guard for a while, sensing the approaching presence of the beasts. He quickly returned inside and warned Nangong Ling. The beasts are patrolling the mountain. The blood you left behind will expose us. We must move immediately. Nangong Ling remained silent, staring at the stone wall behind her. Internally, she wrestled with her emotions. Although she didn't want to die, she couldn't bring herself to be friendly with Lu Chun, who had taken her innocence. Understanding her inner conflict, Lu Chun said no more. He simply pulled her into his arms. Her slender body pressed against his chest. She could feel his strong heartbeat and distinct masculine scent. She deliberately avoided looking at his handsome face, but couldn't stop recalling their earlier intense encounter, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment at her own loss of composure. With his Ling Shao step, Lu Chun carried Nangong Ling through the forest. Deep in the Luofeng Mountains, surrounded by formidable fourth-rank beast kings, he dared not let his guard down. He used his soul power to its fullest, carefully avoiding the patrolling beasts with every step. During this harrowing escape, Nangong Ling found herself unconsciously wrapping her arms around Lu Chen's neck. As the sun set, casting a blood-red glow over the mountains, Lu Chen finally stopped after more than an hour of their life-or-death sprint. His eyes settled on a vertical rock face to the right, covered in thick vines. Before Nangong Ling understood his intent, Lu Chen gently set her down and then carried her on his back again. He leaped up, parting the vines to reveal a hidden cave entrance. Seeing this natural refuge, Nangong Ling's eyes widened in surprise, and she couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration for Lu Chen's cleverness. The cave was pitch black inside, but she could sense the breeze flowing through. Lu Chun used his soul power to guide their path, moving cautiously with Nangong Ling clinging more tightly to him. Even though Nangong Ling couldn't clearly see her surroundings, she could feel the space around her expanding, and the temperature seemed to drop a little. After about half an hour, Lu Chen stopped. It was not only dark around them, but also eerily silent, with only the sound of dripping water echoing from an unknown source. Lu Chun gently placed Nangong Ling on a smooth rock, his voice resonating in the vast darkness. Wait here for a moment. I'll go find something. With that, his footsteps gradually faded away into the darkness. Time ticked by, and an hour later, footsteps could finally be heard from afar. Nangong Ling listened intently and tentatively called out. Is that you brat? If it wasn't me, what would you do? Lu Chen's voice carried a teasing tone. Nangong Ling snorted and turned her face away from him. Who knows where you disappeared to, taking so long to come back? Lu Chen approached and dropped a pile of dry wood on the ground. Soon, flames flickered up, casting a golden light around them. Nangong Ling could now see they were in a large cave, with a small pool of water not far away, its surface calm, occasionally rippling slightly. Did you know about this magical cave all along? Nangong Ling asked, her eyes scanning the surroundings. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Stop calling me a brat. Call me husband. Go to hell. Nangong Ling retorted sharply. Lu Chen let out a cold laugh, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Woman, do you believe that without me, you'd either be torn apart by beasts or worse by those three men? Are you threatening me? Nangong Ling snapped, raising her head in anger. It's not a threat, just a reality check. Maybe treat me a little nicer. Lu Chen's tone was calm but firm. No way. Nangong Ling glared at Lu Chen, her eyes almost blazing with fury. She silently vowed that once she recovered, she would kill this man who had violated her, dismembering him to make him pay for his disrespect. Lu Chen shrugged and turned his attention away, taking out a piece of blood-red beast meat from his storage ring and sitting by the fire to roast it. The meat sizzled over the flames, and the drippings crackled as they hit the fire. Nangong Ling wanted to warn him that the smell might attract beasts, but she couldn't bring herself to speak. Instead, she closed her eyes again, continuing to heal with the blood spirit pill Lu Chun had given her. Half an hour later, the cave was filled with the rich aroma of roasted meat. Despite her focus on healing, Nangong Ling's stomach growled with hunger. When she finally opened her eyes, Lu Chun was standing before her, devouring the delicious meat, juices dripping down his chin. I thought you weren't hungry, Lu Chun teased, his eyes glinting with mischief as he chewed. Get away from me and stop disturbing my healing. Nangong Ling snapped icily. Lu Chun waved the skewered meat, its enticing aroma wafting toward her. Call me husband, and I'll give you some. How about it? Aren't you afraid of dying? Nangong Ling's eyes flashed with murderous intent. If she weren't injured, Lu Chun would already be dead. I'm afraid, but I know you won't kill me. Lu Chun replied, his tone nonchalant. Why not? Nangong Ling demanded coldly. Because whether you admit it or not, I'm already your husband in every sense. You wouldn't harm your husband, Lu Chun said with a hint of smugness. You're wrong. I will kill you. I swear I will, Nangong Ling declared, her voice firm and resolute. All right, kill me if you want. But first, eat something. Otherwise, you won't even have the strength to punch me, Lu Chun said, offering her a skewer of meat, the aroma tempting her senses. Nangong Ling's face was like ice. She glared at Lu Chen's arm, and then suddenly bit down hard. Ow, are you a dog or something? Biting people. Lu Chun grimaced in pain, resisting the urge to retaliate, knowing her condition. In the end, he gritted his teeth and endured it, veins bulging in his forehead. After a moment, Nangong Ling released her grip, leaving 2 bloody rows of teeth marks on Lu Chen's arm, deep enough to show bone. She snatched the skewer from Lu Chen's hand and coldly said, That's a warning. Disrespect me again, and I will finish you off. With that, she took a big bite of the meat, eating voraciously. Lu Chun wanted to say something, but remembering her injuries and what he had done, he swallowed his words, turning silently to tend to his own wound, blood dripping onto the cave floor. Seeing Lu Chen's somewhat aggrieved expression, Nangong Ling felt secretly pleased. Finally, she had managed to get back at him and let the brat taste some pain. She squinted slightly, looking at the scattered remnants of grilled meat on the ground, and reminded him, Brat, you'd better clean up the leftover meat, or it might attract beasts. Lu Chen glanced at her sideways, his tone dismissive. No need for your concern. By the time you're done talking, we should have moved on already. How did you do it? Isn't it hard to prevent the smell of meat from spreading? Nangong Ling couldn't help but ask. Not telling you, you little biter. Lu Chen replied coldly as he tended to his wound. Then he sat cross-legged and entered a meditative state. Fine, don't tell me, see if I care, Nangong Ling muttered, pouting as she gnawed on the grilled meat, sulking a little. But soon, Lu Chen's meditative state captured all her attention. This young man, only at the 6th level of the warrior realm, was consuming spirit crystals at an astounding rate used up to in less than 15 minutes. Even a martial master couldn't absorb so much spiritual energy in such a short time. Nangong Ling scrutinized the boy who had taken her body, realizing he was far more complex than he appeared. He had mastered an exceptionally advanced movement technique, making it difficult for anyone, even those 2 levels above him, to catch him if he decided to flee. What surprised her even more was his swordsmanship flair of that one strike still left her uneasy. Though she prided herself on her exceptional talent, she had to admit she was far from matching Lu Chen in swordsmanship. With such a talent for swordsmanship, Lu Chen's combat ability had reached the level of a high-ranking martial practitioner, possibly even capable of challenging a low-ranking martial king. Nangong Ling couldn't fathom why someone with such extraordinary talent had such a low martial realm. She considered asking, but recalling that she had bitten him earlier, and given the unfamiliarity between them, she decided against it. As the pain from her wound struck again, she hastily finished her dinner and continued taking the blood spirit pill Lu Chun had given her to replenish her depleted energy. Outside the cave, due to the theft of the azure thunder wood, the thunder tiger raged throughout the night, its furious roars echoing continuously. Although the area regained some calm in the latter half of the night, Nangong Ling soon found herself in an awkward situation. She needed to relieve herself, but was too injured to move. Meanwhile, Lu Chen remained focused on his meditation, showing no signs of resting. To avoid disturbing him and not wanting him to see her, she had to endure, hoping he would fall asleep soon. However, her plan ended up being stillborn. After holding back for a full hour, Lu Chen still hadn't stopped his cultivation. Nangong Ling couldn't hold it in any longer. She cautiously glanced at Lu Chen, her eyes flickering with hesitation, and then carefully tried to stand by leaning against the rock wall, but she couldn't succeed. Lu Chen, maintaining his soul power in a released state, noticed her slight movement and began to sweat with pain. He got up and walked over. Nangong Ling watched him warily and gritted her teeth, saying, What do you want, brat? Didn't you say you needed to pee? I'll carry you. Lu Chen replied bluntly, I'll carry you. The already awkward topic was made even more embarrassing by Lu Chen's words, causing Nangong Ling to blush instantly, her anger rising. Don't you dare take advantage of me. I can do it myself, she said, struggling to stand up. Is there any part of you I haven't seen or touched? Your pride is really troublesome, Lu Chen complained helplessly. Ignoring Nangong Ling's resistance, he picked her up without hesitation and carried her to a dark corner. During the process, Nangong Ling's face was as red as fire, her head buried in Lu Chen's chest, while her small hands kept hitting his chest. Lu Qin remained unfazed and put her down. You go back, sit in your original spot, close your eyes, and don't peek, or I'll gouge out your eyes. Nan Gongling ordered angrily. Lu Qin shrugged, shaking his head in silence. It's not like I haven't seen it before, why so concerned? However, faced with Nan Gongling's sharp gaze, he obediently returned to the fire, turned his back, and dared not look. Soon after, Lu Chun heard a faint trickling sound, followed by Nan Gongling's voice. Brat, I'm done, come carry me back. Lu Chin smiled slightly and muttered to himself. Weren't you all confident? Why didn't you hold out? He stood up easily and carried Nan Gongling back. As he was about to let go, Nan Gongling suddenly grabbed his arm tightly and bit down. Twice in one day. What gods did I anger to deserve this? Lu Chun yelled in pain, glaring at her. Woman, do you have some illness? Biting people all the time. Blood flowed from his hand as Nan Gongling released her bite, satisfied, and smirked. You laughed just now, that's your punishment. You're crazy. Lu Chun fumed, turning away to his spot, face dark with anger, and resumed practicing the 9 Nether Soul manual to recover his energy. Nan Gongling ignored whether he was angry or not, as she leaned against the rock wall, closed her eyes, and soon fell into a deep sleep. The next day, when Nan Gongling woke up, she found that Lu Chun had already gone outside, collected firewood, and roasted meat, sitting by the pool eating alone. I'm hungry, Nan Gongling shouted at Lu Chen's back. You bite people so hard, get it yourself, Lu Chen responded coldly. I'll get it myself then. Unwilling to back down, Nan Gongling tried to stand up angrily, supporting herself against the rock wall, but lost control and slid down. Really, you are my ancestor. Seeing her face, which had just regained some color, turn pale with pain again, Lu Chen couldn't help but grumble as he stood up and handed her the roasted meat. Nan Gongling ignored him and refused to take the meat out of spite. Lu Chun, unfazed, placed the meat on a rock and left. After he left, Nan Gongling initially closed her eyes to cultivate, but the hunger in her stomach soon forced her to take a bite of the roasted meat, eating it voraciously. As Lu Chen stepped out of the cave, a shadow swiftly darted past him. In the next instant, Lord Mouse had already landed steadily on his shoulder, his tiny face full of grievance. You ungrateful brat. You found a woman and just left me behind, not caring if I got eaten by beasts, Lord Mouse complained, hanging his head. Eaten? By what? Lu Chen cast a cold glance at Lord Mouse. Even if we were deeper in, no beast could eat you. No, no, you overestimate me, Lord Mouse said, waving his hands in mock humility. Lu Chun, uninterested in the banter, got straight to the point. Lord Mouse, did you find the healing herbs I asked for? See, always thinking about that woman first. Lord Mouse shot him a resentful look. You meet me, and the first thing you think of is healing your little wife, not even asking if I'm hurt. Cut the act, Lu Chun said bluntly, seeing through the charade. Lord Mouse chuckled, his eyes twinkling mischievously. It's hard to find with the Thunder Tiger going crazy. I couldn't get it. Really? Lu Chen stared intently at Lord Mouse, skeptical of his words. Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Lord Mouse replied earnestly. Get lost. Lu Chen rolled his eyes. You cost me my innocence, and you say you've never deceived me? You didn't kill me. That's true. Huh. Lord Mouse grinned meaningfully. You lost your innocence, but at least she's a stunning beauty. It wasn't a bad trade. Ignoring Lord Mouse's teasing, Lu Chen said, Enough of this. I haven't trained in the Chaos Pearl for a while. I need to get back to it. I'm coming too. Lord Mouse quickly chimed in. Weren't you looking for herbs outside? Why do you want to go back in a train now? Lu Chen asked, puzzled. That woman is seriously injured. You'll be here for at least 10 days to half a month. Not training would be a waste. Lord Mouse explained seriously. Lu Chen didn't argue. He gathered enough firewood nearby and then entered the Chaos Pearl with Lord Mouse. Once inside, he quickly set up a campfire, placing the blood of the golden-eyed eagle and the black-bellied king snake along with the blood Lingji into it, and began focusing on his body refining. After several hours, Lu Chun had absorbed all the energy from the 2 Beast King's blood, feeling his physique significantly strengthened. This discovery thrilled him. The effect of using Beast King blood for body refining far surpassed that of third-tier beasts, equivalent to 4 or 5 normal sessions. Munching on spirit crystals nearby, Lord Mouse, an old hand, immediately saw through the gleam in Lu Chen's eyes, a knowing smile on his lips as he continued to enjoy his treat. After 3 days of training, Lu Chun returned to the outside world, where only half a day had passed. As he carried firewood into the cave, he was greeted by an uncomfortable-looking Nangong Ling demanding, Where the hell have you been? Took you long enough to get back. Just scouting the area a bit, preparing for an escape if needed, Lu Chun replied offhandedly, placing the firewood and hunted beast meat on the ground. This answer left Nangong Ling without a retort, forcing her to swallow her complaints, her small hand pressing against her aching abdomen. Seeing this, Lu Chen quickly stepped forward, picked up Nangong Ling, and walked away into the distance. After walking for a while, as Lu Chun was about to set her down, she softly said. You rascal, I want not only the small ones but the big ones too. Lu Chun nodded slightly, a smile tugging at his lips, and continued carrying her out of the cave. Once outside, he found a secluded spot and gently set Nan Gongling down. Don't go far. I'm scared, she said softly, her face slightly flushed as she watched Lu Chen's silhouette recede. Lu Chen stopped in his tracks and teasingly asked, How about I stay here and watch over you? Nan Gongling shot him an angry look, her face turning even redder as she retorted, Get lost. Lu Chen chuckled and walked away. After a while, having cleaned up the traces left by Nan Gongling, he returned to the cave with her in his arms and began preparing to roast some meat. Watching Lu Chen's busy figure, Nan Gongling suddenly asked, Rascal, I'm out of blood spirit pills. Do you have any left? Lu Chun, still focused on roasting, casually replied, Call me husband and I'll give you some. Then I don't want any, Nan Gongling replied, feigning displeasure. Lu Chen didn't respond and continued roasting the meat, which only made Nan Gongling more annoyed. After half an hour, the meat was finally ready. Lu Chun handed some to Nan Gongling, but she stubbornly kept her back to him, refusing to take it. Lu Chun laughed softly, placing the roasted meat and 100 blood spirit pills on a stone, then left the cave as he had in the morning. This rascal. Nan Gongling's gaze lingered on the food and pills on the stone, her eyes gradually softening. She murmured to herself, realizing that Lu Chun wasn't so bad after all. Over the next 3 days, Lu Chun and Nan Gongling stayed in the cave. While Nan Gongling focused on healing her injuries, Lu Chun seized the opportunity to improve his strength outside. After 3 days, Nan Gongling's injuries had significantly improved. Though her combat strength wasn't fully restored, her wounds had mostly healed, allowing her to move freely again. Lu Chun also made a breakthrough, advancing to the 7th level of the warrior realm and secretly hunting down 3 Demon King level beasts. Meanwhile, he cleverly redirected the blame onto Guiziming and his group. The theft of the Azure Thunder would had already enraged Lei Hu, and the killing of the 3 Demon Kings pushed him over the edge. Lei Hu began a furious hunt for Guiziming's group within his territory, and finally located them last night. The ensuing battle nearly wiped out their resistance, with Lei Hu subduing them. In the end, Li Jun was killed, while Guiziming and Li Bingchuan escaped with serious injuries, bringing the incident to a close. As morning dew dampened the leaves, the previously tumultuous falling Maple Mountains regained their tranquility. Suddenly, Master Mouse's voice echoed in Lu Chen's ear. Kid, there's a beast approaching. Is it strong? Lu Chen asked calmly. Not very, only 3rd tier, Master Mouse replied. Then let's ignore it. Lu Chun frowned slightly. It's not worth wasting Demon King blood on such a beast. But what if it discovers the cave? Master Mouse's tone shifted, tinged with amusement. Then I'll have to go out and take care of it. Obviously, Lu Chun replied without hesitation. Kid, you're done for. Master Mouse's laughter carried a hint of mockery. Puzzled, Lu Chun asked, What are you talking about? How am I done for? After a brief silence, Master Mouse casually said, You've fallen in love. You're already smitten with the woman in the cave. Lu Chun was momentarily stunned by these words. Could he be in love with Nan Gongling? He shook his head repeatedly. Don't talk nonsense, I'm not. Master Mouse's laughter grew louder. Kid, you can deny it, but you can't fool your heart. Deep down, you know how you feel about her. Then, Master Mouse's tone became calm. Focus on your cultivation. I'll keep watch outside and make sure your woman stays safe. My woman, Lu Chen murmured to himself. At that moment, he surprisingly didn't mind Master Mouse's words and felt a strange, indescribable emotion. Nan Gongling's image unconsciously surfaced in his mind. Lu Chen spent 2 hours on his body training this time. When he finished, sweat trickled down his muscles as he picked up his clothes and dressed. Just then, Master Mouse emerged from a mountain of spirit crystals, its figure flickering in the crystal's glow. As its strength returned, Master Mouse's appetite for spirit crystals grew insatiable, consuming nearly 1 million a day, which was astounding. The 5 million spirit crystals they excavated from the back mountain were nearly depleted in less than 3 months, unable to withstand Master Mouse's consumption for much longer. Lu Chen knew Master Mouse never appeared without reason, so he paused and asked, Master Mouse, is something the matter? Master Mouse squinted, its tail swaying gently. I suspect the beast that recently passed by the cave was a scout sent by another Demon King, not one of Lei Hu's subordinates. And then, Lu Chen's eyes sparked with interest. Master Mouse paced as it explained. Last night, Lei Hu and those 3 old fellows had a massive battle. Today, other Demon Kings sent their subordinates to investigate the situation. They must be considering making a move against Lei Hu. Lu Chen's eyes brightened, and he leaned forward unconsciously. Master Mouse, if the other Demon Kings around here are thinking of challenging Lei Hu, then this is our chance. I thought the same, so I'm letting you know, Master Mouse nodded. Lu Chun grinned mischievously, moving closer to Master Mouse, his eyes gleaming with cunning. Master Mouse, since you've been out there for so long, you must have a good grasp of the surrounding situation, right? Master Mouse twitched its ears. We're about to leave Lei Hu's territory. Beyond it lies the territory of the Fire Lion. Within a radius of 5 to 600 miles, besides the Fire Lion and Lei Hu, there's also a ghost-faced centipede. The three Demon Kings' territories form a triangular standoff. Lu Chan furrowed his brows, pondering as he asked, "Are they all at the mid-fifth stage of power?" "More or less," Master Mouse replied bluntly. "For someone like you, facing them heathen is not an option." Lu Chen pouted, but a glint flashed in his eyes. "If we can't fight them heathen, then we wait for them to battle each other and loot their lairs." Master Mouse's lips curled, revealing sharp teeth. "Clever boy, you know how to grow." As it spoke, its gaze fell on the dwindling spirit crystals, its tail twitching uneasily. "We've run out of spirit crystals. It's time to think about finding more." Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. "Do you have a target in mind, Master Mouse?" "Not yet." Master Mouse shook its head, looking somewhat disappointed. "A mine is not like a spirit herb, which can grow anywhere with a bit of spiritual energy. It's not that easy to find. If there's no target, then you'll have to use them sparingly until we find a mine," Lu Chen teased. Master Mouse's eyes flickered, its claws lightly scraping the ground. Being a great demon from ancient times with its powers, it couldn't be stifled by the lack of cultivation resources. After a moment's thought, Master Mouse looked up and said, "Let me out, boy. I'll take another look outside and see if there's any place I've overlooked." "All right." Lu Chen nodded and released Master Mouse. After Master Mouse left, Lu Chen gathered some firewood and returned to the cave. Inside, Nangong Ling was sitting cross-legged on a stone platform. Seeing Lu Chen return, she opened her eyes, ending her meditation, and asked coldly, "Why do you spend every day outside?" "To stand guard for you," Lu Chen replied lightly as he set down the firewood. Nangong Ling scoffed, disbelief in her eyes. "I might have believed that on the first day, but every day for 3 days straight? Do you think I still believe you? Want the truth?" Lu Chen turned to meet her gaze directly. "Of course," Nangong Ling responded coolly. At that moment, Lu Chen thought of the Chaos Pearl, an ancient treasure that must remain hidden. If discovered, it would spell disaster for him. So, he steeled himself, his expression turning cold. "Because you dislike me? Always scolding and even biting me." Looking at Lu Chen, Nangong Ling's heart trembled slightly. She hadn't expected her pride and cold demeanor would actually hurt Lu Chen. She remained silent, her eyes flickering, unsure of how to respond. Seeing her silence, Lu Chen frowned, his voice tinged with suppressed anger. "If you despise me so much, why should I stay here and be despised by you?" A hint of regret rose in Nangong Ling's heart, but her inherent pride wouldn't let her bow down. She lifted her chin and asked coldly, "If you don't want to stay, then why don't you leave? You're seriously injured. Even a random beast could kill you. I can't just watch you die," Lu Chen replied, meeting her eyes with determination. "Why would you do that?" Nangong Ling frowned in confusion. She couldn't understand why Lu Chen, a stranger, would endure her disdain and still take care of her. Lu Chen took a deep breath and answered without hesitation. "Because, by a twist of fate, I became involved with you. You're my woman, and protecting you is my responsibility as a man." His words struck Nangong Ling's heart like a heavy hammer. She realized that Lu Chen was protecting her because she had become his. A mix of emotions surged within her: disdain, hatred, contempt, joy, and perhaps a bit of sorrow. She lowered her gaze, unable to meet Lu Chen's eyes. After a moment of silence, Nangong Ling raised her head, her voice regaining its usual coldness. "You do realize that once I'm healed and my strength is restored, I intend to kill you for taking advantage of me, right?" Lu Chen didn't answer. He simply turned to tend to the sizzling beast meat on the grill. Nangong Ling watched his broad back, momentarily at a loss for how to interact with him or what to say. The two remained silent for an hour until they finished eating the roasted meat. Then, as he had done for the past few days, Lu Chen prepared to leave the cave. "Hey, I need to go to the bathroom. Carry me," Nangong Ling suddenly said, her voice carrying a hint of unexpected softness. Lu Chen frowned. "Can't you walk on your own now? Why do you still need me?" Nangong Ling replied coldly. "You said I'm your woman, right? I'm still not feeling well, and I want you to take care of me." She looked straight into Lu Chen's eyes, her gaze initially evasive but quickly becoming resolute as she extended her arms toward him. Lu Chen stared at her for a moment, then silently walked over, picking her up as he had done before, and carried her to a familiar corner. After setting her down, he left the cave. Nangong Ling stood there, watching Lu Chen's departing figure, feeling an emptiness in her heart. With Mouse not around, Lu Chen didn't venture far from the cave. He found a secluded spot among the trees and entered the world of the Chaos Pearl. For the next 3 days, Lu Chen and Nangong Ling maintained an awkward relationship. With the help of numerous blood spirit pills, Nangong Ling's injuries had healed by 70 to 80%. Although her combat strength hadn't fully returned, she could now protect herself without any issues in the area. As night fell, Lu Chen sat by the fire, grilling meat. The firelight highlighted his focused profile. Nangong Ling approached from the corner, sat beside him, and absent-mindedly poked at the fire with a stick. After a while, she looked up at Lu Chun. Hey, I'm leaving tomorrow. That's good. It'll be a relief for me, Lu Chun said lightly, his hand pausing in midair before continuing with his task. Nangong Ling frowned slightly, her tone displeased. Do you really want me to leave that much? What else? Do you expect me to beg you to stay? Lu Chun retorted. Nangong Ling was at a loss for words. Silence fell over the cave again, broken only by the occasional crackling of the fire. In her heart, she did hope Lu Chun would ask her to stay, but his pride wouldn't allow it, nor would hers let her lower herself. Time passed slowly, the two of them listening to each other's heartbeats as they sat around the fire, each lost in their thoughts. Lu Chun finished grilling the meat and handed the first piece to Nangong Ling. Eat. Then you can go. Nangong Ling took the meat and ate gracefully. Lu Chun glanced at her, her beauty highlighted by the firelight, then picked up some meat and turned to leave the cave. Hey, you've got talent. Why don't you come with me to the 100 Flowers sect? Nangong Ling suddenly stood up and called out to his retreating figure. Sorry, not interested. Lu Chun paused for a moment, replied coldly, and continued out of the cave. Just then, the furious roars of dozens of beasts echoed from outside, loud enough to ripple the nearby pond. Nangong Ling's expression turned serious at the commotion. Stay here, don't go anywhere. I'll check it out. Before her words faded, she had already transformed into a streak of light, leaving the cave. Lu Chun glanced back at the cave, placed over 1,000 blood spirit pills on a prominent rock, and then used his Lingxiao step to depart. Lu Chun stepped out of the cave, ready to follow and investigate, when suddenly, Master Shu darted in front of him and grabbed his sleeve. Kid, they're fighting. Why would you, a little shrimp, want to get involved? Master Shu said with exasperation. But that woman went over there. Shouldn't I go check it out? Lu Chun replied, frowning. Master Shu waved a paw dismissively. Don't worry about her. A battle among the three great demon kings is not something a young girl can meddle in. She'll be fine. Master Shu, do you mean the ghost-faced centipede is involved in this fight too? Not just the fire lion and thunder tiger? Lu Chun raised an eyebrow. Involved. Master Shu sneered. It orchestrated the whole thing. It teamed up with the fire lion to take out the thunder tiger after it lost a lot of its top fighters, planning to split its territory. Master Shu, if we're not joining the fray, should we go check out the fire lion's lair now? Hearing this, Master Shu's eyes lit up, as if reminded of their real mission. Almost got sidetracked by you, kid. The chaos among the three demon kings is a rare opportunity. We can't miss it. Let's go. With that, Master Shu led Lu Chun swiftly towards the fire lion's territory. This night, the vast mountain range was destined to be anything but peaceful as the battle among the three fifth-tier demon kings had already begun, drawing in all fourth-tier and above demon kings. Normally, Lu Chun had to be cautious when entering the fire lion's territory, wary of becoming prey for its subordinates. But now, the entire area seemed deserted. Under Master Shu's guidance, Lu Chun raced through, uprooting any second-grade spiritual herbs he came across, collecting over 60 kinds within an hour. As the ghost-faced centipede and fire lion focused on besieging the thunder tiger, Lu Chun and Master Shu reached the fire lion's lair. It was a peculiar valley, barren of vegetation, surrounded by towering rock walls. Upon entering, the intense heat felt like stepping into a furnace, noticeably hotter than outside. Master Shu, the fire lion's lair seems quite extraordinary, doesn't it? Lu Chun asked with a smile as they headed deeper into the valley. You'll know once we see it, Master Shu said mysteriously, piquing Lu Chun's curiosity. With Master Shu's vast experience, anything it kept secret was bound to be more precious than the green thunder wood. Moments later, as they reached the deepest part of the valley, four massive beasts suddenly appeared, surrounding them. They were the nether wolf, giant rhinoceros, fire jiao python, and the one-horned fire bull, all mid-tier 4th-level fire-attributed beasts. Didn't expect the fire lion to be so cautious, leaving 4 demon kings to guard its nest, Lu Chun remarked, surprised by the fierce-looking demon kings. This situation is special. I'll lend you a hand this time, Master Shu said calmly. All right, Lu Chun agreed with a smile. Despite knowing Master Shu for a while, he had never seen it truly in action. But just as he turned to look at Master Shu, it leaped off his shoulder. In the next moment, the entire valley began to shake violently. When Lu Chun looked again at the 4 great demon kings, the sight before him was astonishing. The massive bodies of the demon kings lay sprawled on the ground, having perished without even a final scream. Master Mouse's attack was as swift as lightning, executed with chilling precision. This kind of power, it must be at least 6th-tier combat strength. Lu Chun couldn't help but marvel. Less talking. Master Mouse interrupted impatiently. Time is of the essence. Quickly gather these corpses, and let's find the treasure. Master Mouse is right. With your prowess, I'll follow your lead, Lu Chun flattered, as he mentally stored the 4 Demon King corpses into the Chaos Pearl world. Then, Master Mouse led Lu Chun into a cave filled with rolling heat waves. At the deepest part of the cave stood a majestic flame tree over 4 meters tall. Its red leaves shimmered with firelight, each leaf ablaze with dancing flames. Most striking were the 17 white fruits, each the size of a baby's fist, emanating a captivating red aura. A fire spirit fruit tree. Lu Qin was ecstatic. This was a 5th-grade height-year spirit herb, requiring 200 years to complete a growth cycle. Not only were the leaves precious, but the fruits were also a coveted treasure for fire attribute warriors, capable of significantly enhancing cultivation speed and nourishing the meridians and dantian. On the market, a single fruit could sell for 4,000 spirit crystals, often with no supply to meet demand. Quickly collect it. We need to head to the next location, Master Mouse urged. There's another place? Since the powerful beasts have gone to the Thunder Tiger's territory, we should naturally collect the spirit herbs from the other 4th-tier demon kings as well. Hearing this, Lu Chun was overjoyed and carefully transferred the fire spirit fruit tree into the Chaos Cauldron world. Then, under the cover of night, the duo continued to scour the Fire Lion's territory for other demon kings' spirit herbs. Meanwhile, the Thunder Tiger, heavily injured from the onslaught by the ghost-faced centipede and the Fire Lion, abandoned its subordinates and desperately used its thunder power to break through, eventually vanishing into the darkness. The 2 demon kings then began to clear out Thunder Tiger's subordinates, killing or forcing surrender, taking over an hour to secure the territory. As the Fire Lion and ghost-faced centipede were busy dividing the territory, the Fire Lion's 3rd-tier subordinate, Eagle, hurried over, whispering in the Fire Lion's ear that a human thief had infiltrated the territory. The Fire Lion was furious upon hearing this, but had to suppress its anger due to the ghost-faced centipede's presence. You go back first, I'll follow shortly, the Fire Lion said coldly to Eagle. Once Eagle left, the Fire Lion immediately ordered all its subordinates to return to the territory. Although puzzled by the retreat during the crucial moment of dividing the territory, seeing the Fire Lion lead the way, they had no choice but to follow. Soon, only the ghost-faced centipede and its 14 loyal Demon King subordinates remained in Thunder Tiger's territory. Watching the Fire Lion hastily leave, the ghost-faced Centipede King and its subordinates were left stunned. This sudden turn of events caught them off guard. The ghost-faced Centipede King squinted its eyes, its claws unconsciously scratching marks on the ground. In its memory, the Fire Lion King was always a calculating creature, rarely acting without a plan and always ensuring a gain. Therefore, it had never intended to monopolize Thunder Tiger's territory, knowing well that its own strength couldn't handle such a large area. But now, the Fire Lion King had unexpectedly turned and left, leaving the Centipede King in a dilemma over the territory they had planned to divide. King, what's with the Fire Lion today? This isn't like its usual behavior. A large 4th-tier peak rhinoceros demon king stepped forward, its deep voice filled with confusion. The ghost-faced Centipede King's antennae trembled slightly as it pondered. I suspect something happened in its domain, forcing it to weigh the pros and cons and prioritize returning home, overtaking Thunder Tiger's territory. That seems likely, agreed the Green Snake Demon King, its body swaying slightly and tongue flicking in and out. The Rhinoceros Demon King turned to the Thunder Tiger subordinates still trembling on the ground and asked gruffly, King, now that the Fire Lion King has left with its people, what should we do next? The ghost-faced Centipede King's eyes flickered as it weighed 2 options. Should it seize all of Thunder Tiger's territory, or split it evenly and maintain peace? Truth be told, with the Fire Lion King gone, it was reluctant to share the spoils. However, if it took the entire territory, it worried the Fire Lion King might return with its forces to fight. The Fire Lion King was indeed capable of such a move. After a moment of hesitation, the ghost-faced Centipede King flicked its antennae decisively, coming up with a compromise. It said coldly, we'll split Thunder Tiger's territory in half, then harvest all the spiritual herbs from the portion within the Fire Lion's domain. Brilliant move, my king. The Green Snake Demon King immediately bowed, praising the decision with a sly glint in its eyes. This way, the territory we leave for the Fire Lion King will be of little value. Unlike the Green Snake Demon King, the Rock Lizard Demon King looked worried, its tail twitching uneasily. King, the Fire Lion King isn't one to take a loss lightly. If we do this, it may not let it slide. I suggest it's not worth antagonizing it over some herbs. The Green Snake Demon King straightened up and stared coldly at the Rock Lizard Demon King. Rock Lizard King, what are you implying? Do you think our king is afraid of that fire-breathing lion? I didn't mean that, Green Snake King. Stop trying to sow discord. The Rock Lizard King snapped back, its tail slapping the ground in anger, eyes filled with displeasure at the Green Snake Demon King. You know what you're doing. The Green Snake King retorted with a cold laugh, its scales gleaming icily in the sunlight. The Rock Lizard King's scales bristled as it roared. Green Snake King, I've tolerated you for long enough. If your bones itch, I don't mind helping you scratch them. Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you. The Green Snake Demon King coiled its body, preparing for battle, showing no signs of backing down. The territories of the Rock Lizard and Green Snake Demon Kings bordered each other, and disputes over resources had long caused friction between their subordinates. 5 years ago, the ghost-faced centipede king had allocated a coveted piece of land to the rock lizard demon king for its merits, which had greatly displeased the green snake demon king. Since then, their rivalry had become overt, with the green snake demon king seizing every opportunity to target the rock lizard demon king. Given that all the demon kings had their own agendas and weren't particularly close, they watched the brewing conflict with interest, some even showing schadenfreude. However, the ghost-faced centipede king was not amused. Seeing the two about to clash, its expression turned decidedly unpleasant. "Stop arguing. If you keep this up, I'll kick you all out of my territory. Don't stay on my land any longer." The ghost-faced centipede king's roar was thunderous, causing the cave walls to tremble slightly. His compound eyes glinted with a dangerous light, and his 8 pairs of limbs tapped restlessly on the ground, creating a chilling sound. The rock lizard demon king and the green snake demon king immediately fell silent. As longtime followers of the ghost-faced centipede king, they were well aware of his terrifying methods when angered. Any beast that had ever provoked him had invariably ended up as food in his belly. Both demon kings lowered their heads in unison, instinctively retreating, their tails pressed against the ground, not daring to make a sound. Seeing the two quiet down, the ghost-faced centipede king snorted coldly, a wisp of green smoke escaping from between his fangs. "Do as I said before. Divide the territory in two, then collect all the spiritual herbs from the Fire Lion King's domain." "Yes, my lord," the demon kings echoed in unison, their voices reverberating in the cave. In the next moment, all the demon kings sprang into action, like a well-trained army, swiftly dispersing towards the Fire Lion King's territory. They darted through the mountains and forests, leaving behind afterimages and snapped branches. Meanwhile, as the ghost-faced centipede king and his followers were busy gathering herbs, the Fire Lion King hurried back to his territory with his confidants. As soon as his massive body entered the cave, he sensed something amiss. The next second, a deafening roar erupted from deep within the mountains, its echo lingering among the peaks. The Fire Lion King's followers immediately halted outside the cave, and upon hearing their king's roar, they prostrated themselves on the ground, ears flattened against their heads, trembling as they waited. Moments later, the Fire Lion King burst out of the cave, his golden-red mane bristling, eyes blazing with fury. He surveyed his surroundings, nostrils flaring with hot breath, and roared, "Seal off the territory. Don't let a single creature escape." "Yes, my lord." Although puzzled, his subordinates didn't dare question him and roared as they charged in all directions. In less than 15 minutes, the Fire Lion King's territory was completely sealed off. At every checkpoint, ferocious beasts patrolled, baring their teeth with fierce gazes, intimidating the smaller demons into shivering silently, barely daring to breathe. The subordinates, who had been privately speculating about what had angered their usually composed king to such an extent, soon understood the cause when reports of stolen spiritual herbs arrived. Soon, the entire Fire Lion King's domain erupted in chaos, with roars echoing everywhere. For the rest of the day, every beast within the Fire Lion King's territory was in a frenzy. They formed small teams, searching in all directions for the culprit, determined to reclaim their herbs. The beasts climbed mountains and crossed ridges, inspecting every suspicious crevice, leaving no stone unturned. However, while they were busy hunting for the thief, the real herb-stealing culprits Lu Chun and Master Rat had already escaped from the Fire Lion King's territory and were racing towards the ghost-faced Centipede King's domain. Indeed, just as the ghost-faced Centipede King was busy looting the Thunder Tiger's herbs, Lu Chun, urged on by Master Rat, decided to steal all the spiritual herbs from the ghost-faced Centipede King's territory. This audacious pair planned to take from both sides. Once in the ghost-faced Centipede King's domain, Lu Chun, just as he had done in the Fire Lion King's territory, uprooted every herb he encountered, leaving nothing behind. His movements were swift and precise, as if he had practiced countless times. After 2 hours, when the ghost-faced Centipede King returned to his territory, satisfied with his spoils, Lu Chun had already departed with the gathered herbs, leaving behind a ravaged herb field. Soon after, the ghost-faced Centipede King's territory, like the Fire Lion King's, echoed with furious roars that spread for thousands of miles, scattering birds and causing beasts to flee. Whoosh! Under the cover of night, a swift shadow darted through the forest. Nangong Ling transformed into a streak of light, racing toward the direction where the 3 great demon kings were locked in fierce battle. The tremendous commotion from afar piqued her curiosity, but as she neared the battlefield, the overwhelming pressure forced her to halt. After weighing her options, Nangong Ling decided to observe the battle from a vantage point on a distant peak. She watched as the Fire Lion King, with its golden mane shimmering in the night, teamed up with the massive ghost-faced Centipede King to attack the majestic Thunder Tiger. Although all 3 demon kings were at the mid-stage of the 5th tier, equivalent to a human mid-tier martial master, Nangong Ling could clearly sense that their true combat power far exceeded this level. especially when they unleash their racial abilities. Even high-tier martial masters would have to avoid their sharp edges. Despite being at the 7th level of the Martial King stage, with the ability to challenge low-tier martial masters, she dared not provoke such formidable beings lightly. As a prodigy among human martial artists, Nangong Ling was wary of the 3 demon kings, yet she clenched her fists in determination. It's only a matter of time, she thought. One day, I'll make you recognize my strength. The fierce battle raged on for several hours, with the battlefield continuously shifting, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Nangong Ling followed from a distance, carefully observing the demon king's use of spiritual power, secretly learning and analyzing their techniques. Eventually, the Thunder Tiger, wounded under the relentless assault, let out a roar of unwillingness before fleeing in haste. When the Fire Lion King and its followers charged in her direction, Nangong Ling quickly retreated to the safety of the cave. "Brat, I'm back," she called out while walking, but received no response from Lu Chen's usual aloof demeanor. Reaching the depths of the cave, she immediately noticed the blood spirit pill Lu Chen had left behind. Instantly understanding everything had left. "Brat," Nangong Ling frowned, anxiously rushing toward the cave entrance, only to be forced back inside by the passing Fire Lion King and its entourage. Once the Fire Lion King departed, she swiftly searched the surrounding area but found no trace of Lu Chen. Sensing the ghost-faced Centipede King approaching, she had no choice but to retreat back into the cave, sitting in the spot where they had once spent time together. "Men are heartless," she murmured softly, gazing at the blood spirit pill in her hand. Meanwhile, due to the frenzy within the territories of the 2 great demon kings, weaker beasts within a 1,000-mile radius were fleeing in panic, fearing they might become collateral damage. Despite their efforts, many beasts still became tools for the demon kings to vent their anger, and by the end of the day, the forest was filled with a heavy stench of blood. Meanwhile, as the demon kings lost their minds over the missing spiritual herbs, Lu Chun and Master Rat had already hidden in the world of the Chaos Cauldron, leisurely planting the herbs they had just borrowed. The Chaos Cauldron world was no longer a barren desert. The ground was neatly divided into 5 plots, each spanning dozens of acres, filled with spiritual herbs meticulously categorized by Lu Chun. These herbs were carefully divided according to the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, forming 5 distinct areas. After planting the last herb, Lu Chun stretched, his eyes scanning the 5 plots of burgeoning herb fields with a satisfied smile. "Master Rat, I don't know why, but I feel like the spiritual energy in this world has become denser," Lu Chen said, frowning as he voiced his vague perception. Master Rat's lips curled into a smile. "Kid, you truly are the master of this world. The spiritual energy here has increased by less than 1,000th, and you still noticed. Is that really the case?" Lu Chen's eyes widened in shock at Master Rat's response. Although he had heard that divine artifacts possessed independent worlds and could evolve world laws, witnessing it firsthand was still beyond belief. In his understanding, a world was too vast to be created by human hands, let alone exist within a divine artifact. "Don't make a fuss," Master Rat scoffed. "Whether it's the Chaos Pearl or the Chaos Cauldron, once they recognize a master, their inner world begins to grow." "Master Rat, explain a bit more," Lu Chen asked curiously. Master Rat patiently explained. "Simply put, the inner world of a divine artifact is capable of growth. Your every action directly influences its development. As your strength increases, the inner world's territory expands. When you comprehend momentum, the inner world will also have momentum. When you understand laws, the inner world's skies and earth will contain your laws." Lu Chan pondered deeply, then reached out to sense the changes in the surrounding spiritual energy. "Master Rat, what's with the spiritual energy then?" In response, Master Rat pointed to the 5 herb plots. "It's because of them." "What do you mean?" Lu Chen inquired further. Instead of answering directly, Master Rat asked, "Kid, as a former martial emperor, you should know how spiritual mountains and treasures come to be, right? The land nurtures the mountain spirit, which in turn nourishes the land spirit. They depend on each other until a spiritual vein is born, turning into a spiritual mountain." With those words, Lu Chen suddenly understood, staring at Master Rat in shock. "Master Rat, are you saying the spiritual energy in this world has become denser because of the nourishment from the 5 herb plots?" "Exactly," Master Rat answered matter-of-factly. "Wow, that's possible too," Lu Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Master Rat continued, "The outside world is a world, and the Chaos Cauldron world is also a world. Fundamentally, there's no difference between the two, except the outside world is more complete, while the Chaos Cauldron world is just starting to grow." "No difference, could it be?" Master Rat's words sparked countless thoughts in Lu Chen's mind, causing a storm of realization within him. However, just as Lu Chen was about to delve deeper, Master Rat raised a small paw to stop him. "Kid, let's end this topic here. Focus on improving your strength. When you're strong enough, some things will become clear without anyone telling you." Knowing too much now is meaningless. Always acting so mysterious. Lu Chen knew Master Rat was speaking the truth, but he was still a bit annoyed, giving Master Rat a sidelong glance. Master Rat shrugged, not responding further. In a swift motion, he leaped onto Lu Chen's shoulder, and the two returned to the world of the Chaos Pearl. Afterward, the pair each focused on their own cultivation. As dawn broke, the anger of the three great demon kings finally subsided, and the mountains returned to silence. The beasts retreated to their territories, relishing the brief tranquility. As the first rays of sunlight touched the mountains, Lu Chun rubbed his temples, which ached intensely from practicing the 9 Nether Soul manual, and slowly emerged from the depths of the mountains with Master Shu. They found themselves in a weed-filled valley, several kilometers away from the border of the ghost-faced Centipede King's territory. This was a desolate corner of the Luofeng Mountains, disregarded by the demon kings and avoided by weaker beasts. The air was calm, occasionally interrupted by birdsong and the rustling of grass in the wind. Master Shu, after all that commotion, they finally quieted down, Lu Chun remarked, gazing into the distance at the valley's entrance, soaking in the vast serenity. Master Shu, however, flashed a mischievous grin, hopped onto Lu Chen's left shoulder, and said with a crafty gleam, "Quiet is so boring. Kid, why don't we stir things up again and make the Luofeng Mountains lively?" Lu Chen rolled his eyes. Master Shu, the blood hasn't even dried yet, and you're already thinking of causing trouble? Master Shu shrugged, unfazed. I'll ask you this. Do you want spiritual medicine or peace and quiet? Without hesitation, Lu Chen replied. Spiritual medicine. He had always known what he needed most. As a former martial emperor skilled in both alchemy and combat, his interests lay solely in swords and spiritual medicine. To him, spiritual medicine was not just a symbol of healing and power, but also of alchemy, advancement, and breakthroughs. Seeing his resolve, Master Shu chuckled smugly. Since you've chosen spiritual medicine, don't hesitate. Let's stir up some trouble and liven things up. Lu Chen shot him a slightly exasperated glance. We've already caused enough trouble in the 3 demon kings' territories. If we continue, we'll have to delve deeper into their domains. Then let's go? Your legs aren't short, Master Shu replied bluntly. Lu Chen paused for a moment. Though he had his doubts, he chose to remain silent. Master Shu's audacity was unrestrained, yet it was this very audacity that allowed him to act so recklessly in the beast-filled Luofeng Mountains. To Lu Chen, the beasts of these mountains couldn't compare to even the toes of Master Shu. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen pushed aside his concerns and used the Lingxiao step, swiftly heading deeper into the mountains. With each step, his figure seemed to draw a fine line through the air, as if leaping through the mountains. Master Shu remained silent, perched on Lu Chen's shoulder, his eyes filled with endless calculations and confidence. Though Master Shu's words were laced with jest, Lu Chen knew that this ancient creature, who had lived through many eras, hid more than just power. He knew secrets of the future and understood the immense challenges they would face. In these fleeting days, Master Shu was determined to help Lu Chen grow, and gathering resources was merely the first step in his plan. Lu Chen had no idea what Shu Yi was thinking at the moment. As soon as he decided to venture deeper into the heart of the mountains, his soul power surged out like a tidal wave, enveloping the surrounding area instantly. With this soul power, every detail of the surroundings became vividly clear in his mind, providing a sense of security that allowed him to relax a little. Northwest. Shu Yi suddenly spoke up, just as Lu Chen was planning to continue northward. Lu Chen's nerves tightened, and he immediately changed direction. Shu Yi, what's in the northwest? Something you'll absolutely love, Shu Yi replied mysteriously. The last time Shu Yi had guided him, they found a high-grade fire spirit fruit tree, which had boosted Lu Chen's confidence in Shu Yi's judgment. Thinking of the potential rewards, he quickened his pace. However, before they had traveled 100 miles, a group of unusual beasts blocked their path. These creatures had distinctive features. They were 7 parts wolf and 3 parts fox, with eyes that gleamed like blue sapphires. A tuft of white fur on their foreheads resembled a crescent moon, and their bodies were covered in tough, needle-like blue fur. Qingyue demon wolves. Lu Chen immediately recognized the creatures. They were hybrid descendants of the 6th-grade silver moon fox and the 4th-grade greenwood wolf, inheriting the greenwood wolf's exceptional healing abilities and the silver moon fox's charming talents. While not the most powerful among wolves of the same grade, their persistence in battle could be extremely troublesome for any opponent. There were about 100 Qingyue demon wolves before him, 2/3 of which ranged from mid to late 4th grade. While the leading wolf had already advanced to a 5th-grade demon king, its size noticeably larger than its kin. Shu Yi, is the good stuff with them? Lu Chen asked helplessly. No. Shu Yi shook his head in denial. I'm done for, tricked by you again, Lu Chen sighed. I didn't trick you. Once you deal with them, the good stuff is just ahead, Shu Yi explained earnestly. With the situation set, Lu Chen had no choice but to accept reality. He considered retreating to bypass the wolves' territory, but a fourth-grade Tianyuan demon wolf was already lunging at him, its fangs aimed straight at his throat. Facing the ferocious attack, Lu Chen slowly closed his eyes. Just when all the Tianyuan demon wolves thought he had given up, a sharp sword intent suddenly erupted from within him. Buzz! The sword's hum resonated through the forest as Lu Chen swung his long sword, and the attacking Tianyuan demon wolf let out a piercing scream. Its body was split in two, landing heavily at his feet. That was a bit excessive. What a waste. Lu Chen thought to himself as he looked at the splattered blood of the demon beasts. As a martial artist focused on body refinement, he considered this blood to be top-notch material. Nonetheless, when faced with the pack of Azure Moon demon wolves, he opted for a strategy of one-hit kills. His experience had taught him that with such beasts, anything less than a lethal strike was futile. The Azure Moon demon wolves had never regarded humans at the 7th martial warrior level as a threat, as they were accustomed to preying on martial masters. This arrogance meant that when their kin fell, they were caught off guard. The scent of blood filled the forest, prompting the entire pack to howl at the sky. Tear that boy apart! The Azure Moon demon wolf king roared, and the pack sprang into action. Wolves below the 4th rank and the females withdrew to a distant hilltop, while nearly 100 strong, 4th rank Azure Moon demon wolves began to race through the forest. They quickly formed a tight encirclement around Lu Chen and Lord Mouse. Wow, they're really going all out with a full pack attack. I must have made quite an impression, Lu Chen remarked coldly, sensing the wolves' formation through his soul power. The wolf tribe is among the top 10 most united demon clans. You took down one of them with a single sword strike. Did you think they'd let that go? Lord Mouse explained with a chuckle. Lord Mouse, why don't you step in and suppress them? Lu Chen asked tentatively. Lord Mouse scoffed. You brat. I have only one chance left to intervene. I've already acted twice, once with the anaconda and once outside the fire lion's cave. If you want to use the last one here, fine, but I won't be able to help you again, even if you're about to be killed. The anaconda and the fire lion shouldn't count, Lu Chen argued with a frown. After some negotiation, Lord Mouse agreed not to count the anaconda incident, but insisted on counting the fire lion. Lu Chen decided to let it go and focused on the encroaching wolves. Are you sure you don't need my help? Lord Mouse inquired. The Azure Moon demon wolves are tricky, but with the right technique, they can be handled. Save your intervention for a beast I truly can't manage, Lu Chen replied confidently. In his previous life, his exceptional martial talent had propelled him to the dual emperor realm, and he had studied the characteristics of the Azure Moon demon wolves from the beast rankings. Their difficulty mainly stemmed from 3 factors, the foremost being their speed, which surpassed that of ordinary 5th-rank demon beasts. The Tianyuan demon wolves, a type of wood demon, are naturally endowed with astonishing vitality and healing abilities. If not fatally wounded, they quickly recover from injuries. More troublesome is their mastery of a terrifying enchantment. Once you lock eyes with them, most people find themselves paralyzed, waiting helplessly for death. Knowing these traits well, Lu Chen closed his eyes without hesitation, using his soul power to perceive everything around him, completely eliminating the possibility of being enchanted. Good. The old mouse on his shoulder gave an approving smile, clearly satisfied with Lu Chen's response. As an experienced veteran, he was well aware of the Tianyuan demon wolf's characteristics and had no intention of helping Lu Chen deal with such a low-level demon beast. Howl! The wolf pack suddenly erupted with deafening roars, transforming into gray shadows that raced around Lu Chen, forming a deadly circle in an instant. Kid, they're about to strike, the old mouse warned, watching the now blurred figures of the wolves with caution. Move, and whoever does will die. Lu Chen remained motionless, gripping his long sword tightly and staring ahead with a blank expression. With soul power enhancing him, no matter how fast the Tianyuan demon wolves were, they couldn't outpace his sword. At this moment, he only needed to control the battlefield with his soul power, ready to slash any wolf that came near with his swift sword. Sensing the fierce killing intent emanating from Lu Chen, the old mouse squinted, a meaningful smile appearing. To him, true strength is forged in the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Excessive mercy only leads to death. At this moment, Lu Chen displayed the battle state that satisfied him most, possessing both the will and aura to kill, shedding his previous indecisiveness. Whoosh! After some probing, a mid-4th-year Tianyuan demon wolf suddenly leapt from the formation, its bloodthirsty jaws aiming straight for Lu Chen's throat. Die! Lu Chen shouted coldly, his swift sword like lightning, the sword light instantly locking onto the wolf's throat. In the next moment, a piercing wolf howl sounded, and the demon wolf's body suddenly froze, crashing towards Lu Chen with inertia. Its kin watched as a line of blood appeared on their companion's neck, the surrounding steel needle-like blue fur all severed, and they let out mournful whimpers. They knew their companion was dead. Got you! Lu Chen caught the wolf's corpse, unceremoniously throwing it to the ground, and retrieved a stone jar from the chaos pearl. Under the hateful gaze of the entire wolf pack, he calmly opened the dead wolf's head and began to drain its blood. This scene utterly enraged the wolf pack. With an anguished roar from the Wolf King, for more Qinghua demon wolves lunged at Lu Chun. Old mouse, if you won't help deal with them, at least help me collect the blood, all right? Lu Chun said calmly. Hee, that I can do. The old mouse leaped from Lu Chun's shoulder, skillfully holding the dead wolf's neck, and began draining blood into the stone jar. Meanwhile, Lu Chun swiftly dispatched the attacking wolves with 4 consecutive sword strikes, killing them all midair. TSK. You came here just to collect blood, didn't you? The old mouse teased, watching the scene unfold. Lu Chun replied smugly. Old mouse, when you were setting me up, you probably didn't expect I'd use them to collect blood, did you? Guess. The old mouse chuckled, indeed not having anticipated this move from Lu Chun, finding it a pleasant surprise. Lu Chun rolled his eyes and continued focusing on dealing with the reckless demon wolves. Lu Chun closed his eyes, remaining calm and composed in the face of the pack of Qinghua demon wolves before him. These wolves naturally possess a racial charm ability, but it had no effect on Lu Chun, who had his eyes shut. They couldn't outpace him either, leaving them no choice but to take the hits passively. Attack after attack, failure followed failure. Although the Qinghua demon wolves were known for their unity and their grudges, as they watched the blood of their kin spill, their fury gradually subsided. Finally, at the low growl of the Wolf King, the remaining dozens of Qinghua demon wolves reluctantly withdrew from Lu Chen's sight, leaving behind 18 wolf carcasses lying in the forest. Interesting, the Qinghua demon wolves actually had the sense to retreat, the old rat said as he tossed aside the last wolf carcass after draining its blood, his eyes landing on the 2 large vats filled with fresh blood. Wolves are always clever. They know when they can't win and won't fight hard, only waiting in the shadows for the right moment. Lu Chen said calmly. Huh, you were right. The old rat squinted his eyes. They seem to have left, but they're actually lurking in the distant valley, ready to strike again at any moment. Lu Chen shook his head with a smile, first storing the vats of blood into his chaos pearl world, then focusing on extracting the demon cores from the wolf carcasses with his sword. In the distant valley, the Qinghua demon wolves watched with tears in their eyes, wanting to rush out and fight to the death, but they were firmly held back by the Wolf King. A few minutes later, 18 azure demon cores, each the size of a small egg, lay neatly in Lu Chen's hand before he quickly stored them in his storage ring. Thanks, old rat. Without you, I wouldn't have gotten so many resources for cultivation, Lu Chen said meaningfully as he dusted himself off. I hope you'll thank me again next time, the old rat replied with a sly grin. Lu Chen smirked and then asked, Old rat, the Qinghua demon wolves should have spiritual herbs too. Take me to collect them. Head 10 miles northwest, and you'll see a valley. The old rat pointed towards the heart of the Qinghua demon wolves' territory. Lu Chun immediately used his Ling Shao step to head for the destination, while the howls of disgruntled wolves echoed behind him. Soon, they reached the depths of the valley, where a peculiar tree caught their eye, a tree with a 3-meter trunk, exceptionally thick, covered in azure roots, and dense diamond-shaped leaves that were a deep green. Qingyun wood. Lu Chun recognized the mid-tier 5th grade would attribute spiritual herb at a glance. This magical herb could absorb the spiritual energy of gold, water, fire, and earth attributes, transforming it into pure wood attribute energy. It would surely cause a frenzy at an auction. As they approached, Lu Chun noticed a few wolf pups curled beneath the tree, with a faint green mist emanating from the roots and leaves. The wood attribute spiritual energy here is at least 10 times that of the outside world, the old rat marveled. With a Qingyun wood here, that's normal, Lu Chun responded. If it could grow to 100 meters tall, imagine how powerful it would be, the old rat said excitedly. Old rat, Qingyun wood grows an inch a year. It would take 10,000 years to reach 100 meters. Who knows if you'll live to see that day, Lu Chun said helplessly. Uncle Mouse reminded him. Kid, don't forget you have that thing. Lu Chen's eyes lit up, and he suddenly understood. The time flow in the Chaos Cauldron world is 10 times faster than the outside world. Planting the Qingyun tree there would reduce 10,000 years to just 1,000. As a warrior's strength increases, so does their lifespan. Once they break through to the martial emperor realm, 1,000 years would pass in the blink of an eye. The Chaos Cauldron is practically a time cheat. Lu Chen thought joyfully, but maintained a calm facade. Uncle Mouse, just wait. I'm in a hurry to get to the next place. As soon as he finished speaking, with a thought, the entire Qingyun tree was uprooted and vanished into the Chaos Cauldron world. On the ground, a group of wolf pups, now exposed, began to howl. Lu Chen glanced at them, but did not attack. Instead, he left the valley with Uncle Mouse, continuing their journey northwest. For the next half an hour, under Uncle Mouse's guidance, Lu Chun deftly avoided several territories of 5th-level beasts, eventually arriving at an unusually cool forest. A gentle breeze swept away the summer heat. Uncle Mouse, what is this place? It feels so refreshing. Lu Chun took a deep breath, enjoying the rare coolness. Uncle Mouse smirked. Kid, you may feel cool now, but you won't feel the same soon. Lu Chun raised an eyebrow at Uncle Mouse on his shoulder. Uncle Mouse, are we nearly there? Just a few dozen more miles. Uncle Mouse replied briefly. Energized by the news, Lu Chun, who had planned to rest, started using his Ling Shao step again, moving like the wind through the forest. Moments later, he stopped at the entrance of a gorge. The gorge stretched endlessly, with no end in sight. It was hundreds of feet deep and over a dozen feet wide. The walls on both sides were as smooth as mirrors, with no vegetation. A glimmer of curiosity flashed in Lu Chen's eyes as he sensed a lingering trace of sword intent in the gorge. Incredible! This gorge was actually carved out with a single slash, Lu Chen thought. Despite the passage of countless years, the sword intent remained clear. With his knowledge, he understood that creating such a gorge with one slash required at least a high-level martial emperor, otherwise, it would be impossible to have such destructive power. Uncle Mouse casually asked from Lu Chen's shoulder, "Kid, could your sword strike reach this level back in the day?" "No." Lu Chen shook his head. In his previous life, although he had achieved martial emperor status, he perished in the heavenly demon mountains shortly after. Apart from Tianyuan, no one of the same realm was his match. Even so, his combat power never reached the point of splitting mountains with a sword. Whoever created this gorge was far stronger than he was back then. Uncle Mouse squinted. Back then, you were already at the peak of combat power in the divine martial world. Why do you think there's such a massive gorge here? Lu Chun frowned, staring at Uncle Mouse. Uncle Mouse, are you trying to tell me something? I know nothing, so what could I tell you? Uncle Mouse denied, then jumped off Lu Chen's shoulder and walked straight into the gorge. Watching Uncle Mouse's back, Lu Chun felt a surge of frustration. Uncle Mouse always spoke half-truths, and he often felt like hitting him. But after witnessing Uncle Mouse's terrifying strength in effortlessly killing beasts, he dared not act on the thought. However, Uncle Mouse's reminder made Lu Chun realize that the divine martial world might not be as simple as he had imagined. Back then, they might not have been the pinnacle of martial arts. I need to improve my strength quickly. Gazing at the seemingly bottomless gorge, Lu Chun felt an unknown pressure, then quickly followed Uncle Mouse ahead. As Lu Chun entered the canyon, he noticed something peculiar. The deeper he went, the higher the temperature rose, and within minutes, a light sweat had formed on his forehead. Driven by curiosity, he followed Master Shu while releasing his soul power to sense the depths of the canyon. The heat waves inside the canyon became increasingly apparent, and Lu Chen's clothes were slightly damp with sweat. After about 15 minutes of walking, his soul perception suddenly revealed clusters of flowers bright red like flames, each plant embedded into the canyon walls like burning fire. Flame breath flowers. Lu Chen's breath quickened, his eyes alight with excitement as he sensed the flowers. Flame breath flowers are a third-grade spiritual herb, not of the highest grade, but their presence indicates the existence of a fire spirit crystal vein beneath the ground. Only an immense concentration of fire-attributed spiritual energy can support their growth. Lu Chun had long suspected that there might be fire-attributed spiritual herbs in the canyon due to the intense heat, but he never expected to find flame breath flowers. These are flame breath flowers, and they are blooming beautifully. Lu Chun couldn't help but praise. Finding a vein here is truly a huge surprise. Master Shu, however, just smirked and said, "Don't get too excited, kid. Where there are flame breath flowers, there's a vein, but there's also something else. Spirit bees." At Master Shu's words, Lu Chen's smile vanished instantly. Indeed, where there are flame breath flowers, there are spirit bees. Although spirit bees are not of a high rank, with ordinary adult spirit bees being third tier and the strongest queen bee capable of reaching fourth tier, they are formidable. Adult spirit bees are about the size of a fist, with a bright red color that makes them appear beautiful and somewhat adorable at first glance. Yet they are deadly carnivores. They fly at incredible speeds, are highly aggressive, and each has a venomous sting filled with potent fire poison. It is known that once a warrior is stung by a spirit bee, unless they take an ice soul pill to counteract the poison, they will surely die from the fire poison within 3 days. Because of this, spirit bees, despite their low rank, have a high standing on the beast rankings, outranking many 6th-tier beasts. Lu Chen's eyes flickered as he spread his soul power in other directions, quickly spotting numerous spirit bees cultivating among the flame breath flowers. After considering for a moment, he withdrew his soul power and turned to Master Shu, saying, "Master Shu, these creatures are quite tricky. Could you lend me a hand? One chance?" Master Shu asked calmly. "Deal." Lu Chen agreed readily. Unlike the green moon demon wolves, which are limited in number, spirit bees exist in swarms numbering in the tens of thousands. Just thinking about having to slay thousands of spirit bees one by one made Lu Chen's scalp tingle. "Then let's head back," Master Shu said nonchalantly. "Aren't we supposed to go forward? Why are we going back?" Lu Chen asked, frowning. "If we go back, how will we get the fire spirit crystals from the vein?" "You just want the fire spirit crystals, right? Just follow me, and don't worry about how I get them," Master Shu replied with a smirk. With that, Master Shu led the way, and before long, The duo left the canyon and arrived at a hidden crevice on the left side of the canyon. Under Lu Chen's puzzled gaze, Master Shu began tunneling into the crevice, quickly digging several hundred meters in. Witnessing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but be amazed. Master Shu was truly clever, using his rodent tribe's natural burrowing ability to sneak under the vein and steal the spirit crystals. By avoiding a direct confrontation with the giant bees, they could easily claim the entire vein. Lu Chen watched as Shu Ye's agile figure gradually disappeared from his soul perception range, silently admiring the old veteran's cunning. He then slipped into the mouse hole. Half an hour later, Shu Yi led Lu Chen through an underground passage stretching over a dozen miles, finally reaching the vein deep within the canyon. This fire spirit crystal vein was far larger than the one behind the Lu family's mountain, and the crystal quality was noticeably superior. As soon as they dug out a cavity of about 2 cubic meters, Shu Yi eagerly grabbed a piece of spirit crystal and started gnawing on it. You brat, this time I'm going to eat to my heart's content. Following you around, hiding everywhere. I've almost starved thin, Shu Yi said, feigning a pitiful look. If it still had fur, this appearance would certainly be even more endearing. Lu Chen laughed. Hurry up and dig. Once we're done, you can eat as much as you like. At least you've got a conscience, Shu Yi replied, immediately getting back to digging. While Shu Yi was focused on mining, Lu Chen entered the world of the Chaos Cauldron, categorizing and planting the spirit herbs he had collected along the way into the medicinal fields according to their attributes. After finishing the planting, he returned to the outside world and stored all the spirit crystals Shu Yi had dug up into the Chaos Pearl world, then entered it himself. In the Chaos Pearl world, Lu Chen seized every moment. He set up the Chaos Cauldron and began body refining with the blood of the Tianyuan demon wolf clan. After half a day, he absorbed all the wolf blood, and his skin glowed with a faint blue light. Curious, Lu Chen examined his skin and, on a whim, activated his sword intent to slash at his arm, only to find he couldn't leave a mark. He increased his strength, using 6 parts of his sword intent, and only then did he leave a faint white mark on his skin. Understanding his sword intent well, he was pleased to see that even 6 parts of his sword intent barely caused damage. To further test the effects of his body refining, he fully activated his sword intent and managed to make a finger-long cut on his arm. Blood flowed, but within a minute, it stopped on its own, and the wound quickly healed under the blue glow. Half an hour later, the wound was completely gone, as if it had never existed. Shu Ye's body refining method is truly extraordinary. If I continue training this way, the next time I meet Tian Yangsheng, I'll make sure he regrets it. Remembering the humiliation of being defeated by Tian Yangsheng's physical techniques, Lu Chen silently vowed to himself. Upon returning to the outside world, the diligent Shu Yi had already mined millions of spirit crystals. With a thought, Lu Chen stored all the spirit crystals into the Chaos Pearl world, making the once busy mine cavern seem particularly empty. You brat, where did you run off to? Leaving me here to do all the work, Shu Yi asked, pausing from his task. I went to train with the blood of the Tianyuan demon wolves, Lu Chen replied honestly. Not bad, you keep busy then. I've got this covered. Shu Yi nodded approvingly and continued his digging. Lu Chen didn't hesitate, turning back to the Chaos Pearl world to resume his training. For the next 3 days, Lu Chen trained in martial arts alone within the Chaos Pearl world until he was brought back to reality by the sound of Lord Mouse. The ore vein before him had been nearly exhausted by Lord Mouse, with only a few damaged areas remaining, while the rest of the spirit crystals had been completely mined. From a distance, the entire vein flickered with firelight, as the fire attribute spirit crystals emitted a dazzling red glow. Thank you, Lord Mouse, Lu Chen said with a grateful smile as he approached. Lord Mouse shot him a glance and replied grumpily. Stop with the nonsense and quickly gather the spirit crystals before we get discovered. Thinking of the impending pursuit by the giant spirit bees, Lu Chen's expression became serious. With a thought, he swiftly collected over 200 million spirit crystals into the Chaos Pearl world. Lord Mouse, let's go, he said, turning to leave. Lord Mouse waved a paw lazily and said, You go ahead. I'll cover the rear. Since I'm already here, there's something I need to get. Haha, Lord Mouse, you're really ruthless. Lu Chen laughed, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Lord Mouse's words immediately reminded him of the giant spirit bees' royal jelly, a priceless treasure and crucial resource for their reproduction. Now, not only had Lord Mouse emptied their ore vein, but he also had his eyes on the royal jelly, delivering a heavy blow to the giant spirit bees. This is nothing. The real ruthlessness is yet to come, Lord Mouse said with a dismissive snort. Lu Chen didn't say more, but earnestly advised, Be careful. I'm leaving now. With that, he quickly disappeared into a mouse hole leading back to where they had come from. As soon as Lu Chen left, Lord Mouse sprang into action, using spiritual power to seal the entrance, blocking the giant spirit bees' pursuit. He then began digging in another area. After some time, he managed to excavate a deep tunnel beneath the giant spirit bees' queen's lair. The tunnel walls were hard, but Lord Mouse methodically cleared the rocks, soon uncovering the queen's nest. The nest was a spacious cavern with numerous passages, vast in its expanse. From the center hung massive red spheres, the storage for the royal jelly, considered the giant spirit bees' most valuable asset and essential for their reproduction. With his powerful spiritual sense, Lord Mouse quickly located the giant spirit bees guarding the royal jelly, each at least at the late stage of the third tier. At the center of the cavern, the queen, possessing early fourth-tier peak strength, was curled up near a vein of fire spirit crystals, seemingly in meditation. Suddenly, the queen opened its crimson eyes, a flicker of suspicion crossing them. Sensing a change in the surrounding spiritual energy, it perceived something amiss. With growing doubt, the queen began to dig through the fire spirit crystals, soon stumbling into a deep pit. Boom! With a loud crash, the queen burst out of the pit, roaring in anger. Damn it! Someone has stolen our spirit crystals. At the queen's roar, the entire giant spirit bee colony sprang into action. The guards of the royal jelly rushed over, and the cavern quickly descended into chaos. With piercing buzzing sounds, the swarm rose in a frenzy, dispersing in all directions to hunt down the thief. Meanwhile, Lu Chun had already run tirelessly for hundreds of miles. Employing his Lingxiao step, he raced northward at incredible speed. However, the giant spirit bees were in hot pursuit, closing in rapidly. Seeing this, Lu Chun immediately entered the world of the Chaos Pearl. With a crisp ding, the now dimmed pearl fell into the dense foliage. A swarm of giant spirit bees roared past through the forest, leaving behind a trail of piercing buzzing. Inside the cave, Master Shu squinted his shrewd eyes. Once most of the giant spirit bees had chased after Lu Chun, he unleashed his formidable soul power, instantly killing the remaining bees guarding the spirit nectar. Calmly, he walked out and collected 90% of the nectar. Standing outside the cave, Master Shu greedily eyed the vibrant flame breath flowers scattered throughout the canyon. He muttered to himself, "Without the mineral veins, these flowers will wither sooner or later. Better they benefit me than go to waste." As he spoke, his mouth suddenly expanded to the size of the canyon, and with a mighty inhale, he swallowed all the flowers in an instant. After his success, he transformed into a stream of light and vanished without a trace. When the giant spirit bees returned empty-handed, they found their hive completely looted. This turn of events infuriated them, driving them into a frenzy as they began attacking every living creature nearby. The weaker beasts were devoured on the spot, while the stronger ones fled in panic to report to their masters. Within half a day, the giant spirit bees had offended every beast within a 1,000-mile radius, ultimately leading to a collective retaliation. Under the blood-red sunset, a fierce battle erupted in the forest outside the giant spirit bees' hive. 7 fifth-tier demon kings, commanding over 100 fourth-tier demon kings and a massive beast army, launched a siege. The battlefield was littered with corpses, both of various beasts and mostly of the giant spirit bees. Hundreds of lower-tier beasts fell to the bees' fiery poison, but the bees paid a heavy price as well. Thousands of adult bees died, and tens of thousands of juveniles were lost. Facing the brink of extinction, the once proud queen bee finally bowed her head, offering land and spirit nectar as compensation to secure the retreat of the demon kings. Satisfied, the demon kings withdrew with their forces. The remaining giant spirit bees let out mournful cries, gathering their fallen kin in grief. Meanwhile, Master Shu, who initially intended to find Lu Chun, changed his mind after witnessing the bees' frenzy. Taking advantage of the beast's siege on the bees, he stealthily infiltrated various beast lairs, frantically looting spiritual herbs and easily acquiring hundreds of rare medicinal plants. When the victorious beasts returned to their lairs and discovered the theft of their spiritual herbs, they immediately blamed the giant spirit bees and launched another attack. Unable to produce herbs they never possessed, the queen bee led her kin in a desperate flight to the outskirts of the falling Maple Mountains. Eventually, the demon kings realized they had been used and hurried back to their territories, conducting thorough searches, determined to find the true herbal thief. In the early morning, a dense fog enveloped the entire Luofeng mountain range. A gentle morning breeze stirred the mist, causing it to drift slowly through the mountains, making the range appear as if it were floating above the clouds. In the heart of the mountains, the beasts, exhausted from a night of frenzy, reluctantly returned to their territories, accepting the bitter reality that their precious herbs had been stolen. Occasionally, deep, low growls echoed from within the depths. Rustle, rustle. Suddenly, a soft rustling noise broke the forest silence. A grayish-white figure darted nimbly through the underbrush. It was Master Mouse. With keen eyes, it spotted the chaos pearl among the trees, a glint of satisfaction flashing in its eyes. Lu Chun sat cross-legged inside the chaos pearl, cultivating. Despite being fully focused, his spiritual senses extended outward. Sensing Master Mouse's arrival, he immediately used his thoughts to bring it into the chaos pearl's world. "You ungrateful brat. Only thinking of yourself. Not even worried about me getting eaten by beasts. Master Mouse feigned annoyance as it approached Lu Chun, although its tail wagged slightly with amusement. Lu Chun quickly stood up, his face full of ingratiating smiles. Master Mouse, you jest. It should be you eating them. What beast in the Luofeng mountain range could possibly harm you? At least you know how to talk. Master Mouse's whiskers twitched, its tone softening considerably. Master Mouse, did you get the bee spirit nectar? Lu Chun asked eagerly. You don't trust me, do you? Master Mouse puffed up its chest. When Master Mouse acts, there's no way I can't get what I want. With that, it tossed a pile of storage rings to Lu Chun, the metal clinking crisply as they struck each other. Seems like quite the haul. Lu Chen's face split into a wide grin as he squatted down to pick up the scattered rings. He quickly inspected each ring's contents, his eyes growing increasingly delighted. Master Mouse, where did you find so many herbs in just one night? Lu Chun asked incredulously, feeling the faint spiritual energy emanating from the storage rings. In response, Master Mouse proudly stroked its whiskers and recounted its adventures from the previous night, how it evaded the beast's patrols, located various herb gardens, and retreated unscathed before the beasts could catch on. Lu Chun listened with admiration, exclaiming, if anyone's a master of stealth, it's you, Master Mouse. Holding the storage rings, Lu Chun looked at Master Mouse. Master Mouse, now that we've collected all the herbs here, where do we go next? Head north, deeper into the mountains. Master Mouse pointed towards the north, its eyes gleaming with the thrill of adventure. Master Mouse, you really treat the Luofeng mountain range like your own personal herb garden. Lu Chun teased. Seems like you're planning to empty the whole place. You cheeky brat. Now you see the benefit of having Master Mouse around. Master Mouse said, puffing up with pride. You used to complain about my appetite, but you had no vision at all. Oh, Master Mouse, I was wrong. Lu Chun quickly clasped his hands in a gesture of apology, his face full of a placating smile. Master Mouse didn't hold a grudge and waved its paw dismissively. You go plant the herbs first, then head north. After a whole night's work, I need to eat something to replenish my energy. Got it. Master Mouse, you take a break. I'll handle the rest, Lu Chun replied. He then entered the Chaos Cauldron world, busying himself with categorizing and carefully planting the herbs according to their properties in different areas. After planting the herbs, Lu Chun returned to the outside world and continued his journey deeper into the Luofeng mountain range. With Master Mouse and the Chaos Pearl consuming spirit crystals to replenish its energy, Lu Chun had to travel alone for a while. He extended his spiritual senses fully, cautiously avoiding the territories of powerful beasts and steering clear of potential dangers. Half a day passed in this manner. Just as Lu Chun was about to find a concealed spot to rest, a thunderous roar from a beast echoed from a distant valley, causing the nearby leaves to tremble. Like Master Mouse, Lu Chun preferred obtaining cultivation resources with minimal cost. This mindset not only helped him survive in his past life, but also allowed him to rise quickly amidst the competition from many talents, ultimately achieving the title of Nine Heavens Martial Emperor. Hearing the commotion from the beast, Lu Chun's first thought was that a beast battle was occurring, presenting an opportunity for profit if handled well. Thus, Lu Chun extended his spiritual senses to their utmost, perceiving every change around him, then used his Lingxiao step to swiftly head toward the source of the sound. His figure was like a wisp of smoke, weaving through the forest with barely a sound. Before long, Lu Chun reached the top of a valley and hid among the branches of a towering tree, peering down through the thick foliage to observe the scene below. The sounds of a fierce battle echoed through the valley, and Lu Chun's brow furrowed deeply in concern. He saw Nangong Ling locked in combat with a formidable mid-50-year Xianbing python. This reckless woman, still not fully healed, dared to provoke such a powerful beast. After failing to find Lu Chun that night, Nangong Ling had left the cave, armed with a map of the Luofeng mountain range provided by her sect, intending to steal the 7-star Ice Lotus. However, she underestimated the Xianbing python's vigilance. As soon as she stepped into the valley, the beast detected her presence. With a thunderous roar, it lunged at her. Even at her peak, Nangong Ling, a 7th-level martial king, would struggle against the Xianbing python, let alone in her current injured state. Her face turned pale as she continuously employed her movement techniques to dodge and attempt to escape the battle. The gap in power was too great, and just as Lu Chun arrived, the python struck Nangong Ling's chest, leaving a deep, bone-revealing wound that quickly became encased in white ice crystals. Kid, feeling sorry for your little wife? A teasing voice from Lord Mouse suddenly rang out. Impossible, Lu Chun denied, though his thoughts were already focused on Lord Mouse. Ever since meeting Nangong Ling, Lord Mouse had taken a special interest in her, even going so far as to try and match them, regardless of the cost. Now, with Nangong Ling's life hanging by a thread, Lu Chun was certain Lord Mouse would intervene. Sure enough, Lord Mouse's eyes glinted. Kid, let me out quickly. If I don't act today, your little wife is done for. Lu Chun exhaled in relief, feigning annoyance. Lord Mouse, This woman bites me whenever she gets the chance. It's better if she dies. Don't save her, or she'll just bite me again later." Despite his words, his hands swiftly released Lord Mouse from the Chaos Pearl. Lord Mouse was about to tease Lu Chen further, but halted when he saw Nangong Ling struck by the python, her frail body plummeting rapidly. "Kid, you win this time," Lord Mouse conceded, giving Lu Chen a look before disappearing. In the next moment, Lord Mouse appeared in front of Nangong Ling, swiping a claw. With a deafening crash, the Xianbing python was sliced into 3 pieces, blood gushing out, making Lu Chen itch with the urge to rush down and collect it. Meanwhile, the icebound Nangong Ling fell into the valley, the ice shattering into pieces. She had thought she was doomed, but now she looked up in astonishment at the terrifyingly powerful mouse in the sky, filled with curiosity about its origins and reasons for aiding her. Sensing her thoughts, Lord Mouse casually retrieved the beast core of the python and devoured it in front of Nangong Ling satisfied. It let out a burp and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the depths of the Luofeng mountain range. Maybe this great demon only acted to eat that beast core, Nangong Ling murmured to herself, relieved, as she swallowed a blood spirit pill and began to heal her injuries. Outside the valley, Master Mouse nimbly made a circle before leaping back onto Lu Chen's shoulder, where his furry body steadied itself. "Kid, don't you want to see her?" Master Mouse noticed the danger had passed, yet Lu Chen showed no intention of descending the mountain. With eyes narrowed, he questioned. Lu Chen pursed his lips, his gaze drifting into the distance. "She is her, I am me. She's no one to me, so why should I go see her?" There was a barely noticeable stubbornness in his voice. Master Mouse was silent for a moment, his sharp eyes locking onto Lu Chen's. "Kid, you want to check on her injuries, but you're afraid of parting. Am I right?" "Master Mouse, you sure like to guess." "I didn't even know I had such thoughts," Lu Chen replied, looking at Master Mouse with an expression of disbelief, though his gaze involuntarily became evasive, and his fingers unconsciously fiddled with the hem of his clothes. Seeing Lu Chen's transparent demeanor, Master Mouse's lips curled slightly, confident he had hit the mark. "Kid, I've roamed the world for 30,000 years. I've seen it all. Your little thoughts can't fool me." Lu Chen didn't respond, habitually falling silent, his gaze resting on the lone figure in the valley. Seeing this, Master Mouse changed his tone. "Kid, if you truly don't want to see her, then let's go. We have other important things to attend to." Lu Chen pointed to Nangongling below, frowning. "Master Mouse, this is the territory of a 5th-level beast. Aren't you afraid she'll be killed if you leave?" "See, you are worried about her, yet you pretend not to care," Master Mouse teased. "I am not." Lu Chen immediately turned away, refusing to look at Nangongling, a slight blush creeping onto his face. Master Mouse chuckled lightly. "Don't worry, what we need to do is not far from her, just beneath this valley. Underground." Lu Chen was taken aback, raising his eyebrows in disbelief. "That's right, underground," Master Mouse confirmed with a nod. Lu Chen's eyes lit up, and he turned toward the depths of the valley. It was covered in snow and ice, with a lake emitting a chilling mist. The surface was smooth like a mirror, and in the center grew a peculiar plant. It resembled a lotus, but its 6 leaves were crystalline ice, and the lotus seed pod emitted a 6-colored glow, dazzling amidst the cold. 7-star ice lotus. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with delight as he recognized the precious plant. It was an almost 6th-grade spiritual herb, the 7-star ice lotus, which at its peak would emit a 7-colored glow. It was a crucial ingredient for crafting the Ice Soul Pill and a coveted cultivation resource for ice attribute martial artists, holding immense value. Realizing this, Lu Chen understood that Nan Gongling might have come for the 7-star ice lotus, which would explain why she risked provoking a beast of the ice python's caliber. Lu Chen's gaze lingered on the 7-star ice lotus for only a moment before returning to Master Mouse on his shoulder. A thought crossed his mind. If the outside was in the midst of summer, yet this place remained frozen, there must be an ice mine beneath the valley. Having recently discovered a fire spirit crystal vein, now finding an ice spirit crystal vein, Lu Chen's heart surged with excitement. Master Mouse was indeed a treasure. With him, it seemed there were no resources they couldn't find, nothing they couldn't acquire. Eagerly rubbing his hands together, Lu Chen said, "Master Mouse, let's get started then. No time to waste." Master Mouse nodded, leading Lu Chen into the vein to begin excavating the ice spirit crystals. While Master Mouse busied himself with mining, Lu Chen entered the Chaos Pearl world, diligently advancing his martial arts cultivation day by day. In what felt like the blink of an eye, a week passed in the Chaos Pearl world, and Lu Chen's Yinyang dual cores smoothly broke through to the 8th-level warrior realm, bringing him one step closer to the martial master realm. After breaking through to the 8th level of the warrior realm, Lu Chen returned to the outside world. His gaze swept across the mineral vein before him, and he collected over 100 million ice spirit crystals that Lord Mouse had excavated into the Chaos Pearl world. While counting, he noticed that a quarter of the spirit crystals remained in place. Just as he was about to ask why, he suddenly realized the reason. The 7-star ice lotus has extremely stringent growing conditions. If the mineral vein were completely excavated, this precious ice lotus would surely wither. It was surprising that the usually resource-greedy Lord Mouse had willingly left so many ice crystals behind for the sake of this single ice lotus. Not bad. You've broken through to the 8th level of the warrior realm, Lord Mouse said, looking Lu Chun up and down. Even though I've advanced, I'm still weak, Lu Chun replied with a pout. Rome wasn't built in a day, Lord Mouse said seriously. Your body is unique, and your progress in martial arts is slower than others. But once you break through, your combat power leaps significantly. It's better to be slow and steady than to rush. I understand. As a former titled martial emperor, Lu Chun knew this well, though he had spoken casually just moments before. As the two left the mineral vein, they noticed that Nangong Ling was no longer in the valley, and the 6 lotus seeds from the 7-star ice lotus had been taken, presumably by her. Want to know where your little wife went? Lord Mouse asked mischievously, seeing Lu Chun's wistful expression. I don't want to know. Lu Chun decisively turned and sped away in a flash of light. Over the next week, under Lord Mouse's guidance, Lu Chun collected spiritual herbs and hunted beasts for their blood, quickly reaching the inner area of the falling Maple Mountain range. The spiritual energy here was denser, but the number of beasts was reduced, with the weakest being at least 4th rank. Lu Chun dared not stray far from Lord Mouse, remaining on high alert. Lord Mouse, we've collected over 1,000 types of spiritual herbs. Should we head back? Lu Chun suggested quietly one day as they walked through a tranquil forest. Are you scared, kid? A little, Lu Chun admitted honestly. All right, Lord Mouse nodded. Since you're scared, we'll finish this last task and head out. No deeper. What are we after this time? Lu Chun asked curiously. Instead of answering, Lord Mouse pointed a claw at Lu Chun's forehead, and a scroll emitting golden light appeared in his mind. The Beast Emperor Scripture, a powerful beast-taming technique. As a former martial emperor, Lu Chun immediately recognized its extraordinary nature, comparable to or even surpassing divine-level techniques, making it the pinnacle of beast-taming arts. Is this the technique you practice, Lord Mouse? Yes, it was one of my trump cards back in the divine martial world. You should start by learning the beast-taming seal. It'll be useful later. You want me to tame beasts? Most people tame beasts in 2 ways. Through raising them from young to build a bond, or by forcibly controlling them using taming techniques. But you're different, Lord Mouse said intently. You have the ability to tame hearts. I'm having you learn the Beast Emperor Scripture to give you an extra layer of protection. Seeing the sincerity in Lord Mouse's eyes, Lu Chun felt both touched and puzzled. As a martial emperor who had risen from humble beginnings, he didn't believe in receiving gifts without reason. Lord Mouse, we have no familial ties. Why are you so good to me? Lord Mouse paused, looking into the distance with a hint of sadness. Perhaps it's because the Chaos Cauldron and the Chaos Pearl chose you. They believe in you. Or maybe it's because you're a continuation of someone. Who is that person? Lu Chun quickly picked up on the implication. He is. Lord Mouse looked at Lu Chun's youthful and innocent face, but swallowed his words. A moment later, it returned to its usual playful demeanor. That person is just that person. With that, it stepped forward and disappeared from Lu Chun's sight. Lu Chun stood still, his mind racing with countless thoughts. His gaze was fixed in the direction where Master Shu had departed, his brow furrowed. Until today, he believed he understood his body completely, but Master Shu's words had plunged him into unprecedented confusion. The continuation of that person? He pondered these words repeatedly in his mind. Was it a continuation of bloodline or the inheritance of skills? These questions were like a tangled mess, impossible to unravel. From Master Shu's hesitant expression and vague attitude, it was clear he held crucial secrets about Lu Chun's origins, but chose to keep them hidden due to Lu Chun's current lack of strength. Master Shu, one day, I will make you willingly tell me everything, Lu Chun vowed silently, clenching his fists. Then, with a swift movement, he entered the world of the Chaos Pearl to focus on understanding the Demon Emperor's scripture. However, as he delved deeper, Lu Chun gradually realized that the difficulty of cultivating the Demon Emperor's scripture was far beyond his imagination. The primary requirement alone excluded most practitioners. It necessitated possessing demon bloodline. This meant that ordinary human martial artists couldn't even begin, and only a few descendants of human-demon hybrids had the basic qualification. Even more stringent was the second requirement. The practitioner's soul power must be at least grade 2. This demand was especially harsh for the demon race. Although demons were naturally endowed with powerful bodies and bloodline abilities, they were far inferior to humans in terms of soul power. Before reaching the 6th stage of transformation, a demon beast's soul power was typically less than a third of a human martial artist at the same level, and matching an average human soul power was already remarkable. This condition directly excluded most of the demon race, leaving only a few who, after transforming, focused on enhancing their soul power to have the chance to attempt it. Even if one met both conditions, successfully cultivating the Demon Emperor's scripture was still fraught with challenges. Compared to ordinary beast taming methods, the beast taming seal of this scripture not only allowed complete control over a demon beast's life and death, but also shared the beast's vision. Its complexity was hundreds of times greater than common secret arts, requiring practitioners to have exceptional talent to inscribe it successfully. The most daunting aspect was the unimaginable pain of condensing the beast taming seal. The seal was divided into a master and sub-seal, requiring the practitioner to split their soul into a sub-seal, a pain far exceeding any physical torture. Without steadfast determination and extraordinary perseverance, enduring such agony was impossible. After studying the Demon Emperor's scripture, Lu Chun compared it to his own cultivation conditions and realized that, apart from lacking demon bloodline, he met all the other requirements. He considered asking Master Shu about it, but figured that since Master Shu had given him the scripture, it meant he had the conditions necessary for cultivation. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chun sat cross-legged, forming seals with his hands, and began to inscribe the secret method of the Beast Master Seal onto his soul body using his soul power. For most people, inscribing a secret method on the soul would be excruciating, but for Lu Chun, who had practiced the 9 Nether Soul Codex and endured countless soul-devouring experiences, this pain was trivial. He focused intensely on the inscription, each stroke infused with his dedication. After a failure, he immediately attempted again, and after a second failure, he started a third time, tirelessly repeating the process. Soul power flowed from his fingertips, sketching mysterious patterns on his soul body. Each failure brought him closer to understanding the essence of the secret method. Time flowed like water, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. After hundreds, if not thousands, of failures, Lu Chun finally succeeded in inscribing the secret method on his soul body. With the completion of the final stroke, the master seal shimmered faintly in the depths of his soul, fully formed. Exhaling deeply, Lu Chun's tense body finally relaxed. He opened his bloodshot eyes to see a familiar figure Master Shu standing quietly outside, waiting. With a thought, Lu Chun invited Master Shu inside. Master Shu looked at the exhausted Lu Chun without saying much, simply waving a tiny paw before transforming into a stream of light and diving into a pile of fire spirit crystals. Soon, the sound of gnawing emanated from the crystal pile, a familiar sound that was almost like a lullaby. Completely exhausted, Lu Chun could no longer hold on and collapsed onto the ground, soon falling into a deep sleep with steady breathing. By the following evening, Lu Chun finally awoke. He devoured the honey spirit nectar stolen by Master Shu to fill his empty stomach, then immediately sat down to practice the Demon Emperor's scripture technique to split sub-seals. Golden soul power circulated within him, and after an hour, with a flash of 4 brilliant golden lights, Lu Chun successfully separated 4 sub-seals from his soul body. These sub-seals were identical to his soul body, though only a tenth of the size, each emitting a gentle golden glow. As the sub-seals separated, Lu Chun experienced a peculiar sensation, as if these 4 sub-seals were his children. They felt incredibly close to him, and when his consciousness touched them, they huddled together like frightened young beasts around the master seal, both scared and trusting. What a strange feeling, Lu Chun murmured to himself as he withdrew his perception. Master Shu had quietly approached his side and said with a smile, "It feels like that at first, but you'll get used to it." "Yeah," Lu Chun nodded. Recalling Master Shu's earlier mention of one last job, he asked, "Master Shu, now that the Beast Master Seal is formed, can we leave?" "Let's wait a bit longer. We have one more day before we make our move," Master Shu replied confidently. "Such precise timing?" Lu Chun looked at Master Shu with a curious expression. "Absolutely," Master Shu said smugly before turning back to continue enjoying his feast of spirit crystals. Watching the direction Master Shu had gone, Lu Chun was amazed to see that in just 1 hour, Master Shu had devoured a massive pile of spirit crystals. Although he hadn't counted them before, Lu Chun remembered clearly that the pile contained an astounding number of crystals, at least in the tens of thousands. "Wow, truly impressive, Master Shu. An iron stomach and an endless supply of spirit crystals, and your appetite has grown significantly," Lu Chun remarked with a wry smile, observing Master Shu's unchanged small belly. With that, he calmed his mind once more, resuming his practice of the 9 Nether Soul Codex. The next evening, a bright full moon rose early, and a few stars twinkled on the horizon. The tranquility of the mountains was suddenly shattered by the thunderous roar of a monstrous beast, followed by the crashing sound of a large section of forest collapsing, with the sound waves sweeping through the depths of the Luofeng mountain range. Lu Chun, who was meditating in the world of the Chaos Pearl, was startled awake by the commotion. As he opened his eyes, he saw Master Mouse swaggering over, exuding a sense of satisfaction after devouring millions of spirit crystals. "Master Mouse, is this your big score?" Lu Chun asked with a raised eyebrow. "That's right, it's them. We've waited all day, and now we can join the fun," Master Mouse replied with a sly smile. From the sheer magnitude of the disturbance, Lu Chun could tell that the beasts targeted by Master Mouse were exceptionally powerful. On his own, he would never dare to provoke them. But with Master Mouse by his side, capable of overpowering any beast in the Luofeng mountain range, Lu Chun set aside his concerns. With a single thought, the two returned to the outside world, swiftly weaving through the forest. In less than a quarter of an hour, they followed the sounds to the vicinity of the battlefield. Under the cover of darkness, they climbed a mountain several hundred feet high and hid within the dense foliage. Peering through the gaps in the leaves, Lu Chun finally saw the scene in the distance. Two latest-stage fifth-tier peak beasts were locked in fierce combat. Each clash of power leveled large swathes of forest. One was a giant ape over 3 meters tall, covered in white fur, while the other was a two-headed serpent, measuring 30 to 40 meters long, capable of breathing both ice and fire. It's the berserk ape and the ice-fire Xian snake. Lu Chen's eyes gleamed with a peculiar light. In the world of beasts, bloodline heritage is paramount. It is said that an unnamed human expert dedicated his life to compiling the list of 10,000 beasts, and little known is that he also created the Mystic Beast List and the Immortal List. The Mystic List catalogs 366 types of beasts, while the Immortal List records 108, all ranked by bloodline. The beasts on the Immortal List were the earliest beings born at the dawn of chaos, with the most ancient and powerful blood running through their veins. Though not the earliest ancient races, the beasts on the Mystic List have inherited a trace of ancient bloodline. They not only possess extraordinary combat prowess, but also have the potential to awaken the innate abilities of the immortal beast species. With the right opportunity, they might even evolve back into ancient beasts. Lu Chen's expression was serious because both beasts before him were listed on the Mystic List. The berserk ape, ranked 137th, carries the blood of the ancient immortal beast Zhu Yan and is renowned for its combat strength. In ancient times, the berserk ape clan could ascend to the latest-stage 7th-tier peak due to the Zhu Yan bloodline. But as the bloodline thinned, the latest-stage 5th-tier peak is now their limit. Ranked 132nd, the Ice-Fire Xian snake bears a trace of the Zhuang bloodline and is adept at both ice and fire abilities. Like the berserk ape, the Ice-Fire Mystic Snake had ancestors with extraordinary talents capable of reaching the 8th rank. However, with the dilution of their bloodline, the Ice-Fire Mystic Snake struggles to surpass the 6th rank in its lifetime. Lu Chen's gaze roamed the periphery of the fierce battlefield between the two mythical beasts, suddenly fixing on a particular spota half-meter-tall plant emitting a 9-colored aura, shimmering brilliantly under the moonlight. The moment he saw this spiritual herb, Lu Chun understood the reason behind tonight's fierce battle. Transformation grass, he exclaimed inwardly. This was a rare treasure among 6th-grade spiritual herbs, useless to humans but invaluable to the beast clans. It is known that only beasts that reach the 6th rank can transform into human form and speak, embarking on a higher path of cultivation. However, the limitations of their bloodline prevent countless beasts from ever crossing this threshold. The miraculous aspect of the transformation grass is that it allows beasts below the 6th rank to transform prematurely, offering a chance to defy fate for those with diluted or low-grade bloodlines. The berserk ape and the Ice-Fire Mystic Snake were fighting to the death tonight for this herb that could help them transform ahead of time. Kid, are you satisfied with them? The distant battle raged on as Master Mouse suddenly asked with a chuckle. Lu Chun glanced at Master Mouse on his shoulder. Master Mouse, did you teach me to cultivate the beast control seal to control these two mythical beasts? Of course, why else? Master Mouse replied with a smirk. Lu Chun nodded. I'm satisfied, but with my 2nd-grade soul power, imprinting a slave seal on them won't be easy. I'll need your help. Last chance. Master Mouse inquired. Yes. Lu Chun agreed without hesitation. Trading one chance for Master Mouse's assistance in gaining 2 peak latest-stage 5th-rank mythical beasts was a deal worth making. All right, once they've worn each other down enough, I'll restrain them, and you can imprint the slave seal, Master Mouse said. Lu Chun nodded in agreement, patiently waiting for the right moment. As time passed, the battle between the two mythical kings grew increasingly brutal. Each clash reduced the surrounding trees to splinters, and their furious roars kept other beasts within miles at bay. Half an hour later, both mythical kings were heavily wounded. The berserk ape was covered in blood, with deep wounds exposing bone and bleeding from all orifices. The Ice-Fire Mystic Snake fared even worse. Most of its scales were torn away, leaving its flesh mangled, with blood gushing from every movement. Hiss! The Ice-Fire Mystic Snake let out a piercing hiss, launching a final assault. It transformed into a bloody shadow, simultaneously spitting balls of ice and fire, while its tail swept out in a surprise attack. Roar! The berserk ape countered with a roar, smashing the ice and fireballs with its palms. However, just as it reached for the snake's tail, it was ensnared by the massive snake body of the Ice-Fire Mystic Snake. Amidst the sound of cracking bones, the berserk ape's breathing grew labored. With the icy coils of the Ice-Fire Serpent tightening relentlessly, The bones of the wild ape began to crack audibly. The intense pain caused its eyes to redden as it roared and struggled desperately. However, the cunning and fierce ice fire serpent had set a trap that was not easily broken. It held the wild ape firmly, its grip growing stronger, making all resistance seem futile. The two were locked in a stalemate. The ice fire serpent never slackened, and the wild ape could not fully escape its predicament. As time ticked by, the wild ape's strength waned, and eventually, it gave up struggling. Its eyes bloodshot, it suddenly turned and bit into the sturdy body of the ice fire serpent. A sharp cry erupted from the serpent as blood spurted out. The wild beast, known for its ferocity, had resorted to such a desperate measure. The anguished howl echoed through the air, and the ice fire serpent retaliated without hesitation, sinking its fangs into the wild ape's neck. Despite the wild ape's natural strength, it felt its life force quickly ebbing away under the serpent's cold and powerful bite. Yet, even in such dire straits, the wild ape did not release the serpent. It knew that loosening its grip would only hasten its demise. Watching the blood pour out, Lu Chun felt a surge of anxiety. He had waited long enough. Master Mouse, aren't you going to act? If you don't, the wild ape will die, he urged. Master Mouse merely shook his head with a cold smile. Let's wait a little longer. There's no rush. He seemed unperturbed, exuding an unusual calmness. Lu Chun furrowed his brows. He had intended to seize the opportunity to imprint the ice fire serpent, but in that moment of hesitation, a flash of silver streaked across the sky, heading straight for their location. It was an ice lark. The creature was enormous, with a wingspan over 4 meters wide, its silver claws gleaming with a sharp, cold light. Under the moonlight, its pure white feathers looked like snow crystals, and its tail feathers radiated a magnificent glow. Its presence was both elegant and majestic, akin to a phoenix, exuding an aura of solemnity and grandeur. Surprised, Lu Chun murmured, "Ice lark, a ranked mystical beast." His heart skipped a beat. The ice lark was not only massive and formidable, but also ranked far above the wild ape and ice fire serpent, holding the 47th position on the mystical beast chart. Like the two great beast kings, it possessed ancient bloodlines, with a trace of ice phoenix lineage in its veins. Typically, an adult ice lark could reach the mid-6th level in martial prowess, with a few individuals breaking through to the late 6th level, becoming rulers of the mountains. From its aura, this ice lark was still juvenile, with power at the mid-5th level, yet it was already formidable. As the ice lark sliced through the night sky, it let out a clear, resonant cry. Then, like an arrow, it dove from 1,000 meters high, aiming for the ice fire serpent. Its sharp beak targeted the serpent's core with destructive force. However, just as the ice lark's attack was about to hit, Master Mouse suddenly appeared, striking the ice lark's forehead with a swift claw. "Ha, kiddo, Master Mouse is making a move, keep up." His voice carried a hint of jest and ease, as if he had foreseen everything. Lu Chen's spirits lifted, and he immediately used his Ling Xiao step to follow closely. In the blink of an eye, the situation took another dramatic turn, with the battle's momentum never ceasing. At that moment, Lu Chun seized the opportunity to use the beast control seal on the dazed Bing Li. A beam of golden light shot through the air, and the subseal accurately entered Bing Li's head. Bing Li let out a piercing cry, its soul trembling violently as it tried to resist the fusion with the subseal. However, under the immense pressure of Lu Chen's main seal's soul power, its resistance was quickly crushed. Within a few breaths, the subseal completely merged with Bing Li's soul, marking the successful implantation of the slave seal. Bing Li's eyes briefly showed confusion, then fixed a burning gaze of deep-seated hatred on Lu Chun. Meanwhile, the ice fire serpent was still recovering from its fright. Bing Li had moved so quickly that it hadn't even had time to react before being forced into a dire situation. It was filled with regret, having fought the wild ape to such a state over a single shape-shifting herb. Just as it resigned itself to death, Master Mouse suddenly appeared, delivering a powerful blow that sent Bing Li flying and saved it. Despite surviving the ordeal, the ice fire serpent showed no gratitude and instead opened its jaws to attack Master Mouse. Seeing this, Master Mouse sneered. Under normal circumstances, this reckless little serpent would have been a mere snack. But considering Lu Chun still needed it, Master Mouse decided to teach it a lesson instead. Effortlessly avoiding the attack, Master Mouse struck again, sending the ice fire serpent flying. With a thunderous crash, the massive body of the ice fire serpent smashed through a grove of trees. Just as it attempted to flee, Master Mouse used its spiritual power to grab its tail and repeatedly slammed it into the ground. Witnessing Master Mouse's ferocity, the injured wild ape trembled in fear, clutching its bleeding neck as it tried to escape. "Little monkey, with Master Mouse here, you won't get away today." Before the words were even finished, Master Mouse swung the unconscious ice fire serpent like a weapon towards the wild ape. The wild ape turned back in horror, mustering all its strength to counter the attack. However, After a loud crash, both the wild ape and the ice fire serpent were smashed into the ground, fainting on the spot. Kid, go ahead, they're yours now, Master Mouse said with a smile to Lu Chun. Coming out of his shock, Lu Chun quickly approached the two formidable beasts and easily implanted the slave seals. Thus, all three beast kings became Lu Chun's beast slaves. Having subdued the three demon kings, Lu Chun breathed a sigh of relief. He then pulled the wild ape out of the ground and kicked the unconscious ice fire mysterious snake awake. The ice fire mysterious snake snapped back to consciousness and, like the wild ape, realized that Lu Chun had placed a slave mark on them. They glared at Lu Chun with eyes full of hatred, knowing that if it weren't for Master Mouse standing nearby, they would have already lunged at Lu Chun, despite their injuries. In the traditional view of the demon clan, humans are cunning and ruthless. Being enslaved by a human was a humiliation worse than death. Under the moonlight, Bing Li gritted her teeth and furiously shouted at Master Mouse. You damned rat. Why are you helping a human control us when you are also part of the demon clan? Her voice was hoarse, filled with resentment and indignation. You should be grateful you've become that brat's beast slave, or else you'd be dead by now, your demon blood used as his cultivation material. Master Mouse responded with a cold laugh. If living means being enslaved by humans, losing the freedom and dignity of a demon beast, then I'd rather you kill me. Really? Master Mouse asked softly. Of course, Bing Li replied coldly. The Bing Li clan will never become slaves to humans, trampled underfoot for a lifetime. I would rather die than accept such humiliation. Master Mouse did not doubt Bing Li's determination to fight for dignity. He continued, what was your purpose in fighting tonight? Bing Li replied impatiently. Naturally, it was for the transformation herb. And what is the purpose of obtaining the transformation herb? To transform, break the shackles of bloodline power, and enhance strength. A resolute glint flashed in Bing Li's eyes. Master Mouse remained calm as he asked, if this brat can help you enhance your cultivation, would you be willing to be enslaved? No, Bing Li answered without hesitation. The power of a demon's bloodline is determined at birth. I don't believe this insignificant human can break the rules of bloodline. Ignoring Bing Li's retort, Master Mouse turned to Lu Chun and said, Brat, let out 3 bowls of blood, 1 for each of them. Lu Chun was a bit puzzled by Master Mouse's words, but he trusted that Master Mouse had his reasons and that it would ultimately benefit him. So he took out 3 stone bowls from the Chaos Pearl, cut his wrist, and let his blood slowly drip into each bowl. Before Lu Chun started bleeding, the 3 demon beasts, including Bing Li, scoffed at Master Mouse's words, not believing there was any possibility in them. But the moment Lu Chun's blood flowed out, the expressions of the 3 demon beasts changed. In that instant, the ice fire mysterious snake, the wild ape, and Bing Li seemed to detect a strange fragrance emanating from Lu Chun's blood. It was a scent entirely different from the ordinary aroma of flesh and blood, carrying a captivating and mysterious allure. Just a whiff made them feel an irresistible urge, as if an invisible force was drawing them in. As Lu Chun continued to bleed, the gaze of the 3 demon kings grew more intense, and they subconsciously swallowed, eyes sparkling with desire. They seemed to lose control, no longer satisfied with the pleasure brought by just the scent, yearning to taste Lu Chun's blood firsthand. The aroma drove them to madness, their greedy eyes filled with a craving for the fresh blood. Lu Chun quietly continued to bleed, gradually noticing the change in the 3 demon kings. Seeing their eyes, which seemed ready to devour him, he glanced at the blood in his stone bowl, a hint of doubt rising in his heart. Why were these demon kings so eager for his blood, almost losing their sanity? He didn't think there was anything special about his blood, so why did the 3 great demon kings react so strongly? Could his blood hold some sort of secret? Lu Chun turned his head to look at Lord Mouse. The moment their eyes met, Lord Mouse immediately looked around guiltily, deliberately avoiding his gaze. The reaction was too obvious. Recalling Lord Mouse's previous request for him to bleed, Lu Chun was now certain Lord Mouse must know the secret of his blood, or perhaps some unknown special trait hidden within his body. Lord Mouse, Lu Chun was about to ask. Hey, the bowl's full, quickly switch to another one. Lord Mouse, with quick eyes and hands, pointed to the stone bowl already filled with fresh blood, raising his voice to change the subject. This old thing. Lu Chun cursed silently, his words blocked. He could only quietly switch to another stone bowl and continue to bleed. Before long, Lu Chun had filled 3 bowls with blood. Following Lord Mouse's instructions, he presented the 3 bowls of blood to the 3 great beasts, then consumed a blood spirit pill himself, sitting cross-legged to refine the medicinal power and compensate for the weakness caused by blood loss. The 3 demon kings inhaled deeply the alluring aroma of the blood before them, their eyes instantly turning focused and greedy, unable to look away. Lord Mouse seemed to have anticipated this scene, and with a calm tone, he said to the 3 demon kings, drink it, and refine the blood right here. Upon hearing this, the 3 demon kings hesitated not for a second. Almost simultaneously, They picked up the stone bowls and drank the blood in one gulp. Afterwards, they frantically licked the empty bowls until not a trace of blood remained, only then reluctantly putting down the bowls and beginning to refine Lu Chen's blood on the spot. The refining process was unexpected. The originally thin and pitiful ancient bloodline within the three demon kings suddenly began to heat up. As time passed, this heat quickly spread, causing their entire body's blood to boil, as if about to ignite. The intense change left the three demon kings in unbearable pain, rolling on the ground, their roars growing more and more miserable. Not far away, Lu Chun watched all this, his face full of shock. He could not imagine his blood could provoke such a violent reaction from the three demon kings. What secret does my body hold? Lu Chun cried out in his heart, but the only one who knew the answer, Lord Mouse, clearly had no intention of telling him. After waiting for a while, Lu Chun sighed in resignation, deciding to ignore it and focus on refining the medicinal power of the blood spirit pill. An hour later, the three demon kings finally fully refined Lu Chen's blood, and the pain dissipated. They lay on the ground, panting heavily, their eyes filled with incredulous light. During this time, the idle Lord Mouse had long since jumped onto a tree, leisurely napping on a branch. Seeing the three demon kings finish refining, he leaped down to the ground and said, "The blood is refined. Now examine your bodies carefully." A hint of suspicion flashed in the eyes of the three demon kings. They didn't understand Lord Mouse's intention, but they complied and checked their own conditions. Soon, they showed expressions of shock. At this moment, they discovered that their originally thin and pitiful ancient bloodline had actually grown stronger. Though the change was slight, it was real. The strengthening of the ancient bloodline meant an increase in bloodline power, raising the ceiling of their cultivation. For them, this was akin to a transformation. Realizing that Lu Chen's blood could help them strengthen their ancient bloodline, and possibly even allow them to revert to their ancestral forms, the three demon kings' breathing became rapid, and they simultaneously looked at Lord Mouse. "Senior, why can this kid's blood help us?" Bingley asked in confusion. "You don't need to think too much," Lord Mouse quickly interrupted. "I only have one question for you now. Are you willing to become the beast slaves of this smelly kid?" The thought that Lu Chun could help them revert to their ancestral forms, and perhaps one day become ancient celestial beasts, significantly diminished the three demon kings' resistance to becoming beast slaves. The straightforward and bold Kuan Yuan was the first to express his willingness. "Senior, I am willing to become the beast slave of this human kid." "I am willing too." Binghua, Xianxi followed suit. Lord Mouse nodded in satisfaction, turning his gaze to the yet uncommitted Bingley. "And you?" "Having already been marked with a slave imprint, I might as well reluctantly accept it," Bingley said coldly, clearly unable to let go of his pride. "You'd better put away your pride," Lord Mouse scolded sternly, "because you have no superiority here with the smelly kid and me. If there were a better choice, even if you begged me on your knees, I wouldn't let you become the smelly kid's beast slaves. Now that you have become the smelly kid's beast slaves, you should serve him well. Meeting him and becoming his beast slaves will be the greatest opportunity of your lives." Bingley wanted to retort, but thinking of the miraculous effect of Lu Chen's blood, he wisely kept his mouth shut. Although Lord Mouse's words were harsh, they were indisputable facts. During the time Bingley was refining the blood, Lu Chun took a blood spirit pill and quickly returned to his peak state. Standing up, he fixed his gaze on Lord Shu. "Lord Shu, why do they have such a strong reaction after drinking my blood? You ought to tell me that, right?" Lord Shu impatiently curled his lip. "I'll tell you everything once you break through to the martial emperor realm." "Not now." Lu Chun frowned. "No." Lord Shu refused decisively, his attitude firm. Lu Chun understood well enough. Having spent so much time with Lord Shu, he knew once it said no, it wouldn't change its mind. Since there was no getting through with Lord Shu, he turned his attention to the three great demon kings. They might not know the secrets of his origins, but they at least knew what his blood was good for. Lord Shu immediately saw through Lu Chen's intention and warned the three great demon kings on the spot. "Anyone who dares speak out, I'll eat you right away." "We wouldn't dare. We'll keep the secret." The ice and fire serpent and the mad ape turned pale with fear, repeatedly assuring. Only Bingley remained silent, thoughtfully observing the young man before it. From the earlier conversation, it unexpectedly discovered that Lu Chen seemed to be completely unaware of his own origins, while Lord Shu, who knew the truth, was deliberately concealing it. This made Bingley wonder. What kind of existence not only has blood that is so beneficial to the demon race, but also compels a powerful demon to willingly become his protector? Lu Chen was unaware of Bingley's thoughts. At this moment, he felt both dissatisfied with Lord Shu and deeply helpless. He understood that everything Lord Shu did was for his own good, but being kept in the dark was truly unpleasant. After a long silence, Lu Chen finally accepted reality. He walked over to the transformation herb and, under the reluctant gazes of the three great demon kings, picked it and stored it in the chaos cauldron world. "Lord Shu, the last task is complete." We can leave the falling Maple Mountain range now, Lu Chun said, turning to Lord Shu. What's the rush? Lord Shu sneered. There are plenty of good things in their lairs. Of course, we should take them all before leaving. Hearing this, the hearts of the three great demon kings bled. These resources were their means of survival in the falling Maple Mountain range. Now, not only had they become Lu Chen's beast slaves, but their lairs were to be raided too, leaving them truly homeless. Is it all right? Lu Chen asked, looking at the three great demon kings. Reluctantly, the three great demon kings nodded. They had no choice when faced with Lu Chen's demands. In that case, lead the way, Lu Chen said. The mad ape let out a low growl, covering the wound on its neck, and led Lu Chun and Lord Shu to its lair. As soon as they reached the vicinity of the mad ape's lair, Lu Chun discovered a hidden vein of gold attribute spiritual crystals beneath them. The mad ape cultivated with both earth and gold attributes. Lord Shu, we've struck gold today, Lu Chun exclaimed excitedly, withdrawing his soul power. Lord Shu leisurely replied. Their lairs are quite extraordinary. The mad ape has a gold attribute spiritual crystal vein. The ice and fire serpent has a fire attribute spiritual crystal vein. And as for Bingli's territory, it's an ice attribute spiritual crystal vein. Previously, you discovered a fire attribute spirit crystal mine and an ice attribute spirit crystal mine. You took them to dig this mine, while I went to consume those two veins. Master Mouse, how long will it take you to consume 2 mines? Lu Chen couldn't help but ask, his gaze sweeping over the area beneath his feet. He silently estimated that this mine was much larger than the ones they had found before. In the demon world, resource allocation is similar to that of humans, where the strong rule. Those with great strength gather abundant resources, while the weak are lucky to survive. Both Bingli and the Icefire Mystic Snake have bloodlines and combat power on par with the wild ape, so the scale of their mines is certainly not small. Lu Chun calculated in his mind. This mine is worth tens of billions of spirit crystals. No matter how big Master Mouse's appetite is, how long would it take to consume so many spirit crystals? It's simply unimaginable. Master Mouse grinned, waving his paw. Haha, kid, don't worry about how long it'll take me to finish. Just focus on digging out the mine. All right then, you go ahead and consume your mine. We'll dig first and wait for you here when we're done. Lu Chen nodded in agreement. Master Mouse chuckled inwardly. Wait for him after digging? It seemed this kid had no idea about his appetite, completely unaware of how much he could consume. In the next moment, a stream of light shot up from the ground, and Master Mouse's figure vanished instantly. In the forest, seeing Master Mouse depart, the tense nerves of the three demon kings finally relaxed, and they collectively let out a sigh of relief. Although Master Mouse had no fur, making it hard to determine which branch of the rodent family he belonged to, one thing was certain: his bloodline was incredibly powerful. These three demon kings always prided themselves on their noble bloodlines and had never been intimidated by any other bloodline in the Luofeng Mountains. But with Master Mouse standing there, their bloodlines felt an overpowering suppression, even stirring an urge to kneel. They all speculated that Master Mouse was likely a descendant of some ancient rodent bloodline. Lu Chen keenly noticed the change in the three demon kings and said, "You don't need to be too afraid of Master Mouse. As long as you behave, he won't harm you." The three demon kings didn't argue, as Master Mouse's fierce demeanor left the future uncertain. Surveying the surroundings, Bingley spoke in beast language to the wild ape. "Big monkey, take the master to gather your spirit herbs first." "Little girl, I haven't settled the score for taking advantage of the situation, and now you're calling me big monkey. Believe it or not, I'll tear you apart." The wild ape roared, its voice full of threat. Bingley sneered. "Big monkey, taking advantage, huh? If it weren't for me, you'd have been eaten by the two-headed worm by now. You should thank me for saving you." "Humph, as if you'd spare me after eating him," the wild ape coldly replied. It had seen through the situation today. Both it and the Icefire Mystic Snake had been outsmarted by this little girl. If not for Master Mouse's intervention, she would have been the biggest winner of the night. Bingley pouted but didn't respond. Her intention was indeed to seize the transformation grass, but if given the chance, she wouldn't hesitate to devour these two, as no one would pass up such a juicy opportunity. The Icefire Mystic Snake glanced at its still bleeding body, its expression grim. It shot Bingley a cold look and, enduring the pain, said, "Enough with the nonsense. Let's get the Real work done quickly, so we can heal." With that, it took the lead, walking ahead. Seeing the Icefire Mystic Snake leave, the wild ape and Bingley pointed the way for Lu Chun, then led him into their lair. The lair of the fierce ape was nestled in a valley surrounded by mountains. As they passed through a pitch-black cave over 100 meters long, their view suddenly expanded. In the center of the valley, a crystal-clear river, like a blue ribbon, naturally divided the area in half. On either side of the riverbank, peach trees several meters high stood neatly in rows, their branches lush and green, dotted with bright red peaches. A gentle breeze carried the sweet scent of peaches, filling the air. At the end of the valley, a towering white waterfall cascaded down from the sky, crashing onto the rocks below with a deafening roar. The mist from the waterfall formed a rainbow in the sunlight. What a beautiful place! Lu Chun exclaimed, genuinely admiring the picturesque scene before him. Bing Li and the ice fire serpent were equally captivated by the stunning landscape, their eyes reflecting amazement. It was hard to imagine that such a violent creature as the fierce ape resided in a place that resembled a paradise. A hint of sadness flickered in the fierce ape's eyes as it walked ahead. With its head lowered, it remained silent for a moment before speaking. Beautiful as it is, everything here will cease to exist from today. It trudged forward, dragging its injured body with unsteady steps. Before long, the group arrived at the end of the valley, standing beside the massive waterfall. The fierce ape pointed towards the waterfall and let out a low growl. Gathering its strength, it leaped forward, braving the powerful cascade to disappear behind the water. Lu Chen's soul power was constantly active, allowing him to sense that the treasured herb guarded by the fierce ape lay beyond the waterfall. As the ape vanished into the water curtain, Lu Chen utilized his Ling Xiao step technique, his form darting like lightning, taking the two mighty beast kings with him through the waterfall. Behind the waterfall was an unexpectedly dry cavern, where the water seemed to be held at bay by some mysterious force. Deep within the cave, an ancient peach tree stood silently. Unlike the peach trees outside, this one had thick, gnarled branches and sparse leaves, each leaf shimmering with a unique metallic sheen, casting a pale golden glow in the dim light. The tree bore few peaches, just starting to lose their green hue, enveloped in a golden aura that exuded a breathtaking presence. Hunyuan Gold Peach. Lu Chun immediately recognized the 6th-grade spiritual herb. It was well known that humans are born with an immaculate body, the innate state most suitable for cultivation. As one grows, impurities accumulate from food and the environment, unknowingly hindering the cultivation process. The same holds true for beasts. The Hunyuan Gold Peach contains the essence of yin and yang, capable of restoring the body to its innate state and merging the physical and soul bodies. For those who have experienced soul transference or suffered soul damage, the Hunyuan Gold Peach is invaluable. It perfectly harmonizes previously incompatible or separated physical and soul bodies without any drawbacks. Lu Chen's gaze swept over the 21 Hunyuan Gold Peaches hanging on the tree, then turned to the fierce ape and asked, "Have you ever eaten a peach from this Hunyuan Gold Peach tree?" The fierce ape slowly shook its head, its eyes full of reluctance and regret. Lu Chen's lips curled into a smile as he said, "Don't feel bad. Give it to me, and I promise you'll get to eat more than if you kept guarding it yourself." The fierce ape stared at Lu Chun incredulously. The Hunyuan Gold Peach takes 200 years to grow, another 200 to bloom, 200 more to bear fruit, and finally, 200 years to mature, a complete cycle spanning 800 years. The ape had been guarding the Hunyuan Gold Peach for over 300 years, and with just over 100 more years to go, it would finally taste the ripe fruit. Yet, the Rat Lord had brought Lu Chun here. The Hunyuan Golden Peach was not yet ripe, and if Lu Chun were to pick it, the years of guarding it would be in vain, leaving no chance to taste it. A hint of doubt flickered in the wild ape's eyes, but Lu Chun offered no explanation. With a gentle wave of his hand, the towering Hunyuan Golden Peach tree vanished into thin air, witnessed by all, as it was absorbed into the chaos cauldron world. The 3 demon kings widened their eyes, too shocked to speak. As they were still bewildered by this unbelievable scene, Lu Chun calmly said, "Don't just stand there, go dig for spirit crystals." "You dig, I'll collect." The 3 demon kings nodded blankly, no longer daring to underestimate the weakened Lu Chun. The wild ape, familiar with the mine's entrance, took the lead. While the 3 demon kings began to extract spirit crystals in the mine, Lu Chun entered the chaos cauldron world to start planting transformation grass and Hunyuan Golden Peach. Meanwhile, Master Rat had already reached the lair of the ice fire mysterious snake and burrowed into the fire spirit crystal vein. Faced with the vein exuding rich fire attribute spiritual energy, Master Rat grinned. It opened its mouth and inhaled, like a bottomless pit, swallowing tens of thousands of spirit crystals in an instant. In less than half an hour, nearly 1 billion spirit crystals were consumed, yet Master Rat's belly only slightly bulged. "Half full, I guess eating the other one should do it," Master Rat muttered, patting its stomach. An hour later, Master Rat had also emptied the ice spirit crystal vein under the ice lizard's old lair. This time, its belly was finally as round as a ball, as if expecting triplets. After a satisfied belch, Master Rat rubbed its rotund stomach and muttered, "Seems like I ate a bit too much. Better go back and lie down to digest." When Master Rat arrived at the wild ape's mine, the 3 demon kings had already extracted over 10 million spirit crystals. Sensing Master Rat's presence, Lu Chun returned from the Chaos Pearl world, and after collecting the spirit crystals, he exclaimed in surprise, "Master Rat, you finished 2 veins so quickly?" Once in the Chaos Pearl world, Master Rat immediately lay down to rest. Lu Chen noticed an unprecedented black spiritual energy swirling around Master Rat, more domineering and ethereal than any he had encountered, as if it could annihilate everything. What kind of existence was Master Rat back then? Lu Chen pondered. With all his knowledge, he had never heard of a rat with such abilities. At that moment, he felt fortunate that Master Rat was his ally. Otherwise, even with ancient artifacts like the Chaos Pearl and Chaos Cauldron, he might struggle to compete. Kid, there's nothing interesting about digesting food. Stop staring and go do your own thing. Master Rat suddenly spoke. Huh. As if anyone wants to see you burst your belly. Lu Chun retorted with mock disdain, then began his own cultivation. Time flew by, and a day passed in the blink of an eye. The three demon kings, without a moment's rest, had completely excavated the entire metal elemental spirit crystal mine, yielding over 800 million spirit crystals. The mad ape and the icefire mystic snake were already severely injured, and after a full day of relentless digging, they were utterly exhausted. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, and as the last spirit crystal was extracted, the two demon kings could no longer hold on, groaning in pain as they collapsed to the ground. Seeing the miserable state of her companions, Bingley felt a pang of sympathy and was about to look for Lu Chun when suddenly everything blurred before her eyes. The three demon kings had been transported to the Chaos Pearl world. Faced with the sudden change in environment, they immediately became alert, quickly forming a circle with their backs to each other, warily scanning their surroundings. Don't be alarmed, I brought you in here. Lu Chen's voice rang out as he approached, cradling 20 stalks of bloodlingji. Upon hearing his familiar voice, the three demon kings finally relaxed. The exhausted mad ape and icefire mystic snake collapsed again, curiously observing this desolate, yet magical world. Unlike the familiar Luofeng mountain range, this place was filled with strangeness. However, more than this peculiar space, they were puzzled by Lu Chun himself within just one day. This seemingly ordinary human boy had revealed increasingly enigmatic qualities. Lu Chun noticed their gaze but offered no further explanation. Instead, he placed the bloodlingji before the two injured demon kings. You've worked hard in the mines. Eat some bloodlingji to heal. The three demon kings widened their eyes at the sight of such a large quantity of bloodlingji. Although not high in grade, this precious herb was extremely rare, and Lu Chen's generosity surprised them. Seeing their hesitation, Lu Chun explained, your efforts have earned my approval. These are your rewards, so feel free to enjoy them. The mad ape let out a low growl, and, without further ado, grabbed the blood lingji and devoured it. The icefire mystic snake followed suit, quickly consuming its share of 10 blood lingji. The two demon kings soon lay down, and their vitality began to rapidly recover. At this moment, Bingley spread her right wing. What about mine? Of course, there's a share for you too, Lu Chen replied, handing her 10 blood lingji as he watched her contentedly enjoy them. After settling the three demon kings, Lu Chen stored all the spirit crystals they had mined in the Chaos Pearl world, and then began practicing the 9 Nether Soul Manual. By the next morning, seeing that the three demon kings had partially recovered their vitality thanks to the blood lingji's medicinal effects, Lu Chen rewarded each demon king with a bowl of blood. The three demon kings cast a grateful glance at Lu Chen, eagerly drinking the spirit blood before lying down to refine it. An hour later, just as they completed the refinement, a disturbance suddenly arose from where Master Mouse was digesting the spirit crystals in the distance. Lu Chen and the three demon kings almost simultaneously noticed something unusual about Master Shu. In an instant, all 4 pairs of eyes turned toward him. After weeks of relentless effort, Master Shu had finally absorbed the spiritual crystals from 2 mineral veins, and his body was undergoing a critical transformation. Suddenly, a violent storm of spiritual energy erupted around Master Shu, and a dark vortex formed beside him, enveloping him completely. At the same time, his aura rapidly intensified, spreading an overwhelming pressure in all directions. Lu Chun could withstand this change, but the situation was far more dire for the three demon kings. As Master Shu's bloodline aura was fully unleashed, they were instantly reduced to insignificance before him, like ants with no right to even look up. In a moment, all 3 demon kings prostrated themselves on the ground, their bodies rigid and unable to move, their hearts pounding as if they might burst from their chests at any moment. This was an absolute suppression of their bloodlines, leaving them no room for resistance. Wow, Lu Chen marveled to himself. Master Shu's bloodline is so powerful that even these 3 demon kings, who also possess traces of ancient beast bloodline, are terrified. Seeing the reaction of the demon kings, a strange light flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. Just then, the crazed ape, with blood trickling from its orifices, let out a low growl. Its growing hair. Lu Chen noticed the anomaly and shifted his gaze from the ape to Master Shu at the center of the vortex. Master Shu's body was rapidly changing, was growing fur. Once bald and unsightly, Master Shu was now sprouting a coat of snow-white fur at a visible pace. Lu Chen was stunned by the sight. He recalled how he had dismissed Master Shu as ugly when he first emerged from the stone. Now, it was clear he had spoken too soon. That previous appearance was not Master Shu's true form. His real appearance was stunningly beautiful, a fluffy, snow-white ball of fur that anyone would want to cuddle. Well, that was hasty. Lu Chen muttered quietly after a while. Humph, brat. Now you've seen the unparalleled beauty of Master Shu. Master Shu snorted proudly. Lu Chen rolled his eyes at Master Shu. Are you done yet? If you're finished, tone down your aura and stop flaunting your fur. If you keep this up, those three might die here. Useless creatures. Master Shu glanced disdainfully at the three demon kings on the ground and reined in his aura. Master Shu then walked out of the spiritual energy vortex and approached Lu Chen. Meanwhile, the three demon kings finally managed to breathe with difficulty, their eyes filled with deep fear and dread as they looked at Master Shu. After witnessing today's events, the three demon kings fully realized one thing. Master Shu didn't need to lift a finger to kill them. With his powerful bloodline, he could cause a resonance that their hearts couldn't withstand, leading to their inevitable demise, seemingly intact on the outside, but with hearts shattered within. Recalling their previous intention to devour Master Shu and become the ultimate victors, the ice fire serpent shivered violently, realizing it had narrowly escaped death. If not for Lu Chen needing it, it wouldn't have just been beaten, it would have become Master Shu's snack. The crazed ape and ice glass serpent also fully submitted today, no longer daring to harbor any dissatisfaction toward Lu Chen, as the consequences were beyond what they could bear. Unaware of the inner turmoil of the three demon kings, Lu Chen eagerly examined Master Shu and curiously asked, Master Shu, what level is your power at now? Master Shu grinned mischievously. More than enough to handle you. Great answer. Don't answer next time. I don't want to hear it. Lu Chen replied, exasperated. Master Shu shrugged. If you don't want to hear it, then don't. Now that you have the spiritual herbs, you can take those three and head out slowly. Then you stay here, and I'll take them out, Lu Chen said, leaving with the three demon kings back to the outside world. Once outside, Lu Chen, escorted by the three demon kings, headed toward the outskirts of the falling Maple Mountain range, starting a new round of gathering. In Tianyuan City, Lu Chen and Lu Kuang destroyed the city lord's mansion, but after Lu Chen and Lu Zhan left Tianyuan City, Lu Kuang and Lu Yi did not take over the mansion. The two elders stood in the courtyard of the Lu family estate, watching their sons and grandsons depart, their eyes filled with concern and determination. The position of city lord is not what we seek, Lu Kuang sighed, absent-mindedly rubbing the sword at his waist. Lu Yi nodded in agreement. Without an appointment from the Marquis of Lin County, even if we occupy the city lord's mansion, it would only bring shame upon ourselves. They were well aware of the deep ties between Zhang Yan's wife Lin Qin and the Marquis' family. Having eliminated the Zhang family, they knew the Lin family's retaliation would be inevitable. Understanding this, when Lu Chen proposed taking Lu Zhan to the falling Maple Mountains, they not only did not object, but fully supported the decision. Let them go as far as possible, Lu Kuang said, looking into the distance with a trace of resolve in his eyes. Lu Yi patted his brother's shoulder. Yes, they are everything to us. We must stay and face the Marquis' wrath to ensure they escape this disaster. With the departure of Lu Chen and his father, the two elders seemed to shed a heavy burden. They returned to a peaceful life, practicing martial arts, enjoying tea, and playing chess, as if those looming threats never existed. The Lu family estate remained lively, with servants bustling about, everything appearing normal. However, what is destined to come will eventually arrive. One morning, a month later, as dawn broke, a troop of cavalry appeared on the horizon, kicking up dust as they galloped towards Tianyuan City. In no time, they reached the city gates. Leading the group was a man dressed in dark blue brocade, with a shimmering jade belt at his waist. His features were sharp and defined, exuding an aura of authority. A long sword was slung across his back, its sheath embedded with fine gems that glinted coldly in the morning light. This man, with his restrained yet powerful presence, had reached the pinnacle of the first stage of the martial king realm. Was Lin Ming, the second son of Lin Hong, the Marquis of Lin County, and cousin to Lin Qin. Lin Ming's entourage comprised 12 members, including 2 martial king experts. One was a stern-faced middle-aged man at the first stage of the martial king realm, and the other was an elderly man with a calm demeanor, having reached the 3rd stage of the martial king realm. The remaining 10 were all high-level martial artists, each with exceptional skills. Their mounts were particularly striking. Lin Ming and the 2 martial king experts rode majestic black steeds, each over 2 meters tall, with powerful limbs and muscles like those of a tiger. As they ran, it seemed as if wind and clouds swirled beneath their hooves. These were the legendary Black Wind Colts, known as half-demons, rumored to carry the ancient beast's bloodline, capable of covering 5,000 miles by day and 2,000 miles by night. Each Black Wind Colt was worth thousands of spirit crystals, a fortune beyond the reach of ordinary warriors, only accessible to nobles like the Marquis family. 10 days ago, News of the city lord's mansion's destruction reached Lin County. Upon hearing this, Lin Ming shattered the jade cup in his hand, his face ashen and eyes blood-red. I, Lin Ming, swear to annihilate the Liu family and avenge my cousin and nephew. He made this vow before the Marquis of Lin County, then immediately assembled his men and set off for Tianyuan City without delay. Now, standing beneath the city gates, Lin Ming gazed up at the towering walls, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. His fingers instinctively gripped the sword hilt, knuckles whitening with the force. Second young master, the elderly man beside him asked softly, shall we head straight to the Liu estate, or first visit the city lord's mansion to verify the rumors? This elder was named Du Ming, one of the three great generals under the Marquis Lin Hung, held in high esteem throughout Lin County, commonly referred to as Fourth Master. 45 years ago, during the war between the Qianyuan Kingdom and the neighboring Qi Kingdom, the then 20-year-old Du Ming joined the army full of zeal and met Lin Hung, Li Ming, and Qin Shang. At that time, Lin Hung was just a noble scion, but the four became sworn brothers, with Lin Hung, the strongest, as the eldest brother. In the ensuing 3-year war, Du Ming followed Lin Hung through blood and fire, earning numerous accolades. After the war, Lin Hung was granted the title of Marquis for his outstanding military achievements, and Du Ming, due to this connection, held significant status in Lin County. Even the direct descendants of the Lin family would respectfully address him as Uncle Four. At this moment, Lin Ming was consumed with rage, his eyes bloodshot, fixated solely on eradicating the Liu family. With a grim expression, he turned to Du Ming and said, Fourth uncle, the Liu family is a grave threat to the city lord's mansion. Whether or not they've already destroyed it, today is the day to eliminate them. In my opinion, there's no need to go to the city lord's mansion. We should just head straight to the Liu family and wipe them out. Du Ming furrowed his brows, advising, Second young master, if the Liu family hasn't destroyed the Zhang family, acting so rashly might give people grounds to accuse the Junwang manor of brutality. Fourth uncle, you're overthinking it, Lin Ming sneered. In Lin County, the Junwang manor is like the heavens. Why should we care about the opinions of insignificant insects? Seeing Lin Ming's resolute stance, Du Ming could only sigh and say, since the second young master insists, this old man will say no more. It's entirely up to you. Let's go straight to the Liu family, Lin Ming shouted, spurring his black steed into a gallop, leading the charge. Watching Lin Ming and the warriors from the Junwang manor fade into the distance, Du Ming's brows knitted tightly with worry. He lamented inwardly that the Junwang manor had become arrogant and domineering, bullying the weak. What concerned him most was that their arrogance would one day provoke a power they shouldn't, leading to disaster for the Junwang manor. Despite his repeated attempts to advise them, even the Junwang Lin Hung was lost in the intoxication of power, forgetting the hardships of their early days. To preserve their brotherly bond, Du Ming could only turn a blind eye. Hopefully, nothing will go wrong, he muttered, then rode into Tianyuan City. Since Lin Ming had previously come to the city to assist Zhang Ming, many warriors recognized him. Seeing him heading aggressively toward the Liu family, combined with the fall of the Zhang family, everyone realized that a major event was about to happen in Tianyuan City. The city was abuzz with tension, with everyone watching the Liu family's movements. At noon, with a loud boom, Lin Ming smashed through the Liu family gates on horseback. Leading the Junwang manor's forces, they searched the premises, unaware that after destroying the Zhang family, Liu had already dispersed everyone associated with the Liu family, leaving only himself and Liu Kuang. The Liu estate was overgrown with weeds, cobwebs covered the walls, and desolation was evident everywhere. Except for the small courtyard where Liu Yi and Liu Kuang lived, the rest of the estate was abandoned. Second young master, could these scoundrels have fled? After searching most of the Liu estate without finding anyone, one of the subordinates asked. Lin Ming scanned the surroundings and pointed towards the third and fourth houses. Search over there too. Even if you have to dig 3 feet deep, find them. The orders were followed, and soon they found Liu Yi and his son Liu Kuang leisurely drinking in their courtyard. When the Lin family forces barged in, the two merely cast a nonchalant glance and continued drinking. Feeling utterly ignored, Lin Ming flew into a rage. He leaped from his horse, brandishing his sword directly at Liu Kuang. Trash, Liu Kuang sneered, countering with a sword of his own. Instantly, the courtyard filled with murderous intent, and the chilling sword aura locked onto Lin Ming, enveloping him in the threat of death. Fourth uncle, save me, Lin Ming cried out in terror, quickly calling for help. Having already sensed Liu Kuang's formidable strength, Du Ming immediately intervened, channeling all his spiritual power to unleash his strongest sword intent. This was a unique sword intent he had developed over 3 years of battles, not as powerful as Liu Kuang's, but far superior to Zhang Yan's and others, with sword energy roaring, imbued with ferocity and a killing aura. Boom! The two sword intents collided less than a meter from Lin Ming, the intense impact destroying both intents and forcing Lin Ming back several steps. What a pity. Lu Kuang sighed inwardly upon seeing Lin Ming escape and scathe, a trace of regret flickering in his eyes. Ever since that day when he annihilated the Zhang family, he hadn't hoped to survive the Duke's mansion's retaliation. Now, he only wished to take a few more people down with him before he died. Unfortunately, while Lin Ming was a fool, Du Ming by his side was a formidable warrior, a renowned martial king, seasoned by years on the battlefield. Although Du Ming's swordsmanship wasn't as swift as Lu Kuang's, his higher martial arts realm and ample reserves of spiritual liquid in his dantian gave him an edge. Even though Lu Kuang had mastered Lu Chen's fast sword technique and had just broken through to the martial king realm, he could only manage a draw with Du Ming. Having missed his chance, Lin Ming was now on guard, and with 3 other martial kings by his side, taking Lin Ming's life wouldn't be easy. A moment ago, Lin Ming had dismissed Lu Kuang as insignificant, believing it would be effortless to kill him, yet he had narrowly escaped death. But growing up in the Duke's mansion had long eroded his sense of reverence. Having just come back from the brink of death, anger surged through him at the humiliation Lu Kuang had caused. "You insolent fool, how dare you attack me?" Lin Ming shouted angrily at Lu Kuang, though his back was drenched in cold sweat. Lu Kuang slowly stood up, a mocking smile playing at his lips. "Lin Ming, do you really think you have the right to shout here? If it weren't for someone saving you, you'd be dead by now. You want to die?" Lin Ming retorted harshly. "Yes, I'm courting death. If you've got the guts, come and kill me," Lu Kuang taunted, hoping to provoke Lin Ming into attacking again. Lin Ming did want to kill Lu Kuang, but the memory of that near-death experience held him back. His eyes flicked to Du Ming, and a spark of hope ignited within him. "Uncle, this beast first destroyed the city lord's mansion, then disrespected the Duke's mansion. Please kill him and show him that we are not to be trifled with." Du Ming ignored Lin Ming's plea, instead directing his gaze at Lu Kuang. "May I know your name?" "Lu family, Lu Kuang." Lu Kuang replied fearlessly, his gaze unwavering. Du Ming then turned to Lu Yi, who stood beside Lu Kuang. "And you, what is your name?" "Lu family, Lu Yi." Lu Yi responded, his voice weak but firm. A flicker of surprise crossed Du Ming's eyes. Despite Lu Yi's frail appearance, his demeanor was far superior to that of ordinary people. Recalling previous rumors, Du Ming asked, "Is Lu Chen your son?" "Yes, Chen is indeed my son," Lu Yi admitted openly, knowing that such information could be easily uncovered if one were inclined to investigate. Besides, with Lu Chen already gone, he had no fear of the Duke's mansion seeking revenge. He was willing to pay with his life, if necessary. Du Ming nodded slightly, pressing on. "Was it Lu Chen and Lu Kuang who wiped out the Zhang family at the city lord's mansion?" "That's correct," Lu Yi replied coldly. "Why did you do it? Didn't you realize this could bring disaster upon your family?" Du Ming asked with a frown. Lu Yi countered. "May I ask, if you and your son were crippled and gravely injured by others, and your brother was targeted, and you knew who your enemies were, would you not seek revenge?" At these words, Du Ming fell silent, merely gazing at Lu Yi. If he were in the same situation, he would also choose revenge. Such deep-seated enmity could not be easily forgotten. Seeing this, Lu Yi turned to Lin Ming, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Lin Ming, among those who crippled me back then, one was the city lord Zhang Huan, and the other was your brother, wasn't it?" Lin Ming sneered coldly. "So what if I am? You threatened the lord's mansion, so you deserve to be ruined." His eyes were filled with disdain, and his tone carried deep contempt. "Lin Ming, say that again." Lu Kuang gritted his teeth, his sword trembling slightly in his hand. The thought of his third brother, Lu Yi, suffering for years at the prince's mansion made his anger erupt like a volcano. He never imagined he would hear such humiliating words as "deserve to be ruined." Consumed by rage, he was determined to make Lin Ming pay, no matter the cost. Lin Ming's eyes glinted with malice as he continued to provoke. Lu Yi being ruined should have lived like a dog, bringing shame to everyone. His words were merciless, stabbing deep into Lu Kuang's heart. Lu Kuang's eyes turned bloodshot, barely able to contain himself. "You dare insult my third brother. I'll tear you apart." Before the words were out of his mouth, Lu Kuang struck. His sword flashed through the air like lightning, aiming straight for Lin Ming. But Lin Ming only laughed coldly, having anticipated this moment and laid a trap in his mind. "Uncle, General Wu, let's join forces," he called out, and Du Ming and Wu Yong immediately sprang into action. Wu Yong, eager for promotion, saw this as an opportunity and joined the attack without hesitation. Du Ming understood the culpability of the Zhang and Lin families in the Zhang family massacre. He knew he couldn't easily extricate himself from this conflict. Yet, watching Lin Ming die without doing anything would be hard to explain to Lin Hong. So without delay, Du Ming joined the fight. With Du Ming's involvement, Lu Kuang had to abandon his attack on Lin Ming and face Du Ming's sword instead. The clash of swords echoed, creating a dazzling display of light. Lin Ming smirked triumphantly. "Lu Kuang, you think you can kill me? What a daydream." His tone was full of provocation and satisfaction. as if he controlled the entire situation. Lu Kuang, filled with rage, wanted to counterattack but had no time to organize an offensive. Facing the combined assault of 3 people, he could only defend desperately, parrying sword strikes but unable to retaliate. However, Lin Ming didn't stop there. With a sinister smile, he launched another attack. Lu Kuang, you're impressive to survive our combined assault. I wonder if your useless third brother can be as resilient. Lin Ming, say what you want, but if you dare kill my third brother, I'll haunt you even in death. Lu Kuang roared, his eyes burning with anger and sorrow. Though he had lost all hope of survival, the humiliation of his third brother fueled a fire within him that he couldn't extinguish. He couldn't bear it, absolutely couldn't. In a moment of distraction, Wu Yong attacked from a blind spot, his sword piercing Lu Kuang's arm like a venomous snake. Blood gushed out, staining Lu Kuang's sleeve as the wound spread. Seeing this, Lin Ming was secretly pleased and laughed. Lu Kuang, you didn't let me kill him before, now I insist on it. I want you to watch your useless brother die before your eyes. He turned to his 10 subordinates, commanding, go now, bring me Lu Yi's head. Whoever completes it first gets 1,000 spirit crystals. At his words, the 10 subordinates rushed towards Lu Yi, their eyes gleaming with greed. The promise of 1,000 spirit crystals overshadowed any camaraderie. No, no, you can't kill my third brother. Lu Kuang watched helplessly as they charged towards Lu Yi, his voice filled with despair and helplessness. Yet, Lu Yi remained unperturbed. Facing the attack of 10 people, he stayed calm, as if everything was within his expectations. Even if I die, Lu Kuang can live. Lu Yi knew it wasn't about him, but about fulfilling a promise and ensuring his third brother's survival. He didn't fear death, for he knew Lu Kuang would survive this ordeal and find a chance to live. However, just when everyone thought Lu Yi was doomed, something unexpected occurred. Suddenly, a cold gleam sliced through the air like lightning from outside the courtyard. The few people at the front let out screams as their necks were swiftly severed by a sharp sword, blood spurting out as 5 of them fell to the ground almost simultaneously, their lives quickly fading. Amidst the struggling figures on the ground, everyone was stunned, their eyes collectively turning to Lu Yi. At that moment, 2 figures appeared beside him. It was none other than Zhao Xian and Li Fu from Wanbao Tower. Seeing them, Lu Kuang felt relieved and smiled. Lu Yi sighed softly, thinking to himself, in the end, I'm still benefiting from my son's connections. He knew that as a cripple, Wanbao Tower wouldn't have intervened on his behalf. Zhao Xian and Li Fu's appearance clearly stemmed from their relationship with Lu Chun. Who are you to dare interfere with the affairs of the Duke's mansion? Lin Ming suddenly drew his sword and shouted angrily, his eyes glinting with hostility. Li Fu chuckled coldly, his gaze sweeping over Lin Ming as he said indifferently, Lin Ming, you may have some swagger. When your father sees me, he has to kneel to speak, yet you dare point at me. You old fool, who do you think you are? Lin Ming mocked, full of disdain. Although he knew Li Fu was more powerful, in front of his father, Li Fu was nothing but a lowly figure. He was confident that if Li Fu dared to act, his father could make him kneel. In fact, it wasn't just Lin Ming. Du Ming also furrowed his brows, filled with confusion. Li Fu's disregard for Lin Heng was truly baffling. However, Du Ming was wary of Li Fu's strength, so he spoke with a conciliatory tone, my young master is impulsive. If there's been any offense, please forgive us. Li Fu glanced at Du Ming coldly, his tone slow but threatening. Offending me is one thing. I can spare his life. But if he offends someone he can't afford to, it might not be just him who faces consequences. You old thing, are you cursing me to die? Lin Ming exclaimed angrily, his face twisted in a sneer. I'll have my father. Lin Ming, shut up. Du Ming abruptly interrupted, his gaze sharp. Lin Ming was about to retort, but considering Du Ming's current importance, he finally suppressed his anger and closed his mouth, his expression dark. Du Ming's main concern was the influence of the Duke's mansion reaching the royal palace, and Li Fu's threat unsettled him. After restraining Lin Ming, Du Ming addressed Li Fu again. Sir, may I know who you are? Li Fu responded coolly, I'm from Wanbao Tower. Upon hearing this, Du Ming's expression subtly shifted. He maintained his courteous demeanor, but his eyes now held a hint of caution instead of the previous tension. The power of Wanbao Tower was undeniable, but fortunately, they were in Tianyuan City, not somewhere more intricate. Remembering the slight connection between his elder brother Lin Heng and the master of Wanbao Tower, Du Ming felt a sense of relief, thinking, that was a close call. With a smirk of disdain, Lin Ming looked down at the person in front of him. I thought you were something special, but it turns out you're just a small fry from the Wanbao building in the small city of Tianyuan. Do you look down on me? Li Fu asked calmly. Why would I have any respect for you? Lin Ming sneered, a hint of malice in his eyes. Old man, I suggest you kneel and apologize to me. Maybe then I'll forgive you. Otherwise, I'll make sure you can't stay in the Tianyuan City Wanbao building. Li Fu frowned slightly. Lin Ming, can you decide my position at Wanbao building? Are you scared? Lin Ming felt even more triumphant at Li Fu's reaction. Not scared, just curious, Li Fu replied calmly. Wu Yong, who was standing nearby, suddenly interjected, Old man, you might not know, but our prince and the head of the Lin County Wanbao building are old friends. If the prince says a word, do you believe you'll be out by tomorrow? I don't believe it, Li Fu answered firmly. He finally understood why Lin Ming was so arrogant. It was because of Lin Heng's connection to the Wanbao building's head. Lin Ming smirked coldly. You don't have to believe it, but that's the truth. Today, I give you two choices. Either kneel and apologize, then step aside, or we temporarily spare the Liu family's two brats, and later have the Lin County Wanbao building people come for you. Ignoring Lin Ming's threat, Li Fu turned to Zhao Xian beside him. Miss, what do you think we should do? Zhao Xian looked at Du Ming. Do you share the same thoughts? Du Ming's eyes flickered as he considered his words. As far as I know, Wanbao building only does business and doesn't get involved in power struggles. If you hand over Liu Yi and leave, we can pretend today's incident never happened. What if we don't hand him over? Zhao Xian asked coldly. Then we'll have to ask the Lin County Wanbao building's head to mediate, Du Ming said with a hint of threat. Very well. Zhao Xian's expression turned icy. It was laughable that someone dared to threaten her with the head of the Lin County Wanbao building. Li Fu was also enraged, shouting at Du Ming. We're determined to protect the Liu family today. You can go ahead and call Jiang Tianhua over. Seriously? Du Ming frowned, puzzled by their defiance despite knowing their connections. Seriously, you can leave now, Li Fu commanded. Lin Ming was furious. Old man, just wait. It won't be long before I make you pay. Li Fu replied coldly. Lin Ming, remember this. Fortune and misfortune are self-inflicted. Your days are numbered. With that, Li Fu could no longer hold back and suddenly drew his sword. A sharp sword intent sliced through the air towards Lin Ming. Seeing this, Du Ming quickly stepped in to help. Boom. The two sword intents collided midair with a deafening roar. Du Ming, holding Lin Ming, retreated dozens of meters, struggling to stabilize. After regaining his footing, Du Ming's expression was grim. The prince's mansion will remember today's events. We will certainly seek you out for a lesson another day. With that, he led the group away from the Liu family. After leaving the Liu family, Lin Ming, filled with frustration, immediately whistled to summon his messenger bird. He quickly scribbled a letter and sent it off to report back to Lin Heng, the Duke of Lin County. Then, leading his subordinates, he rode swiftly through the bustling main street straight to the city lord's mansion. Before long, this imposing group settled into the dilapidated residence. Meanwhile, after the Duke's men departed, the atmosphere within the Liu family's courtyard eased a bit. Lu Kuang frowned and couldn't help but speak up. Elder, with your strength combined with mine, we could have easily dealt with them on the spot. Why let them leave? Fourth brother, Liu Yi immediately reprimanded him sharply. Show some respect to the elder. He then turned to bow apologetically to Li Fu. Elder, my fourth brother is straightforward by nature. Please forgive him. Li Fu waved his hand with a smile. No matter. He looked at Lu Kuang, who was awkwardly scratching his head, and explained, Fourth master, although the Duke's men are arrogant, they did mention one thing correctly. You at Wanbao Pavilion have rules. We only do business and do not get involved in power struggles. Then why did you help us, elder? Lu Kuang pressed further. Because young hero Lu Chun purchased the ingredients for refining the Shumai Dan and Great Restoration Dan from us, Li Fu calmly replied. The transaction isn't complete, so we have a responsibility to ensure our customers' safety. I see. Lu Kuang nodded in realization. Lu Yi understood that the matter was more complex than it appeared. Li Fu's assistance certainly had something to do with a personal connection to Lu Chun. However, he didn't reveal this, simply expressing his gratitude. Even so, we must thank you for saving us. Otherwise, my brothers would have been in serious trouble today. Master Lu, you're too kind. Li Fu responded with a smile. At this moment, Zhao Xian gracefully stepped forward and said, Master Lu, since the immediate danger has passed, we have other matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. If you need anything, feel free to visit us at Wanbao Pavilion. Elder, Lu Kuang began anxiously, clearly worried that the Duke's men might return once Li Fu left. But before he could finish, Lu Yi interrupted. In that case, we won't delay you any longer. Li Fu and Zhao Xian understood Lu Kuang's concerns but didn't elaborate. Zhao Xian gave a slight nod, and the two of them swiftly left. Third brother, why did you stop me? Lu Kuang asked anxiously. Won't we be in danger once they're gone? Lu Yi smiled. Don't worry, they won't go far. Lu Kuang's eyes lit up, and he looked around, lowering his voice to ask, do you mean they're still watching over us? Seeing Lu Yi nod, Lu Kuang was puzzled. If they're worried about the Duke's men returning, why not stay a bit longer instead of leaving in such a hurry? From the earlier conversation, Lu Yi deduced that Zhao Xian and Li Fu held a higher status at Wanbao Pavilion than the Pavilion Master of Lin County. Their hurried departure was likely to warn the Pavilion Master not to accept any requests from the Duke. However, he didn't share this reasoning with Lu Kuang. fearing his straightforward brother might inadvertently reveal it to Lu Chun in the future. So, when faced with Lu Kuang's persistent questioning, he merely smiled and didn't respond directly. Instead, he naturally put an arm around Lu Kuang's shoulder and led him back inside. Under the cover of night, two figures quietly slipped out of the Lu family gate, crossing through the alleys until they stopped in a nearby grove. The leaves swayed gently as the moonlight cast mottled shadows. Zhao Xian composed herself and asked in a low voice, "Fu Bo, do you know why I'm in such a hurry to leave?" Li Fu wore a gentle smile, his tone relaxed. "Miss, you're worried that Jiang Tianhua might be used by Lin Hong, getting entangled in the disputes between Lu Chun and the Lin family, causing unnecessary trouble for our Wanbao pavilion, right?" "It's not trouble, it's a disaster." Zhao Xian's expression darkened dramatically, her voice low and grave. Li Fu was slightly taken aback, a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Miss, even though Lu Chun is quite talented in swordsmanship, he shouldn't be a threat to the foundation of Wanbao Pavilion, should he?" "Fu Bo, you're oversimplifying the issue." Zhao Xian looked at the swaying branches, her tone gradually becoming solemn. "When he severed Lin Kuan's arm in front of Wanbao Pavilion, I found his starting stance familiar. It became increasingly familiar until just now. I finally recalled the reason." Li Fu's expression tightened, his voice low. "Which master is it?" Zhao Xian, coming from an extraordinary background, had been taught by several renowned masters in martial arts as well as in arts like music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The most formidable among them was Du Shiling. Du Shiling. Zhao Xian nodded lightly, and at that moment, even the wind in the forest seemed to pause. Li Fu was struck as if by lightning, his breath catching, unable to speak for a long while. Lu Chun, could he really belong to that lineage? He recalled the theft at the city lord's mansion, puzzling over why the mysterious figure took all the spiritual medicine but spared Wanbao Pavilion. If Du Shiling was involved, everything made sense. Zhao Xian looked at him calmly, clearly having anticipated his reaction. She herself was shocked when she reached that conclusion. After a brief silence, Zhao Xian spoke again. "Fu Bo, since Lu Chun and I share the same sect, do you think he could become a threat to Wanbao Pavilion in the future?" Li Fu frowned in thought. If Lu Chun values the camaraderie of the same sect, he wouldn't trouble our pavilion. But if he's obstinate and disregards relationships, it's hard to say. "Then tell me," Zhao Xian met his gaze sharply, "is the bond of the same sect more important, or the ties of father and uncle and nephew stronger?" Li Fu sighed. "Naturally, the latter is deeper. If Jiang Tianhua acts for the Lin family and harms Lu Yi and Lu Kuang, Lu Chen might blame Wanbao Pavilion for it. That's why I'm in such a hurry to leave." Zhao Xian's tone grew more resolute. "I must quickly send a message to Jiang Tianhua, urging him to come immediately and avoid getting entangled with the Lin family." She knew that if Wanbao Pavilion got caught in the feud between Lu Chun and the Lin family, even an accidental injury could lead to irreversible catastrophe. Li Fu's expression was solemn as he nodded in agreement. "Miss, I understand. I'll go deliver the message immediately." "No need for you to go," Zhao Xian waved her hand, her eyes firm. "I'll handle this myself. You stay here and keep a close watch on the situation. The Lin family must not harm the Lu brothers." Li Fu said seriously, "Rest assured, Mississippi, unless I am dead, the Lu brothers will not be in mortal danger." Zhao Xian frowned slightly, her voice turning colder. "Fu Bo, your words are displeasing. In my heart, you are more important than the Lu brothers." Li Fu was momentarily stunned, then he laughed heartily, feeling a warmth in his heart. "Ha, miss, I misspoke. Don't be angry." Zhao Xian's expression was earnest, her voice a blend of gentleness and firmness. "Fu Bo, do your best to protect the Lu brothers, but if it truly becomes impossible, they may have to die. You must not be harmed. If anything happens to you, not only will I be heartbroken, but my father will be too." Li Fu's eyes grew moist as he nodded, reaching out his wrinkled hand to gently ruffle Zhao Xian's hair, his gesture full of affection. Back in the day, he carried a young Zhao Xian on his back, fleeing from place to place, never imagining that this little girl would grow up to care for others. Time had flown by, and he had grown old, feeling the limits of his strength. Zhao Xian closed her eyes, savoring the familiar gesture, as if she were back in her childhood, when Li Fu always ruffled her hair with a smile and found ways to make her delicious treats. However, thinking of the situation at the prince's residence, she quickly gathered her emotions, her expression turning serious. "Fu Bo, stay here. I'll return to Wanbao Pavilion to send the message. I must reach Jiang Tianhua before the Lin family does." "All right." Li Fu withdrew his hand and turned to find a concealed spot in the forest. Zhao Xian then leaped gracefully, her figure swiftly disappearing beyond the forest. Upon returning to Wanbao Pavilion, she wasted no time, immediately summoning the fastest messenger bird to send the urgent message. 3 days later, a messenger bird flew through a special passage and landed in the courtyard of the Wanbao Pavilion in Lin County. A handsome young boy dressed in blue approached to receive the letter. He looked about 16 or 17 years old, with a steady demeanor, indicating he had reached the 9th level of the warrior realm. With a quick glance, he noticed the envelope was marked to be opened by the pavilion master and urgent, immediately straightening his posture and hurrying towards the inner courtyard. Jiang Tianhua, the master of the Wanbao Pavilion in Lin County, was sitting in the courtyard playing the zither. His features were regular, and his expression carried an air of authority. His presence was calm, yet formidable, a hallmark of someone at the 6th level of the martial king realm. His slender fingers danced over the strings, producing a lively melody, clearly in a good mood. Uncle, the boy entered the courtyard, his face lighting up with a bright smile. Hearing the call, Jiang Tianhua paused and looked up, his brow slightly furrowed. Minner, aren't you supposed to be at the sword pavilion? Why have you come to see your uncle? It turned out this young boy in blue was Jiang Tianhua's nephew. Gu Min stepped closer, explaining with a smile. Uncle, the sword pavilion is recruiting disciples in 3 months. The sect sent us out to gather talent, so I came back. Jiang Tianhua's expression turned cold, his brows knitted tightly. Minner, as far as I know, the disciples sent out for recruitment by the sword pavilion are at least at the martial master level, right? Gu Min nodded in agreement. Yes, uncle, that's correct. Is there a problem? You don't meet the criteria? Jiang Tianhua's voice rose sharply, his gaze piercing. Minner, are you slacking in your training and using my name as an excuse to go out and play? Gu Min had intended to visit his uncle, but he hadn't expected to be misunderstood as soon as he arrived. A look of grievance appeared on his face as he spoke softly. Uncle, I didn't. If you didn't, then how did you end up in the recruitment team? Jiang Tianhua pressed, his tone leaving no room for argument. Gu Min lowered his head, not daring to meet his uncle's eyes. They approached me, asking me to join the recruitment. At first, I was reluctant, but when I heard we were coming to Lin County, I agreed because I knew you'd be here. Hearing that Gu Min had come to see him, Jiang Tianhua's anger dissipated considerably. After all, this was his beloved nephew, and it was only natural for him to miss his uncle. However, as the master of Wanbao Pavilion for many years, Jiang Tianhua was a meticulous thinker and quickly considered another issue. Minner, who approached you? He asked with a penetrating gaze. Zhang Meng. Gu Min replied directly. Jiang Tianhua's brow furrowed. Zhang Meng from the Lin family? Gu Min looked up, a bit surprised. Uncle, do you know him? Humph, there's nothing in Lin County that I don't know about, Jiang Tianhua snorted. He was well aware of this Zhang Meng. The young man's martial arts talent was decent, but his background was shameful. The unspeakable past of his mother and uncle might be hidden from others, but not from Jiang Tianhua. He had never paid much attention to Zhang Meng before, but now the young man dared to use Gu Min to connect with him, showing considerable audacity. Sensing his uncle's displeasure, Gu Min cautiously asked, Uncle, you don't seem to like him? Jiang Tianhua's tone was icy. Minner, that boy's intentions are not good. Stay away from him and don't let him use you. Gu Min's expression tightened, and he quickly agreed. Uncle, I'll listen to you. I'll resign from the recruitment and return to the sword pavilion tomorrow. Good. Jiang Tianhua nodded in satisfaction, then softened his tone, speaking earnestly. Minner, don't blame your uncle for being harsh earlier. It's all for your own good. Your talent in martial arts is quite average, and your uncle only wants you to train diligently so that you can pass the internal selection at Wanbao Building and secure a stable job with him, leading a peaceful life without getting hurt. Jiang Tianhua's tone was filled with deep concern and helplessness. He looked at Gu Min with a heavy expression, conveying his plans and protection for the future. Uncle, Minner understands. I'm not upset. It's my fault for worrying you, Gu Min said, feeling a lump in his throat and his eyes misting as he lowered his head to apologize to Jiang Tianhua. As he glanced down, he accidentally noticed the letter he was holding tightly in his hand, and his heart skipped a beat. Something was wrong. Minner, what's the matter? Jiang Tianhua noticed Gu Min's unusual expression, frowning slightly with a tone of curiosity. Gu Min quickly handed over the letter, looking tense. Uncle, when I came to find you earlier, I took an urgent letter from the messenger bird. It's for you. An urgent letter? Jiang Tianhua frowned even more, looking unconcerned. He had been stationed in Lin County for many years, and his position as the head of Wanbao Building had always been secure, never encountering a situation that warranted an urgent message. However, as he opened the envelope and scanned the contents, he froze, his face darkening instantly. Damn it, that brat Lin Hong. He's really got me into trouble this time. Jiang Tianhua suddenly roared, his voice echoing in the room, his fingers trembling with anger. He stared at the letter, his mind in turmoil. Lin Ming dared to provoke Miss Zhaoxian, someone even he would avoid at all costs. This wasn't just reckless, it was dragging him into the abyss. Zhaoxian, with her influence, could destroy him and the building with just a word. Thinking of the power behind Zhaoxian, cold sweat trickled down Jiang Tianhua's back. If her wrath turned towards him, he wouldn't just lose his position, he wouldn't survive at all. Gu Min had never seen Jiang Tianhua so agitated before and nervously asked, Uncle, is something serious happening? Jiang Tianhua snapped back to reality. his gaze heavy on Gu Min as he spoke with urgency. Minner, you don't need to resign from Zhang Meng anymore. Go back to Jiangu immediately. Why? Gu Min asked, bewildered and confused. No reason. Jiang Tianhua raised his voice sharply, his eyes fierce. Just go? If you continue any association with Zhang Meng, I'll break your legs. His words were as heavy as 1,000 pounds, leaving Gu Min no room to argue. He understood that Lin Ming had crossed Zhaoxian, and the Lin family was like a collapsing tower. Zhang Meng had close ties with the Lin family, and if Gu Min stayed involved, he wouldn't be able to protect his only nephew when the storm hit. Gu Min was so startled he stood frozen, not knowing what to do. Jiang Tianhua, seeing his hesitation, became anxious and, worried about his lack of cultivation resources, took out several bottles of elixirs and a bag of spirit stones from his storage ring, thrusting them into Gu Min's hands. Then, without hesitation, he pulled Gu Min and leaped out of the window, leaving Wanbao building behind. The two of them flew out, the wind whistling past. Once they were out, Jiang Tianhua escorted Gu Min all the way to the road leading to Jiangu, only stopping once they reached it. Go, and don't look back, he said, then mounted his Blackman steed, urging it towards Tianyuan city like an arrow loosed from a bow. The next morning, Lin Heng also received a letter from Lin Ming. After reading it, he rushed to Wanbao building, hoping to discuss a strategy with Jiang Tianhua. However, the manager at the entrance coldly informed him, the head has important matters and isn't in the building. Lin Heng frowned, growing irritated. As the ruler of a county, he wielded immense power in the eyes of ordinary people, but compared to the vast Wanbao building, he was just an ant. Frustrated, he returned home. On the way, he pondered his options. He considered sending someone to teach the Liu brothers in Tianyuan city a lesson, but feared angering Wanbao building and implicating the entire Lin family. After much deliberation, he decided to wait for Jiang Tianhua's return and let him handle it. After all, Wanbao building's internal matters were best resolved by Wanbao building itself. However, a week passed with no sign of Jiang Tianhua. Lin Heng visited Wanbao building daily, receiving the same response each time. The head has not returned. Initially, he waited patiently, but by the 7th day, he realized something was amiss. Jiang Tianhua is deliberately avoiding me. He suddenly understood, his face changing dramatically as he connected Jiang Tianhua's avoidance with the events in Tianyuan city, a strong sense of unease welling up inside him. Something's wrong. Lin Heng turned abruptly, jumping onto his Blackman steed, racing back to the county prince's mansion. As soon as he entered the gates, he summoned his eldest son, Lin Ju, his expression grave as he commanded, take 10 trusted men and head to Tianyuan city immediately. Bring Lin Ming and the others back. Although Lin Ju didn't understand why his father was suddenly so tense, seeing his father's grim expression, he obeyed without hesitation, quickly gathering his men and setting off straight for Tianyuan city. Since leaving the Liu family, Lin Ming has been lurking around their residence, his eyes burning with the fire of vengeance. He wants to avenge his wife and child by killing Liu Yi and Liu Kuang, but repeatedly finds himself thwarted by Li Fu. Facing an opponent far stronger than himself, Lin Ming can only grit his teeth and endure. For a week, following Du Ming's advice, he has remained inactive, waiting for reinforcements at the outskirts of the Liu family estate. Seeing Lin Ming's murderous intent subside, Li Fu slightly relaxes his guard. However, just when he believes the crisis has passed, Tianyuan city receives a group of unexpected visitors. 6 figures storm into the city with an imposing presence. Leading them is a figure in a black robe, whose cultivation has reached the 7th level of the Martial King realm. The other 5, though lower-ranked Martial Kings, exude a similar murderous aura. They hail from the Jian Pavilion, one of the 5 major sects of the Eastern Hua domain, and wherever they go, other warriors quickly step aside. Where is Lu Chen's house? Demands a young man at the 1st level of the Martial King realm, grabbing a passerby with a fierce tone. The Liu family is in that direction, just over 10 miles ahead, the terrified person stammers, pointing into the distance. Scram! The young man, named Li Mo, shoves the person violently towards a roadside stall. The stall shatters, scattering goods everywhere, but no one dares to protest. Li Mo dusts off his hands and turns to the elder in the black robe. Elder Zhu, we've confirmed the direction. Shall we go find that criminal now? This elder Zhu is named Zhu Qian, the 5th elder of the Jian Pavilion, with over 100 disciples under his tutelage. Among them, his most prized disciple, Bai Kuan, is only 19, yet has reached the pinnacle of the 1st level Martial King realm. Zhu Qian treats Bai Kuan like a son, sparing no resources in his training. Bai Kuan is not only the 5th elder's disciple, but also the younger brother of the sect master's 1st disciple, Bai Xinghe. Zhu Qian is on this mission to capture Lu Chun on the sect master's orders and to avenge Bai Kuan's brother. Kuaner, what do you want to do? Zhu Qian asks, looking at Bai Kuan, who bears a resemblance to Bai Xinghe. Master, let's go directly to the Liu family. Blood debts must be paid in blood, Bai Kuan replies. his eyes filled with murderous intent. Zhu Qian understands his disciples' feelings, but maintains decorum in front of other sect members. Lu Chun murdered the young sect master, a crime deserving death. Now that we've found his residence, let's go confront him. At your command, Elder Zhu. The group responds in unison. Bai Kuan eagerly leads the charge, with Zhu Qian and the others following closely behind, speeding towards the Lu family. The townspeople look at each other, wondering what Lu Chun could have done to provoke the Jian pavilion to come personally. After the members of Jiango left, a few martial artists who had been hiding in the distance quietly emerged, their eyes filled with curiosity as they looked towards the Lu family. The conflict between Jiango and the Lu family quickly spread throughout Tianyuan city. In the inns, some martial artists whispered about the past between Lu Chun and Jiango. Meanwhile, the 6 members of Jiango had already arrived at the Lu residence. Bai Kuan entered the courtyard and immediately found the small courtyard where Lu Yi lived. Upon seeing Lu Yi and Lu Kuang, who was practicing sword intent, his anger flared. He roared, "Give me back my brother's life." Before his words had faded, his sword was drawn, sending a fierce sword energy slicing through the air towards the two. "Be careful, third brother." Lu Kuang sprang up, quickly shielding Lu Yi behind him, and counterattacked with a reverse sword strike. The clash of sword intents shook the heavens and the earth. As Lu Kuang swung his sword, sword energy surged skyward, seemingly tearing the surrounding air apart. A chilling aura enveloped Bai Kuan, forcing him to hastily defend with his own sword energy. Seeing that Bai Kuan was at a disadvantage, Zhu Qian's eyes flashed coldly. He stepped forward, standing in front of Bai Kuan, with a stern expression and raised his fire spirit sword. "How dare you try to kill a disciple of Jiango? You're courting death." Zhu Qian shouted coldly, then swung his fire spirit sword. A crimson sword light tore through the air, transforming into a ball of flame, resembling a meteor streaking across the sky, carrying an unstoppable force towards Lu Kuang. The fiery sword intent swept over him, and Lu Kuang felt an unprecedented pressure. Zhu Qian, a powerful practitioner of the fire attribute spiritual veins at the 7th level of the martial king realm, wielded the fire spirit sword, a spiritual weapon crafted from the mid-4th year demon beast Firebird's demon core. The power was formidable. Even though Lu Kuang excelled in sword intent, he struggled to bridge the gap in power, forced to resist with his life. Though Lu Yi was crippled, his mastery of sword intent far surpassed Lu Kuang's. With a single glance, he could see that Lu Kuang couldn't withstand the sword strike. He can't take that blow. If he tries, he'll die for sure, Lu Yi thought to himself. However, with the situation dire, Lu Yi didn't hesitate. He rushed forward, standing in front of Lu Kuang. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. Lu Kuang watched in horror as the terrifying sword light approached, fear surging in his heart. "No!" Lu Kuang's shout almost pierced the eardrums, his eyes fixed on the terrifying sword light. Boom! The two intense sword intents collided in the courtyard, and after a deafening explosion, Lu Yi and Lu Kuang were blasted away by the impact, crashing to the ground. Lu Yi spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning as pale as paper, almost devoid of color. Meanwhile, at the center of the sword intent clash, the elderly Li Fu stepped forward. It was he who had blocked the sword at great cost. Li Fu's eyes were slightly closed, his stooped figure swaying in the air, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. He seemed to be at his limit, struggling to stand firm, determined not to fall. "Senior," Lu Kuang called out anxiously, his eyes full of worry. "Lu Yi." Simultaneously, Lu Yi also called out urgently to Li Fu, his eyes filled with deep concern. "I'm fine." Li Fu extended his hand, weakly pressing Lu Yi's shoulder, trying to reassure him, but the tremor in his voice betrayed his frailty. Lu Yi could see Li Fu's critical state, his anxiety growing. At this moment, Lu Yi struggled to stand up, his face pale, but his eyes unwavering. He rushed to Li Fu, supporting him to stand by his side. Seeing Li Fu's body trembling more violently, pain surged in his heart. Just then, Zhu Qian's cold laughter pierced the air like an ice pick. "Who are you?" he asked Li Fu coldly. Li Fu smiled weakly. "I'm just an old man." Before he finished speaking, blood trickled from his lips, staining his gray beard. The sunlight fell on his face, highlighting his expression of tragic determination, as if he could collapse at any moment. Zhu Qian's cold gaze swept over, his killing intent unwavering. "To block my sword, you not only took a rage pill, but also burned your life as the price to use a secret technique to boost your strength. Was it really worth it?" Li Fu's eyes became resolute, and he murmured, "I was born for the Zhao family, and I will die for the Zhao family, serving them my whole life. Now, to protect the young master and those he cherishes, it's worth it even if I die." A loyal servant? Unfortunately, even so, the two from the Lu family won't escape death. Zhu Qian's eyes filled with deeper killing intent, his tone icy. Hearing this, Li Fu's heart tightened, and he urgently said, "They are guests of Wanbao Tower. You cannot kill them, or you'll be at odds with Wanbao Tower." Zhu Qian paused slightly, the killing intent in his eyes slightly diminished, but not entirely gone. He stared coldly at Li Fu, clearly not entirely deterred by the threat of Wanbao Tower. In the eastern Hua domain, the sword pavilion stands above the 13 dynasties, holding the top position among the 5 major sections. However, even such a formidable entity dares not easily provoke a special force. The Wanbao Tower. This commerce-based power, with its monopoly on resources, holds a significant position in both the eastern Hua domain and the western Ling realm. Whether it be techniques, martial skills, elixirs, spirit crystals, or weapons, the Wanbao Tower can provide the highest quality resources necessary for practitioners. More importantly, the tower is teeming with powerful individuals, any one of whom could easily overpower the sword pavilion. For this reason, when Zhu Qian learned of Li Fu's affiliation with the Wanbao Tower, his previously arrogant demeanor immediately toned down. However, unlike his master's caution, Bai Kuan, blinded by hatred, remained indifferent. Wanbao Tower only does business and never engages in power struggles, and that's common knowledge, Bai Kuan said coldly. You're defending a criminal here, clearly proving you're not from Wanbao Tower. This accusation sent a chill through Zhu Qian, making him suspect that Li Fu might have deceived him. With a sullen expression, he asked, "What do you have to say about Kuaner's doubts?" "Wanbao Tower has a duty to protect its guests' safety," Li Fu responded tersely. "But that only applies within the tower," Bai Kuan immediately countered. "Once outside, the guests' lives are no longer your concern." Li Fu remained silent. Indeed, those were the rules of Wanbao Tower. Seeing this, Bai Kuan turned to Zhu Qian. "Master, this old man is either an impostor or has violated the rules of Wanbao Tower." A murderous intent reignited in Zhu Qian's eyes. "Leave now. You can't interfere with the Lu family matters today. You cannot harm them," Li Fu shouted sternly, "or you will pay a heavy price." Bai Kuan sneered. "Old man, you'd better worry about your own fate. Wanbao Tower is strict with rules and never spares violators." Seeing the situation couldn't be changed, Li Fu let out a bitter laugh and turned to Lu Yi. "Master Lu, I'm sorry I couldn't protect you and failed the young lady's instructions." Lu Yi, struggling to support Li Fu, replied, "Your great kindness will always be remembered by Lu Yi. They are targeting us. Please return and tend to your injuries. Don't worry about my brothers anymore." Li Fu sighed deeply. He had exhausted every means, even risking his life. Yet he still couldn't change the fate of the Lu brothers, leaving him with a profound sense of defeat. With Li Fu out of the way, Bai Kuan immediately said to Zhu Qian, "Master, now we can proceed with our business." Although Zhu Qian hesitated, he realized that since Li Fu had violated the rules, Wanbao Tower wouldn't stand up for him. Thus, he reignited his intent to eliminate the Lu brothers. In an instant, Zhu Qian unleashed his sword with a fierce intensity, the blade slicing through the air with a power far surpassing anything before. This strike contained all his strength, so sharp it seemed it could tear through anything. Lu Kuang's face turned deathly pale, his eyes filled with terror and helplessness. In this critical moment, he instinctively summoned his strongest sword, Intent the Swift Sword, Intent, his figure rapidly retreating as he desperately tried to evade. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as Zhu Qian's sword energy pierced through Lu Kuang's chest, blood gushing like a fountain. If Zhu Qian hadn't held back intentionally, this strike would have been fatal. Lu Kuang painfully lowered his head, watching the blood flow from his chest, yet his expression remained somewhat relieved and calm. "Fourth brother, I'm sorry." Lu Yi's eyes were filled with guilt, his voice choked with emotion, almost unbearable in its sorrow. Lu Kuang's face twisted in agony, but upon hearing Lu Yi's words, he managed a difficult smile. "Third brother, there's no need to apologize. Alive or dead, we are together. If you die, I will not live alone." Zhu Qian snorted coldly, his gaze filled with disdain. "Humph, you two really are deeply bonded brothers." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly kicked both Lu Yi and Lu Kuang, sending their heavy bodies flying towards Bai Kuan. "Kuan, they can no longer resist." Zhu Qian said coldly, "I leave them to you now." Bai Kuan nodded, his voice respectful. "Thank you, master." Bai Kuan then pressed down on the sword wound in Lu Kuang's chest, twisting it with force, seemingly relishing the satisfaction that pain brought. Meanwhile, he looked at the two with a mocking gaze and sneered. "Which one of you is Lu Chen's father?" "I am. I am." Lu Yi and Lu Kuang spoke almost simultaneously. Despite the intense pain in their pale faces, they did not hesitate to respond. Bai Kuan raised an eyebrow, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. "Interesting. That brat Lu Chen actually has two fathers." At that moment, a low shout came from the shadows, and Lin Ming suddenly leapt out, appearing before them. Bai Kuan turned his head towards this unexpected person, his eyes filled with curiosity and disdain. "Who are you?" Lin Ming respectfully cupped his hands. "Young hero, my name is Lin Ming, the son of Lin Heng, the Duke of Lin County." Bai Kuan was slightly taken aback. "Do you have a grudge against them?" Lin Ming's eyes flickered with murderous intent, anger in his voice. Young hero, Lu Kuang and Lu Chun destroyed my cousin's family. I have a deep-seated hatred for the Lu family. Bai Kuan pondered for a moment, pointing at Lu Yi and Lu Kuang, coldly asking, which one of them is the father of that brat Lu Chun? Lin Ming's gaze sharpened, pointing at Lu Yi, and said in a deep voice, he is Lu Chen's useless father. Lu Kuang is Lu Chen's fourth uncle. Upon hearing this, Bai Kuan's expression instantly turned icy, burning with anger as he glared at Lu Yi, demanding, your bastard son killed my brother in the falling Maple Mountains. Tell me, how do you wish to die? Before he could finish, Zhao Xian's voice came from afar, her figure quickly approaching, her breath somewhat hurried. Seeing this, Bai Kuan sneered, full of disdain, another one coming to save them, but it seems even less capable than that old man. Zhao Xian instantly thought of Li Fu upon hearing this. Her gaze anxiously swept towards Li Fu, seeing his slightly weakened state. Her face turned as pale as paper, exclaiming in shock, Uncle Fu, did you use a secret technique? Li Fu did not answer, merely shook his head slightly. Zhao Xian, seeing Li Fu's silence, felt a tightness in her heart, already guessing that he had used a secret technique. Instantly, her heart ached fiercely, her eyes filled with helplessness and sorrow. Uncle Fu, quickly take a pill. Zhao Xian urgently pulled out a life-preserving pill from her bosom, almost commanding him to take it. Li Fu, however, shook his head with a smile. Miss, I know my own body. Don't waste the pill. Save it for someone who needs it more in the future. Uncle Fu, please, take it. Consider it a plea from Xin'er. Zhao Xian pleaded, tears uncontrollably streaming down her face. The pill in her trembling hand nearly fell, her voice low, carrying endless supplication. Seeing the tears in Zhao Xian's eyes, Li Fu's heart ached sharply, filled with both tenderness and helplessness. He too wished he could stay longer with Zhao Xian, to see her marry, to meet her husband, but fate did not grant him that chance. The life extension pill is a 5th-grade pill with the ability to extend life. As long as there is a breath left in a person, it can bring them back and maintain relatively stable bodily functions. However, it's called the life extension pill because it only extends life, not saves it. It preserves life at the cost of burning bodily functions, but the effect only lasts for 3 months. Once those 3 months are up, not even a deity could save them. Li Fu lay on the ground, his breath weak and his face as pale as paper. He looked at the translucent pill in Zhao Xian's hand and gently shook his head. The pill, worth 20,000 spirit crystals, glimmered faintly under the light, yet Li Fu was unwilling to consume it. Taking it as a waste, Li Fu said weakly, his voice barely audible. In 3 months, I'll still die. Zhao Xian clenched the pill tightly, her eyes brimming with tears. Her voice was choked with emotion. Uncle Fu, I beg you, please take it. Even if it's only for 3 months, I want you to stay with me a little longer. Seeing Li Fu remain unmoved, Zhao Xian suddenly knelt down with a thud, causing dust to rise. She clutched Li Fu's leg tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Please, Uncle Fu. Looking at Zhao Xian, whom he had raised since she was a child, Li Fu's heart softened. He sighed deeply and, with trembling hands, took the life extension pill from Zhao Xian and struggled to put it in his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, and a warm current flowed through Li Fu's body. His previously ashen face visibly regained its color, his cracked lips became full again, and even his breathing grew steady and strong. In just a few moments, Li Fu appeared as if he had never been injured. However, Zhao Xian's eyes held no joy, only deep sorrow. She knew that from this moment on, Li Fu's life was like an hourglass counting down. In 3 months, the man who had raised her would leave forever. Zhao Xian wiped the tears from her face with her sleeve and slowly stood up. She turned to face the 6 people standing nearby, her gaze as sharp as a blade. Who hurt my Uncle Fu? Her voice was cold and calm. As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes locked onto Zhu Qian, her finger pointing directly at him. Was it you who hurt my Uncle Fu? She knew that among the 6 present, only Zhu Qian had the power to seriously injure Li Fu, who had used a secret technique. Zhu Qian remained expressionless, replying coldly. Yes, it was me. My intention was to kill the 2 from the Lu family, but he got in the way. He brought this upon himself, it's not my fault. Zhao Xian stared intently at Zhu Qian, her hatred almost palpable. After a moment, she turned to Lu Yi, a hint of guilt in her eyes. Master Lu, the Wanbao pavilion did its best. I apologize. With that, she helped Li Fu up and left the Lu family without looking back. Being stared at by Zhao Xian, Zhu Qian suddenly felt a bit uneasy. Since becoming the 5th elder of the Sword Pavilion, it had been years since he last experienced such a feeling. Zhao Xian's gaze was sharp as a blade, seemingly capable of piercing through his facade and directly confronting the darkness within his heart. After Zhao Xian left, Bai Kuan immediately noticed his master's unusual demeanor and leaned in to softly reassure him. Master, it's just a branch of Wanbao Building in a small border town. Even if they don't make mistakes, Wanbao Building wouldn't risk displeasing Sword Pavilion over them. There's nothing to worry about. Zhu Qian nodded slowly, his tense shoulders relaxing slightly. He mentally reviewed the relationship between Sword Pavilion and Wanbao Building over the years. Sword Pavilion had spent tens of billions of spirit crystals purchasing elixirs from Wanbao Building in bulk, not to mention other supplies. In the entire Donghua domain, Sword Pavilion was Wanbao Building's largest client, surpassing even the other four major sects. Li Fu and Zhao Xian are weak in power and are likely just peripheral figures within Wanbao Building, with no significant connections. They can't possibly cause us any trouble, Zhu Qian calculated, the dark clouds on his face gradually dispersing. He turned to Bai Kuan, speaking calmly. Kuan, how do you plan to deal with those two? A glint of malice flashed in Bai Kuan's eyes as he gritted his teeth and said, Master, I want to kill them to avenge my brother and let that little beast Lu Chun taste the pain of losing a loved one. Behind these words was not only revenge for Bai Xinghe, but also Bai Kuan's anger at his own situation. When Bai Xinghe was alive, the brothers were formidable, one being the chief disciple of the Pavilion Master and the other the favored student of the Fifth Elder, enough to make all disciples of the Sword Pavilion bow down. Now, with Bai Xinghe dead, Bai Kuan was left alone, his strength no longer intimidating to the top talents of Sword Pavilion. What frightened him more was the certainty of past enemies seizing the chance to retaliate. In Bai Kuan's eyes, Lu Chen's single strike not only killed his brother but also ruined his future, a vendetta that demanded blood for blood. Though Zhu Qian favored Bai Kuan, he hadn't forgotten their mission. He said sternly, Kuan, with Lu Chen absent, they are just criminals. You can't kill them. We need to bring them back to Sword Pavilion for the Pavilion Master to handle. Bai Kuan frowned, his thoughts shifting to the Pavilion Master. As his brother's mentor, the Pavilion Master would surely avenge his beloved disciple. Moreover, the Lu family members were doomed, and there was no need to anger the Pavilion Master for a moment of satisfaction. Seeing Bai Kuan's hesitation, Zhu Qian continued to persuade. Besides, if you kill them with a single strike, we'll still have to go to the falling Maple Mountains to catch that little beast Lu Chun, which would be time-consuming and might not even succeed. But if we take these two back to Sword Pavilion, we won't have to search. Lu Chun will come to Sword Pavilion to face his fate. That's a brilliant plan. Bai Kuan's eyes lit up with a hint of delight, already envisioning countless ways to torment Lu Chun. Compared to simply killing, this revenge would be far more thorough. He looked up at Zhu Qian and said, Master, I won't kill them, but I must do two things to them. What do you want to do, Kuan? Zhu Qian asked curiously. A cruel smile appeared on Bai Kuan's face. Lu Kuang almost killed me. I want to cripple him. As for Lu Chen's wretched father, he's already a cripple. I want him to wish for death. Zhu Qian cast a cold glance at Lu Yi and Lu Kuang. As long as he could bring them back alive, he didn't care about the rest. Kuan, your request is granted. Thank you, Master, Bai Kuan replied, a sinister smile spreading across his face, eyes gleaming with the thrill of revenge. Bai Kuan stood firm, clasping his fists, a fierce glint in his eyes. He suddenly lifted his leg and stomped heavily on Lu Kuang's abdomen. A sharp crack resonated as Lu Kuang's dantian shattered instantly. The intense pain caused Lu Kuang to curl up, his face turning from red to purple, with blood continuously gushing from his sword wounds. Good. I enjoy seeing you in such a state. Worse than death. Bai Kuan laughed as he turned away, ready to deal with Lu Yi. At that moment, Lu Kuang struggled to his feet, clutching Bai Kuan's leg tightly. No, you can't harm my third brother. Whatever grudge you have, take it out on me, he croaked hoarsely. Seeking death, Bai Kuan sneered, delivering a fierce kick that sent the bloodied Lu Kuang flying, landing heavily at Lin Ming's feet. Lu Kuang lay on his back, blood pouring from his mouth as his body convulsed. Bai Kuan cast a cold gaze over Lu Kuang before turning to Lu Yi. With his sword, he delivered 6 precise strikes, deliberately avoiding vital points, inflicting unimaginable pain on Lu Yi without killing him. Master, now we can take these two worthless beings back to the Sword Pavilion and wait for that little brat Lu Chun, Bai Kuan said to Zhu Qian. As they prepared to leave, Lin Ming stepped forward. Young hero, may I take Lu Kuang to deal with myself? What do you want him for? I want to keep him alive, torturing him daily to quench my hatred. Lin Ming grinned maliciously. Bai Kuan's eyes lit up, seeking Zhu Qian's opinion. Zhu Qian nodded. Lu Yi is the key. Lu Kuang is insignificant. With permission granted, Lin Ming gratefully bowed repeatedly, then hoisted Lu Kuang like discarded trash and left. The 6 from the Sword Pavilion carried the barely alive Lu Yi towards the city gates. Zhu Qian's voice echoed over Tianyuan city. We have Lu Yi. Tell Lu Chun if he wants to collect his father's body, he should come to the Sword Pavilion to meet his death. Following that, Lin Ming also made a ruthless threat, vowing to chop Lu Kuang into pieces and feed him to the dogs unless Lu Chun came to the Duke's mansion to face his doom. As the news spread, martial artists in Tianyuan city shook their heads. They said that having talented descendants might not always be a blessing. If they failed to grow strong, they could become a burden to their family. In their eyes, Lu Chun was such a sinner, bringing disaster to the Lu family. In the early morning of the Luofeng mountain range, the morning dew quietly wetted the leaves, and the mountains were shrouded in tranquility. Only in the distance, the gentle sound of flowing water echoed through the air. Suddenly, a loud noise like thunder shattered the morning peace. With a crashing sound, a large section of the forest was destroyed, trees toppled, and dust filled the air. At the source of the noise, a late-stage fourth-tier nether tiger lay on the ground, covered in wounds. A fierce ape strode forward, stopping beside the nether tiger. The tiger, not yet dead, looked at the ape with fear in its eyes and trembled. "My lord, what wrong have I done that you want to take my life?" The ape sneered coldly. "You did nothing wrong, and I do not wish to kill you. But my master needs your blood for refining, so you must die." "Master?" The nether tiger looked at the ape in disbelief, puzzled. With its insight, it seemed impossible for a great beast like the ape to have someone it called master. The ape offered no explanation, suddenly striking with its palm. The nether tiger let out a tragic cry, its life extinguished in an instant by the ape's hand. Standing up, the ape muttered in a low voice, "Master, another one down. The blood is collected. 6 types of blood are now complete." With that, the ape pulled out a chaos pearl from its ear, growling softly. Yes, the blood is gathered. Over the past half-month, they had emerged from the depths of the Luofeng mountain range. Along the way, the 3 great beasts took turns harvesting the blood and spiritual medicines of beasts for Lu Chun. In just a few days, Lu Chun had completed 10 body refinements, collecting over 1,000 different grades of spiritual herbs, enriching the world within the Chaos Cauldron. Additionally, guided by Lord Mouse, Lu Chun discovered 2 mineral veins, a small soul crystal mine and an earth attribute spirit crystal mine. Hearing the ape's voice, Lu Chun emerged with Lord Mouse and the 3 great beasts from the world of the Chaos Pearl, returning to the Luofeng mountain range. By now, the accumulated resources had allowed Lu Chun's martial arts to break through to the first level of the martial master realm, and his soul power had advanced to the 3rd grade. He looked at the nether tiger's corpse, satisfied, and handed a stone jar to the ape, saying, "Drain the blood. Once the nether tiger's blood is collected, we will no longer hunt beasts for blood." The 3 beast kings froze simultaneously, looking at Lu Chun in unison. Hasn't the master always favored the blood and spiritual medicines of beasts? Why stop now? Lu Chun smiled and explained, "The beasts are getting weaker, and their blood holds little significance for me now." The 3 beast kings suddenly understood, and the ape pointed to the distance, seemingly suggesting Lu Chun return to the deeper parts of the Luofeng mountain range, where the beasts were stronger. Seeing the ape's enthusiasm, Lu Chun couldn't help but laugh. Over the past days, the 3 beasts had not only collected blood and spiritual medicines for him, but also refined Lu Chun's blood. The 3 beast kings had made an agreement with Lu Chun. They would take turns hunting beasts and collecting spiritual medicines, and for every jar of blood collected, they would receive a bowl of blood in return. This agreement made the 3 beast kings more ferocious, killing wherever they went. Now that Lu Chun decided to stop collecting blood, the 3 beast kings seemed somewhat reluctant. As members of the beast clan, they were obsessed with Lu Chun's blood to an extreme degree. Lu Chun sighed, reflecting inwardly. "These creatures are truly obsessed with my blood." Despite giving them so much blood, he still didn't understand what special effect his blood had on these beasts. Lu Chun vaguely noticed that although the 3 demon kings hadn't broken through their realms recently, their auras had become more stable and powerful. Meeting their expectant gazes, he pondered for a moment and then said, "Let's forget about it this time. Next time, we'll choose a different mountain range to collect blood. We've been out for so long, it's time to go home." Upon hearing this, the 3 demon kings lowered their heads, looking somewhat disappointed. Seeing this, the wild ape picked up a stone jar and began to draw blood. Lu Chun took out a few bowls and handed them to the demon kings, who each filled a bowl with their blood, their spirits slightly lifted with the act. After the bloodletting, Lu Chun led the group into the Chaos Pearl world, where he trained his body while the 3 demon kings refined his blood to enhance their bloodline power. An hour later, the ice fire serpent returned to the outside world, carrying the Chaos Pearl in its mouth, and led Lu Chun and the others swiftly towards the outskirts of the Luofeng mountain range. 2 days later, the ice fire serpent finally reached the outskirts of the Luofeng mountain range. Under Master Mouse's guidance, it gracefully stopped above a valley, quietly observing the scene below. In the valley, a young boy was locked in fierce combat with a mid-second-tier black rock snake. It was evident that neither side had the upper hand. The fact that the boy could hold his own against the black rock snake showed he hadn't been slacking off. With a focused gaze, Master Mouse chuckled. "Ah, the one fighting the black rock snake in the valley is Lu Zhan." At that moment, a flash of approval crossed Lu Chen's eyes. He knew Lu Zhan had made significant progress from their last separation. The boy's youthful naivety had faded, replaced by more resilience and agility, and his martial arts had advanced to the 6th level of the martial disciple realm. Watching Lu Zhan's figure, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. In a moment's thought, He took Master Mouse back to the outside world and sent the Ice Fire Serpent into the Chaos Pearl world. As the Black Rock Snake launched a fierce attack during Lu Zhan's defensive lapse, Lu Chen quietly intervened, severing the snake's head with a strike from afar. Which young hero? Lu Zhan was about to face the challenge when the sudden sword aura interrupted him, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief and quickly express his gratitude. As he turned and saw who it was, he couldn't hide his surprise, unable to even finish saying, "Young hero. Is that Brother Chen?" he stammered. Lu Chen rolled his eyes and laughed. "What young hero? I'm your brother." With that, he stepped forward with a few light leaps, appearing right in front of Lu Zhan. Lu Zhan scratched his head awkwardly and asked with a smile, "Brother Chen, are you done with your work?" Lu Chen nodded. "Yes, I'm done. Now we can go home." A gentle look flashed in Lu Zhan's eyes as he softly said, "Yeah, go home. I've been away for so long, I miss Dad and Uncle." "Me too." Lu Chen smiled, then took out a prepared item from his storage ring and handed it to Lu Zhan. "There are beast cores in here. Use them wisely, don't rush." Lu Zhan took the storage ring, puzzled. "Brother Chen, what's inside?" "I don't lack spirit crystals. The ones you gave me last time, I don't even know when I'll finish them." "Beast cores, probably a few hundred," Lu Chen said succinctly. "Take your time using them, no rush." Hearing about the hundreds of beast cores, Lu Zhan's eyes lit up with joy as he threw himself at Lu Chen, giving him a warm bear hug. "Thank you, Brother Chen, I love it." Lu Chen pretended to be annoyed and pushed him away. "You hug when there are beast cores, but not when there aren't? Zhan, you're going too far." Lu Zhan quickly released his embrace, feeling embarrassed. "Brother Chen, I didn't mean to." "Silly boy, I was just joking with you," Lu Chen teased, ruffling Lu Zhan's hair affectionately. Seeing his goofy smile, warmth filled Lu Chen's heart. The two of them laughed together, walking side by side towards the entrance of the Luofeng mountain range, embarking on their journey home. Feeling homesick, Lu Chen and Lu Zhan wasted no time in purchasing two Blackwind colts as soon as they left the Luofeng mountain range. The colts, with their ink-black coats, were robust and agile, perfectly complementing the two men's sharp figures, creating a striking scene. Mounted on horseback, they did not linger and galloped away at full speed. 2 days later, as the sun began to set, casting its final blood-red glow across the sky, nightfall was imminent. The silhouettes of two figures gradually appeared at the end of the road leading to Tianyuan city. It was Lu Chen and Lu Zhan, who, after 2 days of arduous travel, had finally returned to the familiar city. Seeing the towering city walls in the distance, a long-missed smile appeared on Lu Chen's face. For Lu Zhan, his first journey away made the return all the more profound, as if not just the city, but his entire homeland awaited him. A gust of wind stirred, breaking the silence with the sound of the black wind colt's hooves. Lu Chen and Lu Zhan swiftly rode into Tianyuan city. Their smiling faces caught the attention of nearby martial artists, who cast curious glances and even kept their distance. Lu Chen felt a bit puzzled but didn't dwell on it. Soon after, they returned to the Lu family home. Entering the courtyard of the third house, the anticipated warmth was replaced by an unusual atmosphere. The traces of blood and disorder told them that the tranquility had long been disturbed. Lu Chen's heart sank. A strong sense of unease swept over him. He realized that during their absence, something had happened to Lu Yi and Lu Quan. "It can't be. The Wanbao building should have been able to protect your father and fourth uncle," Master Shu murmured, his voice tinged with helplessness. Without hesitation, Lu Chen said coldly, "To the Wanbao building." Before the words had fully left his mouth, he was already using the Lingxiao step with Lu Zhan, disappearing into the night as a streak of light, racing towards the Wanbao building. Soon, Lu Chen and Lu Zhan arrived at the Wanbao building. Immediately upon stepping inside, Lu Chen sensed something was amiss. Inside, Li Fu had been waiting for some time, but at a glance, Lu Chen noticed something strange about him. Li Fu's energy seemed locked, with no trace of spiritual power. Although he was still alive, to an alchemist's eyes, he was almost half dead. "Something's wrong with you," Lu Chen frowned. "Old man, did you take a life-sustaining pill?" Li Fu smiled faintly, a hint of teasing in his voice. "Lu Chen, you have quite the keen eye to notice I've taken a life-sustaining pill at a glance." Lu Chen felt slightly relieved, but the weight of the situation still pressed heavily on him. It was clear Wanbao building had exerted maximum effort, and Li Fu had even paid a price. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen's tone turned cold. "Old man, can you tell me what happened to the Lu family?" Sensing Lu Chen's momentary relaxation, Li Fu let out a sigh of relief, feeling as though a heavy burden had been lifted. He then sat down and recounted the entire sequence of events, even conveying the words left by Lin Ming and Zhu Qian to Lu Chen. "Aren't they sending me to my death? I'll fulfill their wish." Lu Chen's voice was as cold as ice, dripping with murderous intent. His aura suddenly became heavy, and the murderous energy within him surged like a tide, even repelling nearby insects. At that moment, Lu Chen's eyes burned with intense anger, and his formidable presence seemed to freeze the very air around him. Lu Chen detested being threatened or seeing those around him harmed. In his previous life, those who did such things paid a heavy price. In this life, he would show no mercy either. If the Duke's manor and sword pavilion made him suffer, he would make them mourn. Li Fu stood to the side, watching the icy murderous intent on the young man's face, and couldn't help but gasp. It was shocking to see such a strong killing intent in someone so young, even to a seasoned man like him. He also worried for Lu Chen, as Lu Chen currently lacked the power to avenge those two formidable forces. Young Master Lu Chen, Li Fu said thoughtfully, trying to advise him earnestly. As long as you don't go, the Lu family head and the fourth master will be safe. Their power is immense, and you mustn't act recklessly and risk your life. Lu Chen glanced at him coldly, his voice as frigid as ice. Old man, you can rest. I know what I'm doing. It won't be me losing my life this time, but the Duke's manor and sword pavilion. Sigh. Seeing that he couldn't dissuade Lu Chen, Li Fu could only sigh helplessly. Suddenly, Lu Chen remembered something and casually asked, "Where is your master?" The Lu family head and the fourth master were captured. The young lady feels guilty towards you, young Master Lu Chen, and is hiding upstairs, ashamed to face you. Li Fu replied truthfully. Lu Chen was momentarily stunned, then said, "Rest assured, I'm always fair. If you help me, it's kindness. If not, it's your duty. Whatever you choose, I won't blame you for it. On behalf of my young lady, I thank you, young Master Lu Chen, for your understanding," Li Fu said, standing up and bowing respectfully to Lu Chen. Lu Chen extended a hand to lift Li Fu's, his tone more respectful. "No need for such formality, elder. The Lu family and Wanbao Pavilion are merely acquaintances, yet you've helped us so much. It's I who should be thanking you." In this subtle moment, Lu Chen even changed his form of address. To him, this loyal servant nearing the end of his life was a person worthy of respect. Li Fu noticed the change in address and felt a wave of emotion, thinking all his efforts had been worthwhile. Afterward, Lu Chen nodded to Li Fu, then turned and left Wanbao Pavilion with Lu Zhan. Once Lu Chen and Lu Zhan's figures disappeared through the door, Zhao Xian and Jiang Tianhua, who had just arrived in Tianyuan City, approached Li Fu from behind. "Miss," Li Fu said solemnly, "young Master Lu Chen is in a rage and might recklessly confront the Duke's manor and sword pavilion. We need to help him." Hearing this, Zhao Xian turned to Jiang Tianhua beside her, commanding coldly, "Jiang Tianhua, I'm giving you a chance to atone. If you protect him within Lin County, all past grievances will be forgiven. If Lu Chen dies in Lin County, you won't need me to expel you. You'll leave Wanbao Pavilion on your own." Zhao Xian's words were harsh, yet Jiang Tianhua showed no resentment. Instead, his eyes gleamed with gratitude. Zhao Xian was sparing his life by giving him this chance to atone. If she truly wanted him dead, he wouldn't have walked out of Wanbao Pavilion alive. With a thud, Jiang Tianhua, a 6th-level martial king, knelt before Zhao Xian, a mere 3rd-level martial master, and said respectfully, "Rest assured, 9th Mississippi. I will protect young Master Lu Chen and ensure he remains unharmed." Zhao Xian nodded in satisfaction, then waved her hand. "All right, you may go." "Understood." Jiang Tianhua complied, rising swiftly and leaving Wanbao Pavilion. "Kid, a 6th-level martial king from Wanbao Tower, is following us." Not long after leaving Wanbao Tower, Master Mouse noticed Jiang Tianhua's presence. "Shake him off," Lu Chen said coldly. Master Mouse's eyes lit up with a hint of mischief as he chuckled. "Kid, that's a free bodyguard you're wasting there. First, I don't need bodyguards. Second, to deal with those trash from the Duke's mansion, I'm more than enough on my own," Lu Chen replied without any emotion. Master Mouse remained silent, acknowledging that despite Lu Chen's martial level not being high, his understanding of swordsmanship made opponents below the martial ancestor level no match for him. He was surprised to see Lu Chen intending to rescue Lu Kuang first, even though both Lu Yi and Lu Kuang were in danger. Logically, as a son, Lu Chen should rescue his father, who had been incapacitated for years, first. With a flicker in his eyes, Master Mouse couldn't help but ask, "Kid, aren't you going to save your father first?" Lu Chen answered firmly, "No, I'll rescue my fourth uncle first." This response left Master Mouse stunned, filling him with an inexplicable sense of respect. Although there's an old saying, "Every man for himself," Lu Chen seemed to transcend such selfishness. Faced with the choice between saving his father or his uncle, Lu Chen's decision was admirable. Master Mouse understood that Lu Chen's choice was a way to repay the kindness and support Lu Kuang had shown him during his darkest times. Although Lu Chen seemed insignificant now, his loyalty and sense of gratitude were truly commendable. Despite his inner admiration, Master Mouse showed no sign of it. He casually perched on Lu Chen's shoulder, saying, "Suit yourself." As soon as he spoke, Lu Chen paused for a moment, then accelerated, pushing his Lingxiao step to the limit. A streak of starlight cut through the night sky, quickly leaving Jiang Tianhua far behind. Jiang Tianhua watched the streak vanish from sight, stunned. That speed. Could Lu Chen really be just a martial master? Even a martial ancestor would struggle to move that fast. As the starlight faded, Jiang Tianhua felt a sense of realization. He understood why Zhao Xian valued Lu Chun so highly and why Uncle Fu was willing to risk everything for Lu Yi and Lu Kuang. Lu Chun was no ordinary person. He was an undiscovered prodigy, worth any investment from Wanbao Tower. With the night breeze cooling his face, Jiang Tianhua snapped back to reality, recalling Zhao Xian's instructions. He whistled, and soon a black steed galloped towards him. He leapt onto its back and chased in the direction Lu Chun had gone. By now, Lu Chun had left Jiang Tianhua far behind and slightly slowed his pace. Master Mouse jumped off Lu Chen's shoulder, advising, "Kid, you're going to rescue someone tonight. Maybe leave Zhan here. It'll make things easier for you." Lu Chun turned to Lu Zhan beside him, his gaze firm. "Zhan, what do you think? Are you coming with me, or staying here to wait for me?" Lu Zhan was silent for a moment, his expression heavy. "Chun, you go ahead. I'll only hold you back. I'll wait here in Tianyuan City for you and father to return." With that, Lu Chun took a deep breath, accelerated once more, and vanished into the night. "All right then, I'll drop you off at the main road, and you can head back to Wanbao Tower with their people and wait for us there," Lu Chun said. Without waiting for a response, he and his companion transformed into a streak of light, speeding towards the nearest road. A few minutes later, Lu Zhan and Jiang Tianhua, who was riding the black steed, returned to Wanbao Tower, while Lu Chun ventured deeper into the mountains with Master Mouse. As they crossed a large mountain, a sharp cry pierced the night sky. A crystalline ice phoenix spread its wings and gracefully landed beside Lu Chun. "You clever kid, you knew to find a ride," Master Mouse chuckled. Lu Chun smirked. "Ever since you mentioned leaving Zhan behind, I figured you'd summon the ice phoenix, but didn't want to reveal the existence of the chaos pearl." Master Mouse didn't argue. Instead, he nimbly jumped onto the ice phoenix's back, nestled into its soft feathers, and promptly fell asleep. Lu Chun glanced at him helplessly, then sat cross-legged and began to cultivate with a spirit crystal. Though it would typically take a regular warrior 4 to 5 days to travel from Tianyuan City to the Lin County Prince's mansion, with the Ice Phoenix's help, the distance was but a moment for Lu Chun. Under the cover of night, the Ice Phoenix flew swiftly, with mountains and rivers rushing past beneath them. In just an hour, they reached Lin County City, landing in a secluded valley at Lu Chun's direction. "Stay here. I'll go visit the Lin family at the Prince's mansion," Lu Chun instructed the Ice Phoenix. It gently preened its feathers, disturbed by Master Mouse, nodded in agreement, and settled down to rest beneath a large rock. Lu Chun, carrying Master Mouse, left the valley, his anger rising as he used the Lingxiao step to weave through the forest towards the prince's mansion. Since Lin Heng was made a prince due to his military achievements, the city had changed significantly. The expanded city was now twice its original size, with half designated as private land, divided into 5 major areas. At the center was the sprawling prince's mansion, surrounded by residences awarded to meritorious officials like Qin Shang, Li Ming, and Du Ming. To the north were the Lin family's branches, where the late Lin Qin hailed from. When a cloud obscured the moon, Lu Chun evaded the guards and quietly climbed onto a pavilion outside the prince's mansion. Standing on the rooftop, his gaze fell on the 2 massive stone pillars at the entrance, and a fierce killing intent erupted from him, startling even Master Mouse. On the left pillar, a figure was suspended by thick black chains. Lu Kuang. In just 3 months, the once sturdy man had become gaunt, his bare body covered in sword wounds and whip marks, each scar a testament to his suffering. The pillar was stained with blood, and a large pool of it had formed on the ground. Seeing this, Master Mouse thought to himself, the Lin family has truly brought disaster upon themselves. Knowing Lu Chun, such treatment of Lu Kuang would surely result in the harshest retribution. The prolonged torment had nearly driven Lu Kuang to the brink of a mental breakdown. If not for the Lin family forcing him to swallow a life-saving pill to keep him alive, he would have long perished. A gentle evening breeze parted the clouds that obscured the moon, and in his dazed state, Lu Kuang finally regained some clarity and struggled to open his eyes. He gazed towards the distant palace buildings and saw Lu Chun standing there, his eyes fixed intently on him. As their eyes met, Lu Kuang saw tears and anger in Lu Chun's eyes, while Lu Chun read deep anxiety and unease in Lu Kuang's. Lu Kuang shook his head with difficulty, and the movement reopened his barely healed wounds, causing intense pain that brought cold sweat to his forehead and made his body tremble uncontrollably. Lu Chun's expression grew more urgent. In a swift movement, he had already used his Lingxiao step to reach the stone pillar. At that moment, the night guards noticed Lu Chun and rushed towards him. "Chun'er, run!" Lu Kuang's voice was hoarse, almost a shout. He had been hanging here for 10 days, fully aware of the Lin family's formidable power, especially the terrifying strength of the Lin family's main lineage. For martial kings were enough to make him feel oppressed. Moreover, Prince Lin Heng was a 4-tier martial king, Lin Zhu was 2-tier, Lin Ming was 1-tier, and even Lin Heng's youngest son, Lin Qing, had reached the four-tier martial king realm. Besides the main lineage, the Lin family also had three martial kings of different surnames: Li Ming, Qin Shang, and Du Ming, all three-tier martial kings, with combat power second only to Lin Heng and Lin Qing. However, what truly terrified Lu Kuang were the three guests visiting the Lin family today. During the day, the Lin family welcomed three formidable figures, led by one of the six great marquises of Tianyuan country, Marquis Wu Li, Li with Emperor Li Guang's brother. Li Wu's sole purpose for this visit was to discuss the marriage between Lin Hao and Li Yu with Lin Heng. The marriage alliance between the Lin and Li families meant that if the Lin family faced difficulties, Li Wu would undoubtedly side with them. Given Li Wu's status, the Lu family could not possibly contend with them. If they did not act today, they might preserve a glimmer of hope, but if they did, Lu Kuang and his nephew would surely face destruction. But Lu Chun was unafraid. Ignoring Lu Kuang's warning, he decisively swung his sword several times, severing the chains binding Lu Kuang to the stone pillar. Then, he leaped forward and caught Lu Kuang in his arms. Amidst the cold stares of the surrounding guards, Lu Chun retrieved a set of clothes from his storage ring, dressed Lu Kuang, and then fed him bee spirit nectar. A deep sense of gratitude surged in Lu Kuang's heart, but it was quickly overshadowed by even deeper fear. He glanced back with difficulty at the tightly closed distant gate, and his faint hope led him to pat Lu Chen's arm. "Chun'er, why don't you listen to your fourth uncle? Leave me, and go quickly." "Fourth uncle, I won't leave." Lu Chen shook his head firmly, his eyes shining with unyielding determination. Lu Kuang's heart sank, and he urgently said, "Chun'er, if you don't leave, your fourth uncle will die in front of you." With that, Lu Kuang suddenly bit his tongue, attempting to take his own life. Seeing this, Lu Chun reacted swiftly, thrusting his hand into Lu Kuang's mouth to stop the suicide attempt. However, Lu Kuang's teeth bit deeply into Lu Chen's finger, causing blood to flow rapidly. Just then, the main hall doors of the prince's mansion suddenly opened, and a cold voice emerged. "Lu Kuang, even if you die today, he won't get away. You killed someone from the Lin family, and none of the Lu family will survive." Lin Heng's voice was stern and cold, echoing off the stone steps of the duke's mansion. Lu Kuang, his mouth full of blood, collapsed into Lu Chen's arms at these words, tears streaming down his scarred face. Ignoring the gazes of the Lin family, Lu Chun gently comforted Lu Kuang as if soothing a child. "Uncle, don't be afraid. Chun'er is here. Chun'er, it's all my fault." Lu Kuang sobbed, his voice filled with guilt. Lu Chun wiped away Lu Kuang's tears with a gentle hand, a faint smile on his lips. "Uncle, you haven't harmed me. The Lin family is nothing to me. You don't need to fear them." "You brat, how dare you insult the Lin family?" As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, a guard leader at the 7th level of martial arts shouted in anger, his sword flashing coldly as it stabbed towards Lu Chen's unguarded back. Lu Chun merely glanced at him coldly and countered with a swift sword strike. "You?" The guard leader's face changed dramatically upon seeing Lu Chen's sword, hurriedly raising his own sword to block. Splat! In just a second, the guard leader was cut down, his sword and body severed by Lu Chen's strike, hot blood gushing from the wound and staining the steps. Above the steps, the Lin family's expressions became a mix of disbelief and shock at the sight of a mere first-level martial artist defeating a 7th-level guard leader in a single strike. Some showed fear, others murderous intent, and many were simply in awe, unable to believe Lu Chun had comprehended the essence of the sword. Beside Lin Heng, Li Wu's reaction was different. His eyes flickered with admiration and cold intent. As the only noble martial marquis in the Tianyuan kingdom, he had seen many young talents, but none like Lu Chun, who grasped sword essence at such a young age. He had only one thought. Lu Chun must either be used by him or eliminated to prevent future problems. Below the pillars, guards who had been ready to help were now too terrified by Lu Chen's display to move forward, their swords trembling in their hands, eyes full of apprehension. After the kill, Lu Chun took 3 blood spirit pills from his pocket, carefully feeding them to Lu Kuang. "Uncle, you used to protect Chun'er. Now that Chun'er is grown, it's my turn to protect you." "Okay," Lu Kuang replied, his voice choked with emotion, nodding slightly. Lu Chen wiped away Lu Kuang's tears again. "Uncle, don't cry. Come on, Chun'er will carry you home." With that, he knelt on one knee, lifting the battered Lu Kuang onto his back, then looked up at the crowd above the steps. On the steps, the Lin family stood in silence, including Zhang Meng, the son of Zhang Yan, whom Lu Chun had met years ago. Their eyes met, and Lin Heng, with an air of superiority, shouted, "Lu Chun, how dare you commit murder in my duke's mansion?" Lu Chun sneered, "Old dog Lin Heng, he was the first to die, but not the last. Tonight, I'll show you what real audacity means." Lin Heng squinted his eyes, questioning, "Lu Chun, do you intend to commit more crimes?" "Crimes?" Lu Chun shouted, his voice echoing between the steps. "Years ago, you helped the Zhang family ruin my father, and now you bully my uncle. Tonight, I'll make sure the Lin family drowns in blood. Drown in blood. Lin Ming laughed angrily. Lu Chun, just because you killed one guard, you think you're something? You think you can make the Lin family drown in blood? Ridiculous. Is that so? Lu Chun grinned, a chilling smile. In the next moment, Lu Chun, with his sword in hand and protecting Lu Kuang, charged up the steps towards the Lin family. You're asking for death. Lin Ming roared, stepping forward, channeling his energy into his sword, then slashing at Lu Chun. Lu Chun watched Lin Ming coldly. Who was asking for death? Lin Ming, using a sword in front of him, was asking for death. When it came to swordplay, he was Lin Ming's ancestor. As Lin Ming approached, Lu Chun effortlessly unleashed a quick sword strike, causing the Lin family, who were waiting to see Lu Chun killed, to change their expressions drastically. Lu Chun, how dare you? Lin Heng shouted in rage. Lu Chun laughed coldly. It's just killing a dog. Why wouldn't I dare? Before his words finished, a sword light flashed, and Lu Chun's sword cut down the terrified Lin Ming. Thud! Lin Ming's body fell heavily, blood instantly dyeing the steps, while his head rolled down the steps, finally stopping under the pillar where Lu Kuang had been tied. Lu Chun, you killed my uncle. I'm going to kill you. Zhang Meng stared at Lin Ming's bloodied head on the ground, his eyes bloodshot and wide with rage, his voice hoarse from fury. His roar was like a thunderclap, jolting everyone present into awareness. The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before them. Lu Chun, a martial artist, had actually killed Lin Ming, a martial king. Lu Chun's lips curled into a cold smile, his eyes full of mockery. Zhang Meng, poor Lin Ming. Even in death, he never got to hear you call him father in public. How do you know? Zhang Ming's expression shifted from anger to panic in an instant, his fingers trembling as he pointed accusatorily at Lu Chun. Huh? Lu Chun scoffed disdainfully. The whole of Tianyuan city knows about your mother and your uncle's sordid affair. How could I not know? He laughed loudly, his laughter dripping with sarcasm. You? Zhang Ming was struck to the core by Lu Chun's words, his face flushing red with shame, unable to retort. Because everything Lu Chun said was true, Zhang Ming was indeed the product of a forbidden relationship. Lin Heng had long known about this but pretended otherwise. Now, with Lu Chun exposing the family scandal publicly, he was humiliated. The pain of losing his son combined with the exposure of the family disgrace filled Lin Heng with rage, his lips trembling with anger. After a moment, he turned to Lin Qing, his eyes fierce. Qing, I don't want to see that man. Father, if you don't want to see him, then let's make him disappear from this world, Lin Qing replied coldly. Before his words even finished, he transformed into a streak of light, charging directly at Lu Chun. Among Lin Heng's three sons, the second son Lin Ming had the weakest martial talent, while the youngest, Lin Qing, was the most gifted, making him the strongest in the Lin family. As he flew forward, sword aimed at Lu Chun on the steps, the onlookers watched indifferently, convinced that with Lin Qing's attack, Lu Chun was doomed. However, seeing Lin Qing coming alone, Lu Chun showed no fear. Instead, an expectant smile appeared on his face. Make me disappear? Lu Chun sneered. Lin Qing, today we'll see who truly disappears from this world. With that, he wielded his sword with one hand, countering Lin Qing's attack with a swift strike. Summer sword in Tianyuan Day. With one sword strike, a scorching red sword aura burst forth from Lu Chun's blade, illuminating the area for hundreds of meters as if the midday sun had suddenly descended. This is... The red light filled Lin Qing's vision, the terrifying sword intent overwhelming him, erasing his earlier bravado. Though he had mastered 3 parts of sword intent, facing Lu Chun's strike, he realized he was merely an ant, insignificant and powerless. Fear gripped Lin Qing's heart. Despite being a 4th-level martial king, against Lu Chun, a 1st-level martial artist, he chose to dodge. But Lu Chun's sword was not so easily avoided. In an instant, Yang Day descended, and the sword light flashed, striking Lin Qing's shoulder with precision. Slash. With one stroke, Lin Qing's left arm was severed cleanly, blood gushing like a fountain, the pain drawing a heart-wrenching scream from him. Everything happened so quickly, from Lu Chun's strike to the severing of Lin Qing's arm. It took mere seconds, leaving everyone without time to react. Lin Qing's screams snapped Lin Heng back to reality. He immediately attacked, slashing a sword through the air towards Lu Chun, while moving to aid Lin Qing. Want to save him? My sword has a say in that. Lu Chun laughed derisively, casually deflecting Lin Heng's attack. At the same time, stars flickered at his feet, his form moving like lightning, swiftly catching up to Lin Qing and delivering another strike towards Lin Heng. As the sword light tore through the air, Lin Heng's face turned pale, hurriedly raising his sword to defend. Boom! 2 sword intents clashed in the air, forcing Lin Heng to stagger back a few steps before he could steady himself. Meanwhile, Lu Chun seized the opportunity, dashed forward, and brutally stomped his right foot onto the chest of the armless Lin Qing, pinning him to the ground. Father, save me, I don't want to die. Lin Qing, bleeding profusely from his severed arm, screamed in terror, his face contorted as he pleaded with Lin Heng nearby. Lin Heng's face turned ashen. As a powerful figure who had ruled Lin County for years, he had never suffered such a setback at the hands of a younger generation. Being forced back by Lu Chen's sword was a disgrace. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he shouted angrily, "Lu Chen, release my son immediately, or we will be enemies for life." Lu Chen leaned over to look at Lin Qing beneath his foot, holding his sword in one hand and shielding Lu Kuang with the other. A cold smile played on his lips. "Old dog, weren't we already enemies for life?" With that, he raised his sword and slapped Lin Qing's face with the blade, each strike dripping with humiliation. "Lin Qing, when you crippled my father back then, did you ever think you would end up like this? You little beast." Lin Qing gritted his teeth. "My father is the county king appointed by the emperor of Qianyang. You'd better release me, or the emperor won't spare you." Hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. He slowly moved his foot from Lin Qing's chest to his face, grinding it harshly in front of everyone. Lin Qing's skin scraped against the rough boot, soon bleeding as the blood trickled into his eyes. "You little beast, a warrior can be killed but not humiliated. I will kill you." Lin Qing roared, struggling. But the more he struggled, the harder Lu Chen pressed, until his face was covered in blood. "Lu Chen, I'll kill you." Lin Zhu could no longer stand by, and charged at Lu Chen with his sword. Clang! Without turning, Lu Chen casually swung his sword, sending Lin Zhu retreating several steps. Then, he pointed the tip of his sword at Lin Qing's throat, his voice icy. "Everyone stand still. Anyone who dares to come closer, I'll kill him with one strike." Don't kill my Qing." Lin Heng's face changed drastically, hurriedly stopping others from approaching, fearing they would provoke Lu Chen. Seeing this, Lu Chen was satisfied and turned his gaze back to Lin Qing. "Lin Qing, threatening people, as if I can't do the same. Let me tell you, no matter who comes today, you're doomed." Upon hearing this, Lin Heng's eyes lit up. He immediately turned to Li Wu, standing nearby, and respectfully said, "Lord Wu, this boy defies imperial authority and deserves death. Please, stand up for the Lin family." After this battle, he realized Lu Chen's strength far exceeded expectations, beyond what the Lin family could handle. He could only hope to rely on Li Wu to eliminate Lu Chen. Li Wu glanced at Lin Heng indifferently, then took a step forward, looking down at Lu Chen. "Lu Chen, do you know your crime?" Lu Chen had long noticed Li Wu's presence, but didn't regard this fifth-level martial king as a threat, just trash in his eyes. Facing Li Wu's lofty question, Lu Chen smirked with a roguish grin. "Old man, I honestly don't know what crime I've committed. How dare you disrespect the Lord?" Li Wu's two attendants shouted angrily, ready to teach Lu Chen a lesson. No need. Although Li Wu was furious, he stopped them. His face darkened. "Lu Chen, I'll give you two choices. 1. Follow me, and today's matter ends. 2. Die." Hearing this, Lu Chen was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. As the laughter faded, his eyes turned cold. "Old man, you give me two choices, so I'll give you two choices. Today's matter is a private feud between the Lu and Lin families. If you leave now, I'll spare you. But if you interfere, bear the consequences." Li Wu squinted, murderous intent evident. "Are you threatening this marquis?" "It's not a threat, just a kind reminder," Lu Chen replied coldly. "Brat, hand over your life." One of Li Wu's men couldn't hold back anymore, drawing his sword, with the other following closely, both attacking Lu Chen. Seeing Li Wu's men move, Lin Heng signaled Du Ming and the others to join the fray. In an instant, 5 people attacked Lu Chen simultaneously. "You choose to ignore heaven's path and rush into Hell's Gate. Since you're all seeking death, then die." Lu Chen sneered, kicking Lin Qing down to the plaza below, then hoisting Lu Kuang onto his back. He walked slowly but steadily towards Li Wu. Lu Chen's steps were slow yet heavy. With each step, the air around him vibrated violently, growing stronger with every stride, as if an invisible force was building. "Goodness, this kid is actually using momentum to kill these blind fools." Watching from atop a stone pillar, Master Shu's eyes gleamed with interest as he observed the unfolding scene. In the vast expanse of the universe, there exists a concept known as Shur, or the momentum of heaven and earth. This force is omnipresent, manifesting in the cascading waterfalls that rush down mountain gorges, the mighty rivers that flow endlessly eastward, the thunderous roars of a storm, and the fierce winds that howl through the sky. Throughout the long history of martial arts, some perceptive warriors were the first to notice the presence of Shur. Through dedicated contemplation, some managed to break through and learn to harness Shur in battle. These pioneers saw their combat abilities skyrocket, ascending to become figures of awe and reverence. As more and more martial artists mastered various forms of Shur, the martial arts world entered an era of unprecedented prosperity. By the time of the Lingwu era, mastery of Shur had become a hallmark of the top martial sects within the same realm. The difference between those who could wield Shur and those who couldn't was stark enough to make one question if they were even in the same realm. At this moment, Lu Chun was methodically accumulating heavy Shi with each step on the stone steps. With his extraordinary understanding of Shi, even his first step gathered a force 100 times greater than normal, and with each subsequent step, this power doubled. Du Ming and the others were completely oblivious to this, not even maintaining basic vigilance. Even Lu Kuang, on Lu Chen's back, was worried for him and couldn't help but urge, "Chener, what's wrong? Draw your sword." Haha, thinking of drawing your sword now? Too late. Luo Ke, the martial king accompanying Li Wu, laughed wildly and unleashed his prized Qing Feng sword technique, thrusting the blade toward Lu Chen's chest. Is that so? Lu Chen looked up, a knowing smile playing at his lips. Luo Ke felt a sudden jolt of apprehension, but had no time to react as he found himself trapped within the sure field meticulously crafted by Lu Chun. Suddenly, a dramatic turn of events unfolded. Luo Ke's body abruptly froze midair, as if burdened by 1,000 pounds, and crashed heavily onto the stone steps at Lu Chen's feet. The immense impact shattered the steps, with cracks spreading out like a spider web. This astonishing scene left the others dumbfounded. The remaining 4 attackers, though wanting to retreat, were already ensnared in the sure field, unable to extricate themselves. They fell like kites with broken strings, pinned down by the terrifying heavy Shi, immobilized. "What have you done to us?" Luo Ke asked, his voice trembling. Lu Chen sneered. "Weren't you just eager to kill me? What afraid now? Don't worry, we're just getting started. This is sure, the momentum." Li Wu stared at Lu Chun in disbelief, exclaiming, "You've comprehended the heavenly momentum that only extraordinary talents can grasp, all while still at the martial sect level." "Oh, I didn't expect you to know about Shi." Lu Chun glanced up at Li Wu with mocking disdain. Hearing this, a flicker of panic crossed Li Wu's eyes, and he quickly bowed and smiled apologetically. "Young Master Lu Chun, I apologize for my previous offenses. Please forgive me." "Old man, so you're not planning to kill me now?" Lu Chun asked mockingly. Li Wu quickly shook his head and said, "Lu Chun, young hero, you're joking. What I said before was just a jest. I would love to be friends with you, not harm you." Lu Chun glanced coldly at the 5 men writhing on the ground. With a swift twist of his wrist, his sword gleamed as he decisively beheaded Luo Ke and another martial king accompanying Li Wu. Blood spurted out, staining the ground. This sight made Lin Heng's heart tremble violently, and cold sweat trickled down his back. He thought to himself, "Lu Chun, this young man, is truly audacious. He doesn't even care about Li Wu's status. What arrogance." Seeing his 2 followers beheaded, Li Wu's legs turned weak, and his face went ashen. At this moment, he had no time to worry about his dignity. His mind was consumed with survival. A dreadful realization dawned on him: this young man had mastered a power that even a peerless genius would only grasp at the martial master level. What kind of monstrous talent had he provoked today? Li Wu wished he could kill Lin Heng himself. If it weren't for Lin Heng provoking such a killing god, he, the Marquis of Tianyuan, wouldn't be in such a perilous situation. Lu Chun, holding his blood-dripping sword, pointed it at Li Wu and said coldly, "Old man, I already gave you a chance." Upon hearing this, Li Wu's forced smile vanished, and he shouted sternly, "Lu Chun, you're a peerless genius, but don't get too arrogant, or you won't be able to withstand the wrath of Qianyang Kingdom." "Why don't we test that?" Lu Chun smirked coldly. "Let's see if I can withstand Qianyang Kingdom's wrath." "Madman, you're a damn madman." Li Wu raged inwardly, but outwardly he dared not offend Lu Chun too much, only saying in a deep voice, "Lu Chun, are you truly fearless?" "To be honest, I am," Lu Chun replied icily. "You seek death, I'll give it to you. If Qianyang Kingdom provokes me, it can expect a regime change." Li Wu glanced at Lu Kuang on Lu Chen's back, his voice carrying a veiled threat. "Aren't you afraid of implicating your family?" These words were like a sharp blade, completely igniting the immense killing intent within Lu Chun. Lu Yi and Lu Kuang had just been dragged into this, with Lu Yi's fate unknown and Lu Kuang suffering inhuman torture. Though he survived, he was now crippled. This was Lu Chen's deepest pain, and he would not allow it to happen again. Faced with Li Wu's threat to his family, any remaining kindness in Lu Chen's heart vanished. His eyes turned cold, and his sword flashed like lightning, swiftly ending the lives of Du Ming and the others. When Lu Chen's gaze returned to Li Wu was so overwhelmed by the killing intent in those eyes that he realized his mistake. Without hesitation, he fell to his knees, his forehead knocking heavily against the ground. "Lu Chun, young hero, I was wrong. Please spare my life." The dignity of a marquis vanished in the face of death. Lu Chun looked at him coldly. "Old man, there's no path to life here. I won't spare you. Beg for mercy on the road to the underworld." Before he finished speaking, Lu Chun, with overwhelming force, attacked Li Wu. Even at the 5th level of the martial king realm, Li Wu was utterly subdued by Lu Chun, unable to move. "Lu Chun, you can't kill me, or my brother will ensure you die without a burial place." Li Wu roared in despair as Lu Chun approached with his sword. Lu Chen sneered. I'll kill you first, then wait for his revenge. With that, he swung his sword, and Li Wu's head flew off, blood spraying everywhere. Seeing even Li Wu killed, Lin Heng and the Lin family members were terrified, fleeing in all directions, too scared to care about anyone else. Lu Chun coldly surveyed the scene, then pursued the Lin family direct descendants, proceeding to indiscriminately slaughter everyone in the Duke's manor. Within a quarter of an hour, thousands in the Duke's manor were slaughtered by Lu Chun. The entire estate was deathly silent, rivers of blood flowing, the air thick with the stench of blood. While Lu Chun was busy annihilating the household, Lord Rat was also occupied. It not only looted the dead of their valuables, but also seized all the resources the Duke's manor had accumulated over decades, working tirelessly. When Lu Chun, his face covered in blood, returned to the main hall with Lu Kuang on his back, Lord Rat was already there, waiting with its little paws crossed. Lu Chen glanced back at the devastated Duke's manor and asked, Lord Rat, there's not a single survivor in the entire manor. Do you think I was too ruthless? Lord Rat shook its head. Kid, this is nothing. If I were you, I wouldn't just wipe out the Duke's manor. I'd take down Tianyuan Kingdom as well. All right, you're even more ruthless. Lu Chen shot Lord Rat a look, then left the manor with Lu Kuang on his back, heading towards the valley. After Lu Chen left, those awakened by the screams from the prince's mansion swarmed in, conducting a thorough search of the entire estate. However, less than half an hour later, they left grumbling, having found nothing of value and instead covered in bloodstains. This commotion had an unexpected effect. The news of the prince's mansion's destruction spread like wildfire, becoming the talk of the town by the next day. Meanwhile, Lu Chun had already returned to the valley with Lu Kuang on his back. As soon as they entered, Lu Kuang saw Bing Li, who appeared to be feigning sleep. The creature's massive size and terrifying aura caused Lu Kuang to tense up immediately. Chun'er, run quickly, there's a beast here. Lu Kuang, ignoring his injuries, urged in a low, fearful voice. Lu Chen smiled slightly and said casually, Uncle, it's ours. No need to worry. Really? Lu Kuang was skeptical, frowning deeply. In his mind, beasts were always ferocious and bloodthirsty, nearly impossible to tame by humans. No one in Tianyuan City had ever managed to have a combat beast as a partner. Although he didn't recognize Bing Li, its aura was overwhelmingly terrifying. How could such a giant beast willingly be controlled by humans? Lu Chen knew that further explanations would be futile, so he directly addressed Bing Li. Wake up, the task is done. It's time for us to go back. As soon as he finished speaking, Bing Li slowly opened its eyes and, under Lu Kuang's anxious gaze, stood up and lazily stretched like a domesticated pet. Seeing this, Lu Kuang was utterly stunned, his eyes wide like saucers, mouth slightly agape, unable to believe his eyes. Aren't beasts supposed to be vicious? How could this one be so docile? Could it be that this giant beast had truly accepted Chun'er as its master? Chun'er, did you really tame this giant beast? Lu Kuang asked, his voice filled with disbelief. Yes. Lu Chen nodded affirmatively. Uncle, I and John D. just returned this evening. Without it, I wouldn't have been able to come here to save you so quickly. Hearing this, Lu Kuang was too excited to speak, his breathing becoming rapid. Before, despite Lu Chun displaying immense strength, he still felt uneasy because their enemies were too powerful. But now the situation was entirely different. With such a powerful beast as a partner, the Lu family would fear no one. Seeing Lu Kuang's excitement, Lu Chen chuckled and shook his head. Uncle, it's just a 5th-level beast, nothing significant. You're injured now, so let's go home first. At the mention of home, Lu Kuang immediately recalled Lu Chen's earlier words and frowned. Chun'er, you came to the city right after returning? Yes. Lu Chen replied, puzzled. Uncle, is there a problem? Lu Kuang's expression turned serious as he raised his voice. Chun'er, how foolish of you. You should have gone to Jiangu to rescue your third brother first. Remember, he's your real father. Lu Chen's demeanor also turned serious. Uncle, in my heart, you are as important as my father. Lu Kuang wanted to reprimand Lu Chen but found himself at a loss for words. As someone who had just been rescued, what could he possibly say? Sigh. After a while, Lu Kuang sighed deeply, his tone softening. Chun'er, say no more, let's go home. After you return me, go save your father. Okay. Lu Chen nodded solemnly. Then, Bing Li soared into the sky, swiftly heading back to Tianyuan City with the group. Along the way, Lu Chen provided Lu Kuang with a substantial amount of honey spirit nectar to replenish his strength. Having just escaped peril, Lu Kuang didn't hesitate and drank it in large gulps, his complexion gradually changing from pale to rosy. After filling his stomach, he swallowed 3 blood spirit pills, significantly improving his injuries. Due to his shattered dantian, Lu Kuang could no longer circulate his energy techniques to heal himself and had to rely on the blood spirit pill to release its medicinal power. Exhausted and gradually losing consciousness over the 10 days of torment, he unknowingly fell asleep in Lu Chen's arms. Glancing down at Lu Kuang in his embrace, Lu Chen's eyes softened with a hint of tenderness. He then held Lu Kuang tightly, just as Lu Kuang had held him when they were children, while gazing at the mountains speeding past and silently cultivating. An hour later, Bingley's piercing cry resonated throughout Tianyuan city, its sound waves shaking the air with great momentum. Bingley swiftly descended to Wanbao Tower with Lu Chun and the others. After escorting Lu Zhan back, Jiang Tianhua immediately sent Zhao Xian on a black wind steed to ensure Lu Chen's safety. Her heart was anxious, and she waited restlessly for news. Hearing Bingley's cry, she instinctively thought it was a beast invasion and rushed to the window to check, only to see Lu Chun and Lu Kuang. What on earth had happened? In just a few hours, Lu Chun had returned with Lu Kuang and even tamed Bingley? Zhao Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. Both she and Li Fu knew how formidable Bingley was, ranked 47th on the Beast Profound list, possessing the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix, far from ordinary. How could a young man at only the first level of the martial master realm subdue such a powerful beast? This is impossible, Zhao Xian muttered under her breath. As the two struggled to believe their eyes, Lu Chen's voice rang out. Don't just stand there, come down quickly. As the words fell, their eyes met. Meeting Lu Chen's deep gaze and handsome face, Zhao Xian's heart skipped a beat, and her cheeks flushed. She hurriedly replied, coming. She quickly tidied her clothes and went downstairs with Li Fu. When Zhao Xian and Li Fu reached downstairs, Lu Chun had already handed Lu Kuang over to Lu Zhan, and they all entered the reception hall of Wanbao Tower. Young Master Lu Chun, is there something you need from me? Zhao Xian asked with a smile as she approached. Lu Chun nodded slightly. I wouldn't dare presume. I just wanted to ask if you managed to purchase all the spiritual herbs I requested earlier. They're all ready, Zhao Xian replied with a smile and handed over a prepared storage ring to Lu Chun. Thank you. Lu Chun casually accepted it and tossed another storage ring to Zhao Xian, containing the spirit crystals for the herbs. Zhao Xian caught the ring and said with a smile, Young Master Lu Chun, since the fourth master has returned, are you planning to rescue the Lu family head from the sword pavilion? Is there a problem with that? Lu Chun countered. There might have been before seeing Bingley, but now, none at all, Zhao Xian smiled. In the eastern Hua region, having a beast like Bingley is enough to act with impunity. Let's go, Lu Chun said, shrugging, as he turned to leave with Lu Kuang and Lu Zhan. Zhao Xian and Li Fu followed closely behind. Watching Bingley gradually disappear into the distance, Zhao Xian clutched the storage ring Lu Chun had given her, feeling an involuntary flutter of shyness and a faint heartbeat. Her cheeks once again took on a rosy hue. Li Fu noticed and understood perfectly, unable to resist commenting. Young Master Lu Chun is exceptionally talented and so handsome. If he could become our Wanbao Tower's son-in-law, that would be wonderful indeed. Would he be willing? Zhao Xian asked instinctively. Li Fu didn't answer directly, but looked at her with a knowing smile. Realizing his implication, Zhao Xian blushed and quickly ran back inside. Oh, Fu Bo, you're teasing me. I'm not talking to you anymore. Li Fu chuckled and shook his head. Miss, that's something you'll have to ask young Master Lu Chun yourself. I'm not him. Zhao Xian's voice came from inside. Oh, Fu Bo, stop it. You're embarrassing me. Li Fu laughed heartily, his eyes filled with a warm smile. After leaving the Wanbao building, Lu Chun and his group returned to the Lu family estate. As they walked into the dilapidated courtyard, Lu Kuang's eyes dimmed, and his shoulders slumped slightly. The once prosperous Lu family was now reduced to this desolate sight, which tore at his heart. However, when he looked at Lu Chun beside him, the dimness in his eyes was replaced with a glimmer of hope. He believed that with Lu Chun there, the Lu family would one day regain its former glory. Lu Chun carefully carried Lu Kuang on his back and steadily took him to his room. After settling his fourth uncle, Lu Chun turned to Lu Zhan with a calm voice. Zhan, please take care of fourth uncle for the next couple of days. I need to visit the sword pavilion to bring back your third uncle. Lu Zhan stood straight, his expression serious. Brother Chun, you can trust me with Dad. Be careful yourself, and if you can't win, we should retreat. Seeing Lu Zhan's earnest demeanor, Lu Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. Silly boy, your brother is much more cunning than you think. I don't need your advice. Father, look, Brother Chun is making fun of me, Lu Zhan said, turning to Lu Kuang with a hint of embarrassment and a slight blush on his face. Lu Kuang didn't laugh. Instead, he looked at Lu Chun with a heavy gaze. Chun'er, Zhan is right. If things go wrong, you must flee. As long as they don't catch you, your third uncle won't be in danger. Fourth uncle, I understand. Lu Chun nodded solemnly, determination flashing in his eyes. Before leaving, Lu Chun placed a jar of glistening bee spirit elixir and several bottles of blood-red blood spirit pills by Lu Kuang's bedside. After making all the necessary preparations, he left the room with Mr. Shu and departed from the Lu family estate. Just as he stepped out of the Lu family's gate, Lu Chun suddenly paused, his brows furrowing. What if someone took advantage of his absence to harm Lu Kuang and Lu Zhan again? With this thought, he immediately summoned the ice fire serpent, his voice stern, guard the Lu family. No one is allowed to enter except for people from Wanbao building. If anyone steps in, kill them. Understood. The ice fire serpent growled deeply before swiftly disappearing into the Lu family courtyard. With his last worry set aside, Lu Chun leaped lightly onto the broad back of Bingley. Bingley spread its wings and soared into the sky, heading swiftly toward the sword pavilion. As they flew over Wanbao building, a thought crossed Lu Chen's mind, remembered Li Fu. Although Lu Yi and Lu Kuang ended up being captured by the sword pavilion and the Duke's manor, respectively, Li Fu's downfall was ultimately due to the Lu family. He wanted to save Li Fu, but he was powerless. Li Fu was doomed once the time was up. Looking at Mr. Shu beside him, Lu Chen's eyes flickered with hope. Mr. Shu, you're knowledgeable and experienced. Do you have any way to save Li Fu? Mr. Shu squinted his eyes. Kid, you know the effects of the life-extending pill. Once taken, it leads to a dead end, and becoming human again is nearly impossible. So there's no way? Lu Chen's voice was low, filled with disappointment. If even Mr. Shu, an ancient relic spanning several eras, couldn't save Li Fu, then Li Fu was destined to wait for death at Wanbao building. It's not entirely hopeless. Mr. Shu's eyes twinkled as if he had thought of something. Didn't you just say that the life-extending pill spells certain death? How come now you say there's a way? Lu Chen frowned, suspecting Mr. Shu was teasing him. Mr. Shu's expression suddenly turned serious. I did say there's no chance of being human again. But if one doesn't remain human and become something else, survival is possible. What could he become if not human? Lu Chen's brows furrowed in confusion. A corpse. Mr. Shu slowly uttered the words, his tone carrying a hint of mystery. A corpse. Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback. Yes, a corpse. Mr. Shu nodded affirmatively. Lu Chen was somewhat displeased. Mr. Shu, are you joking with me? He's already taken the life-extending pill. Once the 3-month period is up, he'll become a corpse on his own. Why would you need to do anything to him? Mr. Shu's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Kid, the kind of corpse I'm talking about isn't the one you're thinking of. Lu Chen frowned and asked. If it's not a corpse, then what is it? Master Rat impatiently replied. When I say corpse, I mean from the corpse clan. The corpse clan. Lu Chen was even more perplexed. How did a corpse become a clan? Seeing Lu Chen's confusion, Master Rat patiently explained. Kid, in the ancient times, many clans existed, and the corpse clan was one of them. Lu Chen still didn't understand. What does this have to do with Li Fu? If he's become part of the corpse clan, is he still useful to us? Why wouldn't he be? Master Rat sneered. The difference between the human clan and the corpse clan is just 2 things. First, humans are complete beings, while the corpse clan are half human, half corpse. Second, humans cultivate spiritual power, whereas the corpse clan cultivate corpse energy, relying on the bodies of the deceased to absorb corpse energy and enhance their strength. If Li Fu has become part of the corpse clan, he would still be able to absorb corpse energy to boost his strength, aside from being half human, half corpse. Everything else would remain the same. Lu Chen seemed to understand. Now that you put it that way, Li Fu could indeed become part of the corpse clan. Seeing that Lu Chen finally understood, Master Rat pointed a claw at him, and suddenly, a technique shrouded in black mist appeared in Lu Chen's mind. The 1,000 Poison Corpse Manual. Through his perception, Lu Chen discovered that this technique was called the 1,000 Poison Corpse Manual. It appeared tattered, like a fragment. Yet, after reading through it, he was still shaken by the immense power it contained. It was well known that techniques and martial skills were on different levels. Techniques enhanced cultivation, while martial skills directly impacted combat power. But this 1,000 Poison Corpse Manual was different. It allowed the practitioner to absorb corpse energy from bodies to elevate their level and also to refine corpse poison, forming powerful attack skills. Master Rat spoke with satisfaction. Kid, I've given you the technique. Whether or not you want to give it to him is up to you. I don't make recommendations. Of course I have to give it to him. If I don't, old Li Fu is as good as dead, Lu Chen replied urgently. Then, out of curiosity, he asked, Master Rat, this 1,000 Poison Corpse Manual doesn't seem like an ordinary corpse clan technique. Where did you get something so profound? Master Rat smirked. Spoils of war. Be more specific, Lu Chen pressed. Well, back in the day, a prodigy from the corpse clan had the nerve to provoke me. I took him down, which angered the 4 founding ancestors of the corpse clan. They teamed up to kill me, but they were never a match for me. I beat them whenever I caught them, Master Rat recalled with a hint of nostalgia. Eventually, they retreated to the corpse clan's ancestral land. I followed them there alone, and the 4 founding ancestors, fearing the destruction of their clan, offered me half of the 1,000 Poison Corpse Manual as a peace offering. As he spoke, Master Rat seemed lost in a dream of the past, recalling a time when he was invincible and dominated the ancient world. Except for a few fearless ones, everyone else would beg for mercy before him. But now, I don't even have the strength to grow a full coat of fur. Just thinking about it brings tears to my eyes. Master Rat chuckled self-deprecatingly, his tone tinged with sadness. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. Master Rat, are you exaggerating? Master Rat jumped up in indignation. Exaggerating? I was a forbidden existence in ancient times, ruling the world for 30,000 years. A single hum from me would make countless clans tremble in fear. So no one could defeat you. Lu Chun marveled, growing more curious about Master Rat's past. Master Rat glanced at Lu Chun, his expression becoming distant. There were those who could defeat me, but they were all my own people. Who were they? Lu Chun continued to inquire. Master Rat rolled his eyes. Stop asking about useless things. Decide whether to give the 1,000 poison corpse manual to the old man, or your father is as good as dead. Lu Chun muttered softly. Fine, fine, I get it. With that, he signaled Bing Li to turn around and head back to the treasure pavilion. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.